We're brought to you by Cars for Kids. Call 1-877-CARS with the letter K, the number 4 kids.
It's Pick Six with Mully and Haugh, where we debate the top 6 sports stories of the day and then open it up to you, the Chicago sports fan. Call us at 312-644-6767, or you can tweet your thoughts at Mully Haugh. Pick Six with Mully and Haugh starts now.
How do you feel about Shams Charania and Darnell Mayberry writing in The Athletic? And there is a, quote, increased openness from the Bulls and Zach LaVine about exploring a trade. Would a Zach LaVine trade signal the start of a full-blown rebuild? Could the big three be gone by the summer?
I feel delighted about this story. I feel a sense of relief that the guys that are running the team feel the same way I do about it, are seeing the same things that I see. You know, I like Zach LaVine. I really do. I think he's a good player and a good person, and I think he's done very well in Chicago considering how much losing he's been through here. But God, it's been years of losing, hasn't it? And the plan never came together. And I'd like to sue Lonzo Ball along with the guy from the big brand, just because it's his fault that he got hurt. He should never have gotten hurt. If he hadn't gotten hurt, everything would be great. And I know it's not his fault. I'm just saying that would have been fun to watch that team that never came to fruition. So I am kind of done. I'm kind of not enjoying this team. I like that they're exploring the trade. And I got to tell you, that does signal to me a full-blown rebuild because he's the youngest of the Bulls, and I just mean the big three, and I don't understand how they'd get better without him. So, yes, they could be gone by the summer. I think DeMar DeRozan hasn't signed a contract yet. He's kind of waiting to see what they do before he decides what he's going to do. So, this is a distinct possibility that they could blow the whole thing up, and it would start with Zach LaVine.
All right, well, first of all, I think Zach LaVine could be gone by Christmas. Let's start there. But Mully, I want to go back just to make sure. Do you think all three could be gone
by summer? That's the question.
Next year. So you think all three are gone by next year?
I hope so.
You hope all three are gone.
I think if you trade Zach LaVine, I don't want to watch a team built around Vooch.
I don't think they're going to have any choice though. That's all I mean. I don't know that Vooch has any trade value.
We'll see.
And I wonder what a Vooch offense, go through Vooch offense might look like. I'm willing to at least look at that because I don't know that I have any other choice.
He's not the Joker, and I know you're not saying that.
Is he the dollar store
no,
Joker?
I don't think you can run an NBA offense in this league right now by making Vooch the focal point. He's got to be a contributor. I do think by the summer, 2 of the 3 will probably be gone. I don't think you're going to be able to move him as easily as the others, and I think it's tougher to move a big man probably, especially one who's under contract, the one he just signed. I do think this is probably trending in that direction. The Bulls are doing what a lot of us thought they probably should have done over the summer, and they're going to be aggressive, it sounds like, in shopping Zach LaVine, and he's open to that idea. I get his frustration. I would understand if I'm DeMar DeRozan, the frustration. You watch the Bulls, and they're frustrating to watch.
Yep.
I don't want to get backed into the corner as being the guy that's resisting this whole idea of blowing it up. I do think that I'm just talking it through because it's 11 games. And if you have a front office and a regime that preaches patience and is defined by it, really, the patience that they have had, I think 11 games is pretty quick to come to a conclusion that you were wrong in the off season and you should have started this a lot earlier. Doesn't speak well for Arturas Karnisovas. It just doesn't if you're willing to abandon ship 11 games in. As far as the big three, I don't think you're going to have a big three by the end of the season, maybe not even by the end of the month. And if Patrick Williams is part of this core now moving forward, I think the only thing that he's a big three if you're listing disappointments during the AK regime. Other than that, I don't have a lot of faith in him moving forward.
Pick Six.
If the Bulls do trade Zach LaVine, as is rumored, then who's next? Why now instead of the offseason? Is 11 games enough of a sample to change plans, and what does that say about the future of AK?
If they dismantle now, or if they dismantle by Christmas, as Dustin said, and they basically have decided by now already 11 games into this year that was, arrived with modest expectations. They aren't a top 4 seed. They're a play-in round type of a team. They're a playoff caliber team. They've not played well. They've not made threes. They've shot threes. They just haven't made them. But if they do that now, and it's something they should have done earlier, and they sell low on Zach now when they might have gotten more for him in the offseason, then I think it raises some serious questions about the future of Arturas Karnisovas, especially when you have executives out there who don't have jobs, Bob Myers, who might be available to talk. And like you look forward to that kind of speculation, it would be appropriate. I mean, it would be understandable because this Bulls season will have gone off the rails quicker than anybody maybe anticipated. And maybe people expected this. I don't think they expected it on November 15th to be talking about this. So, yeah, the timing of it surprises me. The inevitability of it doesn't. So I think it's just a little bit early to be letting Zach LaVine too. A lot of people have different opinions on him. You let a guy like this leave the Bulls at this point of his career, he's going to have a good second act. Or maybe if this is his third act, he's going to have a very good second or third act in the NBA. He's a young man still who's capable of playing at a very high level.
Well, there's so much there. I unfortunately couldn't disagree with you more. I mean, what makes you believe that he's going to do something at a new address? I mean, why is it all of a sudden going to click? I mean, there's obviously a rift. Okay, people might have said, "Oh, it's the media, it's you guys, blah blah blah." There's obviously an issue between Zach LaVine and Billy Donovan. The Bulls, are obviously siding with Billy Donovan. Otherwise, they would fire Billy Donovan and they would try to move on. This also extends AK. This gives him a leash with the fans. I'm trying to do something. I was wrong. It's not just 11 games. Mully, I think you said it earlier. This is a continuation of all last year. That's all this is. And this is not what a max player looks like. 40% shooting this year. He shoots 40%, and the majority of his game is at the rim. He shoots 40%. Not good enough.
Yeah, David, I think you make a fair criticism that it is an awful quick. What happened from the summer to where you are now? And by all accounts, they were looking around in the summer and they couldn't get a deal. They couldn't get a deal that they liked, and they were trying to ask for everything, and nobody was on board with that. So I think that they did show a little bit of interest in weighing the market, and that to me is an indicator that they weren't going to give this a ton of time, and it's looked awful, frankly. It's a fair criticism that why are you moving so fast? But I do want them to move. So I am literally sitting here kind of on board with this decision, kind of hoping that they can get to it, that they can do some things and make some moves and change the team that I watch on a regular basis, because it's getting pretty unwatchable.
Captain Chaos, full steam ahead.
No, I mean, you can call me whatever you want. Why don't you call me like the guy that is demanding some sort of change? That's the only thing I'm doing. You got to get better, man. You can't sit still. If you're sitting still, you're getting worse. That's the reality of sports.
That was the summer.
That's the question that needs to be asked.
That's the voice of Dan Wieder. He's here at 7:25 this morning. He also hosts the Take the North podcast with our guy, David Haugh. Besides Justin Fields, which Bears player or two has the most at stake in the final 7 games of this NFL season?
Well, I think there's a lot of players, I mean, obviously, Jalen Johnson, he has to determine the size of his contract. That is, but, you look at guys with expiring contracts, you can't overlook the quarterback, and obviously that's the biggest one. But Jalen Johnson and Darnell Mooney are guys coming out of contract. I still want to see something from Chase Claypool. I haven't seen anything. Yay! Justin Jones is out of contract. I'm just making a joke because we thought we'd see something from him. Lucas Patrick is coming out of contract. They've got, who else? Tunyon going out of contract. Dante Foreman is a one-year deal. I'd keep him around. I like him a lot. I think Equinemius St. Brown is out of contract. I think anybody whose contract is expiring has a lot to prove, and I think that some of those guys, Justin Jones, Lucas Patrick, name any of these veteran guys, I don't think they are coming back. I don't think you need them to be back. I think you need to improve and get somebody better at those positions. I just think that if you're being honest about how you evaluate a roster, you've got some guys playing that don't belong in the league anymore. I think Eddie Jackson has a lot to prove at the end of the season because he hasn't been available and he's on a big number. It doesn't matter how many years you have on your contract. So I think this is a fair question because I think it's a lot of people. I mean, I think you could say 10 to 15 guys need to prove something to the league. And if they want to play beyond their time in Chicago, they're going to have to show more. So I think it's a fairly high amount, and it's not just the expiring contracts. There's a lot of guys with a lot to prove.
Do the Lions have anybody on offense that played at Alabama? Because for my same game parlay this week, it will be which former Crimson Tide member of the Detroit Lions offense will Eddie Jackson help up off the field and embrace after he barely touches him in the game. Cody Whitehair. What's Cody Whitehair?
He's done.
But I'm saying he's got to get, if he gets any more snaps, Mully, he's got to get some good, video out there for other guys, right? And then
expiring contract.
Well, I mean, again, if the question is one or two, I mean, the obvious answer is, of course, yes. If you have an expiring contract, then you're in trouble. But you make a good point. Even a guy like Eddie Jackson, who doesn't have an expiring contract, if you're on a big number and you're no damn good, you're in trouble.
By the way, Jahmyr Gibbs is a Bama guy, so get ready for that reunion.
There you go.
After somebody else hits him,
happy reunion.
Then Bojack 6 will help him
Eddie
up.
Jackson, give me a hug, big guy. Come in here. I won't wrap. I'll wrap you up now.
Hopefully,
Nathan
right after he gets a
Peterman.
first down.
You got another guy?
Well, you want to see the guy in victory formation.
No, you don't. I want to
see
Nathan
him
Peterman.
taking that knee
and all these guys
showing it off.
with expiring contracts are fine. I don't really care about them necessarily, unless it's guys who are going to be part of a team when the Bears are actually good again. They're going to be good again, right? So I want to know about Pickens and Dexter. I want to know more about
that's fair.
the rookie class. Darnell Wright, is he going to continue to ascend? What do you have in Braxton Jones if he stays healthy?
Yeah.
I think Tevin Jenkins has a lot to prove. Jalen Johnson is at the top of the list because I do think that if he continues to ascend and if he continues to get some takeaways in the final 7 games and finish the season the way that this has started, then he's somebody that you're going to tag or hopefully re-sign or commit to long term. That to me is, besides Justin Fields, the obvious answer to this question is that he's the next guy that over the final 7 games has the most to gain from playing well. Other guys are role players, Mooney as well, but I don't know where Mooney fits in the future. Everything about the final 7 games, like it or not, is going to be about positioning the Bears to be more competitive in 2024. So those are the kind of players that get opportunities, and those are the kind of guys that need to take advantage of them.
It's an interesting question, I think.
That is the voice of Craig Counsell, a voice that we are going to get to know very well. Do you believe being in a big market is something Craig Counsell has never done in baseball as a player or a manager? Will be his biggest challenge as the new Cubs skipper. Yes, David, I said skipper. What will be the most challenging element of his new gig?
You're just trying to trigger me this morning. I'm not going to allow that to happen. You can call him skipper if you want. He is the new Cub manager, and I think the biggest challenge, the most challenging element of his job will be to maybe, and this is a quick read, like let people in, and he's very much an independent thinker, and I'm not saying that he can't work with others, but I do think that he sounded excited about all the different things at his disposal, and he's going to challenge Jed, and Jed's going to challenge him, and I think finding that the common ground in every relationship, and maybe especially with the people that are his bosses and maybe even with the players, but knowing kind of how to deal with each individual in a different way. We heard from players yesterday, very interesting, to Ian Happ, to Nico Horner on the station. Craig Counsell said the biggest thing you learn as a manager, the hardest thing to do is to be yourself and let people understand that's the way you're going to be and who you are. And I think that is going to be the challenge, because any new situation, getting acceptance from being who you are is what you fear the most, because you can't really change it, and the more authentic, the better. And we saw yesterday, or on Monday, that this is somebody who is very authentic. So finding a way to do that with everybody he encounters, and frankly, as far as the big market stuff, suffering fools. And that doesn't mean I'm not branding the Chicago media fools, but I think that when you suffer fools, that means like one after another, the questions after questions. There's going to be more people. There's going to be more questions. There's going to be more opportunities, and you wonder how that will wear away at his patience the first time through. So that would be it.
Well, expectations are going to be as high as they've been in quite some time. He also said at his opening press conference that it feels close. So he has also raised the bar. And then the Cubs raised the bar by making him the highest paid manager. There you go, David. The highest paid manager in all of baseball. And that will also carry some pressure along with it.
I think that he did play a year with the Dodgers, didn't he? I mean, it's do we consider that a major market? Because it's kind of it's a major market. It's just nobody cares really with the Dodgers, right?
It's not Chicago.
No, it's not
when they're good.
It's not New York.
Yeah.
And the Mets wanted him. So I think that this is the next step in his career, and I think he spent 9 years as a manager, obviously with one team, but I think that experience will be informative to him in terms of dealing with the game-to-game beat writers. I mean, obviously, there is a lot more media now than ever. I mean, there's a lot more social media. There's a lot more podcasters. There's a lot more scrutiny under a manager than just the people that are at the game, covering the game on a day-to-day basis. And it'll be really interesting to see how he manages, what the decisions are, and there will be some bad ones. You make so many decisions that you're bound to misstep here and there. And I'm sure he'll be able to handle that easily because he's got great confidence in himself. So I don't believe that this is something that would cripple him. I don't believe that this is going to be something that will damage him in any way. In fact, I think it'll just raise his profile.
So this is a question I struggle with.
A question that Jed struggles with? I can't believe that. ESPN's Jeff Passan says the Padres' only logical solution is to trade Juan Soto, mentioning the Cubs, Yankees, Mariners as teams that have MLB-ready starting pitching that the Padres do seek. Would you be willing to include either Jordan Wicks, Ben Brown, Hayden Wesneski in a deal for Soto that might also include Christopher Morel? Does that sound like something that would interest you?
I'd give up a lot for Juan Soto. I think he's a great young player, and I think that you'd be getting a guy that can help you for years to come. I think he's a seriously good baseball player. I don't think I think it's interesting because I know how good that Ben Brown is, and I think they believe he's better than the other two. So I would give them a guy that I thought was not as good as the other guys. Yeah, I would include a young pitcher. They need their pitching. I'm not giving away pitching. But I think that if that's the only way to get the deal done, just straight up for Morel sounds like a San Diego salary dump. And I like the idea that the Cubs are now in position to be able to take someone else's salary dump, since we saw how they lost players when they had to do that. So I like that they've turned it around in that fashion, and I think that Juan Soto would be a real good player for the Cubs and a good player for the new manager. So I'd make the deal.
Not Jordan Wicks and Christopher Morel, not for a rental. No. No.
Well, you're not going to rent them. You got to sign him. I mean, you got to make sure he's long term.
That's the risk, though. I think
I mean, there's no
that's the
guarantee. I mean,
challenge.
that
Right.
wasn't part of what was asked. You're taking on his contract.
and he's
I'd
likely
sign
to
him.
arbitration.
Well, sure,
would
but
be,
we have to see how we also need to see how he would play here,
Yeah,
right?
well-
How does he fit? Here's one of the problems with Juan Soto. And there's plenty of good, but let's just talk about maybe some of the not so obvious.
Okay.
It's a huge contract.
$33 million next year, likely.
It's a big number, and what position does he play? Because you have a left fielder and a right fielder and a center. Like your outfield is covered.
Who's your center fielder?
Well, I mean, it's PCA at a really good number right now.
Dustin,
I mean,
Yeah, I
what happened on Monday?
Juan Soto all of a sudden is a center fielder.
Well, what happened on Monday
I'm
was
just saying you have a left fielder and a right fielder that cannot be moved.
to center, and I would
Okay,
bring
well,
in Juan Soto and let him play.
That's something, but I wouldn't trade. The Cubs are not like full of starting pitching. Jordan Wicks, I'm not willing to move Jordan Wicks in order to get.
Would you move Wisniewski?
Oh, sure.
Okay.
David will drive him there.
what happened Monday was the Cubs announced their intention to contend for a World Series next year. Now, they're close. It feels close. Remember that?
Yep.
It's on a T-shirt. It'd be on a slogan. It'd be on a bus somewhere. It feels close. If you feel like you are close to a championship, you are willing to give up prospects from the number one rated farm system in baseball to go for it now. Juan Soto at $33 million next year is an affordable price for an all-star outfielder. While he's in town, by the way, how would you like to negotiate a long-term contract? How would you like to stay for a while? Maybe you want to wait and see. You're talking about a 25-year-old all-star outfielder who is regarded as one of the most talented players in the game. You don't pass up on an opportunity. Any of these pitchers you would probably be likely to include and be willing to include in a deal. If I had to prioritize them, I want to keep Jordan Wicks. Absolutely. Jordan Wicks looked great in September. I look forward to him being in that rotation for many years to come. I'd be more likely to give up a little bit on Wes Nasty. Not so nasty last year. So he would be a guy who would be willing to move. Ben Brown as well. He hasn't done anything for you
I
at
think
the
he's
major
gonna
league
be
level.
good, though.
He could be,
Yeah.
but you're sacrificing something to take a big swing that you began on Monday. You don't go out and get a $40 million manager and the best guy.
But
and
you could live without Wisniewski and Morel, frankly, if you
you
brought
could
this
you
guy.
could Mully, you could live without any of these guys, any of these prospects for Juan Soto if he's Juan Soto next year and helps you win a World Series or get to the World Series and win a pennant. Absolutely, you're willing to make those kind of concessions now that you've announced that you're going for it.
That's a big question.
That is the voice of Bruce Levine. He will be here at 8:25 this morning. Should the White Sox be interested in former Guardians starter Cal Quantrill, who was released on Tuesday? Quantrill, 5.24 ERA last year, and was scheduled to make over $6 million in arbitration. Would you take a chance on a bounce-back season for a 28-year-old, maybe number 3 starter over at 35th and Shields?
You have one proven starter in your rotation. His name's Dylan Cease. Other than that, you could say Cal Quantrill, come on down. You can substitute any name of any discarded veteran pitcher in that question, and we could answer it for the rest of this offseason. The White Sox don't have a rotation, so absolutely yes.
I only like the idea. If you notice when I read the question, I kind of went a little bit Mully there,
Yeah.
but I'm going to let Mully take it from here. That's
Cal
that's
Quantrill.
why I want him over at 35th and Shields, and that's the only reason.
Yeah, I think that anybody that's ever started a game in Major League Baseball would be someone I'd consider bringing in, because you need starting pitching and you don't have any. This guy, he kind of fell apart last year, but he still started a lot of games. And to me, anybody that if you could rebuild him to a point where he was a number 4 starter, he's probably at his apex was a number 3 starter. That's the White Sox. That's their rotation. They're going to get a bunch of number 3 starters and cross their fingers and hope for the best. So him, anyone he's had dinner with, anybody that's ever actually tried out for a major league, let's go. I mean, you got to line them up. You got to fill a rotation, and I don't think he's getting $6.6 million in arbitration after getting cut. So, yeah,
A little bit lower than that.
He would fit.
A little bit lower than
he
that.
would fit, he'd be in the fives. He'd be the size of his ERA.
Low
that
cal.
contract. Yeah, and I would think that he might fit Jerry's requirement that you cut payroll. So, I mean, what were the Guardians had like a $93 million payroll? Would that be acceptable for the owner of the team?
I think it would be acceptable.
Yeah.
Look, as long as that's the only ex-Cleveland pitcher they add this offseason,
there you go.
I'm good.
Well, no Clevenger and no Trevor Bauer.
Thank you.
Yeah, I mean.
By the way, Dustin, in the text box, Jordan Wicks is still a prospect. He is.
No, he is not.
Yes, he is. He's pitched a month in Major League Baseball. He's still a prospect.
Listen, I hate to say it because
Ben Brown is a prospect.
I'm going to
He
get
is
in
not a
trouble.
prospect.
I think I'd trade a lot of people to get to Juan Soto.
Yes.
I really like Juan Soto, and I would care less who got their collar up or their underwear gripping them over him coming in and removing me. I'm just saying, this guy is better than a lot of guys they have, Dustin. I don't care how many outfielders you have.
Pitching and defense.
Okay. Yeah, I'll take him as a pitcher.
You know who also still a prospect? PCA.
Yeah, that's your guy. Dustin, you kind of gave up on him, even though you proclaimed him to be the greatest.
No, I think he definitely still believes in him. He wants to stay away from Juan Soto because PCA is on the way.
Well, my prediction is going to be PCA, Pete Crow Armstrong. So a Cubs outfielder will be the biggest star in Chicago by the year 2028. It's still 2023, by the way.
Could be Juan Soto in 2028. How's that? Yeah, he's a really good player, and I do a lot to get him. Seriously, Dustin, sorry. Maybe even trade PCA if you wanted him.
That's a different story.
Yeah,
That's a different question.
Yeah.
Maybe tomorrow.
I'd give up a lot for him. I would, honestly, God. And by the way, when you're moving all the outfielders, there is also a DH position. There, you could get a day off, son, just from the outfield. All right, we've got the extra point. It's obviously a good one because it's the extra point, but it's a far-reaching, very interesting question that I think we're all charged up about.
It is. And by the way, Ian Rappaport reports on the Twitter machine that Justin Fields is expected to start Sunday against the Lions, assuming today's practice goes well. The key has been regaining grip strength, and Fields was nearly there before Thursday Night Football. With a solid practice, he will be.
I go with Jaquan Brisker over Ian Rappaport. but the Bears do dump a lot of stuff. They break a lot of news on the NFL's own website. They really seem to love to, because I believe they get a piece of it. So I'm sure they're singing away. We'll get to the extra point next. Mully and Haugh on Score. And the Civil War hero Cal Quantrill comes in. Doesn't that guy sound like he's right out of the Civil War?
Yes,
Quantrill. Quantrill brought his troops in. Sir, we must stop him.
Hey, it's Dan Bernstein.
And I'm Lawrence Holmes.
The Bernstein and Holmes Show, middays 10 to 2 on The Score.
We are fully loaded on a Wednesday. Mike Florio joins us at 11.
The Rivers read now says, add some personal flair.
Oh, yeah,
and
no.
I almost added flair to it. I was like, oh, God, don't read this.
Mully came
personal.
running out of the studio yesterday.
That was mine.
You did that one. Yes.
Please make this personal. Yeah, an Uber ad.
There it is.
Yeah.
Please. Play it again, Tony. That's glorious.
Fantastic. Please make this personal. Yes.
That's what it says on the copy.
Parkins told me to make it personal, and I'm going to. I'm much more likely to use this product or service.
Oh, God.
I'm going to make it personal when I head on over to Polish Fest. It's going to be a great weekend.
There's a read for the wrestling
Please
thing.
make this personal and talk about what's going on when you're getting in there and you're going out and you're catching
Nice
an
save.
Uber.
Nice save.
I tried.
You worked through it.
So Albert Pujols last night becomes the fourth man in the history of baseball.
Hey, if you and your partner want to step it up in the bathroom, we were just talking about bathrooms. That's a place that you could use Blue Chew.
You want to step it up in the bathroom?
God knows I do.
It was a Metamucil spot.
If only.
That's my bad. I started talking sports. So
yeah. Get that,
sorry.
get that out of here.
.com.
That's the greatest.
Yeah.
Well, the
That is my
exchange is the greatest because
Yes.
if you actually hear Russ say,
He's very kind.
Hey, Dave, I think that might be a period.
All right, I'll just say .com then.
Okay, then it's just dot.
.com. Dot. Do I have to say .com dot?
They have another dot on there?
I might just say .com, huh? Or is this .com dot?
Yeah, no.
I think I should say,
I think they just got a period
Yeah,
on there.
okay.
So, yeah, just .com is fine.
Coach Wanstead here.
He's so kind.
I know.
Russ.
That's the best. I think they might just kind of just have a period there.
Sox. Connor Bedard leads the Blackhawks into the playoffs where the Bulls trade the big three to start another rebuild. Which one would be first? Maybe second.
If I could make one of those things happen, I mean, one of those things already may be happening as we speak. I mean, the Bulls are trying to unload Zach LaVine, according to reports. We talked about that. We'll continue to discuss it. That's a tough one only because of the promise that Caleb Williams implies and the fact that the Bears have never been able to really get the quarterback right. And the C.J. Stroud emergence makes us revisit that again. So the Caleb Williams thing is very tempting. But look, if the Cubs can sign Shohei Ohtani, that would be the one thing in the next 6 months that would be, if you could guarantee one of those things, that would be the one that I would want to happen because of what that would mean to next season, to the next 5 seasons, to the next, to the foreseeable future of Cubs winning. It would be a continuation of the progress that we saw the other day at the Cubs headquarters when they introduced Craig Counsell. And it would mean that Jed Hoyer, pulled it off again. So it would be Ohtani, then Caleb Williams, then probably, Bedard will get to the Hawks to the playoffs soon enough, but maybe not this year. Jerry Reinsdorf selling the White Sox be very appealing to a lot of people. But I would start with Ohtani and then the Caleb Williams draft to the Bears.
Well, I think Ohtani's the obvious answer. I think so. It's really about the second part of the question. And I'm going to go with Jerry Reinsdorf selling the White Sox. Is that really the problem at 35th and Shields? Let's find out.
Yeah, I think that the problem I have with Jerry selling the White Sox is I have demands on that. I need somebody with local ties that want to keep the team, wants to keep the team in Chicago. I don't want the White Sox moving to Nashville with some rich owner that's willing to spend money. I want the White Sox remaining in Chicago with a guy with deep pockets that is committed only to winning and loves the White Sox. So, I mean, I know that's asking a lot, but, I really don't care who you sell it to as long as they have deep pockets and they want to win and they don't move the team. So if you give me all of that, then that's the obvious answer. I want the White Sox to be a better organization, and I want the White Sox to win. That's it. There's no great demand on anybody or anything. So I think that if they sell the team, it's probably the fastest way to that conclusion. Again, more likely than not, whoever bought the team would move it, and that would not please me at all. So I'm trying to, understand the deal that I've cut with the
I don't
devil.
think they would. I think you'd find a local buyer.
Well, that'd be nice.
Keep them in Chicago.
I don't think you'd get the highest price from a local buyer, and I think that's the problem. And I think there'd be a holdup, and I think that it would be all about trying to squeeze every last penny out of the sale of that team, which I suppose is important for people. But again, I would prefer to leave it here. Connor Bedard is leading the Blackhawks to the playoffs. Maybe not this season, but that's going to happen. And in terms of the next 6 months, I would say all those things would be wonderful for every team, including the signing of Ohtani, the drafting of Caleb Williams. I'm all over all that stuff. Selling trading the big three, is that what we're talking about? Because I think that it's only 7 games into the season. You don't want to be rash about
It's 11.
It's
11.
It's 11. That's 7-11.
You're talking about it. They're talking about it. You
Yeah.
want to mock me for being deliberate. Okay,
Yeah, okay.
fine. We're
I didn't
11
mock
games.
you.
did.
I said-
You had such a tone. It was a tone. You're Captain Chaos, and you were mocking me.
Okay, Mr. Sensitive. Chaos and sensitivity every morning on Chicago Sports Radio, 670 The Score.
Coming up today, Layla Rahimi is back with the Bernstein and Holmes show.
You're not the smartest person in the room.
Covering the biggest Chicago sports stories of the day.
If you're willing to pay this much for this guy, what's the next move? That becomes the question. I think that's the general sentiment around baseball.
Layla's back with Bernstein and Holmes.
I hope that if people are on Twitch and are seeing Danny, they would perhaps understand why when this text came in from Peoria Matt, every single one of us here on the show
It's a great text.
was just dying. Peoria Matt says, just got on the Twitch stream. Does Danny have a skateboarding appointment?
It's a great text.
He's wearing a loose collared T-shirt.
There's no collar.
Yeah, and a white non-fitted baseball cap backwards. He looks like Dennis the Menace.
Well, he looks like one of the kids in the educational videos about drugs you watch in grade school. Hey, man, you ever try any weed? It'd be cool if you did.
Okay. Shane, what do I look like?
You look like an extra from Disney original channel movie Brink.
All right, I like it. You guys are doing a good job here.
Oh,
What does Parkins look like? This hat is really
nice.
nice, by the way. It's a melon hat. It's very, very stylish. It's very in.
Fix your melon? Is that what it's called? Fix your melon?
MELIN.
Oh, okay, whatever.
So I don't know if you noticed this, Danny. We're wearing basically the same thing today, just different colors, and nobody has said the same about me.
No, it's the white. It's the fact that it's white. It
It's
looks
a great hat.
It looks brand new.
It is brand new.
Okay.
I got it in Big Sky.
It also looks mesh. But
That's what the hats
my
look
favorite
like.
part about the text is the word appointment. Skateboarding appointment.
North Shore Winnetka frat boy.
Not from Winnetka, not in a frat.
He's like, let's see. Let me make my skateboarding appointment for 5:45.
Right after I spike my tips. Yeah, it's not good, okay? It's going to be fine. I like the hat.
Spike your tips or frost your tips?
Frost your tips. Spike there.
Spike your frosted tips.
Spike your frosted tips.
Frost your spikes.
That was what it was.
A bit later on.
Tip your frost.
Oh, yeah.
All right. Good job, Peoria, Matt. People can get on the Twitch line and tell.
I did one of those earlier.
did.
Did I do it? Was it to Euclid? It might have been to you.
Yeah, maybe.
You went full Draymond Green on me during the break.
Did I? I don't think that's it.
No, you didn't. I'm just kidding. Yeah, lively discussion.
We did break suddenly, though, and that was on you, buddy. That was Brandon Fryer having enough of us. We didn't properly tell you to give us a shout, 312-644-6767.
Yeah, we want to talk to you about the Bulls. We want to talk about the Bears. Justin Fields, it looks like, is starting, according to Ian Rappaport, the extension of the Bears.
Also, it's
PR?
chaos sensitivity and the obvious here on the score. I mean, is that really breaking news? I think we knew he was starting. We need some confirmation of that, but I think it's time for him to come back.
It's a relief as much as it is confirmation, so we can stop trying to interpret what Matt Eberflus is saying at the podium. So yeah, it's a bit of a relief more than anything. It is obvious he needs to play. If you're going to beat a Lions team that has won 15 of their last 19 games,
and you're the team that can't win a game,
yeah, you need to put your best foot forward, and that
winning team.
Starting Justin Fields is part of that.
All right, 312-644-6767. Kevin is in Palatine. Hi, Kevin.
Hey, good morning, guys. Yeah, I'm all for the pitching and defense, but I also am for the Texas Rangers level of every guy on your team being able to hit a minimum of 20 home runs. So here's my starting lineup for next year, and you don't have to trade one player. First base, Rhys Hoskins. Free agent, averages 28 homers, 98 RBIs a year. He's looking for a one-year massive deal to rebuild his worth. Center fielder, Cody Bellinger. Third base, Candelario. That gives you an extra 97 home runs for next year. You don't have to trade one person. We're not getting Ohtani. It's a fun to think about. But the one thing I want to say, and I want to make this crystal clear, I don't hate Pete Crow-Mervis. I don't hate him. But there is no way, to David's point, you're trying to win the World Series next year with a guy that might hit 4 homers. You cannot – tell me the guy on Texas or Arizona, the defense-only player. Like, that doesn't exist. That's crazy. So we can't go into a year where we're trying to win the World Series with a guy who might hit 212 with 4 homers. I don't care how good his defense is.
What about Soto?
And that lineup, I mean, of course, David, I take him. And no, I don't want to. I would trade. I'd trade Wisniewski in a heartbeat. The only player in the whole organization I will not trade, because I think he's the next Dylan Cease, is Cade Horton. The rest of them, I like Ben Brown. I like the rest of them, but I think Cade Horton is going to be a first-level starting pitcher, ace. Do not trade him under any circumstances because, and I'm not saying this to hurt anyone's feelings, but obviously the worst trade in Cubs history, it's Dylan Cease is what they lost because Mr. 0.3 WAR, he ain't a loss for anyone, Mr. Eloy Jimenez. Thanks, guys. Have a great day.
Thanks, Kevin.
Bud. Thank you.
Yeah, I think Cade Horton is untouchable. Jordan Wicks, not so much, although I would not be in a hurry to trade him. I still think prospects are prospects. Certain guys are protected. Kevin's right about projecting Cade Horton into a Dylan Cease type top of the rotation guy.
Mm-hmm.
But if you're talking about trading for Juan Soto, you have to be willing to part with guys who have bright futures.
Let's try Chris. Chris is downstate. Hi, Chris.
Hey, guys. Thanks for taking my call. First of all, I would take Ohtani for sure being number one. But second of all, Haugh's infatuation with Williams is I don't need another drama queen or somebody who's going to throw my teammates under the.
He's saying Caleb Williams has problems. I want to know what.
I think he meant like he doesn't like Caleb Williams. These stories of wanting a share of the franchise or wanting to pick where he goes, and he's got 5 teams he'd go to. That kind of
seems very speculative.
It seems very speculative.
It seems very speculative.
I think Caleb Williams is different. I think that he's a guy that you've waited for years. I think he is as big time a quarterback prospect as we've seen in a long time. And I think that's why you like him. I think that's why anyone would like him. My problem with the whole scenario is I believe that the Bears getting the top pick in the draft is unlikely. And you just all you got to do is look at how they got it for this year. There are miles to go. There's a lot to be learned, and there's Could they get it? That would be awesome. But I
think the percentages right now favor that.
Well,
in terms of the percentages, but I think if you look at the math, right now the percentage favor that. As for Caleb Williams, there are issues that you need to explore. I think there are things in every prospect at this point where you're going to want to know. That's what the vetting process is for. That's what the offseason is for. January, February, even March. Then you're going to know. And I think when you watch the tape, you have maybe concerns about his stature. I guess that's valid.
Especially
you have concerns about he's a turnover machine.
He's 6 feet tall.
I get it. I get it.
Maybe he's 5'11".
But I also think that, number one, I trust a lot of people whose opinion of Caleb Williams is a product of their years of experience evaluating prospects. And some people have said he's the best quarterback prospects is Andrew Luck. And I also trust my own eyes in terms of seeing what special looks like and knowing what that is as far as an NFL quarterback. And you're projecting a lot. Infatuated with him, that's fair if you want to say that I have been. I like him more than any quarterback that I've seen in college football. And if you're the Bears and you're number one, I think that it would make a lot of sense to me. I'd be excited about that draft pick. And as for Justin Fields, I think he's had a lot of time to show us what he is and what he isn't. The final 7 games, is it going to change our minds? I hope so, but I doubt it.
312-644-6767. How can he change your mind over the final 7 games? What is it that you're looking for? He's going to play hurt. He's going to play starting this week, according to the NFL Network. And last I checked, the Bears are in the NFL. The NFL has announced on its network that, or on its website, that Justin Fields will be starting on Sunday.
Is he hurt?
Yes.
He's playing hurt?
Yes, he's going to play hurt.
Okay.
He's not at full strength.
So does that change your expectation of him?
Well, 312-644-6767. We'll talk about that next. Mully and Haugh on the score.
This is Chicago's #1 and most listened to sports station. We're live from Chicago, talking Chicago sports. Listen on your radio or through the Odyssey app. AUDACY. We are 670 The Score. Always.
This was a walleye tournament on Lake Erie. And the video came out, because usually it's not quite this dramatic. Usually it's after the fact, or some places will even have an x-ray machine that they'll slide everything through. The Lake Erie Walleye Trail Fishing Tournament, the fishing director thought something was up, and he took out a big old fillet knife and started cutting up the catch.
We got weights and fish! There we go! Out of here! Where's the other one? Everybody listen to me right now. Jake, I want you to leave. I don't want anybody to touch these guys. I want you to leave.
He was pulling out 8-ounce lead weights.
Yeah, I saw like he cut, and then the guy like reached in. There was like 2 weights inside of a fish.
Big egg-shaped hand grenades of lead that he's pulling out of these fish that had been wrapped in walleye fillets.
We got weights and fish!
We got weights and fish! And they apparently had been doing this before. They are under investigation for...
It's felony fraud, right?
It is felony fraud. And they won a tournament recently where they bought a boat worth like $50,000. And this isn't big money, but it's enough that it's felony fraud. You can't do this. And the overdoing of it, if you look at this, I looked at one of these fish, and I thought, and I'm a pretty good estimator of weight of a fish.
You've done it.
Most fishermen are. You lift it up. I can get it within a quarter of a pound. And this one that is maybe 4.5 should not be weighing at 7.9.
There's a very profanity-laced moment I kept out of this clip here that we played, where somebody says, "This guy's been doing this for years."
Yep.
So this guy's been making money for years off of this.
But they got him
caught now.
He got caught right there, and he pulled out the knife. And I didn't know you could bring dead fish to a weigh-in. I thought that the fish being alive and releasable was part of it.
Like,
maybe not on Lake Erie.
What an aha moment! Like when you, I was amazed by it. You cut into like and drop like the sound
thud.
Right.
Yep. I'm telling you, they're like little hand grenades he's pulling out.
Weights and fish. There we go.
There we go. And people were going to kill the guy. They were going to drag the guy behind a truck. And they said, no, don't touch him. There were partners. One guy ran to his truck and locked the door, and the other guy stood there, stone-faced. And the Cuyahoga County is looking into this, and as well they should. But the stories about the early days of competitive bass fishing, it wasn't just weights and fish. There were guys, and Carl Hyacin wrote about this. His first novel, his second novel, Double Whammy, was about this, where somebody would go catch big bass and stash them in underwater cages. And then when the tournament began, off go the boats, and then in come the boats, and the guys were using the actual same fish for multiple tournaments. Oh, look, I got old Bessie again, same 8.5 pounder, and would keep it and feed it and make sure that this thing would grow big in this cage, and they would just so happen to know where this thing was hidden and be able to go find it for each tournament.
The 630. He goes, I love how relaxing fishing is.
Yeah.
We got weights and fish. There we go.
Does Justin look ready to go?
Yeah, Justin, he looks good. He definitely looks good. So we're going to see where it goes, but I feel like Justin looks ready to go to me.
Mully and Haugh, Chicago Sports Radio 670 The Score. That is Jaquan Brisker was on yesterday with Bernstein and Holmes, and it was a great interview, really interesting. And he talked about, Dan asked him about the concussion stuff. He talked about that, and had one last year, and obviously this one. And he asked him about the cold and the concussion protocol,
and then his illness that he had.
Right,
he covered all the ground, and then the Quantity B Network reported that Justin Fields will play this week.
That's exactly right, and we've heard from Ian Rappaport, who of course gets fed information on the NFL Network. He works for the NFL. And NFL.com has announced that Justin Fields will be playing on Sunday through Ian Rappaport.
So he will be playing on Sunday. And I think it's reasonable to expect Justin Fields to, let's hope he doesn't pick up where he left off. Let's hope he's better than that. Let's hope he's more the quarterback that we saw in back-to-back games where he threw 4 touchdown passes and threatened defenses down the field with a vertical passing game. That's what I expect. Look, if we're going to go with the no excuses tour to begin the season, if he's coming back and deemed healthy enough to play, no excuses. He's ready to go. Let's go.
Yeah, let's get to it. Let's go. And, how about doing the sorts of things that will help him be the best he can be on the field?
Yes.
Let's go. Let's see a game plan designed for his talents and to make him as impactful a player as he can be.
Do they have one of those still?
I thought he did very well in the game where he was. He had 2 back-to-back games where he was like over 300 yards.
Commanders, I think that was probably as
his highlight.
Sharp as he's looked.
Yeah,
and
then he got hurt the next game.
You got DJ Moore involved, and that's always a good idea. And you can move the pocket. You can allow him to creatively find his openings and to not be afraid to tuck it and run it. And you can call some designed runs that maybe take advantage of a skill set that has been largely ignored this season. They haven't had a lot of designed runs with Justin Fields at quarterback.
No.
And it took him several games before they realized, well, this is not going well. It's not trending in the right direction. We need to reboot and rethink this. That's a shame because you wanted to have if it's 7 games left, is that a big enough sample size for him to change people's minds about him? That doesn't really mean fans or media. That may mean people in the front office.
Yeah, I think that's legitimate. I think you also could bring him back for another year. You don't have to let him go. You could bring him back for another year, and then you could see whether you're going to be able to get a quarterback or not. You could bring back Justin Fields. I'm saying, like, if you don't get the top 2 quarterbacks, if you don't get someone that you believe should be a starter immediately, there are other quarterbacks in the draft, and we talked about this. You've got to take a close look at every guy out there and decide if you can win, if you can build a team around a different quarterback, because there are guys in the draft that you need to make sure you're doing a world-class job of scouting. And then you take a chance with somebody, and you maybe have Fields a starter and this guy along with the Tyson Bagent. You got a couple guys that you want to continue to develop and work with, and maybe then you make a decision. You could be going into next year for another decision.
Yeah, I think so.
Depending on where you end up in the draft.
Possibly.
Depending on if you've got
There's a lot of variables to consider that make the last 7 games very relevant in the
Yes.
career of Justin Fields. I do think that if you're talking about a first-round draft pick at quarterback, I do think it's somewhat unrealistic, because I think you might agree, to expect Justin Fields to come back as a starter with that kind of specter over the first-round draft pick that you have basically anointed the quarterback of the future.
I think the first 2 picks in the draft are guys that are going to start immediately. I think you can still, you can turn yourself into Green Bay, the old Green Bay thing, where you draft a quarterback later in the draft and you try to develop him and you try to work with him and you see if you can get a guy good enough that he could work with you.
Fair enough.
But David, here's the thing that stands out to me. The NFL, like Ken Dorsey gets fired. All right. So here's the NFL. You have a special teams blunder. You got one guy too many on the field. And so the game-winning field goal is missed, but you've made this terrible mistake on special teams, so they get another bite at the apple. And the guy then kicks the field goal, and you lose a game. And your response is to fire the offensive coordinator because you don't feel you have confidence on offense, and you see all these turnovers, and you feel like the quarterback is rushing to get it done. Now, I don't know. I'm not defending Ken Dorsey. I'm just asking you this question. Would you fire the guy if you had 10 guys on the field and the field goal was missed and you won the game?
No, you're looking for a scapegoat to explain what's happened to you.
That's it.
You're looking for any reason to change the subject because the focus would be on the special teams blunder and the fact that the defensive coordinator, who's also the head coach, kept coming after Russell Wilson in a way that he made in an aggressive manner, and the Broncos made them pay for that. It was a miscalculation. It was poor coaching, but it had very little to do with the offensive coordinator in that game, that moment. But overall, they're saying
they're saying he hasn't done a great job or whatever. They still miss Brian Dable, apparently.
They might be able to get him back.
Yeah. But the point is, the things the Bears don't do, right? The Raiders go ahead and fire their coach, and their coaching, they end up turning things around in their season. I don't know where they'll wind up, how long it will work, but it's worked in the short term. Now the Bills fire their offensive coordinator. I mean, things the Bears don't do. I think that there needs to be an understanding that if the game plan doesn't reflect the best that Justin Fields can do, not the best that your scheme can do, that there's a problem here. And that, if this guy doesn't look significantly better coming back from injury because of what you're doing to try to make him play better, that everybody's going to lose their job eventually, maybe some quicker than others.
Yeah, I think that's the NFL. And I think when you look at the Justin Fields possibility of returning in your scenario as a starting quarterback and drafting another quarterback to be his backup or develop, I think everything depends on where that quarterback is drafted, the expectations that he comes to town with. If it's in the first round, I do think it's unrealistic to think that Justin Fields could just be a placeholder until this guy develops. The distraction would be too enormous. And I also think that if that's the case, does that mean you're bringing back who's going to be the offensive coordinator? Who's the play caller? Who's the head coach?
Right.
Who's the head coach?
Right.
And if you are hitting eject or reset, whatever button you're reaching for, and you're changing head coaches, then it's likely you're changing quarterbacks. It's really likely that you're going to be going in a different direction at the quarterback position.
Yep.
So I think that's what everything is at stake in the final 7 games. They do mean something to this Bears coaching staff, and they certainly mean something to this quarterback.
And they mean something to everybody that's putting their game on tape for the rest of the league.
Yeah.
Maybe you don't have a future in Chicago. Maybe your contract's too big, and I believe Cody Whitehair has another year left on his deal. He's not hitting free agency, but are they willing to pay that year? You got to look at all those things. And you got to look at every player in that fashion because it's the NFL. So there's a lot to be done in the final 7 games, and there's a reason that we watch them so closely. Paul is in Valpo. Hey, Paul, how are you?
Hey, good morning, guys. Yeah, David, you just said it. No excuse tour. But when you guys went to break there, we talked about Fields playing hurt, and I think that's going to be a media, not you guys necessarily, but especially the show after you, the Justin Fields fan club. It's going to be, well, look, he came in, he's so tough, and he played, but he didn't really perform, so we didn't get a full chance to see what he can actually do. You said it, though. It's not about the fans and the media, and, you guys know what you're actually talking about, so your opinion matters, but for all the fans and media that have no clue, the Bears have already made up their mind on Justin Fields. So now they've got weapons on offense. They've got a good offensive line. They've got a good running game. They've got a good defense. Those are all the things that were holding them back before. Now it's just Luke Getsy. So if Luke Getsy wasn't there, why don't we bring in a new offensive coordinator that will do the best things for Justin Fields? That's another excuse. So it's Luke Getsy's fault, and that's it now. Justin Fields' thing he can do to finish the season up strong is actually win some games.
That's a good call.
It's well put, Paul.
Yep.
I think when you look at what Dave Wanstead always says about Justin Fields is that you want to see him rally his team to win a game when they're down 7 in the fourth quarter. And I think that's the box that he has yet to really check consistently or enough to make it matter. And the Bears have to play this out, though, because everything is about contingency planning. I don't disagree that they probably already have made up their mind. They know what direction they would like to go in. But as you keep pointing out, they don't know where they're drafting. So they have to protect themselves from that possibility that they won't be in a position to get one of these 2 quarterbacks that are the consensus top 2 players in the draft.
And honest to God, where they're positioned now might not be where they're positioned then. And that's all I'm saying.
Mm-hmm.
And I think that if you end up with one high pick, but it's not high enough, and one lower pick, I think everybody wants you to combine them and go get, you could take, Maserati Marv and then double back and take a quarterback late.
If you're third and ninth,
again,
theoretically, yeah, you take Maserati Marv and then you move back and you get some capital, and then you feel like you're in a better position to get the most out of the quarterback that you have to stay with or commit to.
Or the next guy.
Or the next guy that you draft in the beginning of the second round or whatever, the Will Levis spot in the draft.
Yeah.
Somebody who you're developing while Justin Fields treads water, whatever the case is. There are a lot of situations, a lot of different variables. You have to keep all of your options open. That's part of being a good manager, being nimble enough to adjust to the situation as it develops.
Exactly. Let's try Don. Don's on the west side.
Hey, good morning, gentlemen. First, I don't think it matters who the Bears draft, man. You got to set the table first. Every quarterback that they brought in here is almost like they broke it. They haven't developed a quarterback correctly. I'd rather have a offensive coordinator and a coaching staff that's fluid creatively as opposed to having one set in stone philosophy that they fit players into. No, adjust your players. But now, moving on to what Justin Fields could do, he can start by beating the Lions. I know that sounds crazy, but that'll be a good start for him, and I think that if they do lose, don't lose because of you. Be out there making good decisions, take what they give you. Don't turn over the ball. You got your hands. So, I just think that this week, it begins now. So I do believe that over these last 7 games, he can possibly make a stand. So, okay, guys, thank you.
Don, it's a terrific phone call. It would be nice to win a game you're not supposed to win. It would be nice to beat a team with a winning record. Yeah. Something that they have not done since October of 2021. That's remarkable. So Justin Fields can start to finish strong. His final 7-game, audition, if you will, with a victory over the Lions on the road in their building. That'd be quite a statement.
And it is still an audition. 312-644-6767. I think that I'm very curious to see what they learned and what he learned during this time off, and if there is any sort of change in the way they go about what they're doing.
What do you think it would be if he were to be honest about the layoff? Something that he may have learned that would help him improve.
I think part of it is that because of the layoff, he's just watching someone else play his position, which he hasn't done in a long time. And the way that they had that kid play, the way that, kind of getting the ball down the field didn't matter as much. I think Fields has a very strong arm. I think he can throw on the move a lot better. I also think that the kid was getting rid of the ball, but he had a cleaner pocket. So I'm hoping, the Lions have, a really good pass rusher.
Yeah, that's the problem.
This is a problem. Unfortunately, you're going to have to score points to beat the Lions because they're capable of scoring points. Now, the Bears defense has gotten so much better, and I'd like to talk to Phil Snow to find out exactly what he's doing and if it's really helping the head coach. And for whatever, they got a pass rusher in here. I get it, but they started improving before the pass rusher, and now they've gotten pretty good. And I just wonder if he's helping. I'd love to see statistics.
Advanced scouting?
I'd just love to see before and after statistics of when they hired this guy. I don't know how good he is or what he's doing, but it's probably helping the coach, the head coach, do his duties and then have some questions answered. He seems very comfortable as an offensive coordinator right now.
As a defensive coordinator right now. As a play caller. I think Matt Eberflus is definitely more comfortable as a play caller, and that's because that's what he has done and where his experience lies, and he's had success doing that, more so than as a head coach. Back to the Fields thing for a moment. I don't know if we sometimes overstate what players learn from watching. I think that sometimes You can find examples where it definitely helps, or maybe they credit the their observation phase, or they're forced having to sit out and watch Tyson Bagent in this case. I just don't know how much that's going to translate and make him a more deliberate quarterback or make decisions quicker, because when things go in real time, you tend to
I didn't say it right. I don't think it's learning from the quarterback who replaced him. I think it's learning from his past play.
Okay.
I think he's got to be scouting himself. I think he's got to be scouting other quarterbacks. I think he's got to be watching the people that they're playing
That's part of his own
against.
maturation process. That's
what-
definitely part of his
that's
own
all I'm
improvement.
talking about.
But I think that when you say that, people will jump into the idea that as it was jammed down our throat during the NBC broadcast about him learning by watching.
I
and
don't think he can
this is
learn.
somebody he needs to study.
I don't think he needs to play like that kid. I think what I'm saying is complementary football. If you just move the chains and you keep the ball, that's going to impact the game.
I agree. Here's my concern when you say that, is that the Bears believe, Luke Getsy believes that when the more they saw Tyson Bagent do things and manage the game when things were going well, that, it was confirmation about their plan and their scheme being the right one if they could protect the football and then add this athleticism and this explosiveness that Justin Fields offers. Boy, that's going to be a nice combination, where I don't really think that's valid.
No, but I do think protecting the ball is
Protecting
probably,
the ball is always going to be valid.
That's legit.
It's always legit, but that was legit when he started his first game, and is legit now. That's football 101. What I hope the Bears don't fall in love with is the idea that what worked with Tyson Bagent is going to work now that Justin Fields is back. I still think it goes back to that press conference. Don't make him robotic. Let him play. Let him be the guy that he can be.
And I agree with you on that, but I think that kid did a lot of work and was really prepared and took a lot of information in. And I think that Justin Fields, having information offered to you should be a good thing. It shouldn't be a debilitating thing. And I think that he needs to be able to filter through what he's getting and take the parts that apply to him. It's not about him knowing what everyone's doing, but it's also not about him rejecting information.
Sure, you don't want to do that.
Yeah, so I mean, listen, I think he can get better, and I think that they need to use him correctly. And he's not a guy you fit into your system. And you can try all you want, but you're going to end up how things were at the beginning of the year.
He is the system.
He is his own system.
He is the system.
There you go. He's his own system.
Thank you, James Harden.
So when you look at, what do you think they're doing with C.J. Stroud? What do you think they're actually doing? Why has he gotten to the point where he has?
Well,
they're leaving him alone, and they're letting him do the things he can do.
To some degree, yes, but I think when you watch C.J. Stroud and you watch the Texans, if you're able to watch some of the games, I'm not going to pretend to watch every snap, they let him threaten down the field. They trust his arm to make those throws.
Right.
He's a more polished downfield passer.
Always has been.
Because they ask him to do those things, and the receivers are creating some separation. Offensive line has been good enough, but they trust his arm and his instincts to get the job done and create that passing game.
I want to see Justin Fields start, and I want to see him give targets galore.
Yes.
To DJ Moore.
It worked in Washington.
There you go.
Make it again. Hey, by the way, Mully.
Yes,
breaking news here on the score. Did you see this? 3.6 earthquake struck in
Downstate, Illinois. Yes, Standard, Illinois. Is that where it is?
Standard in Putnam County near the border with LaSalle County, 4:41 a.m. Did you feel a tremor?
I did not, but I wasn't down there. But
I don't know how far
our listeners need to know
an
that
aftershock
happened.
Yeah, I think people.
Yeah.
That's something. It's not every day you see a headline come across that there was an earthquake
in Illinois. Again, how's the planet doing? Is the disease known as mankind continuing its damage of the planet?
Just going back, you mocked me when I mentioned that it felt a little chilly this morning. Maybe that was as a result of the ground being cold and the atmosphere being warm and the collision, and there's an earthquake. So maybe I was out of something.
Oh yeah, your notice that your kind of weak-hearted trip to the car probably is a reflection.
I'm a walking Richter scale.
I have been in an earthquake. I think I've told you this. I was at Disneyland, and there was an earthquake in California. It was wild, really wild. And of course, I was at the football game where the great Marshawn Lynch, let's not talk about it.
Your guy.
He ran for a touchdown that registered on the Richter scale.
Beast mode.
Beast mode.
Beast mode.
That's right.
Mully's drinking partner.
Well, my mother's.
I'm
all
sorry.
I'll say.
Did I reveal something?
All I'll say is my mother's maiden name is Hennessy. So you can imagine. What the drink of choice is. It's Mully and Haugh. We've got Dan Wiederer. We're going to take the North ourselves. I'll be a special guest next on Chicago Sports Radio 6-7 The Score.
Dan Bernstein and Lawrence Holmes, middays 10 a.m. till 2.
Maybe we should have workshopped our questions to Jed before the show started.
Nah, I think it's better if we just kind of wing it.
Steak dinner, boom.
There it is.
Thank you to the texter who was like, hey, Layla, do you know that reference? And I was like, kind of, but not really.
So, yeah, there was a caller. I forget who the player or coach was. The way to get this person to sign was to simply take him out to a steak dinner because then it's done.
Mike and Oswego, you're on WSCR.
Thank you.
Hey, good afternoon, guys. Listen, do you understand? I see a little bit of irony here. I mean, who called who? Did the San Diego Padres general manager call Ken Williams?
No, I doubt it. What's the irony?
Well, the fact that the Cubs are in San Diego for the next 3 days. So if I were Peavy, I would go ahead and meet with Jim Hendry and go have steak dinner.
How is that ironic?
Don't you see that if you play politics, you know the Cubs are coming to town. If the Cubs are coming to town, let's work something out. Let's get this deal done.
What does them coming to town have to do with anything?
You don't know anything about politics, do you?
What does them coming to
It's
town
all
have to
about
do
politics.
with... What is that?
If the Cubs are coming to town...
First of all, why is that ironic? And second of all, what does that have to do with politics?
Okay, you obviously don't know politics.
Okay, well,
irony.
you know what? He doesn't know politics.
Okay, irony.
I want you to explain the concepts of irony and politics to me, please.
Okay. If I were the GM, Jim Hendry, or the GM for the Padres, I know the Cubs are coming to town. I want to go to the Cubs. I want him to go to the Cubs. Peavy wants to come to the Cubs. Well, the Cubs are going to be there over the weekend.
What does that have to do with anything, whether or not they're going to be there over the weekend? Just explain. I've asked the same question 3 times. Why does it matter if the Cubs are going to be there?
You're not letting me finish, Diplo.
Why
You're not letting me finish.
Why? Explain it right now. Finish. Right now. Why does it matter?
Because now we can work something over steak dinner. Boom.
Steak
That's
dinner
why you'll be behind the
boom.
radio all your life. You never won a team.
Steak dinner boom. And oh, he hung up.
Steak dinner, boom. Steak dinner, boom.
Steak dinner, boom.
Narrator. Jake Peavy ended up in Chicago.
You've got a guy with credentials, you've got a guy with some qualifications, and now there's just, when done at its best, provides a level of steadiness and stability that helps create and stimulate success.
On-air contributor for 670 The Score.
Listen, we're not going to accept the status quo. We are going to push for more. We are going to strive for more.
Co-host of the Take the North podcast with our own David Haugh.
We're going to take the North and never give it back.
Dan Wiederer with Mully and Haugh on 670 The Score.
Bear down. Let's go.
Mully and Haugh, Chicago Sports Radio, 670 The Score. Always fun to talk to Dan Wiederer, and he joins us now on the Score Hotline, powered by IBEW Local 9, Chicago's original powerhouse since 1892. Dan, good morning. How you holding up?
I'm doing well. How are you guys?
We live the dream, and we found out this morning the Bears apparently announcing on the league website that Justin Fields will indeed be playing. Ian Rappaport reporting that. And I don't think that's a shock to anyone. I think we were expecting that to happen, but it's good to get confirmation before Flusy confuses us.
Yeah, so we'll see where it goes, I guess, would be the stock answer that we'll probably get today. But no, yeah, I think we were all expecting that, particularly coming out of last week and then seeing a little bit of Monday's short practice, which was mostly individual work. It's time for our regularly scheduled programming to resume, right? And for Justin to get back at the controls of the offense and take control of the final 2 months of the season and do with it whatever he so pleases, and I think it's a very, very telling stretch here that we're about to enter, particularly with these 3 consecutive division games and a little bit of a bye week mixed in.
So when you evaluate how well Justin Fields plays against the Lions, will you factor in that he's coming off a stretch of games, he hasn't played in a month, and there could be rust? Are you going to incorporate the possibility that, boy, he might not be able to grip the football? Or is this the no excuses tour resumes, Dan, and we're not taking any of that stuff?
David, I've been driving the bus for the no excuses tour since the spring, and so sure, I'll give him a quarter to knock off the rust, but he's had 35 days to knock off the rust, and he's got a week of practice here to knock off the rust. And this is the NFL, and you're playing starting quarterback for a charter franchise, and there's big boy demands that come with that. And so get back in there, lead your team to a victory, show that you can get this offense into a rhythm, get them into a flow. You're obviously playing a pretty good opponent on their turf in an environment that's going to be as supercharged as probably I've ever witnessed up there in Detroit. This is a really good test, particularly with it being at the site of where one of Justin's worst games of last season came on New Year's Day. I want to see him play quarterback at a level that is encouraging, right? And so anything short of that, we're not grading on much of a curve at this stage because we've got big decisions to make by the spring.
Peoria Matt, one of our famous Munsters, wants to know if Getsy's going to knock off the rust. He hasn't worked with Fields in a while. Does he have some rust to knock off in terms of the way he game plans?
They shouldn't at this point. Like, we know who Justin is as a player. We know what he has vocalized, both publicly and privately in terms of things he's comfortable with. There has to be a balance of making him comfortable while also challenging him to make plays that winning level starting quarterbacks in the NFL can make. And so they should find their groove fairly quickly. Like we've talked about what the Tyson Bagent experience over 4.5 games showed us. And one of them is the value of getting through reads quickly, of getting the ball out quickly, of distributing the ball to your playmakers and letting them do a lot of the work for you. And so Justin's going to be challenged to do that. And look, like I've been saying since September, that one of the things that I have been kind of frustrated in not seeing from Justin is the ability to make off-script plays as a passer. We know what he is as a scrambler. He's got to keep that as part of his arsenal. He's got to threaten defenses with his legs. But you have to have a way of escaping pressure in the pocket, surfing the pocket, getting outside the pocket when it demands it, and keeping your eyes up in ways that allow you to make plays down the field with your arm. That hasn't been there at any point in his 3 seasons yet on a consistent level. It's got to be there for these last 7 games. It's going to be one of the checkpoints that I think this coaching staff and this organization are looking for him to reach as he continues his growth.
Is it an obvious answer if he asked the question, who benefits most from Justin Fields' return? Is it obviously DJ Moore, or is it somebody else, or is it the entire offensive line? Or how would you answer that question?
It's not the offensive line. I mean, the offensive line would point to the sack totals that they had with Tyson Bagent as quarterback and the sack totals that they've had with Justin Fields as quarterback and say, yeah, that's not necessarily a benefit. DJ Moore is the guy that should be the target, the go-to guy, the guy who you look to in big moments, the guy who Justin obviously has had an obvious rapport with since the minute they got together in April. And so, yeah, I would think that he would be the most obvious choice there as the guy who would be most excited to have Justin back on the field Sunday.
David noticed this morning that it was a little bit brisker outside than it had been. And speaking of Jaquan Brisker, I'm curious
well done.
If you heard what he had to say on the Boers and Bernstein show. He talked about Matt Eberflus as defensive coordinator and talked about the little things and the minor points that he emphasizes and the kind of the way that he goes about his coaching. And I think that we've seen the Bears defense improve quite a bit. And I think, hiring Phil Snow has helped too, maybe. But either way, we've seen the coach prove why he was in line for a head coaching job, because he's pretty good as a defensive coordinator. And I'm curious as to what you anticipate going on against a very well-balanced Detroit team.
Well, look, and that's the thing, right, is this is going to be as big of a challenge as you've taken defensively all season. I think the Lions are second in the league in total yards. You've got a rushing attack that put up 177 yards before halftime in LA over the weekend. Montgomery's back running it well. Gibbs is a weapon. St. Brown has had 4 consecutive 100-yard games and continues to be kind of just that dynamic guy that you can go to in moments. Sam Laporta is emerging as a rookie. Jared Goff is playing as in command as he has at any point in his career. That, like, there is no one thing that you can do to completely stifle this Lions offense. And so you better be fundamentally sound. You better be able to create pressure with your front four. You better be able to, at some point in a game, get a takeaway. I think I ran the numbers, and David, you'll get this later in the podcast this week when we do our numbers game. The Bears are 0-20 in the Matt Eberflus era when they've lost the turnover battle. So it is a prerequisite to success that you get a takeaway at some point and figure out a way to win a football game in that way. It's not going to be easy. Look, like Mully, you pointed out the improvements they've made. Clearly the most impressive is their ability to reliably stop the run. They're up to number 2 in the league in run defense when they were second to last a year ago. And so you see the way that they have, as a group, ganged up to stop the run. It's truly impressive. I think 3 running backs all season have had a run of 15 yards or longer against the Bears, and none since Jaleel McLaughlin in week 4. And so that's a tell of how good they've gotten stopping the run.
This segment with Dan Wiederer is sponsored by Curry Ford of Valpo. Curry Ford of Valpo is the destination for lifted trucks and Ford performance vehicles. Okay, Dan, so you walk into Ford Field on Sunday morning, and as you have sort of indicated, it's going to feel different this time than in past Bears-Lions games. There's going to be a buzz created by the Lions. There's going to be an atmosphere that maybe you haven't experienced before. How much more forward are you looking to this game? How much more excited are you than in past Bears-Lions games?
Yeah, so I've got a couple devoted Lions fans in my orbit here locally, and to feel their excitement for this season, I mean, like, we can relate to it significantly here in Chicago, where you're just so used to being disappointed and let down, and then you get on one of these express trains that is just fun every single weekend, and you're like, whoa, like, this is a experience that's truly exhilarating and adrenalizing. And I would imagine that every single person that walks through those gates at Ford Field on Sunday is going to have that same energy to them, that same belief, and that same feeling of like, this season is really special. Who knows where it goes in January and perhaps February, but right now you're kind of on this joyride. And so I truly expected, David, to be an environment that is jacked up as I've ever seen there at Ford Field. I mean, like, I was in there for the very first game of the 2020 season where there wasn't a single soul in the stands. And that was the weirdest professional football game I ever covered, because it was the first one of the COVID era without fans. And this will be the complete polar opposite of that in terms of how energized that place will be. That's an environment the Bears are going to have to deal with Sunday, because I expect it to be completely jacked up.
Do you anticipate Jason Benetti attending the game? No. I'm just joking. I'm curious, Dan. You know, obviously the 0 for 20 speaks volumes, and we knew that. I suspected the numbers were around there, frankly. They're also 0-15 against teams with winning records, and they also don't win in the division.
Yep.
So there's a lot working against them in terms of the way that they have played. And frankly, you know, when you look at that game against Carolina, we keep talking about how bad Carolina is. They barely won that game. That was kind of an embarrassment to a certain extent. And the way you win a game like that is you catch the interceptions that are thrown to you, right? And that is the next step for this defense. They need one of these games where they accept and receive the presents that are offered. And it's kind of disappointing that they can't figure out a way to get the ball and to force the turnover and to figure out a way to win that battle, because obviously it will impact them.
Well, particularly when you've spent 2 years with the coach talking about it being something that you are going to be fanatical about on an everyday basis, you know, and when it doesn't translate, you go, okay, well, you've spent 2 years being fanatical about it and you still can't get them on a regular basis. You're right. That Carolina game, the one thing that when I was driving home late night on Thursday was disappointing was the idea that like you took a 16-10 lead and somebody on either side of the ball needed to step up and deliver the knockout punch, and it never came, you know, and you essentially just outlasted the worst team in the league and won the game when it took them 14 plays to cross midfield to set up that so enticing, you know, potentially game tying 59-yard field goal attempt at nighttime in Soldier Field. And so you kind of shrugged because you didn't get that Tyreek Stevenson interception, the Jack Sanborn interception, the strip fumble, whatever big play you needed on offense, whatever it was going to be to kind of put the exclamation point on that win. That's got to come. And now we're entering a stretch, and we can talk about a 3-7 football team that doesn't have a lot to play for big picture within the 2023 season. But when you're trying to establish direction, you need to identify the guys that can seize those moments and become those, you know, game-winning playmakers. This next stretch of games, again, you mentioned they haven't won in the division under this regime. You've got 3 in a row, and all 3 of them come with long preparation runways for you. Figure it out. You know, figure out how to establish for the outside world that you're truly making meaningful progress. And one of the ways to demonstrate meaningful progress is to have takeaways or big plays on offense, or just those moments that swing games where everybody gets up and says, yeah, that's it. That's what we're looking to see.
Quickly, Dan, Tremaine Edmonds, what's the deal?
Yeah, we'll see you this afternoon. Yeah, we'll see where it goes. After practice today, we'll obviously we'll get our report on Tremaine. I think like they're optimistic that he can try to do some work. I'd probably expect him to be either out today or at least limited, and then you just kind of see how the week unfolds. I know guys on the defense are really excited to have him back when they get him back, because it'll be the first time really since July that they will be full in the way that they want to be full health-wise. And I think this defense feels like they've got a chance to hit a springboard down the stretch of the season. And again, we'll see where it goes.
Great stuff, Dan. Thank you, buddy. Great catching up.
Thanks, Dan.
All right, guys. Have a great week.
That's Dan Wiederer, and you can hear him and David on the Take the North podcast, and it's always good.
Yeah, and on the next Take the North podcast, I think it'll drop Friday morning, we're going to include Dan's rant after last year's New Year's Day loss to the Lions. I think it was on that day. And he was definitely fed up in a way that it was just very memorable.
Yeah. I mean, listen, it's difficult
and familiar
stuff. It's difficult when you have all these weird little things going on and you have all these statistical insults to the poor people of Chicago that are watching this on a regular basis.
It is.
I'm not joking.
To think about how long it's been since they beat a team with the winning record.
Or in the division, or, you know, being able to 15 games against the team with a win. Come on.
Long enough.
You know, I'm saying divisional games are personal. You know the team. You play them twice a year. You got to be competitive in those games. And it's awful that they're 0-15 against teams with winning records, especially when you play them twice a year and you're losing multiple times.
And the last time they played them, they lost 41-10. So that should resonate. That should make them mad.
And by the way, their 0-15 record is more than double the next team in line. I believe that is the Giants at 0-7. So it's a pretty big jump against teams with winning records.
The word is bleak.
There you go. The word of the day is bleak. 312-644-6767. Mully and Haugh on the score.
We are Chicago's #1 and most listened to sports station. We're live from Chicago, talking Chicago sports. Listen on your radio, your laptop, your mobile device through the Odyssey app, AUDACY, or tell your smart speaker to play 670.
This is the day that we need Danny Parkins.
Doesn't
here.
he know?
There's just one day that we need him, and it's when the Cubs could potentially sign Eric Hosmer.
No, Danny would have just done what Bernstein just did. Just read how tall he is. Tall, first baseman, left-handed.
Veteran, been around for a while. He had a power stroke for a little while, but not so much anymore. Didn't really do that well in San Diego, according to Baseball Preference. Speaks?
Baseball Preference?
Yeah, here's the thing about Eric Hosmer, babe. Eric Hosmer is just good. He says so many vibes, so many baseball vibes.
Right.
And they do so well. And he's coming off of San Diego, where he learned to be even more chill.
Guy can freaking pick it over there, man.
Yeah, he's good, right?
Do you guys need us here?
I was just going to say they screwed up. That was the show. I mean, if you really, I mean, come on. If you really wanted to do a show, that was it. Because I guarantee you, there's a guy in his car right now going, "That's all we get of that." Wait, don't stop doing that.
Yeah, Speaks. He good power stroke, right? There was a point for a little while there that he could really hit the home run. Solid guy to have at first base. 312-644-6767. I'm going to solicit callers, and then I'm not going to take any of them.
cap off, all right?
Mully and Haugh, Chicago Sports Radio 6-7 of the Score. That is, of course, the voice of the Lions coach, Dan Campbell. He is hosting the Bears this weekend.
Yes, he is. I want to ask you a question about Dan Campbell, a very intriguing guy. He's a character. He has now had some success. I mean, this 19-game stretch, the Lions, I think, are 15-4. Their best stretch of success, I think, in half of a century. It's been a long time coming. He's getting a lot of credit for it, Mully. And I wonder this. He's a hot coach. He's a very hot coach in the NFL. Could be one of the candidates, top candidates for NFL Coach of the Year. Texas A&M just paid Jimbo Fisher $76 million to go away.
Yep.
Chances are, down in Texas, where everything is bigger, it really is, especially when it comes to football, they're going to likely spend the same amount in the ballpark to hire their next coach. That's the size of the package. Is Dan Campbell, former Aggie, pride of Texas A&M, hottest coach in the league right now, or the most popular fun coach to watch? Is he somebody that you think would look at that job as a better job than the Lions job he has? Is Texas A&M one of those jobs, because of how lucrative it is, would appeal to an NFL head coach who might not be making as much as other NFL head coaches in his orbit right now? What do you think about that, and how might that affect the future of the Lions?
Well, if I'm Dan Campbell and things are going the way they're going with the Lions, I want to play it out, and I think he wants to play it out. I think that, look, here's the problem. When you're projecting what a guy that went to a school is going to be and how he's going, I think Dan Campbell has got a lot of emotion, has got a lot of ability to kind of inspire a team. And I like the fact that the Lions have a lot of ex-players on their coaching staff, and I think that means they relate well with the guys they have, etc. Having said that, can he recruit? Do we know that he can go and get the best players, or will he have somebody with him that can go and get the best players? That seems to be as much an issue at Texas A&M as anything else. If you want to be Alabama, you sure as heck better get the Alabama players, right? The roster. And I think that I just think that Dan Campbell is doing very well for himself, and he's got a team that maybe he wants to see where they
I agree with you totally. I think Mike Florio brought it up, and it was an interesting question to pose. And I thought, is it always the case where an NFL job, only 32 of them, is every NFL job better than a head coaching job at a major Power 5 college football program? I don't think the answer is yes. I think it does depend case by case. In most cases, it will be better to be in the National Football League. It's the highest level. Certainly, you would think that there would be the highest salary, but not always. And also, generally speaking, the patience level is greater with college athletic directors than it is with NFL general managers.
All right, we're gonna get to your calls, 312-644-6767. We also have some breaking news. We should let you know that breaking news on 6-7 of the Score is presented by BetQL. Smarter bets start with BetQL. Download the BetQL app to visit BetQL.com today. Breaking news, Deshaun Watson needs season-ending surgery for a broken bone in his throwing shoulder.
Oh, wow. I didn't know where you were going with that one.
Deshaun Watson is, you hear that and you wonder where that breaking news is. Out for the year, broken bone, throwing shoulder. What do you think of that trade? What do you think of that? How big a disaster did that turn out to be to overpay that guy? And now, hey, it's not his fault. He's got a broken bone in his shoulder, but he's got a broken bone in his shoulder.
The football response quickly is that Deshaun Watson just in the last week had looked like the Deshaun Watson before the suspension, and he led the Browns to a victory that they probably weren't expected to have over the Ravens, correct?
That's right.
So that's the football reaction. The human reaction is more of a shrug. I don't really want to pay that much of attention to Deshaun Watson's career, but I think that we all will and do. Football injuries happen.
312-644-6767. Man, you don't like him. I'll tell you that. It's Mully and Haugh, Chicago Sports Radio, 6-7 of the Score.
Bears fans, the 3-7 Bears head to Detroit to take on the division-leading Lions. Can the Bears make it 2 in a row? Stay tuned to The Score as we continue to get you ready for Bears-Lions right up to kickoff. And don't forget to listen to our football.
Talking about the Ely event yesterday made me so happy. And then I've been in a big JFK like wormhole lately. I saw the movie over Christmas break. I saw Oliver Stone's documentary about it on Showtime the other day. And then it brought me back around to thinking about Les and something funny that he did during the virtual Scorehouse.
Les, what happened, unfortunately, to President Kennedy in 1963?
That was November 22nd, and we don't know if it was Lee Harvey Oswald or a whole big thing there, but he kind of got blown away. And I went to the schoolyard. I was in grade school, and I told everybody what had happened because I was watching Bozo's Circus. And then they said, "You're a liar." And I told the teachers, "Put on the radio, and if I'm not lying, then I get a whole week off without any kind of penalty." And they put it on. Sure enough, it had happened, and then we found out 5 minutes later that he was deceased.
Great story, Les.
Great story, Les.
Dude, I forgot about that. He kind of got blown away. what vivid imagery to discuss a generational defining moment. He kind of got blown away.
Les, what happened, unfortunately, to President Kennedy in 1963?
That was November 22nd, and we don't know if it was Lee Harvey Oswald or a whole big thing there, but he kind of got blown away.
Kind of got blown away.
Lee Harvey Oswald or a whole big thing there.
Yeah. And what
FBI.
a ridiculous question by Mitch. Remember Mitch hosting that Scorehouse? We're like, oh, we can't do Scorehouse because of a pandemic. Let's put all of the on-air people on together, and we'll just pretend like we're at Scorehouse. But Mitch Rosen is the moderator, and then he would go around to each of us and ask questions. Oh, my God.
Do you remember Spiegs during the Scorehouse virtual reunion? Out on the balcony of that restaurant asking the waitresses to turn the music down?
Yes. Wasn't he? Yeah, he was on vacation, right?
Yeah, again.
Yeah. Oh, my God. Hey, I'm doing something very important here. I'm on a virtual Scorehouse on Twitch that none of us are getting paid for. I had way too much wine. That's by far the most inebriated I've ever been broadcasting. It wasn't over the air, right? That was just the Twitch thing?
Just Twitch, yeah.
Yeah, it was just Twitch. That's okay. It's not regulated by the FCC. He kind of got blown away there.
This is Chicago's #1 and most listened to sports station. 670 The Score is Chicago sports. Chicago sports is The Score. WSCR Chicago. WBMX HD2 Chicago. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
The Score! This hour is brought to you by NJ Diet. Lose a contractually guaranteed 20 to 40 plus pounds in only 40 days.
I played against him in college. I seen him in college. I didn't really get to see him too much in the NFL, but we got the matchup in college. So I seen him during college when it was Penn State versus Iowa my last year, I believe.
What do you think of him? What was that matchup like?
I own that matchup. I used to watch it on film. It was, I mean, they was talking about he was a top tight end when I was at Penn State, and man, he was getting smashed. But now I see he's doing his thing with Detroit, so it's going to be, another one of those great matchups again.
Mully and Haugh, Chicago Sports Radio 670 The Score. That is Jaquan Brisker, and he was on with the boys yesterday with Bernstein and Holmes, and he told them that he smashed, that he dominated that matchup, David. He played Sam Laporta when Laporta was in college, and he did very well against him.
The one that Iowa beat Penn State 23-20, was that the one?
I don't know.
Okay, I think that was the one in 2021, if that's the game he's referring to. And Sam Laporta had one catch for 8 yards, so Jaquan Brisker would be correct in saying that he had a very good game. He had an interception in that game. Iowa ended up winning that game, but that's beside the point. On Sunday, the challenge is real with Sam Laporta. He is a threat down the field. He is difficult to cover. He is a versatile tight end. He has 47 catches for 474 yards and 4 touchdowns. Threat in the red zone, threat anywhere on the field.
Yeah, interesting. I wouldn't you love to see him get an interception? I mean, I know he's more
Brisker?
Go up and stuff the run. I mean, you just
Jaquan
mentioned he had
Brisker?
an interception.
Yeah, I'd like to see that. I'd like to see him keep his helmet on.
I want to see the Bears get some takeaways. That's my request.
Somewhere? I mean, that's the only way.
Protect the ball, get some takeaways.
You're going to win this game only by taking the ball away and having Jared Goff make a mistake. Maybe Sam Laporta fumble after the catch. Maybe David Montgomery will put it on the ground for you. You just need something big to happen. You need to.
The David Montgomery revenge game includes a fumble.
Possibly.
I like it.
You need to try to think with that mentality. As much as he will be motivated to play well against the Bears, you better be just as motivated to show everyone that he picked the wrong side, even though we think he picked the right side. But look, you're asking me, how are the Bears going to win this game?
That's not what I asked.
You try to muster some motivation. You need to develop an edge. You got to put yourself.
Asked you that.
You need to put yourself in a state of mind that you whip yourself into a frenzy, and you want to go play football, and you want to become focused on proving something. And the Bears need to go into Ford Field with that mentality. If they don't, they're going to get blown out again. 41-10 last time they were there, right?
I never asked you how they were going to win. I didn't believe that there was a path to victory, but I'm glad that you see one.
I only see a little glimmer there. It's like in the distance. I need to put my glasses on. Okay, that's a pathway. That narrow little alleyway. It maybe even just a bike lane. There's a bike lane to victory. That's it.
A bike lane can work. I remember having a conversation with Sean Gale one time, and we were talking about what it's like in the NFL and how quickly holes open and close. And he said that he asked Peyton one time, Walter Payton, what is it that you're looking for when you're running? What is it? How do you instinctively know to cut and turn? And he was looking, he said, a glimpse of green. Mm-hmm. Like you got the ball and everybody's coming. There's a little green. And you cut to the green and you run through the green and you keep going.
It's a great explanation as far as trying to be specific about the abstract.
Exactly.
Because Walter Payton and great running backs, and there was only one Walter Payton, but it's hard to describe what makes him so great. And I'm sure for him it was difficult to put into words, but that's as good of an explanation as you're going to hear So along those lines, yeah, run to green if you're the Bears, because there's only a little patch. There's only a narrow little swath there that you can see. It's field turf, but go anyway, because Justin Fields being explosive, having a big play from DJ Moore, creating takeaways from a team that protects the football.
Yeah.
There are ways you can win this game. It is the NFL. Unlikely, yes. Impossible, no.
Bob is in Chicago. Hey, Bob.
How you doing? Can you hear me?
I can hear you,
Bob.
Absolutely.
Well, let me say this to you all, something that you all already know. When they brought Justin here, the world loved him. They brought him here, try to make him something that he's not. And I'm surprised that you guys, I know y'all recognize this. Justin is a franchise quarterback. What he needs to do here is leave Chicago, because they put him in with high school coaches. And I'm surprised at the owners. When they got this man here, they should have put the right people around him to train him, groom him, and test him. He would have been a great quarterback, but he needs to leave here. He needs to leave here. There's nothing here for him. Nothing.
Yeah, I appreciate the sentiment, Bob.
Thanks, Bob.
I would say that you at times wonder why everyone kind of insists on taking a player and then squeezing him into what they believe he should be. I'm talking about Matt Nagy having him initially, and I'm talking about, Matt Nagy might not have known he was getting Justin Fields, but Luke Getsy certainly understood.
This is not unrelated to what we were talking about in the last segment
No.
about Dan Campbell and NFL coaches.
Yes.
Only 32 jobs. They're paid quite well. And when you get that kind of compensation, what do you believe, Mully? You believe that you're worth it. And I think every coach, whether it's a head coach or an offensive coordinator, they believe that they're being compensated for a reason, because they are the smartest guy in the room. That's difficult to combat. So Luke Getsy doesn't really care. I shouldn't say that. Luke Getsy seems to call games and tailor game plans as if he doesn't really care or notice that the skill sets of the quarterback isn't necessarily conducive to his game plan, because he's brilliant enough to come up with a better way. He can do that. Coaches think that they're always going to be right because they're paid handsomely to be right. So it must be working for them. They're going to go back to it time and time again.
Yeah, I think, in fairness to coaches, I think that a lot of these guys have started coaching in a very kind of humble manner, and it's their occupation, and they've spent their time working their way up until they get the opportunity. And it doesn't matter how old you are when that opportunity comes. It matters what you do with it. And I think that it is difficult if you have learned the game a certain way and come to have a belief system in a certain way, to then sort of reject that and put that on hold in order to be a better coach with a guy that might not fit exactly what you want. And I'm not saying that this is the case here.
Okay,
I'm saying
generally speaking,
it is a difficult thing to do.
It really is.
There's a lot of coaches out there, especially offensive coaches, that come through a scheme and learn things. And then when you get into the NFL and you get to the place you're at, all of a sudden, this isn't working the way that I wanted it to work, because this guy isn't doing it the way that other guy did. And so you can advance on the back of one player and then get to a different player and be left throwing your hands up.
You have to, at every stop, bring humility with you.
Yes.
Because if you don't, you will fall into the trap that a lot of play callers, a lot of offensive coordinators, a lot of defensive coordinators, coaches in general, fall into the same trap. Here's the thing that I want you to think about when you say that. This is where my mind went. Do you think that Luke Getsy, and I think he's the guy in Chicago, but this happens in a lot of NFL cities and play callers, and we just saw Ken Dorsey get fired.
Right.
Do you trust the scheme or do you trust the skill of the player? And scheme versus skill is always the tug of war, always the debate internally for all of these coaches. And it would seem that, according to Bob's call, and I wouldn't disagree with it, since Justin Fields arrived in Chicago, he has had a group of coaches that have always trusted their scheme over his skill. And they haven't done enough to think that, okay, he is gifted enough for us to abandon our devotion to this way of thinking, because we're going to let him and we're going to follow him and ride him as far as he can take us. We know better. if he could just adjust to what we're doing, he'll see it, we'll have success, and we'll all enjoy it together. I think that's the mistake a lot of guys make.
Yeah, and I think that it's also you look at Luke Getsy, for instance, and you look at what happened last year and how he, in the middle of the season, they had like one of these mini bye weeks, and he transformed his offense into one that featured the skill set of Justin Fields, a skill set that we may not have known existed. Because, frankly, when he was in college, Justin Fields wasn't breaking 90-yard runs against every team he played. He had great receivers. He was playing quarterback more than he was running back. And then somehow, in the midst of the year last year, you saw Justin Fields, and you're like, oh, my God, this is Lamar Jackson. Because he took the Lamar Jackson offense and he started running plays like that for the Bears. And Justin Fields, for whatever that was, a 6 or 7 game stretch, it was extraordinary.
It was Michael Vick. It was Lamar Jackson.
Even though they were losing,
it was historically good.
He was unbelievable.
And you took a historically good running quarterback.
Yeah.
And somehow between the end of that run and that stretch, maybe the league caught up to him, but maybe not, Mully. I think that
I don't think the league
Bears abandoned.
Yeah, I think they anticipated the league catching up with him.
They overthought it.
And they overthought it, and they were going to come back, and now he was going to be a system guy.
Mm-hmm.
And that hasn't worked.
And
then he sort of started to make some adjustments, and Fields had a couple really good games. Then he gets hurt. And then he gets hurt, and he's out, and now he's coming back. What are we seeing? Are we seeing him now have to fit into whatever the game plan was for Tyson Bagent? That was disturbing last week.
That was really not.
I hope he knew that Fields wasn't going to play.
That's not the best way to go about.
No, but to say
Justin Fields
the game plan is for both guys. Both guys are fit. They're totally different players.
Well,
there's no way you have the same.
If the game plan really was the same for both guys, then Luke Getsy should be fired.
Right.
He should be the next offensive coordinator to go, because that's ludicrous to think that you would tailor a game plan for 2 different quarterbacks with 2 different skill sets with 2 different experience levels. What happens now?
He said that, though, Dave.
I know he said that.
Yeah.
I didn't buy it. Nobody should buy that stuff. I don't know why these guys talk the way they talk, because it doesn't make any sense, and it's coaching negligence if you're able to do that. Justin Fields now has to. And he doesn't have to do anything. The onus is on the coaching staff now. You have a quarterback that, as you just described well, had a historically good stretch of games by being as much of a runner as he was a thrower. He was explosive. He was special, and the Bears have to figure out a way to take advantage of that in the final 7 games.
They need to figure out a way to incorporate his skill set into what they're doing. In other words, get him on the move. Have him throw on the move. He throws well on the move. He's accurate on the deep ball, and he can make plays. You know, what you don't want is the guy under siege. You don't want the guy, think about how he injured his thumb. You want to avoid that sort of thing. Some of that's on him. Some of it is on him getting rid of the ball faster and all that stuff. And Dan talked to us about the incongruity between the number of sacks you had with the so-called system quarterback versus the number of sacks you had with the guy that can run.
So-called system quarterback is going to get rid of the ball because he doesn't trust his instincts and his skill level as much as Justin Fields, who is this incredible athlete.
Yeah.
So that's understandable.
But he'll probably slide and run out of bounds because you're trying to avoid contact with that
the thumb. Okay.
That's what I'm saying.
Do you think okay, here's what
play to his skill set.
You play to his skill set. I want to ask you this question, though. When you look at the general approach with the final 7 games, when you start the season, maybe there was an element of self-preservation, pacing yourself, trying to keep him out of harm's way because it was a 17-game season, and frankly, you didn't know much about your backup. Now, do you think that because Tyson Bagent was 2-2 as a backup, a competent backup quarterback in the NFL, will that make the Bears less risk-averse? Will that make him more willing to take chances with Justin Fields in the running game that they might not have ordinarily done if they didn't trust their backup?
I really hope not. I think they need to encourage him to slide rather than take a hit. They need to preserve him, and he needs to be able to go these 7 games. He's coming back. I get it. He still has a thumb injury, which means he's playing hurt. He's a tough guy. and he takes a lot of hits and he gets back up and he barely missed a start. He barely missed a play in college. So I think that you want him to be there for all of these games and prove something. But, I think that they need to just take advantage of his skill set, not feed him too much. Listen to what he said. Listen to what he said about the way that he wants to play. He doesn't want to be robotic. He doesn't want to be overloaded with information. I would listen to what he said. I would make sure I'm running the plays he wants to run and feels comfortable.
Let him have a stronger voice in the process.
Totally.
Yeah, I think that makes sense. 815's after us, Mully, because it says, you guys are killing him. He texts in, you guys are killing me. You talk about how great Fields was for those 6 or 7 games, and he did do well. But did you forget something? They only won 3 games all year, and they lost their last 10. Are you serious?
I'm dead serious, and I got to tell you, their lack of any talent a year ago made those games unwatchable other than Justin Fields. He got you through that horrible season because of his individual talent. It was phenomenal.
It was, and now you have some weapons. Now you have DJ Moore. Now you have Darnell Wright. Now you have a protective offensive line. You have Deontay Foreman in the running game that gives you that identity, and you have an opportunity to try that again, to see how it goes again, and maybe you can replicate that 6-game stretch over the final 7 games of this season. And if you do, you go into the offseason in a much different mindset than you have right now.
Tevin Jenkins is playing great, and Darnell Wright is a guy that you can rely on, and those two guys need to stay together on that side of the line, and they need to stay together for years to come. Sadly, if that is not understood. And I say sadly because they can move these, they could break them up this week. Keep that going, run behind them, establish something that is an identity of yours in the power running game, and then that leads to play action, and that leads to all sorts of possibilities with the quarterback.
Isn't that something, though? They're going to likely break that up, something that they do well. It sounds like Tevin Jenkins, the way he sounded on this radio station the other day, he's going to be moving to left guard if Nate Davis is ready to go and plays right guard. And it just underscores what we just said about the quarterback position. Sometimes coaches always believe that their way is, they're there for a reason and they know best, and all the things, they're going to ignore what's working with what they think is going to work better.
Well, this to me is a business decision that they brought in Nate Davis. He's going to be here for a while, and he's more comfortable in one position than the other. And so they're moving him back to where he's at, even though they are erasing.
He's their guy.
He's their guy.
And Tevin Jenkins not our guy.
Tevin Jenkins is a guy that was
That drives me crazy, though.
Not taken by them.
You're right.
Yeah.
You're exactly right. It is a business decision as much as anything. But is it the best football decision?
No, it's not. I think the best football decision is to keep the strength that you have in the running game, the same strength it's been. Listen, let's not pretend like Tevin Jenkins and Jones were playing together all along, right? That's not the case. He was on the other side,
right?
But they brought in a guy that they think is better long term for them, an improvement over the line, and so they're going to make it work. Even if he had issues that prevented him from preparing for the season, and then you get into the season and the poor guy gets hurt, and we saw the injury, we saw what the high ankle sprain was. So if he's ready to come back, they want to move him back to where he was. That's nonsensical to me.
847 text, and by saying the Bears need to use Justin's, quote, skill set is just a kind way of saying Justin has no skills. We continue to cover for the QB.
No,
Stop the excuses.
No,
that couldn't be more wrong.
That
could not be more wrong.
No.
It's quite the opposite.
Yeah, no, he can play quarterback.
The skill set
I believe in him.
is unique to the NFL.
Right.
And unique means a one-off. I don't think he is the only quarterback capable of doing what he's doing. You mentioned Lamar Jackson.
Yes.
Jalen Hurts is a fine runner and an explosive guy. There aren't very many guys on that list, though.
And people are going to say, well, it doesn't work. Like, you run a college-style offense, let's say, and by that you mean running quarterback. That is going to blow up eventually.
Maybe.
And they are making Lamar a better passer and they're emphasizing more of that
Mhm.
in what they're doing. That is the transition that you make. This is a guy who is still developing as a quarterback, and he is still capable of doing the things he can do.
That's part of the
and
development.
route to that.
Yeah, that's part of the developing of Justin Fields' development of him is that giving him a chance to play to his strengths and bring those out, and then you work on the weaknesses, and then he becomes a better passer. But it's all related, and maybe it's too late for that to happen in Chicago.
Yeah.
But it's not too late to try, and you have 7 games left to keep trying.
Yeah. What else you got? What else are you playing for? Are you playing for a playoff position? Are you playing for somebody's job?
Playoffs?
You're obviously playing for everyone's job. No, I'm being honest.
I know.
Are you now going to pull the plug to the point where you want to get another high draft pick? 3 games enough. You don't need to win anymore. Are you kidding me?
No, you keep trying to win.
That's right.
You keep trying to win. You got to build something in year 2. If not, there won't be a
Build
year 3.
A winning culture, not an awesome culture or great culture. 312-644-6767. We're going to switch gears. We're going to bring in our guy, Bruce Levine. We're going to talk to Bruce about what's going on with the Cubs, how the managerial introduction will now be represented the rest of the offseason, what the ambition will be, and what he thinks about the availability of various players. Mully and Haugh on The Score.
When it comes to Bears analysts in the know, The Score is your destination all season long.
Starting lineup on.
No,
Well,
we
you!
want to hear your exit
I
today.
heard about Bernstein leaving you on the air in the middle of the show.
But not even in the middle of the show. At 10:15?
So
At 10:15?
All right.
Why did he show up to work?
So here's what happened.
Can we hear it? Do you mind if we hear
Let's
it?
hear it. Let's hear
Let's
it.
hear it.
Let's hear it.
I've got to get on a plane in like 2 hours because it is impossible to get to Harrisburg. The one thing Rod Zimmerman warned me about Bucknell. You can't get there. It's in the middle of nowhere.
And you're fired.
All right, yeah. So, sorry. I've got to get my kid out of school and get to O'Hare.
That's fine. That means
and-
I got more time
and
with
get
Dan
outta here.
Wiederers.
Yeah, you're going to have an old-fashioned Lawrence Holmes show today. So get the bass drop ready, Mike Rankin. All right, apologies to all for my lack of professionalism.
Go.
But, family first.
Go be with your son and try to get out of town before all the snow comes our way.
All right, peace and love.
Oh, my God. So that's amazing.
All right, so look.
You
couldn't even
just
wait for
figured
the
out
break?
the concept of weather?
No, this is what happened.
Does
We're
he not
sitting
know how
there,
planes work?
and he goes, "Hey, just so you know, I'm trying to find a different flight." During the first segment, he's just booking flights. Like that's all he's doing
During the segment.
is booking flights. And then I saw like the eureka moment where he had figured out the matrix and he's got everything all set and ready to go.
Yeah.
And then he's doing like this. He's like, and I'm like,
He's
use
holding
your-
up the phone.
Use your words. And that's when he decided to tell all of us that he had to go.
I've got to get on a plane. Apologies to all for my lack of professionalism. Peace and love.
It's about time that apology came, by the way.
But him
I've been
saying-
waiting for that for 15 years.
Family first is just kind of funny in that context, too, because isn't he going for...
It's like orientation.
Orientation.
Yeah.
He talked about that like he had gotten some sort of horrifying news. Like
Yes.
I need to leave. I need to get on a plane. Like my family needs me. Ah, man, you could drive.
Is it possible he was going to check on Todd Frazier? You know, if that's possible.
I gotta go.
Going downstairs, you take over, okay?
insider, covering the Cubs and White Sox for more than 30 years.
Bruce Levine is a newsbreaker.
Inside the Clubhouse co-host, alongside our own David Haugh.
We've got a lot of baseball conversation to cover.
Great being with you, talking baseball.
Bruce Levine.
That's a really good question, Bruce.
See, Bruce asked the first hard question.
With Mully and Haugh on 670 The Score.
Mully and Haugh, Chicago Sports Radio 670 The Score. Always a delight to talk to our friend Bruce Levine, and he joins us now on the Score Hotline, powered by IBEW Local 9, Chicago's original powerhouse since 1892. Bruce, good morning. How are you, sir?
Morning, guys. What a week. What a week for
Wow.
Chicago Cubs and baseball and the radio station. It's such a busy week for all of us, and it was sad, exciting, exhilarating. You choose the word that fits what this is all about going forward.
It certainly has been busy, Bruce, and I think you felt the momentum and enthusiasm Monday at the Cubs headquarters. You were there. You've been everywhere. Nice job on the Marquee Sports Network, too. What was your impression? I know you've been around Craig Counsell a lot, but did anything happen Monday that surprised you?
I think the humility that he showed and the honesty about, hey, I don't know the Chicago Cub organization. I know the major league team. I don't know anything about the minor leagues or how they go about their business. The idea that he said, I want to take my time with the coaching staff. I want to take my time getting to know. This is a manager that's going to make the most money in baseball in the history of the game. He's already accomplished, although as we'll eventually talk about more and more, he still hasn't won, anything big in the playoffs. That aside, just the thoroughness of how his mind works and what he needs to do to prepare to take this job.
Yeah, we talked about it. He definitely won the news conference. There's no shadow of a doubt. Just the way that he handled himself and the kind of the human element where he talked about, I'm a little scared, I'm a little anxious. It was super cool. And then all the people that turned on him in Milwaukee, that was hard for him. And he blamed it on himself, said it was miscalculation, and he felt bad about it. He hoped that the 9 years that he had there would age well, and I think they will. I wondered, Bruce, as I heard him talk about taking his time with the coaching staff, I wondered if he wanted to take his time figuring out what the Brewers were going to do, because I would imagine that some of the options he might have had for the coaching staff were erased when they promoted Pat Murphy, and that would seemingly indicate that the people under contract there will still be under contract there.
Yeah, I would say that a lot of them will come back with Murphy taking over as a manager, and he probably would have been a first choice for Counsell. I don't think there's any question about it. But that said, there's an awful lot of good people in baseball, and I think he's aware of who they are. The question is, are they going to be available? Because this, for the baseball season going forward, contracts are usually up October 1st or October 31st for coaches and people that work like scouts in the organization. So you don't know what's going to be available to you moving forward. You certainly have the entire coaching staff left from the Chicago Cubs last year. So with that in mind, I think he's going to be thorough and listen to Hoyer and do his own interviews with people and come back. I would be shocked if there's not at least a couple left coming back from the coaching staff from last year.
Right. Pitching coach is such an important role. Tommy Haugh has such a good reputation in the game, and we certainly love him here. Bruce, what are you hearing about the future of Tommy Haugh and whether he might be one of those coaches coming back?
Well, I haven't heard a thing, and obviously they've kept it under wraps, but your guys' philosophy is right. Tommy is not just the coach under the manager. Tommy is a coach in the organization. And now with the pitching labs and the hitting labs that everybody has, they're more integrated into the systems and working with many people, including the analytics people that are involved in all of those front office positions. So from what we're thinking is, Tommy will have a pretty good chance of coming back because they certainly like what Tommy has brought to the team. And I think there's a couple other coaches they'd be interested in bringing back. But again, the theory for managers, guys, is a manager coming into a new place, you got to have one and more. It would be more beneficial to have two guys that are your guys, okay, from with outside the organization. So you have somebody to sit around, and if you're having trouble with the front office, you can let your hair down and say, hey, you know, there's no cooperation here, and you can trust them. So that's the key to going forward.
I think what's interesting to me, and I do not believe that that Craig Counsell is the kind of guy that's going to be throwing his weight around. But by virtue of paying him what they're paying him, he's got a lot of weight to throw around if he ever chose to, right? I mean, if he has a very strong opinion on a particular player, I would say that he's probably going to get his way when it comes to that sort of thing. And it's that to me is a good thing, because I feel like Jed was egoless enough to give up some of the power he may enjoy by hiring this guy with his resume.
Yeah, but for how long? I mean, we saw it with Joe Madden, right? You know, the idea that, okay, for the first 3 years, I'd say, 15, 16, 17, it was all Joe Madden, and, everything he did was golden. Even in 17, when they lost to the Dodgers, he still had the hammer. Those last 2 years, not so much, especially in 19, if you remember when they told him to go back and be a hitting coach as well as a manager, and to try to straighten the hitting out in your part-time as running the team. The handwriting was on the wall. So I think the time where managers have a hammer with teams and are there for long periods of time, I think that's over in baseball. I understand what you're saying here with the contract and the 5 years. Hoyer is giving up some of that power initially, and probably rightfully so with Counsell. But it doesn't last that long.
But Bruce, if it happens after the World Series, nobody's going to care, and it's money well spent.
Right.
Really, all the Joe Madden drama that came after the World Series was really interesting stuff and dramatic and all of that. But you know what? He won, so it was worth it.
Oh, I don't doubt that, and I agree. I'm just saying that the time of, the Casey Stengels from the 50s and 60s and the Tony La Russas in the 90s and 2000s, the 10-year managers of Lasorda's, those things are by the boards. I think just like players, I like the idea of the Ohtani, Bellinger overpay contracts. Okay, I like the idea of 3 years in a walk and paying him $50 to $60 million a year. Okay, those are the things I like for free agents going forward. I like the same thing for managers. Overpay the guy, see your results in 3 years, and then pick it up from there. That's probably a better thing, and something that we're going to see more often in Major League Baseball with managers. You see the quick results from Bochy coming back. You saw the quick results for Dusty coming back. You're looking at Ron Washington at age 71 taking over with the Angels. That's not a long-term situation. They're looking for results there from a veteran manager who has an awful lot to bring to an organization.
Yeah, I understand that. I think that's a good thing to point out. Bochy in particular, very interesting because they showed great ambition. They spent a ton of money. They brought in a lot. And I think that when we think about Craig Counsell, we think about this as the beginning of like a going for it, right? This is just the start of putting together a team that you believe can be successful immediately.
Yeah, and there's no other reason to bring a guy like Madden or him in like that, is there?
Right.
I mean, but here's the difference. The difference in 14 into 15 and 23 into 24 for the Cubs is this. They have a farm system. At that time, they did not. They were not, I mean, yes, they had number one picks that were starting to make an impact. There were 3 or 4 of those guys that were at the level, but they had to go and buy themselves a pitching staff to go around Hendricks and Arrieta. They had to go and buy the finishing pieces with Zobrist as well. So with the Cubs right now, the farm system is going to help them obtain people through trades rather than having to spend $100 or $150 million per year on free agents. Okay, I'm talking about yearly contracts, not overall. They're going to have to spend a lot more than that. But my point is, they have a different mechanism to go about rebuilding the team this time than they had back in 14 and 15.
3 guys: Ohtani, Soto, Bellinger. How realistic is it to get 1, 2, none? What do you think, Bruce?
Well, I think that it's realistic. Since we don't have any intel as to what Ohtani is thinking right now, I think it's realistic to understand that the Cubs are very seriously involved in wanting to bring Ohtani to the Chicago Cubs. And I think they're seriously not going to lowball a guy like Ohtani. Ohtani's going to pick out the team he wants to go to. When you bring him in to talk to him, his interview with you is more essential than your interview with him. You already know you want the player, right? There's 30 teams that want the player. There's probably 25 teams that could talk themselves into spending $400 or $500 million to bring Ohtani in. The question is Ohtani tied to the West Coast like everybody says he is because of the weather, the fact that it's 4 or 5 hours closer to Japan, or is he willing to take that step into Cubdom and the idea that they are now being picked by Baseball Prospectus as the #1 farm system in baseball, okay? So is that going to be enough? Are the other conversations that Hoyer has with Ohtani and his agent, is that going to be convincing enough to say, we're going to go out and get the players around you that we need to get in order for us to win and make you the centerpiece of that? So that'll be the intriguing part of the Ohtani situation, and I think it's going to heat up here in a couple weeks again when the winter meetings start in Nashville, December the 3rd.
Bruce, we'll let you go. I'm just curious on the way out, what are the finances with Ohtani? And I don't mean what would you have to pay him. We know that. How much would that bring into your coffers in terms of getting the Japanese market, maybe getting sponsorships from there, maybe the Marquee Network going to Japan? I know that all sounds crazy, but I would imagine part of the business of signing a guy to a $500 million deal or whatever it might be would include what revenue you're going to bring in by virtue of, you can't sell any more seats. So is there something else you get out of this that makes it worthwhile to make that deal?
No, yeah, you can sell a lot more seats. And your question is a great question because it's going to bring untold amount of money to whatever city that he goes to, an untold amount of marketing, as you said, in Japan and here. And, the Cubs can average, again, another 7 million fans, okay? You times that by $100, okay? And you have that extra money there. That's just an average right there. So with that in mind, the Cubs, it's a no-lose situation for the Chicago Cubs. And I think that Mr. Ricketts and his family are smart enough, and Crane Kenny smart enough to understand that this is a once-in-a-lifetime type player.
Yep.
He will bring back so much residual money to you, so much blue sky to go along with it that you can't pass on it. And that's why I say, in closing with you guys today, even small markets have to consider that, even though you wouldn't think that Ohtani would go to a small market. But a city like St. Louis, for example, that you wouldn't think could support that, they would be a prime team for that as well, because all the residual things that go along with it. So once in a lifetime player, the Cubs are stepping up. Let's see what happens.
Thanks, Bruce. Take care.
Thanks, Bruce.
All right. Have a great day, guys.
That's our guy, Bruce Levine. We're going to bring in Chris Chelios next. Got to find out what Chelly thought of the introduction. God, we got to talk about Connor Bedard. I think we talk a lot about him, but we need to talk more about him.
More.
Yeah, how do you like it?
More.
Mully and Haugh, Chicago Sports Radio, 6-7 The Score.
Coming up on a Wednesday edition of the Parkins and Spiegel Show, we turn our page to the Detroit Lions with a Mark Grody Bears report at 5. King Cobra, $42 right now.
Okay, so here, because
what?
What? Wait a damn minute. How do you have King Cobra with you?
Okay, so this is a studio prop now, although it is real beer in here in this King Cobra 40 ounce.
That's malt liquor. You put
That's
some
right,
respect
baby.
on that liquid.
That's malt liquor. That's right. And I got this for Jay Zawoski on his 40th birthday, 40 ounce for his 40th. And it still resides here in the studio. So
see,
we're talking King Cobra. We got the prop now.
This is the truth.
Oh, God.
New,
while
new look,
he's-
same taste. Don't threaten me with a good time.
While he's looking at the King Cobra bottle.
You ever do Edward 40 hands?
No.
You don't know that? You want to talk about dumb white guy? Sorry.
Well, see, double. See?
How did you drink that 40 ounce already, Dan?
You put the King Cobra in his hands,
No,
and
I'm
he
telling
already went there.
I can't believe it.
Sorry.
I can totally believe
Sorry,
it.
Edward 40 hands.
Oh, the people on the stream got a treat.
So what you do is this is total stupid white person stuff. 40 of your choice. You get one in either hand. Roll a duct tape.
And then the other one.
And someone duct tapes the 240s and you are that and the duct tape does not come off until the 40 is empty. So you can free one hand and then you go to work on the other.
It's a
BetMGM ambassador,
Nice play by Chris Chelios.
Hockey Hall of Famer,
Chris Chelios is not human. I'm convinced of it. Not only will he go in the Hall of Fame, I think he should go in the Smithsonian.
Blackhawks legend,
Chelios will add defense, but he'll also add offense to the Hawks.
Steve Smith ahead to Murphy. Nichols at the line. Chelios moving in. Chelios scores! Chris Chelios has won it for Chicago.
three-time Stanley Cup champion.
What a competitor Chris Chelios has been over the years, and he's been a winner every place he's ever been.
Chris Chelios with Mully and Haugh on 670 The Score.
Mully and Haugh, Chicago Sports Radio, 670 The Score. Always fun to talk to Chris Chelios. And he joins us now on the Score Hotline, powered by IBEW Local 9, Chicago's original powerhouse since 1892. Chris, good morning. How you doing?
I'm great. How you guys doing?
Doing well.
We've been talking about Connor Bedard. And, Luke Richardson said that, he's 13 games in. He's figured it out a bit. He's getting a real feel for the NHL. Then he followed that. That was after he had 2 goals and 2 assists. Then he follows that up with 2 more goals. And we were just sitting here talking about it. If he keeps up this pace, good God, I don't think I've ever seen anything like it. But he is getting better, and he is showing up at the workout facility in the hotel when it's 6:30 in the morning. It's like the guy is so committed to his craft at that young an age. Who knows where this ends up?
I look at his face, and this kid is focused, and it's all about hockey with him. And we talked about it, 3 weeks ago. He figured it out quicker than I thought he would, getting the shot off quicker and not wasting any time. But between his speed, his smarts, and then that shot of his, it's great to watch, obviously. And then, he's just heads above everybody else, and he's living up to this, the pressure that he had on him. And it's real. We're lucky. We're going to see another era. We did it with like Denny Savard and Kane, and now we got Connor Bedard, and we're really fortunate to be able to have him.
I feel the same way. We are lucky to be able to watch this from the beginning through wherever it leads the Hawks and Connor Bedard. Chelly, on the one goal, he stole the puck, and then he went and scored quickly. But I wonder, is there any adjustment to greatness around the league? How do you – because when you see it, and what we have seen the last week especially has been a great player starting to get it. What will the league do to try to combat that?
I don't know so much about the league, but in Connor's defense, like you talk about, they still got to surround him with some talent. And Foligno's done a great job. He gives him that room. I love what he adds that element to give him a little protection there, and he does his job, Foligno, and whoever they stick him with knows what they're out there for. So the league, the one hit, I believe it was 2 games ago. I didn't like that hit where he ended up going awkwardly into the boards, but that's a size thing too. He's not a big kid, and thank God he just was able to protect himself at the last second. But it's like the Michael Jordan rules. For sure, the referees will be told by the supervisors, what they can and can't do to Connor.
Yeah, and I like, as you say, that his teammates defending him, and that's an important thing to see. Look, they have something really special going on, and we know that there are young players that are going to be coming up. And I was reading a story about a couple of guys in Rockford that are living together and playing together, and they're on the way up as a tandem on defense. So, that sort of thing. It's hard not to want to push the fast forward button and see, how when is the first hat trick coming? Because that's on the way. They're building momentum with him as a player, but when are the rest of them coming up?
Yeah, well, for a defenseman, and obviously that would be the issue. It has been for a few years. A lot tougher for a young defenseman to throw him into the fire. Like that. And the guys that they have, Kaiser, these guys have handled it pretty well. They've been competitive nearly every game. As a forward, there's these forwards. Again, that's just to surround Connor with some more skill and someone he could play with and get him the puck more. But it's going to be tough for the defensemen. And I guess they're just going to have to see how the year plays out and see, where they're at, and give some of these guys at least get some experience for some of these kids at some point during the season. And I think Luke Richardson and the Hawks are going to have that luxury of getting these guys some games and not necessarily putting a ton of pressure on them to, if they were, let's say, in a playoff race. And hopefully that'll be the case at the end of the year, but, we just got to wait and see how it goes.
Well, the schedule's got to soften. It's been brutal early on, one good team after another. And you look at the way the Hawks, besides Bedard, have responded. Chelly, I think Seth Jones was on the ice for 30 minutes or so. Corey Perry is kind of always in the middle of it the way he typically is. Taylor Hall makes a difference when he's healthy. Anyone else stand out to you? Khrushchev has been very good with Bedard. How has the supporting cast performed in your view?
I think, like I said, if I start with the defense, I mean, it's Shamsin already got hurt again. He's having a tough time staying healthy, but he has a presence there too with the physicality. But up to this point, they're going to have their hiccups. That's just youth. But they show signs of, the defensemen anyway, of being very calm and making plays and, no panic, and that the coverage, and that's a credit to Luke Richardson, the coverage is much better than it was last year, of not giving up that home run play, or that, the goals where a goaltender has no chance. So Soderblom and Mrazek have been, I think they've been really good, knowing that they have that support that they didn't have the last couple of years. And again, with the forwards, every team looks for depth. The Hawks don't have that depth, so hopefully they can stay healthy.
Chris, the Bears are a 10-point dog heading into Detroit, and they're 0 for 15. Again, in their last 15, they haven't won against the team with a winning record. So Detroit has taken a step, and it'll be very interesting to see the Bears still looking for the first 2-game win streak in the Matt Eberflus era.
Yeah, I went to that last game, and for whatever reason, it felt like a loss because of the offense, but I still love the Bears. Their defense has been, for the most part, they've only had one tough game all year, and that's what keeps them in the games. I don't know. It's creating offense, and I don't know who's playing. Is Fields or Badger playing this week?
Fields, they're saying Fields, yeah.
I mean, you got that element of his using his legs and could surprise guys, but it's tough. And again, I wish the best for Fields. I hope he could figure it out. He has a half where he looks incredible, and then all of a sudden looks like a different player. So I think it's all on him. I hate to put the burden on him as long as the defense plays the same way they've been playing.
Hey, Chelly, Craig Counsell may be hard to look at, but boy, did he win the press conference.
I saw parts of it. I still having a tough time looking at it. I sat next to that dugout for the last few years and staring at him, just wanting to punch him, hated him. And now he's a Cub, so I got to love him. But, yeah, I thought he handled it great. And it seemed like he was on the verge of just, busting out laughing. It's almost like I felt like when I put the Detroit jersey on, quite honestly.
That's awesome. Chris, you're the best. Thanks, buddy.
Thanks, Chelly.
All right, guys. Take care.
That is Chris Chelios, our BetMGM ambassador, and
it's funny.
He went through it.
He can relate. Switching sides of a rivalry.
How do you, you're kind of like, what?
It's kind of funny though. You did sometimes look at Counsell and think, okay, he's in on the inside joke, and he's laughing inside.
Well, he's doing pretty well for himself.
He's doing pretty well. Yeah,
the kids are taken care of,
definitely,
even if they've defaced his park. 312-644-6767. Casey Johnson's going to join us next.
Good stuff.
So obviously the story of the day is that the Bulls are contemplating trading a certain gentleman called Zach LaVine, and we're curious about it and what it means. And Casey's been all over this story. He was covering this stuff last summer. What's changed from then till now other than the 11 games of hell that David wants to ignore? It's Mully and Chicago Sports Radio 6-7 The Score.
Bears fans, the 3-7 Bears head to Detroit to take on the division-leading Lions. Can the Bears make it 2 in a row? Stay tuned to The Score as we continue to get you ready for Bears-Lions right up to kickoff. And don't forget to listen to our Football Monday for a full day of Bears reaction on Sports Radio.
He wanted to go be out in these streets. And as a grown man, he should be able to go be out in these streets. But he went out in these streets, some woman attacked him. And I mean that in the best possible way. Like, she didn't, like, he wasn't getting robbed. Like, this nice lady was like, hey, you know what happened like yesterday when you were watching Christopher Morel and he saw Wilson Contreras and he jumped on Wilson Contreras?
That's what happened to me.
That's what happened to Ray.
And then he was caught.
And then he was caught and he fell off a riser.
That's right.
So is it a fractured elbow that we're talking about,
Okay,
Ray?
so it was dislocated here for Twitch since I get to hide it under the desk, but here for Twitch, there you go. You got to see the little wrap. It was dislocated because when I hit the floor after this young lady jumped on me and she was a little taller than me, she wasn't really thinking about the logistics of that. And we fell forward. I hit my elbow first on the floor and it popped out the socket. So that sucked. So it was dislocated. They popped it back in and it's fractured. So that's the diagnosis for now. And I'm going to see a bone specialist on Saturday. Exciting.
See a bones.
Yeah.
So they haven't decided yet whether it's just casting or a surgery?
Correct.
Okay. Did they give you happy things
They
to
did.
make you feel better?
They did.
Next time, go to an accredited hospital,
Yeah,
please.
man.
Instead of like,
I'm just gonna have to put this out there on these airwaves right now. This
Back
place,
alley hospital. It's like he has to knock on a door. He has to bang on this storm door. And a guy
And I have
slides
to-
open a
Well, did you-
peephole.
and
What do you want?
And Ray, did you tell them about the first place you went to? You got rejected
I got
because you weren't
rejected.
hurt enough.
I wasn't hurt enough,
Because he
man.
wasn't a gunshot victim.
Red
That's
went to
right.
someplace owned by like the Bulgarian mob.
That's right.
What the hell, man?
Oh, wait. I forgot the best part of the story. What was the name of the place that you were at?
The slippery slope.
There it is.
Appropriately named.
Now the
So-
slippery slope takes another victim.
That's right.
And then Ray went to Kmart to get his elbow
Basically,
looked
because,
at.
because this wrap I have in my arm right now, this is the third version of this thing. The first time they put it on, it was like too tight, and my arm was swelling up, and I could tell it was too tight. So I went back the next day, and I said, "Hey, you got to fix this thing." And
You
then
must place your arm in body of live sheep.
right. So then they kind of straightened it out a little bit and put it in the sling in a different way. And then as I was here
Old
towards
country style.
right. And then as I was here towards the end of the day, it was swelling up again. So I went back like, what the hell is going on here? So this is the third version of this wrap. And the young lady that put this thing on didn't know how to put the sling on.
Notice,
I had to
he didn't say nurse.
I didn't.
Hi, everybody.
I didn't put any respect on that title. I'm sorry. No hello nurse. That I had to explain to her how to put the sling on. She was putting it on the wrong way. I was like, "Where the hell am I?"
She was wearing nothing but head to toe camo and Kevlar.
Yeah. So
Poor Ray.
Was there a doctor there called Dr. Nick?
yes, that's him.
You have bone failure.
We're popping it back in, everybody.
He's like a balloon.
Day dealers. This is Chicago's #1 and most listened to sports station. 670 The Score is Chicago Sports. Chicago Sports is The Score. WSCR Chicago. WBMX HD2 Chicago. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
The Score!
Now, KC Johnson.
Kobe White pull up three over Karis LeVert and nails it.
Bulls insider for NBC Sports Chicago.
Give me that song!
Covering everything from the dynasty to Derek to DeMar. KC Johnson.
I've covered the NBA for a long time.
With Mully and Haugh.
Boss.
On 670 The Score.
Mully and Haugh, Chicago Sports Radio 670 The Score. Always a delight to talk to our friend Casey Johnson. Delighted he's up for it. It's been a rough road, and he's back, and now he has all the info that we need, and he joins us on the Score Hotline, powered by IBEW Local 9, Chicago's original powerhouse since 1892. KC, good morning. How are you?
I'm doing well. Pro tip, stay away from that COVID thing. So.
Yeah. Yeah.
Welcome back.
You were felled
Thank
by
you.
that, but you've recovered, and that's good to see. You waited long enough to get it, right? You just thought it would be something you could get past, but I felt bad for you, man. I mean, that is awful, awful stuff to be, laid out by.
Yeah, appreciate it. Happy to be back. Thank you.
So there's big news. You've been all over this story all summer long, and now there's this idea that the Bulls are ready to make a move. The Bulls could be maybe Zach LaVine's on board. Could there be a big deal? Are we watching the disintegration of the big three?
Yeah, I mean, I think to me the biggest and most significant development is just Zach's role in this because, and I'm going to be curious to see how he handles it publicly, but in general, he's always maintained, as far back as Media Day on our station, he was on the pregame show with Jason, Kendall, and Will, and, said, I've done my part. I've signed here. I've committed to here. I've always been loyal to here. So rumors aren't coming from me, and this is the first time where there's at least a semblance of him being open to a new destination. Now, as I wrote in my piece, just because Zach is in that space does not mean the Bulls are going to rush out and make a deal to make a deal or make a bad deal for that matter. I mean, this is something, if they do choose to go this route, ultimately that they have to get right. He is a significant asset, and as we know, this team doesn't have a lot of those. So it's going to make things interesting in the short term, particularly with them being at home and having a bunch of games here. I've been around Zach long enough to know that he's professional and will focus on trying to win and playing the best he can. But I'm going to be curious to see how he handles this situation publicly.
Casey, I feel a little bit between a rock and a hard place. I understand why, if you're going to get out of this NBA purgatory or the middle ground or just on the fringe of the playoff race, you might need to disrupt your roster and shake things up. I understand that. And then the other part of me is like, well, if you were going to start that process, why are you waiting 11 games into a season that came after an offseason where you presumably were embracing the status quo? I don't know if 11 games is enough to tell me that this original plan that you decided was a good one last spring or early summer is abandoning after 11 games. So I don't know how to feel about this except for to feel it might be a little premature, even though it might be the right direction ultimately.
Yeah, I agree with that. I'd say there's three ways you can look at that. The biggest one is that, Zach or his representation or however it's being conveyed is involved in this situation now, whereas, before it was a little bit more hands off from that side. So there's that element, number one. Number two, no matter what they've said publicly and even privately at times, I as you mentioned when you guys brought me in, I've been writing since July that this has been out there, so they can say all they want about doubling down on continuity. And I believe that they ultimately got to that point this offseason, but I was told by multiple people from around the league that if the right deal had presented itself, the Bulls were willing to move Zach LaVine this offseason. Now that's, again, their asking price was high. They weren't like shopping him aggressively. They just were like, it was pretty well known throughout the league, at least from the people that I talked to, that, Zach LaVine was available for the right price. So, you can look at it from both sides. It does seem to, like they've moved quickly to a different spot in 11 games, but to me, that's a byproduct of the Zach role in this. So it's not ideal, and neither is a 4-7 record. And like I said, I'm curious to see how everyone handles it publicly and professionally.
I'm curious, are you saying that that's the Rich Paul influence at this point, or is that Zach actually just kind of going through the beginning of a season and realizing it's the same thing?
Well, I think it's a combination of both. Zach is obviously off to a rough start individually. I think he is frustrated. He used that very word in Milwaukee when we talked to him post game. But in the original report from Shams and my subsequent reporting, the key phrase to me is for the Zach's openness to a potential trade. That's the difference. That's the difference, because whereas before, every time this kind of stuff came up, Zach's like, hey man, I got nothing to do with this. I signed here. I committed to this franchise. And I will say this, Zach and his representation and my dealings with conversations with people around that situation, they recognize that the Bulls, committed a significant amount of money to him. They're Zach said it at the time, how appreciative he was of the franchise believing in him and giving him a max contract. He doesn't take that stuff lightly. It's not like he, hates the Bulls or, hates Chicago or, doesn't like his teammates or wants out. It's just not working. And he's frustrated over losing. And, I think both sides are going to work to try to figure out what's the best solution moving forward.
If they pursue this and are successful in pulling this off and trade Zach LaVine, what's next? Is this a signal of more change to come? Is this basically saying that this season no longer matters except for to reform and transform the roster? Because if you trade the player who is your max player, then it would seem like you're not done.
Well, I would say a couple things to that. First of all, if you want to just parse the Zach LaVine market, I'm not sure that market's going to be as voluminous as some people might think. Now, other people have different opinions on that. But it's, the three teams that were mentioned yesterday, the Lakers, 76ers, and Heat, two of those three, I don't really get the sense that they're going to have much interest, at least now, as of now, as the day you and I are talking. A lot can happen between now and the February trade deadline. I do think this will drag out a little bit. But the 76ers are rolling, and they've talked about maybe keeping their asset chest dry for now while they're rolling and cashing it in later down the road. So there's that. I've never seen him as a fit in Miami. And I know Tyler Hero's injured, but he'll be back at some point. The Lakers always seem to be involved in every conversation. They certainly could use some scoring punch, so that's something to monitor. I think you might ultimately see some teams like the Mavericks maybe get into this situation. But there's that. And then let's say they do, to your point, David, let's say they do pull off a Zach LaVine trade. I'm in the minority here, probably. I don't think that means widespread changes and complete teardown. And here's why. This regime inherited a rebuild when they took over for John and Gar. And they immediately cashed out of it. They were like, yeah, we don't like this. This isn't working for us. And they pushed every move they've made since the Nikola Vucevic trade on has been, let's get relevant, let's get in the playoffs, let's win. So I would see the Zach LaVine trade used as a retool. They've already re-signed Vuce, they've re-signed Kobe, they've re-signed Ayo. DeMar's up after this year. I would not be surprised if they ultimately try to hit on a team-friendly extension. And I would see a Zach LaVine trade as just a retool, not a rebuild.
Interesting. That's very interesting. You mentioned the Lakers. They can't do anything for like another month, right? I mean,
right.
So this wouldn't be a quick turnaround type deal. This is just the beginning of a process if indeed it ends up being a trade.
Right. So a couple things there. The December 15th is the first significant date where the NBA gets a little more open for business. That's when players who sign in the offseason, most players who sign in the offseason are first eligible to be traded. So that's why I say I think this is going to drag out a while. I think in the Lakers situation, some of their guys, I'd have to look at this, aren't even eligible to be traded until January 15th, which is the next most significant date for players signed, depending on the contract they sign. And then, the other one is February 8th, the trade deadline. And that's why, just because this has happened doesn't mean, Zach's going to be shipped out tomorrow. I think this is going to be a fluid situation for a while. And that's why, I expect Zach to be, the same professional Zach that I've dealt with for 7 seasons throughout this. But, if he stands up there today and, says, well, if it didn't come from my mouth, don't believe it. That's kind of his standard refrain. I'll have to have a follow-up ready because, that to me is where the story is different because it's my understanding that, Zach is pretty open to a new situation as well at this point.
So we're having this conversation 11 games into the season. That was still very, very much we could have had this the day after last season ended. You're talking about a president of basketball operations that is about to entertain trade offers for somebody who he gave a $215 million max contract to. I guess I'm getting at, KC, We don't know what the future for DeMar DeRozan holds. Patrick Williams has been a colossal disappointment. Maybe that's overstating it, but a disappointment nonetheless. What would trading Zach LaVine do to the credibility or the stability of Arturas Karnisovas in that the trust that the organization would have in him and the belief that maybe the fan base would have in him?
Well, that's where I think you have to keep coming back to the plot twist in this story, and that this is that Zach or his representative or however it played out is in this equation now, whereas before they were hands off, they were more at a distance, just watching. So I don't think this is Arturas, yesterday morning waking up and going, we got to trade Zach. I think this is a group dynamic now. So I think Arturas is, I don't put much on Arturas about this. I think that question would be more applicable to over the offseason, from what I kept hearing about how they would be open to moving him for the right price, even though they were saying publicly, we're going to bring this core back. Now, I wrote this at the time. It was after the draft when we got access to them. I asked Arturas directly, what is Zach LaVine's standing within the organization? Very open-ended question, because he'd already been involved in rumors leading up to the draft. You can remember, this dude's like always in rumors. If you remember back then, it was, they're going to trade him to Portland for the number 3 pick because the Portland doesn't want to take Scoot Henderson because they want to appease Damian Lillard. It's like constant rumors with this dude. So I just said, what's Zach LaVine standing within the organization? And, Arturas, I didn't put a ton of stock into this in terms of tea leaf reading, because sometimes, he doesn't articulate things, perfectly. But he didn't he didn't give a resounding Zach is our guy answer. He just kind of talked around it and talked about some of Zach's strengths. And so I led with that quote at the time. I thought that was somewhat significant. And it played into what I heard over the offseason, that they would have been willing to move him for the right price. So it's just, Zach has said it directly himself multiple times. When there's smoke, there's fire, and lately there's been a little too much smoke. It's like there's constant smoke around this guy, and ultimately I think, this could be leading to some kind of fire.
How bad has the start of this season been? In other words, whether it was over-reported and underappreciated, the idea you lose your opener and you're having a team meeting, and I know Zach's pushed back against that, which was, I thought, strange. At any rate, why, when you start 4-7, they lost in the tournament, the in-game. Come on, man, I'm looking forward to that tournament. It just feels like they're having a very disappointing beginning to the season, and it Billy said the other day, everybody has to get along. He implied that the big three weren't on the same page, and they all have to learn how to do that. Where does this thing go? We knew the first 20 games were going to be really difficult, but this might be even worse than I thought coming into the year.
Yeah, I would say to me it moves beyond record. And first of all, I haven't really been surprised by this start, other than the fact that the shooting surprised me. This team's been an elite shooting team the last couple seasons, and DeMar and Zach and Vooch are all incredibly efficient scorers and shooters, and no one's – well, Vooch is off to a good start, but DeMar and Zach are well below their career percentages. So the shooting has surprised me. But I'll say this, Mully, it's not so much the record, because, I kind of expect this team to be, on again, off again, win 41, 42, 43 games, although that seems like it might be high now. But it's more that you have another 11-game body of evidence that the big three just isn't a good fit.
Yep.
If you look at their on-off stats and their, net rating and their shared minutes together, it's atrocious. And part of that is a little bit loud because it's only 11 games. They've had 2 really, really poor starts. The game they fell behind 22-4. That's gonna make those stats a little noisy in a smaller sample size. But it's just you don't need much more evidence to see that this 3 is just not going to be a completely efficient and cohesive fit. And that to me is beyond the record, that to me is what stands out about the start of this season.
So the plot twist we don't know the source of is the one you referred to with Zach's openness and maybe his representatives getting involved. And it makes you wonder from afar, Casey, and you can help fill in the gaps here. Zach LaVine and Billy Donovan haven't always been on the same page. There's been a mutual respect and a good working relationship at times for most of the time. But is that the source of any of this? Could that be, something that has compelled him to act in a way that he hasn't acted before, their relationship becoming more difficult than it has been?
I don't think their relationship is difficult because they're both professional and they have a mutual daily respect. So it's not like, they're sitting there, MFing each other or anything like that. But what I would say is, I've written this, I've said this. I have hammered this point multiple times because it's real. Zach has never gotten over Billy benching him. He just did not like that move. He thinks it's the kind of thing that players of his stature and his status should not endure. He's seen other players shoot out of slumps and be there in late games, and it's always stuck in his craw. Now, this is a two-way street. You talk about Billy, he values high IQ players and good decision making, and I've said all along. I think it's pretty well documented. I've been one of Zach's biggest defenders. I think sometimes the narrative on him goes so far the other way that I've course corrected it at times. But you look at that play-in game, and that to me is a pretty good microcosm or snapshot of Zach's Bulls tenure. He basically almost single-handedly wins you a game in Toronto, and then just really, really pouring that Miami play-in loss. And so, I wrote over the summer, there's some members of the organization who still are skeptical in their belief of him as a lead option on a championship contending team. And I think that 2-game stretch is kind of a microcosm of that.
Great stuff, KC. So glad to talk to you again, and hoping you're feeling good, buddy.
Thanks, KC.
Appreciate that, guys. Thanks for having me. Take care.
That is KC Johnson, NBC Sports, Chicago Bulls reporter, longtime guy. Fascinating to hear that.
It is, because
it's different. He's put it into a totally different perspective for me.
Because he doesn't feel like if you do trade Zach LaVine, and this is something that maybe he initiated or his people did, that's going to be the beginning of a total reboot for the Bulls, where I think that most of the morning coming in, seeing the headlines, we assume that might be the beginning of a total transformation.
Well, and I think the reason is the way he framed it is that this is not the team trying to get rid of Zach LaVine. This is Zach LaVine getting involved in getting out of Chicago. Mm-hmm. This is a totally different sort. It's not the Bulls beginning their teardown. It's a player unhappy, and there's a lot of unhappy players. They're not playing well. They're 4-7. But that's a different dynamic than we've heard of.
We won't know for sure until we hear from Zach, who's always been pretty good about addressing these things head on.
Mully and Haugh, Chicago Sports Radio, 6-7 of The Score.
The Score is Chicago Sports. Chicago Sports is The Score. Thanks for keeping us the #1 and most listened to sports station in Chicago. Listen on your radio, laptop, mobile device through the Odyssey app, AUDACY, or tell your smart speaker to play 670 The Score. We're live and we're local. 670 The Score. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
The segment's brought to you by Grand Appliance. Shop the Black Friday now.
That's what they're trying to ultimately do.
Keen-eyed observers on Twitch are asking if that is the Ghostbusters firehouse positioned behind you over your right shoulder.
Indeed, it is. And Chris Sims and I this morning had a lengthy discussion about whether or not grown-ass men should be playing with Legos. And if you remove the word playing and come up with a different verb, then it becomes more acceptable. But apparently studies have shown that for those of us who have a degree of stress in our lives, and these modern times do induce stress for many of us, the Lego building process helps to manage and neutralize stress. So there's the actual Seinfeld set back there, which is a Lego creation. I've got the Ghostbusters set. And I've also got a typewriter that I'm working on. I'll show you what I've done so far. This is like the first 2 steps of it. It is a major pain in the ass.
Whoa.
And I've got the rest of it. I'm going to get to it at some point and finish the typewriter, but that's what I've gotten so far. Unfinished typewriter.
That's
Looks
wild.
nothing like a typewriter. I'm getting there.
Is it a working typewriter? Is it moving parts?
It's you'll punch the buttons down and the hammers will go up, and there's like a fake ribbon. I don't think it actually types, but it simulates typing.
I'm told the Lakers, Heat, and 76ers. So the Bulls 4-7. There's obviously this uncertainty around Levine and also DeMar DeRozan. He's on an expiring contract. They're not close in extension talks, and I think DeRozan also wants to see in what direction is this organization going in. And so the sense around the league is whether it's Levine or DeRozan or both, there could be movement in Chicago sooner than later.
Mully and Haugh, Chicago Sports Radio 670 The Score. That's Shams Charania, friend of the program, talking about what could be an impending trade. Again, it will take time. It's just the beginning of it. And the news of the thing, as KC explained it to us, is the idea that Zach LaVine is on board with moving on from the Bulls. And that's a big part of it.
That would make sense.
And just by the way, DeMar DeRozan is going to be away from the team.
Mm-hmm.
He'll miss tonight's game against the Orlando Magic to tend to a family matter. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
It's at the United Center tonight. Home game for the Bulls. DeMar DeRozan won't be there. If Zach LaVine and his representatives are at the source of this, it would be more logical than the Bulls front office, typically patient, actually known to be patient to a fault, would we say? That after 11 games, changing gears and doing something that they could have begun, a process they could have started the day after last season ended. So I would find that more plausible and also understandable if Zach LaVine is now open to the, okay, trade me. I don't really get along with my head coach. Things aren't going anywhere. I don't want to go through this again. Okay, trade me if you can. You have the green light. I could get that and understand that a little bit more easily than if AK after 11 games says, all right, seen enough. Let's start looking.
Yeah.
Makes more sense. It's more in line with the respective personalities of the people involved.
I agree. I think that is a really interesting distinction that Casey made for us, and it does kind of put it in a different light than maybe we were looking at it before. Interesting stuff all the way around. And again, you change agents and you get a guy in. I would imagine that the Lakers are like a big part of that. I'm not saying Rich Paul can only
that also
deal with the
smacks of
Lakers.
the agent involvement, doesn't it?
That's why I suspect that. But he can deal with a lot of different teams. But clearly, the Lakers need like a big boost. And Zach would represent that. He's
He would.
a guy that could help take over games, and he could help produce the scoring that you sometimes don't get because of minutes limits. And
I think Casey's point about Miami is a good one too.
Yeah, I'm not sure that works.
I'm not sure it's a good fit there.
I
The Sixers, we heard from the moment they got rid of James Harden, they would be looking for a guy like Zach to fit in. I understand why. And I think there'll be other teams. The Mavericks make a little sense. There was some speculation there. But Casey's also right in reminding everybody just how much smoke has surrounded this rumor. This time maybe there's a little bit more fire or the potential for that to happen. But the more I think about it, and as we heard KC, as he often does, put it into context so well, it does make sense that this is player-driven than it is team-driven. Because of the what we just discussed. Now, what happens if they do pull this off? Could they have a semblance of a season still without Zach LaVine? I think it's too early to speculate that. It's premature. We don't know. It's a hypothetical. You can't answer until you know what's coming in return and who's left.
And the big news today, the breaking news, the NFL announcing on its website that Justin Fields is going to start on Sunday at Detroit. Ian Rappaport with that tweet. So, of course, all we really care about now is Justin Fields. But there is a guy in Tyson Bagent who went 2-2 as a backup, proved to be a pretty good backup player. I'm sorry.
No, okay. I'm going to see where you're going with this.
And spoke had something to say on a podcast.
Hold on. Yeah. Okay. Tyson Bagent is mentioned because we have pretty interesting audio. The fact that Justin Fields was named the starter today, no one's really surprised, is
the news,
the main story. But I love the way that
the news.
You're
I've got to announce the news.
It's a segue.
And I've got to say that even though Tyson Bagent is not starting, we did hear from him. and you might be interested. People want to know what the quarterback's thinking, even if it's the backup
quarterback.
So he went on this this podcast. What was the name of the podcast, Brandon? It was something to do with his dad's buddy, who's an arm wrestling guy. I don't know what it was. We'll look that up for you. But he went on this podcast, and he had a couple of interesting things to say. Let's hear from Tyson Bagent. I think he was asked first about when he decides to run. Like, how do you figure out when you should throw and when you run?
I'm reading the play out, and then that happens, and I'm like, I got to get out of here. and then it just turns into just reaction. You're not thinking about like any X's and O's or anything after that. You're just like, don't turn the ball over, go make a positive play. Just a reaction. Like you'd only run the ball if you reacted from the guys, not being open or you not seeing it right or anything. I'm never like, oh, I'm about to run this. Like I'm checking out the pass, boom, it's not there. If I don't have anything, throw it away. If I do, then that's when I can run and try to make a play.
So that is Tyson Bagent on I believe it's called the 7 podcast. It's a friend of his dad from the arm wrestling world, and great insights there. He also talked about how he deals with his critics.
Yeah, it's almost to such an extreme level that, like, I don't know, sometimes I do, like, because everything I read is hilarious. If someone tells me that I'm the greatest quarterback they've ever seen in their whole life, I laugh, right? I laugh. And then when they're like, this dude's a piece of shit, I can't stand watching him another time, I laugh again. Right. But the ones that say piece of shit, I'm always conscious of what they look like as a person, because I always want to I want to say something, like, but not in like I'm mad, I want to say something, but just in like a, like, I just
fat Cheeto finger eating.
Exactly. I just want to say, dude, you piece of work.
That is from the Seven Matosian podcast, SEVAN.
You subscribe?
I don't, but somebody heard it.
Download, listen, subscribe.
I think if Seven is going to go out of his way to talk to a Bears backup quarterback, Mully will go out of his way to listen and try to present it without making you laugh.
I'm only chuckling at your sudden interest in Tyson Bagent.
I don't think that. I think I've been interested in Tyson Bagent all along.
Okay.
And I think if when he was playing and Justin Fields spoke, I think I'd want to hear what Justin Fields had to say.
I definitely am curious what Justin Fields has to say later today when he presumably meets the Bears media at Haugh. I think Tyson Bagent has probably handled himself better in front of the podium when he was at Haugh than he did in that podcast clip that we just heard.
Well, he was down to earth and he was getting a little blue on it, and it's always fun to hear that. I don't know that Jason Benetti has gone blue, but we have Jason also. He went on a podcast. Let's listen to Jason.
When I first got to the White Sox, I was missing the first season, a couple games. The first 2 seasons, I was only doing 81 White Sox games. So I could go do football when the Sox were not at home, and that would be fine. And then as my national profile grew, I needed more games off to get to the point where I could do a routine football package when it was available for me and everything that came along with it. So yeah, there was bound to be tension. And but I also, in 2020, I basically gave up football other than for one game because ESPN didn't have the ability to accommodate, hey, the White Sox are playing late, go sit in your apartment, do an afternoon game. It just wasn't easy for them. There was a lot influx during that pandemic season. So I just didn't do football very much in 2020. So there was some give and take with the White Sox there. But yeah, yes, the answer is yes. I think I've said that already. But yeah, there were times where it just wasn't exactly what they wanted in that department. But it also comes with being in that one place while the growth happens, right? Like the Tigers know, and I know what I need to make Fox happy. And the Tigers know that they're getting in bed with that. So it's just easier.
That's the voice of Jason Benetti. He was on the Sports Media with Richard Deitch podcast, and he's explaining that part of the problem was that the White Sox didn't really want him to do as much of his Fox broadcasting, as much as the college stuff, as they want to allow him to do in Detroit. So that's his perspective on one of the reasons that he took the job in Detroit. And I think he's committed to 127 games, something like that, out of the 162 because of his responsibility to do the Fox stuff.
Yeah, saw him over the weekend doing a college football game, and I think it was college basketball on Monday. So he's definitely still out there.
Last night I saw him.
What was last night? Who did he do last night?
Last night he did Marquette and Illinois.
Oh,
over
good
on
game,
FS1,
right? Good
down
game.
in Chambana.
Yeah, I think Marquette won pretty handily, but obviously
Good game. It was very.
You watched a lot of college basketball last night.
It was a very competitive. Well, I mean, I know we're like the morning show, and we're supposed to I honestly, and I love college basketball. I had no idea that there was this big, 4 teams in town over at the United Center. No clue.
Yeah.
It's still awfully early.
Kansas.
That's what I keep reminding myself.
Kansas with the transfer.
Come from behind
over
win.
Kentucky.
Yeah,
Yep.
big victory. He's good.
And Duke victory over MSU. So.
Well, Michigan State's really not
Okay.
Michigan State this year.
Why don't they play a championship game? And they could play a third, place game too if they wanted. If you're bringing all those programs to Chicago, do it for a couple nights.
Yeah, I guess. I think one's probably enough. Like, you want them to play tonight, the championship game?
Why not? Wouldn't that be fun? I think it'd be fun because like Dustin, it just wasn't on my radar until it was on my television
I think
screen.
that's probably why I don't have a strong opinion about it. I love college basketball in the midst of college basketball season. I know it started. It seems like there's a lot going on, and it makes it easier to ignore.
You got Craig Counsell, you got Justin Fields, there's a lot.
You got
of
Tyson
big
Bagent
stories.
talking on podcasts.
You can laugh at me because we played that, but I wasn't the person that found it and sent it out and said to play.
Well, neither was I.
Okay.
Hunter Dickinson was
got,
the big Kansas game last night. He had 27 points and 21 rebounds.
All right. We got Layla Wednesday. We'll talk to Layla with Lawrence and Dan. We'll do that next. It's Mully and Haugh on The Score.
Bear season means you can count on The Score to take you inside the locker room Monday mornings after the game. Get reactions from the Bears' #1 wide receiver, DJ Moore at 8 with Mully and Haugh.
I'm sick of watching Tyson Bagent. I'm sick of it. He's not as good as Justin Fields, and he's way less exciting. Anyone that is just begging to watch Tyson Bagent again is just I can't understand it.
It's
boring. He's boring
and bad.
Justin Fields is the most exciting player they've had since Devin Hester, and you're ready to just get rid of him. And you gotta watch this Tyson Bagent kid. He doesn't have a weak arm. Yes, he does. 2 of his picks were because he has a weak arm.
All of them.
I'm
At
sick
least
of it.
2.
I don't like. I'm so disappointed that Justin Fields isn't going to play this game.
Yeah, the whole thing has made people dumber, and there are people nationally who are making people dumber. I didn't think things could get dumber than some of what we heard around Kyle Orton and Rex Grossman and everything else we've been through.
Both those guys are legitimate NFL quarterbacks,
I know,
by the way.
but this has been, and I've said it before, this stuff of people falling in love with something that they think they're seeing when they're not is one of the strangest, dumbest things I can remember in covering the Bears.
Look, I get that people are done with Justin Fields, and I understand it. I even, to a certain extent, respect it. Here's the thing, and shout out to my man Leon Rogers, because he pointed this out, and I think it's a really good point. Justin Fields should play, and you should be rooting for Justin Fields to be good, if only so that the Bears can trade him at the end of this thing. Like, if you're out on him being the guy, which, again, I completely understand, you shouldn't want Tyson Bagent to be playing. You should want Justin Fields to be playing and playing well enough that someone else goes, you know what? The Bears are going to draft a quarterback because they don't believe in Justin Fields, but I've seen enough that I believe in Justin Fields, and I believe that with the right nest that we can turn them into something, and we're going to give them a draft pick for it.
Videos brought to you by your local Hyundai dealers. And I want to thank them for their contribution. Thanks to Evan Thomas. He gets us up and running and motivated, but also twitching. And apparently Twitch is full of all sorts of new stuff. I didn't know that. We have a lot of stuff in the studio that is...
a lot of images.
A lot of images flashing around.
Flashy images.
Yeah, I didn't know that.
We're all flash.
And I apologize for all the flash. Thanks to everyone for calling, texting, email.
Most of all, thank you for listening on this Wednesday.
And we do appreciate that. Thanks to our executive producer, Dustin William Rhodes.
Yeah, he's one of those guys. Look out. That's going to be a technical foul. They're going to call a double team. Wow, that's surprising. Yeah, I thought it was just going to be on AD. And look at Desmond Bain. Oh, there's some bad blood, serious bad blood right now.
A lot of stuff going on in the NBA. A lot of people kind of mad at each other and just going through that seasonal thing you were just talking about. Thanks to Brandon Fryer for his great contribution.
This is what I'm saying. This is what I'm saying.
Well, Draymond has got Gobert in a chokehold. This is ridiculous. Draymond Green should be done. And curious to see between Klay Thompson and Jaden McDaniels what the call will be. But you said it.
That
was unreal from Draymond Green.
It was coming from last game to all the smack talking that was going on the last game. And I just had a sense, Michael, that it was going to be Draymond Green.
Wow, Draymond choking Rudy Gobert, and
that was ugly.
That was way out.
Not unexpected, but ugly.
No, there's a lot going on in the league. A lot of people mad at each other.
What did you say, Layla? That just looked expensive?
Yeah, it looked expensive. Like, it just looked like a bunch of fines. Also,
yes,
they do have a point.
Yeah.
Draymond Green goes straight for Rudy Gobert
May
for
as well
no
choke
reason.
him. Yeah. And that it's a Layla Wednesday. That is Layla Lahidi. And we've got the great Lawrence Holmes with us too. Come on. And don't forget about Dan Bernstein. He's here.
Aww.
Yeah, well.
Aww.
What happened to the crowd there? Everybody was so happy. Yeah, a lot of
Layla's mesmerized by all of the new graphics that are
They're
everywhere.
competing elements, my
Pretty
friends.
cool.
They're competing elements.
Visual medium.
It is, but not like this.
Too much?
No, the focus is supposed to be on the people talking.
I think that's the point they're
That's
trying
kind
to
of the
make.
point, yeah.
Ignore the people talking.
Look away.
Pictures!
Please.
Being aided.
Yeah. Please look away.
They're changing too quickly.
The world is speeding away too fast.
No, I'd put them on
it's
like
all too
I'd
unfamiliar.
put them on like a 2-minute loop, not a. What are these on? 20
Earthquake
seconds?
in Illinois. Did you hear that one? Downstate?
In Standard, Illinois?
Standard, yeah.
Yep. It's. I didn't know where it was. I think it's just on the map above substandard, Illinois.
Play the buzzer again. Play the buzzer again.
No. We had an earthquake here some years ago. I remember being woken up in the middle of the night. Everything was shaking. Sometimes it's usually just a construction vehicle on Western Avenue.
3.6, I think it was.
Okay.
Registered 3.6.
Great. Maybe the Yellowstone caldera will blow and the Icelandic volcano will explode and then we'll all be put out of our misery.
Listen, there's no stopping volcanoes, guys. They do what they want. If there's one thing on Earth that does whatever it wants, whenever it wants, it's a volcano.
I'm going to start laughing again because now it gets back to the Icelandic massive steamy crack.
Whose fault is that?
San Andreas.
Didn't the Earth's core stop spinning recently? Or something catastrophic sounding?
I think that was a movie.
No, I think
San
you're
Andreas?
right. I think you're right. There was some sort of seismic planetary event, and that may have been it.
That worries me more than a lot of things.
Did you see the island that popped up near Japan?
Yes.
That's unbelievable.
New Island just dropped?
New Island is popped up, and they're like, well, you better get that on the maps. Because there'll be people just like, oh, this is smooth sailing.
I was going to say, there's already a Culver's on it, probably.
Oh, goodness.
So what do you guys think about the Bulls?
Bulls.
Less consistent than New Island.
You buying the Zach LaVine chatter?
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah.
Sure.
Because Zach's been playing like a guy that wants to get out of here anyway.
I'm hopeful that there's something. This build doesn't work. I cannot explain the shooting woes. I cannot. There's nothing reasonable to explain why all of a sudden so many people have been infected with the bad shooting bug. But if you're looking around the league and the Bulls just aren't playing the same brand of basketball that other people play, this isn't really sustainable to accomplish
But it
anything.
really shouldn't surprise them or anybody based on what they didn't do after last season. This is a continuation of last season's frustration.
Nobody can claim surprise. Nobody can claim surprise. Everybody called it. This is what you wanted.
Yeah.
You want to bring it back and make a run at the play-in and hope that these three guys could figure it out? Okay.
Lack of enthusiasm to open the season directly connected to team they rolled out again.
I just can't figure out if they decided that they were going to give them a chance to change and that's why they waited, or if they were confident to a fault and thought that this was going to work and now they finally changed. Because it's not like we didn't see this coming.
I don't know. I don't know if they something changed, and KC made it sound like what's changed is that Zach is more open, maybe his representation, and saying, let's get him out of here.
Yeah.
Okay.
Great. But wasn't that the thought as soon as he signed with Clutch Sports?
Yes.
That he would end up getting out of here, that this is not the place that he wanted to be?
Lawrence, I think it's the only reason the Lakers are mentioned as one of the potential teams, because it doesn't really, except for that link, there isn't many other reason to think that makes sense.
You and I are on the same page about that, David. It's I don't like it because it just feels like you had a guy that had in his mind that he wasn't committed to seeing this thing through. And I don't know if that means that he wasn't preparing the same way. I don't know if there's an actual tangible evidence of a guy not doing what he can. It just is always felt like since he signed with Clutch that everything is gearing towards him being a superstar without doing the superstar stuff on the court.
I mean, the actions indicate that might be what's happening. I mean, he secured his bag. He got a max contract. You know, the Bulls made that signing not just because they wanted him, but because of asset protection, which I always feel like Brian Geltzeiler, Dan does a good job explaining, like just the principle of why certain people get those deals. And then I also don't blame him for wanting to play for a winning team when it took him, until 2 years ago in his entire sporting career to win 4 games in a row?
Yeah, but he's not a winning player, though.
Well, he hasn't been. He's been on terrible.
Well, that's what people are going to learn when you see what his market value
the
is.
teams.
Yeah.
I mean the way that he plays the game.
Yeah.
He's not a winning player.
Well,
like DeMar is a winning player, even though maybe not now in today's NBA. Zach's not.
That's why Caruso is the most valuable asset they have right now.
Winning player.
Think about last year. At the end of the season, there was that moment where we had gone from it was DeMar's team to now it's Zach's team. Look what he did. He took over a game. And that. Then you come back to the next game and he's nowhere to be found.
Or he just decides to go ISO suddenly, or passes up, a shot that looks like his profile.
Sometimes he does that and he scores 50.
Yeah,
that's true.
Yeah, and that was a loss
with
and there
zero
were zero
assists.
assists, as I recall.
Yep.
Preach.
Somebody will pay for that.
Well, if they're exploring this, you got to explore other things too. I think you're stuck with Vooch because no one's trading for that.
I disagree with you on that.
Nobody wants an old-fashioned center.
He's not an old-fashioned center.
He's just offensive.
He's just not as good as other guys that we compare him to.
Nice.
Like he's not Jokic, but that doesn't mean that
He's
he's
not close to
Dan,
Jokic.
I understand that. The point I'm making is that you have put him in a category that I don't think he belongs. He is not an old school, just back to the basket center. He can do other things like initiate offense from the elbow. He makes threes okay.
Yeah. He makes too much money for what he's not.
Not going forward with how salaries are going to skyrocket. His deal could actually be a good deal 2 years from now.
Yeah, but the formula in the NBA now at center is it's like running back in football now. You find a guy who's inexpensive, who can run the floor and protect the rim and catch lobs, and you pay everyone else. that if really good teams, you can find your rim runner, rim protector dude, and you don't have to pay him. I just think for what he's not, he makes too much money. He doesn't defend well enough.
I don't think you're correct on that. I don't think that as the new money comes in, that's part of the reason that they did this deal.
Yes.
As the new money comes in, he is not going to be overpaid. He's going to be probably rightly paid.
At the end of the day, they signed him knowing exactly who he was.
Right, a below the rim big.
But also like a pick and roll player, and they thought they were going to get that, and they never did.
I don't think they'll be able to trade him, though. I think they're going to have a hard time finding a market for him. I do think that because he fits for them because they have a lot of pieces they think fit with him. But I don't know about trade. Just like with Zach and with Vooch, you're not going to get in return anything that you're going to feel good about building around.
But
that's
you're going to
problem.
get different.
You need picks, and you're going to get salary match fodder.
Yeah.
But to be honest with you, I'd rather watch a team that I know at least is committed to some sort of upside. I'd rather watch and to see who potentially would fit in the next build.
It's hard to keep watching this. Like, we've been to that show, and it didn't work, and now it's not working again. And, well, we've already seen it. And the league has seen it, and it's, you're committed to sort of this, like, no man's land, middle ground.
Not even. You're in the bottom third of the league.
Yeah, but I mean,
you're 12th in the East.
If everything went well, you're talking about 500. If everything were to actually go well, and
agree.
I don't know. That's awful in the NBA.
I think Vooch looks more. I think you're seeing deficiency out of Vooch because there's a glaring lack of two-way players on this team. Like, if the NBA is truly about fits, then Vooch fits on a lot of teams. It's just a matter of what is complemented around him to make his game less deficient.
Also, it might be a moot point because KC suggests that Zach being on the block or having trade rumors now is because of him, and it doesn't mean the Bulls are going to necessarily hit reset if they trade Zach. They may be done with just that move, and they may wait and see what else happens, because he suggested that it didn't mean necessarily total rebuild.
Yeah,
I don't know,
what
man.
else?
But where
what
are
else
you
could
going?
it mean?
You trade your max player and your youngest player and your most talented player with the most upside.
Just keep going.
Yeah, but and then once that starts, once the dominoes start to fall here, and this is sort of where our discussion got to on the episode of Organizations Win Championships that came out this morning. Remember why Billy Donovan and Oklahoma City parted ways? Remember why he was available? He didn't want to be part of a rebuild.
Right. I can't imagine he has an appetite for that now.
I don't know. And do you say, hey, Billy, we'll give you look, he just signed an extension. So do you give him first crack at shepherding a rebuild?
This is a business we have chosen.
That's why he got out of his previous job.
Are you going to handle this today? Are you going to?
We as best
I think
we
we're
can.
just going to run around with our hands in the air.
I guess. So it looks like Justin Fields is back. Our guy broke the story yesterday. It was Jaquan Brisker scooping Ian Rappaport on that one. And we'll get into the latest Bulls stuff thereafter. Mike Florio at 11, Adam Haugh 11:25, High Noon 11:45. Matt Eberflus is going to talk, so we'll stir that into our little Bears stew around noon. Discuss the significance of that NBA fight. There's some baseball stuff. There's Tim Jenkins at 1. There's Russell Dorsey at 1:25, and we're giving away Earth, Wind, and Fire and Chicago tickets.
All right, guys, have a great one.
Have a great show.
Broadcasting live from the Hyundai Studios, presented by your local Hyundai dealers. This is Chicago's #1 and most listened to sports station. 670 The Score is Chicago Sports. Chicago Sports is The Score. WSCR Chicago. WBMX HD2 Chicago. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
The Score!
Hey. The right path to what? And so the stated goal of this season has moved again. It started out when he sat down with media before the season. It was improve on last year's performance, and that meant win a playoff series. And then it crept, and it crept, and it crept, and it kept on creeping on until it ended up, well, the play-in is kind of like the playoffs, and we got into that. Did I hear the goal was to be a tough out? Like they're going to hang a banner the 22-23 Chicago Bulls, the first game of the 23-24 season. They're going to stand there and they're going to pull that imaginary rope, and up's going to go that banner. And it's going to say, tough out. My ass. It should say, my ass.
Now that's a banner. That would be fun. You reminded me of when the Capitals, before they eventually broke through and won, had a President's Trophy banner that they raised one year. The goalposts often move.
I don't want to hear it. You put away those 6 trophies and get it off your letterhead. And I've said this multiple times for this team. If you want to have those gleaming Larry O'Brien trophies, act like they matter. And I know there's going to be all kinds of ways to be successful in the NBA. There's going to be in-season tournaments, and there's going to be, but at least for now, in the world in which we live, you owe it to us. Not the blandishments, not the platitudes, not how competitive you were after you went into the buyout market to get a 34-year-old guard who can't shoot. Show me what the plan is to be relevant. I turned on my TV this weekend and I saw kick-ass basketball.
Oh, dude.
I saw hellacious competition.
Are you kidding?
I saw star players being like, all right, this matters now.
Dude.
Watch this.
I know. You're not even listening to me. No, I heard you. You said a bunch of words, right? Look at this.
The fact that he has to constantly figure out what words mean.
Yeah, I mean, it's like, we're just going to leave it at that. He's.
How does he drive home from Haugh without constantly slamming his head on the steering wheel?
Man has only one look, for Christ's sake. Blue Steel, Ferrari, Latigra, they're the same face. Doesn't anyone notice this? I feel like I'm taking crazy pills.
Bernstein and Holmes, middays 10 a.m. till 2 on 670 The Score.
He does it for us, Jason Leisure. He tries to figure out what Matt Eberflus means by the words that he uses. It's a noble goal. It's an effort in vain, but he soldiers on.
Yeah.
As he will today. Hello.
Why does he get a pass with me on that stuff? Why?
Who, Eberflus?
Yes.
Why do you give him a pass on that?
I don't know. That's why I'm asking.
Walk it through for me. What are you feeling when you hear him struggling to make words make sense?
All right. I think that there's a bigger issue here, and it comes from the same person who probably created the lovely phrase, finding the wise. I don't think he's the head of the snake, if you will.
Okay. So let me run with that a little bit and see if I can add and see if you catch on to some of the stuff that I'm putting down here.
The wise.
I think that they ask him to lie a lot.
Yep.
And I don't think he's particularly good at it or wants to do it.
Yes, and I don't think it's a good thing to criticize somebody for being a bad liar. I think it's a good thing that they're a bad liar because it means they don't like lying.
I think that's part of it. I also think he doesn't have a particular facility with words.
I think that he wants to say stuff but is told to not say stuff, and therein lies the rub.
I think you're right about that.
Because, like, for example, very direct, he said we want to get better at point of contact and point of attack tackling. And what have they done? They've gotten better at those things.
Mm-hmm.
Well, we heard it yesterday when he was talking about Justin being back. He's like, oh, we can open up the play. I mean, not that Tyson doesn't know everything.
Yes, that's it.
About
He's just a bad liar. And I'm not going to diss on a man who is a bad liar.
He is a bad liar, but he's not just a bad liar.
Fair. But listen, being a man and being a bad liar is a good thing. Know what I'm saying, people?
We are broadcasting live from the Hyundai Studios, brought to you by your local Hyundai dealers. We have Ray Diaz, Adam Studzinski, Brandon Fryer, and
Brett.
And our producer for the day, Brett Liebsker, who is here because of Pat Tomasulo's Laugh Your Face Off charity event. So he is our celebrity guest producer today.
Should we make him screen calls?
No, that's not what we're going to
No.
No, let's not do that.
He
to
doesn't
Brett.
deserve that. Brett paid good money to charity for a good cause to be here.
That's the first rule of radio, is understanding that this job will cost you more than you profit from, and you probably have to screen calls. That's what I learned.
He's dressed too nicely to screen calls.
Yeah, you also dressed up.
He's supposed to wear a camo jacket like me, Brett.
He said that he does that when he meets new friends. And I was like, that's very nice.
Oh, that's so professional.
That's good policy.
And he has to work when he's done here.
We'll unlearn you in 4 hours of your professional habits.
312-644-6767 is our telephone number. And
look at the big brain on Brett.
Check out the big brain on Brett.
Or is it Brad? Like, no one knows.
It's Brad.
But he says Brett and Brad.
Check out the big brain on Brad.
That's Brad.
Brad.
That's right.
Later, he says Brett.
Does he?
Mm-hmm. It's a whole thing on the internet.
Here's the best part. He's so good, it doesn't matter.
Oh, yeah. It doesn't matter. It doesn't make me not love that movie. It's just one of those inconsistencies.
Hey, thank you, by the way, for your inspiration yesterday.
Yeah, everyone apparently thinks that I did it, and I just told him to make shrimp and grits. I didn't make it.
I was just sort of putting it out there. I wasn't sure what I was going to make for dinner, and Beth knew she was going to have some leftover chicken soup that I made for last Friday, so it was all me, and you said, what about shrimp and grits?
Yeah.
I said, I can make shrimp and grits.
And you did, and then you put it on the interwebs.
It was really good.
It looked really nice.
It was really nice.
Can I tell you who does a really good one? Little Goat Diner.
Oh, I bet.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, it's tremendous. And I say this having, lived in Houston and such.
Well, the secret ingredient in mine, I believe, comes from there.
Cocaine.
No. It
Shasheries?
Yeah.
He can't say it.
We always called it Shashares.
Is that why you can't say Schlereth?
Mark Schlereth. And it's Tony
Shashery.
Shashery.
Cajun accent is you just add more syllables to some words and take them away from others.
But he's not Cajun. That's Creole. That's the thing. It's not. Technically it's Creole spice.
Okay, sure, but that's just not the case here.
Speaking of Schlereth, he's doing the game.
Yeah, he and Adam Amin.
Ray, see if we can get Adam Amin on the show.
He's
he's going to be
DJing
on the afternoon show. Let me look.
Screw that noise.
He's DJing at Underground on Thursday.
Is he really?
Mm-hmm.
We can get DJ Adam Amin.
What's his DJ name?
It's
DJ
still-
Adam Amin. You talked to him about it.
Yeah, he's still trying to figure out if he's going to do anything bigger than that, but It's just DJ Adam Amin.
Okay.
He's really good. I've been listening. He's got a SoundCloud, so if people
I know,
wanna,
but I think he needs a separate
Why?
nom de guerre. And that way he can wear like a giant air-cooled helmet thing.
Like Dead Mouse?
Yeah.
Shaq has
Although
DJ
he'd
Diesel.
probably fall over.
It's
Yeah,
Dead
but-
Mouse's bit.
but there's also another DJ Diesel, and it
Daft
gets
Punk.
confusing.
Very confusing. It
have-
confused the hell out of me. I'll tell
Yeah.
you that this summer.
Have you talked to Shaq, or not talked to Shaq? You probably haven't talked to Shaq. Have you seen Shaq talking? It's a clip that's going around on Instagram about EDM concerts and like how moved he is by seeing the crowd, like, and then his passion for DJing. It goes in a lot of places that I didn't think Shaq went.
Ooh, cool.
Like
I'll
he's
check that
very
out.
passionately moved by it.
I mean, that's what the DJ is supposed to do. Like, the DJ is supposed to be able to move the crowd. It's interesting, though, like, what EDM has done to DJing, like, seeing some of the way people react to it, where they're maybe not as engrossed in the music per se. They're just waiting for the drop.
Or they're all on ecstasy.
Yeah, there's a lot of drugs.
There is.
I have enough trouble with alcohol, so I stick to that. But I will say, like going to a Kygo show or something.
Go
like
get
that,
it,
I
baby.
just like
Yeah,
to move around.
that's a drug I've never done.
Most of them I've never done.
That's on my list.
haven't done any of them.
I haven't done.
The
I mean,
overwhelming.
I've done most of them. I haven't heard any of that. But what I did try,
I haven't heard any of that. I didn't hear all of it. I heard a lot about most of it, but what I did hear, I did not hear any of that.
But I would think that has a lot to do with a lot of the EDM vibe.
If you so
I
choose,
guess.
I think
or if you're
people-
like me and you just want to hang out and dance.
Yeah,
and
people
stuff.
like gathering, Dan.
Yeah.
Like, they enjoy gathering. And
Not you two necessarily, but
yeah, I don't mind a small gathering. I would go out, and I've told Adam this. I'll go watch a set that he does. I've gone and seen sets that Illa has done. I've gone and seen sets that my brother has done. I'll go to the Chosen Few picnic in the summertime occasionally and just kind of walk around and enjoy myself. But yeah, festival bigger than the Chosen Few, and Chosen Few is pretty big itself.
extrovert music fan over here. I'll go to most things.
It's a little too much for me. So, you go, but when your people are doing stuff, you got to go and represent. And then I'll have a drink and I'll eventually loosen up and then start dancing, which is fun.
So Adam means at Underground tomorrow is the moral of the story.
Adam Amin is also on the Parkins and Spiegel show on Friday at 4:25.
Should we get Schlereth back on so that Dan could butcher his name again?
I think he also
Sure.
may be making an appearance.
Sounds
I'll
like
have to look.
sounds like a plan. Yeah, I think it didn't. Somebody, I don't know. Check your Slack channel.
I'm looking.
Check producer Slack.
That's what I have to do.
All right, so then we got to go all the way to Christina Pink, right? Then that would be the next person on that broadcast.
Oh,
That's probably booked.
speaking of
No, we
music,
can do that.
Speaking
It's
of music
fine.
talk, are we just going to ignore that Andre 3000 is going to come out with a new album?
No, we talked about it a little
Yeah,
bit yesterday.
he's playing the flute.
Get that flute.
We talked about it off air yesterday.
Yeah, we didn't
Oh,
make, we
yeah,
didn't
you're
make it
right.
on the air.
Are you sure?
Yes.
Yeah, we talked. It's definitely off air before the open of the show.
I thought you came back with a bump, and I made mention of it. But all right,
I didn't play any
17
Outcast or Andre
years.
yesterday.
I'm excited.
It's been 83 years.
People were joking about the instrumental to the Boondocks theme because it's very flute heavy, and saying that's going to be his album. We're all going to be like, this is the greatest album ever. I'm very much looking forward to it. However he wants to give us art, I'm here to at least I'll roll with you on it and check it out, and hopefully it's good.
Exciting.
My my entire Friday after work is based on listening to this album.
Really?
Yeah.
You know what? That's not a bad idea.
Do you think that do you think that he'll rhyme on it at all?
No, not at all.
There's supposed to be no lyrics.
Mm-hmm.
What?
The lead track is, I swear I really wanted to make a rap album, but this is literally the way the wind blew me this time.
He was
telling you,
partly
man.
inspired by an ayahuasca trip that
Listen.
apparently made him think he was a panther.
This is why there are some people that their grip on you is so strong. This is the Erykah Badu thing, man. She is an incredible muse, but she clearly has something that she does that makes these men crazy.
Are you
Who else is on that
referring
list?
to Jada?
Who else is on
Jada.
Erykah Badu's list?
Yeah, who else is she bewitched?
Jay Electronica.
Okay.
I didn't realize that one.
And Common. Common went from being Lonnie from 87th and Cottage Grove to knitting hats and wearing kufis and wearing pants that he made. Now he's actually kind of course corrected, but clearly Andre has not.
Now he's doing T-Mobile commercials.
Yeah.
What does she do?
That's what the question in the community is. What is it that she's got going on that makes people crazy?
Compare and contrast her and Jada Pinkett Smith.
Oh no. Jada's on her own island, supervillain island.
But they both inspire this devout loyalty.
It's not loyalty. Like with Erykah Badu, like I do believe that she brings out the best in you musically. Like from a muse standpoint, I think that she is very good at it. But I think that like, all right, let me just be real. He won't understand this. You will. I think Erykah got that good.
Okay. That's all you really have to say.
All right. I think she got that good, and I think it drives men crazy.
Do you know that she went to we always talked about how she was from Dallas? Like that was like a big point of pride, and how she went to the arts magnet there.
Yeah.
Because she's the type of person you think is from Neptune or something.
Yeah. I
like another planet.
Look, it's one of those women where I'm like, you're definitely intrigued, and you're like, man, I'm gonna be a vegan. Brandon knows what I'm talking about. Brandon understands exactly what I'm talking about.
She got that candle. I don't know if you know,
Yes.
she sells a candle.
She sells a candle
like
of her essence. She put together a candle of her essence and was selling it.
But not like Gwyneth Paltrow.
Yes. And
Brandon just disappeared into the
No,
night.
he shook his head yes.
I can't
and
see.
there were men who ran to go get it. All I'm saying is I think she might have that good. And I'm going to stay away from it. Not that it would ever be offered to me.
Oh my God.
I was gonna say, do you really want to stay away?
She actually is calling it. She's not even messing around with the name of the candle either.
And Brandon says there's incense as well, if you're not into candles.
Yeah.
How long has she been hanging out with Andre 3000?
Well, they what I'm saying is
Oh my God.
they were together and they're not anymore. And she was with Common. Common even talked about it in his records. Like the Come Close song, Come Close to, that's her. And it's about her. Are Your Eyes Still Green, Girl? Like that's about her.
Oh, I gotta re-listen to that.
And then in some of the later songs that Common did, he's like, yeah, people think that I'm if I break up with you, I'm gonna start eating meat again. I'm telling you.
I can't read
so
this
many
on the
jokes
air.
I could make there.
No,
Probably
you
not,
can't read it.
Dan.
No, I can't.
I
Probably
cannot.
not.
But I think that Erykah Badu is net positive. Jada, on the other hand, you want to stay away from her for different
But
reasons.
they inspire devout loyalty.
Is this what happened with Aaron Rodgers in Blue of Earth or Blown of Earth or whatever her name is?
No, Aaron Rodgers has a different. Aaron Rodgers is about Aaron Rodgers. It's about whatever choices he makes that day.
Right, but I thought that he was dating a witch who made him do ayahuasca, and maybe he thought he was a
Nobody's making
packer.
Aaron Rodgers do anything
I don't
except
know.
Aaron Rodgers.
Mitch says he's standing by with his dump button in his office, by the way.
He should.
I'm just saying that
I would be too.
I think we're clean so far.
If is it the window seat? I think it's the window seat video where you see. This is why I love me some Brandon. The window seat video. People are like, oh, because she's very like ethereal and stuff, and then people are like, oh, I see the whole silhouette now, and I'm very interested.
I had no idea we had so many 708 texters who have a connection to Erykah Badu or to Dallas or to Grambling State. 708, Lawrence, I went to Grambling State with Erykah. Yeah. She has that good. He has the good she always has.
Yep.
Well, Brandon just informed me that she has a child with Andre 3000 and with the DOC. I didn't know.
Are they the most talented people ever?
Yes. I'm trying to tell you that she is quite the muse and got that good. And it's like, it's terrifying.
But they're not together anymore?
No.
So he's like coming down.
Yes, he's been on a walkabout because he got the good, and it inspired a lot of stuff. Like, it inspired, I want to say they were together when he did Stankonia. Like, it inspired all that stuff.
Yeah, another texter says, I'm sorry Miss Jackson is about her.
Well,
I didn't think so.
I think both of them had stories in there because Big Boy was going through some stuff too. But yeah, man, just saying.
And the 815 wants Vin Scully to read the description of her incense on air.
No.
Not happening.
No.
That is not happening.
Kind of like when Dad and I did a show for Christmas and you were not here, Lawrence, and somebody told us a story we now
Get Pat
refer
Hughes to
as
do it.
the dark story.
Oh, no,
and we can't ever tell that to people.
No.
So awful.
No, we can't do that to Pat because Pat's like a good man. We do need to break.
Yeah.
Studs has been telling us. Let's talk about Justin Fields.
We have a new producer today, and this is how we're starting.
Yeah, right.
Sorry.
And we're late to our first break. What
Sorry,
kind of producer
Bert.
are you?
Brett. Bert.
The hell, do your damn job.
Yeah, Brett.
He has a
Get us
sports
in
coat
line.
on. Get to break.
Get us in line. Back after this in The Score.
This is Chicago's #1 and most listened to sports station. We're live from Chicago, talking Chicago sports. Listen on your radio or through the Odyssey app. AUDACY. We are 670 The Score. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
This is Maggie Gray with an Odyssey Sports Minute sponsored by Prevagen. The campaign to get Dak Prescott an MVP award is on, but taking a closer look at Dak's season shows his stats are being padded when he plays inferior teams. Dak is coming off a 5-touchdown game against the Giants.
The way I'm reading this from him and now kind of reading his performance the last couple of weeks, I think you had a guy that was he was overly engrossed in trying to avoid mistakes. He was too focused on what he shouldn't do rather than focusing on what he should go do. And I think now you're seeing part of seeing him play more freely is him just stripping it down and saying very simply, DJ Moore is the best player on this team. Throw the ball to DJ Moore. If he's covered, if he's not covered, like throw the ball, treat him like the #1 receiver that the organization thinks that he is and that we've seen him be. We saw him be it in Carolina, and we've seen it here at Haugh Hall every day. From the first practice. From the first practice, DJ Moore was not one of these myths, one of these promises that the Bears tell you, and then you wait and see if it comes true. From day one, you could see on the practice field, this is their best player. This is their best guy. And one of these, so your way you're seeing Justin Fields play, the aesthetics look a little more free, a little more aggressive. And then the numbers are telling you that too. The advanced stats are telling you that too. It was under 3% of his throws in the opener were quantified as aggressive throws, meaning in tight coverage. The next week, I think it was like 7%. The last 3 weeks, it's been closer to 20. He's been one of the more aggressive throwers in terms of tight coverage, and Justin Fields has been one of the more aggressive throwers in terms of actual downfield air yards on his throws. That is a good change when you have good players around you. That change doesn't probably mean anything or materialize in anything when you're throwing to Byron Pringle and N'Keal Harry. But when you have a legitimate #1 receiver like DJ Moore, you should be more aggressive and you should be going more downfield.
I'm sure you're aware of what we've been talking about basically all day, other than, advocating for you to get a contract and the pick six and everything. Yeah, we've been talking about Tyson Bagent. We got a quarterback controversy on our hands here. Jalen, how should we be handling this?
Tyson's my dog. Trust me and believe me, I love Tyson. I'm a big fan. I watched the documentary. I seen the records. I see him in practice. I see the confidence. I see the preparation. Called after practice with him. I've helped him out any way I can, challenged him in practice. but I don't think there's a quarterback controversy. Everybody knows I'm a big Justin fan. I'm all for Justin, all for everything that he's about, and I'm still a true believer. I think it's easy to say that, and of course we win, and offense looks good. I think it's different when I feel like you focus on control and doing certain things to I feel like make the game go good. And I think it started really with the run game. I think when you can control the game, and I think the time of possession wasn't even close. I think that just starts with being efficient on first and second down, running the ball, the right plays. But I feel like overall that was a true team effort, a true offensive effort. I feel like O-line did a heck of a job running. D4 went crazy in the run game, and Darren Arrington, he went crazy as well, making some big runs, some good runs, pushing the power. So I think the offense as a whole controlled the game and did what it needed to do to help a young quarterback like Tyson. And of course, he has the arm talent and things like that, but it's also a way for the team and for the OC to protect them. And I think for as far as Justin goes, I think you kind of try to give him the keys to the car, and at times he's going to bump the curve and things like that. So I mean, at the end of the day, it's something that I think are two different situations.
We're going to see where it goes, but I feel like Justin looks ready to go to me.
Breaking news from our Bears reporter. I'm not talking about Chris Emma. I'm not talking about Jason Leisure,
Dan Weeder,
Adam Haugh. That's Jaquan Brisker giving you the scoop.
I think we know who Rappaport's source was on that, huh?
Yeah.
Actually, Pro Football Talk gave us credit.
Did they?
Yeah, they did. Well, we will talk to Mike Florio at the top of the hour.
Oh, that's nice.
Yeah, but their article gave Jaquan Brisker and 670 The Score credit for the news.
Good for Jaquan Brisker.
Right.
Telling truths.
Quanti.
I mean, they could have mentioned the name of the show.
I got to see if they did.
Especially since Florio's on the show.
It's not that show, but he's not his show, but he's on that show. But
and
yeah.
MDS listens to the show.
That's true.
You know what?
He's here, right?
That's it, Michael David Smith.
Come on now.
We're fighting.
No, we're not.
Now we're fighting.
What are you?
I'm a senator.
Oklahoma senator.
Damn right. I'll stand up.
How about Bernie Sanders? Bernie Sanders, sit down. You're a United States senator. Oh, we're going to do this now. Oklahoma. All I'm thinking is that's the head of the Teamsters. And growing up here in Chicago, you may be a former MMA fighter, whatever you are, but when you get into it with the head of the Teamsters, you're damn lucky. That Marquain, whatever his name is damn lucky he doesn't have cement shoes on right now at the bottom of the Hudson River.
Well, he's saying let's not have it come to that. Let's settle it in the octagon.
Okay.
Get Draymond to put that sleeper on you?
The idea of messing with the Teamsters Union is not
hard
high
no.
on the list of good ideas.
That is that might be the origin of mess around and find out, if you know what I'm saying.
A couple guys from the docks are going to show up and say, hello. Hello.
I don't assume violence. I just respect. Know what I mean?
It was an absolute clown college day in the United States Congress yesterday. It was
Grown men
from
being children.
James Comer
Can you do you do a Bernie
Kevin
Sanders? Can you do
McCarthy.
Bernie Sanders saying act like a senator? You're a senator.
You're a
act like
United States senator. I don't know.
that's not bad. Keep going. Act like it.
Vermont
Finish the
does-
line.
Vermont
You're a
does
United
have a lot
States
of New
senator.
York.
Act like
Let's
it.
say senator. Who should act like it?
All right, now.
And then you sit
all right,
with your
that,
mittens.
That really drifted into Jackie Mason.
Well, for good reason.
I know, but I mean, come on.
And Larry David, there's something very similar going on there. Yeah.
Well, they did a whole thing.
Right. He eventually did do because it was just too easy, and he finally did. So we have Justin Fields returning to action, and I couldn't be happier about that. Because I'd rather watch him. This is the Adam Stadzinski doctrine. You'd rather watch the good player than the not good player.
It was a wild idea that I had.
Wasn't that crazy, controversial stuff you had?
Apparently.
I just hope that they still employ some of what they used for Tyson Bagent with Justin Fields, because Justin Fields can execute all of those concepts. I want to see a moving pocket. I want to see Fields purposefully roll to the right, not this drift crap. Be clear. Be clear in what you're saying. And here's also a thought, is employ your receiving targets the way that they did on Thursday with Darnell Mooney and Tyler Scott. Take advantage of the speed mismatches, for example, with Scott. Don't always check down to your running backs if you don't have to. And that was really frustrating to see in the first half of the game on Thursday of last week. But in this case, trust that right side of your line as long as it's intact. I know we're going to get to that in a little bit on this show at noon. But go with the personnel that you've seen flourish there. That is a scheme that Fields can run, and I really hope they don't get away from a lot of that. The moving pocket especially.
Games 1 through 3, Justin Fields was not very good. Games 3 through 6, he was very good. Game 7, it was trending towards him not being good. And him not being good, I think, is what got him hurt. He made a terrible decision on a play that he should have given up on.
Right. He held on to the ball for 6.1 seconds.
And then he ends up getting hurt. It's funny, though, because like it felt like once he got hurt and Bagent got in there, that people forgot about the way he had looked in the weeks previous. The Minnesota game looked terrible for that half of football that he played. But before that, we were talking, if it weren't for his teammate, we were talking NFC Player of the Week type stuff that we were seeing from Justin Fields.
Did people forget, or did people choose to ignore?
I think people chose to ignore. And look, I get it. Like, the majority of your data on Justin Fields is not good. But if you go look at what he's produced over his last season's worth of games. And I think people would be surprised at how good he's been over the last 17 games that he's completed.
And how many touchdowns he's accounted for.
Absolutely.
For example, I had a buddy, he and I were texting, he lives in D.C., and he was incredulous. He's like, how in the hell did this team get cooked? Or did this team cook the Commanders? And I'm like, well, there's one big difference here. Justin Fields.
Yeah, throwing it to DJ Moore. DJ Moore has one of the best receiving games a Bear has ever had.
Right, and there was a defined game plan that was successful there, so that's how they cooked the Commanders.
And the Commanders kept playing one-on-one man defense against DJ Moore for inexplicable reasons.
And they had pass rushers playing selfishly rather than complementary football.
Here are the numbers on Justin Fields for the last 17 games that he completed. We're talking about, wait, hold on. I'm going to make sure I get this right. Here we go. A 91 QB rating, passer rating, which is not, you want that to be over 95, but it's okay. 3,088 yards passing, 1,239 yards rushing. So that's a total of 4,327 yards, 26 passing touchdowns, 9 rushing touchdowns. So 35 total touchdowns, 12 interceptions. Completing 61%, that needs to be higher. Now, the record for the Bears in those games is 2-15. And they average 22 points a game. But if we were looking at the last 17 games that Justin Fields has completed, you would say that the quarterback was trending upward, right? Wouldn't those numbers suggest trending upward?
Yes, they would.
Okay. It's just funny how that when he got hurt and there was someone else in the space, that part, like all of that stuff got ignored. And the only thing that mattered was how bad he looked, and he looked bad in the game against Minnesota.
I think the glaring difference is the sacks, right? That's it to me. That's it.
Holding on to the ball too long.
It's the taking of the sacks.
Absolutely.
So hopefully there's some refinement there. And again, I would hope that plays that worked in that game plan get utilized again for positive reasons, and that they're used in a way that would also help this quarterback. Like when you say you want to open up the playbook, I'm sure as hell hoping it's not for people to stand like statues in an empty set pocket where you hope that the fullback chips and then is your first read. That is not what I'm here to see.
That's Layla Rahimi here on Wednesday on the Bernstein and Holmes Show, Monday through Friday, 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. on Sports Radio 670. The latest on the Bulls and the reports that Zach LaVine is now amenable to a trade. We'll discuss next on The Score.
We are Chicago's #1 and most listened to sports station. We're live from Chicago, talking Chicago sports. Listen on your radio, your laptop, your mobile device through the Odyssey app, AUDACY, or tell your smart speaker to play 670 The Score. We're live and we're local. 670 The Score. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
If you are shown over and over and over again that your team lacks awareness and a standard of play that's going to put you in a position to win, that they don't have a mentality or focus or concentration, then guess what? As a coach, you've got to change your strategy too. You can't rely on Zach to just somehow get it because he's a max player. But these are all the things that I've been trying to tell you on why it doesn't matter if Zach's knee is fine or not. He's not a max player. Because of stuff like this. The reason that DeMar gets the ball at the end of the game is because he has a higher basketball IQ. He understands game and situation. And no, he's not a perfect player, but I trust him to make the right decision at the end of a game.
And he's more likely to get fouled and less likely to turn it over.
And Zach is so bewildered at the end that he's pointing at the referee. What in the world were you doing? How did that make sense to you? What math did you think was happening, even with a foul to give? The difference between the two dudes. DeMar is a hooper. Zach's a guy who's got a lot of great offensive skills. He's not a hooper. He likes to project himself as one, but he's not. He's just a guy that's really good at offense. And last night was another example of it. You finally got DeMar out the way. He's not there. You're the man now, dog. Here's your opportunity. And what do you do with it? You dribbled inside of the three-point line and sitting there crying looking for a foul that was inconsequential because you didn't understand the score and the situation. Hoopers understand the score and the situation. And this is the guy that they've hitched their wagon to. A guy with all the athletic gifts in the world and a lack of basketball IQ and killer instinct.
And I'm going to be curious to see how he handles it publicly. But in general, he's always maintained, as far back as media day on our station, he was on the pregame show with Jason, Kendall, and Will, and said I've done my part. I've signed here. I've committed to here. I've always been loyal to here. So rumors aren't coming from me, and this is the first time where there's at least a semblance of him being open to a new destination.
Casey Johnson of NBC Sports Chicago on earlier with Mully and Haugh. He also went on to say that Zach never, ever got over his benching that occurred a year ago. Interestingly, in a game against Orlando, the Bulls' opponent tonight. And I thought it was a deserved benching because he was playing like garbage. And if it's something that petty that's driving this, fine. Whatever it takes to force something to happen, at this point, I'll take it.
He's not a winning player. And he's definitely not a guy that should be the lead of any team. I think that he could end up, if he ends up in a spot where there are players that take the game more seriously and are at the peak of their powers or somewhere near it, then I think that he can be a valuable asset. What I said when they gave him the money, I stand by. You had to pay him max money, but he's not a max player. I would have probably, actually, I said I would have traded him before.
Yeah, you've been consistent about this from jump. You've never wavered in any of these assessments of him.
He's just not a baller. Like he's a really talented player who's not a ball player. And sometimes you can feel it out. Like, say what you want about DeMar. DeMar's a ball player. Zach's a dude who's really like, man, you should play ball. And he's like, yeah, I should. Look at how high I can jump and I can knock down threes. I wish he would pay attention to his game. You never feel comfortable at the end of games with the ball in Zach's hands. He's probably going out of bounds.
Or he's taking a 2 when you need a 3.
Yeah.
Zach does do that. He knows that he can catch and shoot threes. Like, he knows that about his profile. He's embraced that. But the turnovers at the end of games and his performance directly relating to his turnovers is a big problem. But here's where I differ from at least you two's take on him. I'm not making excuses for him. But you know how you talk about Lawrence Patrick Williams going to another team and the light's going to come on and everything's going to make sense and they're going to utilize his athleticism? If Zach LaVine joins a winning team, it will be his first. You don't think that that's not happening somewhere else? The tragedy in this piece of it is the timing and the fact that LaVine is now amenable to it, and the value is lower because everybody knows what the Bulls' exact situation is.
I think my issue, where I would take issue with Zach versus the P. Will thing, is I think that Zach, because of some of the stardom that he got as a slam dunker, I've always felt like, and it might not be fair, I've always felt like Zach has been chasing stardom,
status climbing,
and not greatness. And with Patrick Williams, I don't think there's any chasing of stardom. I think he's still a kid who's trying to figure all this stuff out. Zach LaVine's a 10-year vet at this point in his career. And every time we watch him in game, was it the Detroit game? Which one of the games was it where he gets the rebound, they're down 2, and he spins out to shoot a 3 instead of going right to the basket? It's stuff like that where you go, you don't have a good sense of what is happening inside of games. And yeah, he's got all the athletic ability in the world. But when I watch those decisions, when I watch him dribble a ball out of bounds in a game tying or game winning situation, or throw the ball into the stands, I'm much more comfortable as a Bulls fan with the ball in DeMar's hands, because I think that he's going, even if I think he's always going to make a better decision.
This is what I'm trying to figure out, though. This is the timeline for me. Why now? If all of this is true, why would his representation, why would his side now, November, like after everything we went through in the offseason, all the player movement, and Lillard gets traded, and all the Harden drama, when everything's supposed to happen, how do you get 11 games into a season and they'd be like, now we're open to these possibilities?
Because he decided that.
But why?
Because
why now?
Because they had done all these things in the offseason. I mean, whatever you want to say about what happened after the first game, I don't know if you call it a team meeting or what. To me, I did appreciate his clarification to that point, but his players talk. That's not abnormal. That they talk without their coach, that's nothing new.
I mean, it is abnormal to tell the coach to not come into the locker room because we're talking.
Yeah, I mean, Billy noted it for a reason.
Yeah.
But when I say this because they signed Vooch in the offseason, clearly told that was a knowing decision that they made, knowing exactly what that meant for them as far as how much money they had left and how they had to spend it. They decided to sign Vooch. They clearly knew they had an issue as to why they thought going to Nashville was going to help somehow. People were probably on board with this, or else they wouldn't have believed that it could have worked. And I think they gave Zach a chance to see what he thought about it all. And now he's like, all right, I think this isn't working. To me, that seems reasonable to understand.
I think they wanted to try this out. They wanted to go in with a little bit of a different philosophy. They wanted to ask people to do stuff that maybe they're uncomfortable doing. They've tried it now for 11 games or 10 games before, 11 games. And they've been like, this isn't going to work.
Well, there's going to be regression on the shooting percentages, though. This will all look better when these shots are falling. They're still taking good shots. They'll be back to their regular career percentages. I don't know what's going on with the shooting numbers, but to make this judgment now before the inevitable snapback in a larger sample is a little strange.
There's also something else to this that we're probably not considering it.
We got some breaking Bears news. Breaking news on 670 The Score, presented by BetQL. Smarter bets start with BetQL. Download the BetQL app or visit BetQL.com today. It's official. Justin Fields will start Sunday against the Lions, according to Matt Eberflus, and Nate Davis is going to go back to right guard. Tevin Jenkins back to left guard.
We need to have a conversation about that later on in the show.
I don't think I like that.
Yeah.
I don't think I like that.
So what I was going to say is Rich Paul might think he has a deal. We don't know who else is amenable to being traded and how.
I'm sure Clutch has played a big role in this.
That's what I'm saying, though, is there might be somebody else who's willing to be moved that we don't know about, and that's what we're seeing take place.
I wonder if there is, like, because I think that if you're a winning team, a team that's trying to add little pieces here and there, I feel like Alex Caruso is super valuable. The unfortunate part for Caruso is that he can't stay healthy because he plays basketball like a football player. So I wonder if there's, because if LeBron has been lamenting Caruso's leaving since he left.
Yep.
And I wonder if that's a package of players can be sent to the Lakers, because that's one of the places where Zach is supposedly, and that would make sense because of Clutch Sports and
he
all
could
the
also
other stuff.
fit there because LeBron can be the point guard.
Yeah, well, and you want to learn how to be a winning player?
LeBron, and
you want to learn? You're about to learn.
LeBron can limit Zach's downside if LeBron plays the point, because there's nobody better at understanding spacing, score and situation, knowing who should have the ball and shouldn't have the ball at a certain place at a certain time. The guy is an absolute master of that. So and the Bulls really haven't had that. That's one thing that's been a real problem on this team, is their lack of that guy.
Yep. It's a lot to digest, and we'll see. I mean, December 15th is when it's more likely than not that December 15th would be around when you would make this move, because the free agents that have signed would then be eligible to be traded. But who knows? I mean, it just felt like it was trending this way. And then once you gave him money, once you gave him the max contract, you had a dude who had earned a max deal but wasn't a max player.
I mean, I feel like there's a lot of people like that. We talk about the max and we exalt it. And in reality, it's about what you qualify for and the resume as much as it is how you get there. And he did. He qualified for the max. We know that. But yeah, I tend to think a couple things can be true. Zach's finally okay with it, and Rich Paul might have something up his sleeve.
That's Layla Rahimi. This is the Bernstein and Holmes show. Next up, Mike Florio on The Score.
When it comes to Bears analysts in the know, The Score is your destination all season long.
Our starting lineup on offense includes Olin Cruz, Jared Payton, and Patrick Manley.
And on defense, it's Dave Wunstead, Matt Bowen, and Anthony Harris.
Plus all the inside info from Brad Biggs, Haugh Arkish, Dan Wiederer, Mark Grody, Stacey Dales, and much more.
Unfiltered opinions from an unprecedented team.
Those are the things you worry about when it comes to Tevin Jenkins. It's the consistency of doing it all the time, every game for 17 games. So that statement, I will say this, on this football team right now, Darnell Wright is your best offensive lineman. He's played the most. He's been the most consistent. He's been out there every week. He's fought through injury. He's played at the highest level for the longest.
When Nate Davis is back, does Cody Whitehair go to the bench?
I think so. I think he does. I think that just the film tells me that. The film, Nate Davis was playing pretty good before he left. Depends how healthy his ankle is. But I think you have to, Danny, and that's hard to say for me. I have a ton of respect for Cody Whitehair. But as you guys know, I come on, I try to be fair, and I just try to tell you exactly what I see on film. And what I see on film is there's no way that you can put Tevin Jenkins on the bench. I'll be honest with you. I don't know what they're going to do, because I don't know if you should move Tevin Jenkins back to left guard either. So they have a choice to make there. when Nate Davis comes back.
Oh, interesting. Have you seen Tevin be much better at right guard than left guard? I figured that was maybe just a product of who he was playing next to.
But that is part of my argument. I think he is better at right guard. I thought he was a better right guard last year. I think when you put him next to Darnell Wright, that's a formidable offensive line. I don't think you want to mess with that. I think you want to let those two young guys grow together and hopefully keep, if I'm Ryan Poles, man, I'll be honest with you guys, I'm down in that weight room every day talking to my strength coach, talking to my trainers, and I'm asking them, what are we doing for Tevin today and Darnell Wright and the offensive line in a whole I'd be asking about. But especially guys who have a hard time staying on the field, I'm asking them, well, how are we training them? How do they look? How's their recovery going? Is there anything more we need to be doing to keep these guys out there playing at a high level?
Ladies and gentlemen, joining us now is a man who's got a massive brain.
Mike Florio.
He used to be a lawyer, then he decided to take his talents to the internet.
NBC Sports.
I'm sorry I'm late. I was talking to Robert Kraft.
Pro Football Talk.
I wouldn't listen to some of those people out there, especially guys like Mike Florio.
Mike Florio with Bernstein, Holmes, and Rahimi on Chicago Sports Radio, 670 The Score.
This hour is brought to you by Menards. Save big money at Menards. Time to talk NFL. Never a dearth of news in that regard. Mike Florio of Pro Football Talk, joins us on the Score hotline. That is brought to you by Circa Resort and Casino in Las Vegas, home of the world's largest sports book. And check out Twitch, twitch.tv/Chicago 670 The Score. What's up, Mike?
Hey, dearth, that's one of those words where I quickly do a check for how many letters it has in the event it's a 5-letter word that could be used in Wordle at some point. But alas, dearth has 6.
It does. DEARTH. Indeed. See?
You and him.
So Mike, the news that was broken on this show yesterday by Jaquan Brisker seems to be confirmed by the Bears. Justin Fields is starting on Sunday against the Lions. What do you think is at stake for Fields over these last 7 games?
Well, not the entire future of his career, but next year, whether he's going to be with the Bears, whether they're going to trade him, what they're going to do, how they finish, how the Panthers finish. It's possible he could come in and play extremely well, and the Bears could still end up with the first overall pick in the draft and decide we're going to sell high. We're going to move on. So there's a lot at stake. His future with the team, his future in the NFL, what the Bears can do, what they will do, and can he stay healthy?
Mike, I also think that who is the overall consensus first pick, at least for quarterback in this draft, is evolving. What have you heard from scouts around the league or maybe executives around the league as to their impressions of who the quarterback is that's setting himself apart? Is it still Caleb Williams? Is it somebody else?
I haven't heard anything yet because I haven't gone looking for it, because I don't worry about it until after the season ends. Because frankly, what the scouts think doesn't matter, because after the season ends, that's when the coaches get involved, and that's when everything changes. That's when guys are moving up or down the draft board. It's a combination of coaches being involved and the media finally catching up to what the scouts thought all along. Nobody makes dramatic moves up and down the draft board in March or April. But when coaches get involved, that's when everything changes. For some teams more than others. So I just don't. Now, there are different issues that'll come up. Heisman Trophy is an occasion to maybe get some input from people, but I haven't gone looking for it yet, just because, to me, the hay's not in the barn until college season's over and NFL season's over.
We always look forward to the hay being in the middle of the barn. With Deshaun Watson, is Cleveland, like, how regretful is Cleveland that they guaranteed that man $205 million?
Well, they'll never admit it. And you can't account for injury. Deshaun Watson isn't a guy who was injury prone. There wasn't a reason to look at him and say, you know what, this guy's just an IR stint waiting to happen. He had the torn ACL in 2017, but he'd been pretty durable. So the injuries are potentially there. They're on the radar screen. But hey, anytime you go all in, this is part of the risk you take, that you're not going to get the return on the investment. And the contract that was given to him is so big, it's caused, I think, a lot of people to overlook what else they gave up to get him. It's more than $46 million per year on a 5-year fully guaranteed deal. It's first-round pick in 2022, first-round pick in 2023, first-round pick in 2024, plus 3 mid-round picks. They have gutted the potential nucleus of a team that would be ascending later in this decade. And there's going to be a reckoning for this. There's always a reckoning when you make that kind of an all-in move. And they're experiencing it now, but they're going to experience it later, because they're not going to have those 3 guys they could have had that could have become core players for the Browns moving forward. And, you know, at what point do we declare it a failure? I don't know, but it puts even more pressure on the Browns next year to get it right with Deshaun Watson.
There's a little bit of a sidebar nugget here that I think is important that was on Pro Football Talk's Twitter page this morning, and that's the discussion of Josh Dobbs and whether or not he would be traded to the Browns. What the Vikings have done, now winning 5 straight, is impressive to say the least, but to combine that with the fact that he could have been traded to Cleveland, and I guess not, what can you tell us about that?
There was another team in on it for Josh Dobbs. Dobbs told me after he came off the bench to beat the Falcons 10 days ago that it was the Browns and the Vikings. That's what his agent told him were the 2 potential destinations. This morning, I was told by someone who was aware of the overall dynamics, the Browns weren't in it. They should have been. They traded him to the Cardinals, and I wonder whether they were reluctant to trade back for him because they'd be admitting we probably shouldn't have traded this guy in the first place. But the fact that the Vikings got him for this new bargain basement deal where player plus a 7th round pick is traded for a 6th round pick, which isn't much of an upgrade. We're at complete crapshoot stage of the draft when you're talking about 6th and 7th round.
Yeah, that's the Chase Claypool deal.
Yeah, that's the Cam Akers deal. That deal's been done like 7 or 8 times this year. It's basically face saving. We're giving this guy away without really giving him away. How was no one else in on this? Why do teams not value backup quarterbacks? And I was talking to somebody about this today. I think part of it is there's a desire to just stay the course, next man up. And I think it's just laziness. We have a guy who knows the system. We'd rather roll with a guy who knows the system, who is lesser than the guy who's available, that we'd have to roll up our sleeves and work hard to get him ready. We got to teach him our system. We got to adjust our system. We got to be flexible. We got to be diligent. We got to be creative. You know what? We'll just go with the guy we have, because think of it this way. When you lose your starter for the season, that's the built-in excuse that keeps you from getting fired. Like we've seen in New York, where why do anything drastic post Aaron Rodgers? We're all coming back next year because Aaron Rodgers is coming back next year. Let's just make chicken salad and we'll dangle this idea of maybe he's coming back. I don't think he's coming back. I think he likes dangling the idea of coming back, but we're all going to be here next year anyway. That kind of complacency contributes to the reluctance to make that big move. Other teams should have been after Josh Dobbs, and the Vikings got him for nothing. It's almost like the balance 34 years later to what they gave up to get Herschel Walker. They get this guy who's a damn good quarterback for them for nothing, and he may take them to the playoffs. And once they get there, who knows? This crazy year, who the hell knows what's going to happen when the playoffs start?
Mike, the Bears are getting ready to take on Detroit this weekend. I'd love to know from your perspective of what you thought of the Dan Campbell hire initially, and why do you think it's been successful?
Well, Rick Spielman, the former general manager of the Vikings, was on one of our shows right after that happened because his brother Chris has a very quiet but very significant role in the organization. He's basically the right-hand man to owner Sheila Ford Hamp, but he doesn't go out looking for credit. He doesn't put himself in the spotlight. But I asked Rick whether or not the Vikings would be exempt from the kneecap biting because Chris and Rick are brothers. And Rick laughed and said, when my wife saw Dan Campbell's introductory press conference with the kneecap biting reference, she said, that's the guy Chris would hire. That's absolutely the guy Chris would hire. So Campbell is a reflection of this transformation by the entire organization, with Chris Spielman, I think, being the key player that we aren't talking about because he doesn't want to be talked about. He doesn't feel compelled to have anyone talking about what his role is in changing this team after 60 years of dysfunction. So Campbell is exactly what they thought he was going to be. He's a great leader. He's creative. He's daring. He knows when to go for it. He's learning when not to go for it. And he's got this team in position to be the number 1 seed in the NFC. I'm troubled by the defensive performance against the Chargers. They had 15 days to get ready. The Chargers are coming back from New York on a short week. They shouldn't have given up 38 points. But if they can take care of business, they only have one really tough game the rest of the way, Week 17 at Dallas. They should be able to win the rest of the games and be the 1 seed in the NFC.
Mike, I'm trying to figure something out here. There's a missing piece to a lot of the Bill Belichick rumors and discussion that's swirling. And I understand that maybe it's just over there and his team is bad and his owner kind of passive-aggressively wants him out, but still may not fire him because he might try to trade him. And I've heard all this. If you're Bill Belichick, why do you want to keep working? At this point, what is he, 73? Why not get a boat, the same boat or a bigger one than Jimmy Johnson's got, and go live your life? Why would he want a heavy lift of another organization after an unparalleled career?
Well, they played a clip from his Football Life documentary from like 2009, and there were 2 significant things that struck me. This was before the Sunday morning game from Germany, Colts versus the Patriots. Number 1, he said he's not going to be coaching when he's 70. That was significant. The other significant moment was as he was unlocking the door to get in, he had his key fob for his cars in his mouth, which that was just one of those, ooh, okay, in your mouth, your car key, but whatever.
And he's
As to the
71,
first
by
point,
the way. He's 71 years old.
As to the far more important point, I think it becomes so much of his identity. What else is he going to do? What else did he do? What else would he do? He's been a football coach his whole life.
Retire.
Well, I know, but you know what? Bear Bryant retired and he died a month later. So I think that these guys are just wired to keep going and going and going. George Halas would have kept going. He got to the point where he physically couldn't run up and down the sideline to harass the officials. That's when he knew, I can't do this anymore. And I think Bill Belichick will do it as long as he can physically do it. And where this is all setting up, I firmly believe, because NFL media is starting to push this now, and I think it's coming from the Patriots. They're getting the word out. He's not being fired during the season. They want to trade him. So we're in that window now where owners are thinking about what they're going to do after the season. They make their plans. And if you want Bill Belichick, it's time to call the Patriots now with a conversation that never happened, maybe a couple levels deep from ownership, where you figure out what it's going to take. You figure out what it's going to take to pay him and to trade for him. And then after the season, that process gets activated. I think that's what the Patriots want to do. They want to trade him and get something back for him from someone else. And I think there'll be at least one other team that wants him because he's Bill Belichick.
Yep.
The Tampa Bay Buccaneers are one to watch because they can't fill that stadium now. You bring in Bill Belichick, and maybe you get some sizzle back and people show up for the games.
But here's the thing, though. I understand it's Bill Belichick, but you're not hiring his resume. You're hiring him. And him over the last 3 seasons has not been great. How do you square that circle?
The problem, I think, has been he's so bad as a de facto general manager, his coaching ability no longer makes up for that. Also, his staff, and you look at the staff and you look at the front office, it's a lot of relationship hires. It's a lot of indirect nepotism hires.
And direct nepotism with his son.
Right. Well, the direct nepotism is an issue. The indirect nepotism is an issue. Matt Groh, Elliott Wolf, Groh and Wolf. That's what happens. We talk about nepotism in the NFL, and it's mainly father hiring son or sons, as the case may be. And there's a psychology to it. There's a reason for it that we don't have time to get into today. But there's also plenty of, you hire my son, I'll hire your son. You do me a favor, I'll do you a favor. For whatever reason, I'm not in a position to hire my son, but you are. And the quality of the people around him, maybe not as good as it's been in the past. So you don't have Tom Brady. You don't have the kind of staff and front office you used to have. And no amount of game day excellence is going to make up for that. That's the problem. So wherever he goes next, there needs to be guardrails. There needs to be people in place. There needs to be a quarterback. There needs to be a lot. But if you get that, you can get the best of Bill Belichick and you can win.
If Jerry Jones can hire Mike McCarthy, somebody's going to want Bill Belichick. I think you're absolutely correct. It's always amazing to me how much that name cachet really does something for certain NFL owners. I want to ask you about the Ken Dorsey firing in Buffalo. How much of a difference do you think it is going to make for that team offensively?
None. I mean, the guy who gets the job was the guy who was there. He was part of the problem. Everybody on that coaching staff is part of the problem. I think this was just Sean McDermott recognizing he had to do something. The fan base had been very defensive, very loyal. They had been circling the wagons right along with the organization. After Monday night, the fan base turned and they needed to do something. Ken Dorsey wasn't getting it done. And look, I'm a firm believer that I would never hire a defensive head coach because your quarterback is your most important player in today's NFL. Your offensive coordinator becomes your most important coach as it relates to the quarterback if the defensive coordinator head coach combination is what's happened, just like in Chicago. So if it works, the offensive coordinator gets a job somewhere else as a head coach. That's what happened in Buffalo. Brian Daboll did so well with Josh Allen, he's gone. Then you got to hire another offensive coordinator. There's no guarantee it's going to work. And it hasn't worked. A season and a half was enough to come to the conclusion that Ken Dorsey's not getting it done. But they're making this decision 5 days before a game against the Jets, who have a very good defense. They're 5-5. They've got games against the Chiefs, the Eagles, the Cowboys, the Dolphins coming up. They're not going to make the playoffs unless they have a dramatic turnaround. And this season, I just think it's lost, and they're just doing something to try to turn it around.
Mike, you're going to probably think I'm joking on this, but I'm not when I ask this question on the record. with Joe Manchin announcing his retirement from the Senate, maybe to do other things, have you thought at all, and has anyone approached you about an exploratory committee regarding a Senate run?
Absolutely, positively not. Under any set of circumstances would I ever do anything like that. I have no interest in that life. I have no interest in that dysfunction. I have no interest in anything that would be associated with today's Congress. It is a crap show. I almost said the other word. The stuff that's happening is embarrassing. Life is too short to be part of that mess.
Well said. I love that we have that soundbite for when Mike becomes senator of West Virginia.
No way. Hey, here's the other thing too. Let me tell you this. You want to know the 100% truth? I'd never get elected here because I have an Italian last name. Joe Manchin is Italian, but they changed the name from Mancini to Manchin. That's how you get elected in West Virginia. You got to be an Italian in non-Italian clothing to have any chance in a statewide race. Even with that, I would have no desire, no interest, no way, no how. Never, never, never. Never say never, but never.
In the year of our Lord 2023, that is still an issue with people? Why am I surprised?
In West Virginia, it is. Rampant discrimination against Italians dating back decades in West Virginia.
Wow.
Our guest, Mike Flowers, will be. and you know what? And the funny thing is, everything you're saying, all you needed was yesterday's news alone to make your point. 1 day's worth of news out of there.
Yeah, it's not good, and it's depressing. It's depressing, and you don't want to pay attention to it, but I feel a compulsion as a citizen to pay attention to it, and I hope more people wake up to it, and the ballot box and the outcome of future elections gets the dysfunction out and gets better people in. I don't have any hope that's going to happen anytime soon.
I fear it is a generational personality trait.
Mike, we appreciate your time. Thank you so much for joining us.
Good talking to you. Have a great week.
That is Mike Florio. Up next, Adam Haugh. There's a lot going on at Halas Hall today that we're going to get to, starting but not limited to our discussion with Adam Haugh. There's been talk about Justin Fields and not just this game, but what his future may hold. There's movement along the offensive line. All of it coming up next with Haugh on The Score.
Before every Chicago football game, turn on The Score for the PNC Bank pregame show. 3 hours of pregame coverage with Chicago football legend Olin Kreutz and Iron Man long snapper.
That's what they're trying to ultimately do.
Keen-eyed observers on Twitch are asking if that is the Ghostbusters firehouse positioned behind you over your right shoulder.
Indeed, it is. And Chris Sims and I this morning had a lengthy discussion about whether or not grown-ass men should be playing with Legos. And if you remove the word playing and come up with a different verb, then it becomes more acceptable. But apparently studies have shown that for those of us who have a degree of stress in our lives, and these modern times do induce stress for many of us, the Lego building process helps to manage and neutralize stress. So there's the actual Seinfeld set back there, which is a Lego creation. I've got the Ghostbusters set. And I've also got a typewriter that I'm working on. I'll show you what I've done so far. This is like the first 2 steps of it. It is a major pain in the ass.
Whoa.
And I've got the rest of it. I'm going to get to it at some point and finish the typewriter. But that's what I've gotten so far. Unfinished typewriter.
That's
looks
wild.
Nothing like a typewriter. I'm getting there.
Is it a working typewriter? Is it moving parts?
It's you'll punch the buttons down and the hammers will go up, and there's like a fake ribbon. I don't think it actually types, but it simulates typing.
But how did we go so quickly, skipping all the other steps, 100 miles an hour, like, oh my God, they have to put him on the active roster right now or everybody else in the league is going to come take him away, and then what? What? What are we doing? happened to us here? Why can't it be a nice story that a Division II quarterback, given an opportunity in a training camp, looks the part and can make some throws and maybe establishing himself as a developmental prospect? Isn't that okay?
Yes, that should be okay. But that's not what we do here for some reason.
Doing? All right, here come the texters. We've seen guys slip who ended up being starting quarterbacks. There's little difference between Brock Purdy and Bagent as a prospect coming out. I don't want him to use a roster spot, but if he got snatched and it came back to bite us, that would suck.
Brock Purdy played big-time Division I football.
Yeah, how about 262? This comes from the uncertainty of Fields being the guy. We're pretty confident, but people are worried he could turn into Trubisky or Cutler, and we don't want to miss on a Tom Brady.
It wouldn't.
Would you stop?
Wow, you're jumping all the way to the GOAT? You're jumping all the way to Tom Brady.
Come on now. And Justin Fields has nothing to do with Cutler and nothing to do with Trubisky. Nothing. And Tom Brady? You've watched one drive.
In a not real football game.
You watched one drive in a practice game. Tom Brady? Stop, please.
Adam Haugh says.
Adam Haugh, Bears beat writer for CHGO Sports.
What's up, everyone? My name's Adam Haugh. This is the CHGO Bears podcast.
We just need to kick Adam Hodge off the show and let him come back on Tuesday.
Host of the Hogue and Johns podcast.
Mark Trestman's face just popped up on my computer, by the way.
Adam Haugh.
Adam Hoagie or Hogg, excuse me, I don't know how to pronounce the last name.
With Bernstein, Holmes, and Rahimi on 670 The Score.
He's on Twitter at Adam Hogue, host of CHGO Bears, the Hogue and Johns podcast on the Score Hotline presented by Circa Resort and Casino in Las Vegas, home of the world's largest sportsbook, twitch.tv/Chicago 670. The Score, a little news up there today, Adam. Justin Fields is back, and they're once again rearranging the offensive line.
Yeah, and I almost think that's the bigger story here. I mean, I kind of feel like we already felt like Justin Fields was going to return this week, but we didn't necessarily know what they would do once Nate Davis returned, or even if Nate Davis would be available this week. I'm not surprised by what they're doing, and in case anyone missed it, I know everyone's loving Tevin Jenkins next to Darnell Wright. It has been fun to watch two maulers next to each other, especially in the run game. But the reality is Nate Davis hasn't played left guard a lot, and Tevin Jenkins has shown an ability this year to play both left and right guard at a high level. So I'm not surprised. Does it make it a little less fun to watch that right side of the line? Maybe, but I also thought Nate Davis was playing pretty well before he got hurt with that ankle injury. So, you're trying to make all five of your spots as strong as they can be. And, this is probably as good as it's going to get this year. You have Braxton Jones back. Nate Davis is back. Tevin Jenkins is healthy. Lucas Patrick, I still think that's a spot in the offseason you want to upgrade at center, but he's probably your best option here. And Cody Whitehair, who's, clearly in his last year with the Bears and maybe potentially even in the NFL, depending on how things go, he's now your sixth man. So I think this is as strong as this offensive line is probably going to get this year.
How do you think the Bears think of Braxton Jones at this point?
Yeah, I think they still think very highly of him, but I think it's one of those things where almost like Charles Leno, you sort of knew the floor was pretty high, but you weren't necessarily ever going to have a top 5 left tackle in the league, right? And I was always somebody who defended Charles Leno because he always stayed healthy. He made 79 consecutive starts or whatever it was, and a lot of times at tackle, that's what you need. Like, you just need durability. Now, Braxton Jones has missed some time this year, for the first time with that neck, and but he seems to be back now. And I think that, considering how young he is, they probably still see some untapped potential. I always liked Corey Wooten, who does work with us here at CHGO. He's compared Braxton Jones, especially last year when he was a rookie, to how David Bakhtiari looked as a rookie. Later round pick who clearly had potential, had size and measurables and athleticism that you want, but clearly was had to go through some learning on the fly type things, especially when you're coming from a school like Southern Utah, right? So I like Braxton Jones. I don't think his ceiling's as high as Darnell Wright's, nor should it be when you're talking about a later round pick compared to a top 10 pick. But I still think that they view him as somebody who's probably going to be around here and not necessarily a top need in the offseason if that's what we're talking about.
I am terrified with this being the best the line's going to look that they're going to say, all right, let's go empty the first drive or something like that. Like that's the double-edged sword that I feel like this health brings is unused confidence that we're going to have to see come out in a bad way. How do you think it may affect the game plan watching as much film as you do?
Yeah, I mean, I certainly understand that fear, Layla, and I hope it's not the case, because the way I look at it, let's not forget that Matty Eberflus also said the Kari blasting game is going to be back this week, and I think that's huge too, because the Bears have so much of their playbook that they really couldn't run when blasting game was out with that fullback, and he gives you extra protection to when Justin Fields drops back in any type of two-back set. So I hope that what this means right now in terms of what it means for the quarterback is, especially if Khalil Herbert's able to return this week too, it kind of takes a lot of the excuses off the conversation, or out of the conversation, I should say. And hopefully the protection's there. Hopefully the running game's there. Okay, Justin, when Matty Eberflus today says what do they need to see in 7 weeks? Just consistency. Like, this should allow you to really be consistent, protect the football, just get the ball into the hands of your skill positions and keep the chains moving. I think that's what the Bears want to see right now. And now the schedule's tough. Obviously, having to play the Lions isn't the easiest game to come back, but I still think there's a world in which, that can all happen even if you're not winning the football games. We can still see that type of progress. But to your point, Layla, like, let's not be sitting here on Monday questioning why they did this or why they did this or why they didn't, do quarterback run more or more boots or, because there's just been too much to that this season too.
It seems like when the Bears have running backs active, they're determined to use all of them. Where it's like, we got to try this guy. There's got to be some plays for this guy. And then and I have no problem with a running back rotation. But at some point, whenever Khalil Herbert's ready, however you want to do it, why wouldn't you just play the best guy? If he's tired, you give him a break on a series. But I don't know why they try to find reasons to put lesser players in there.
Well, that's an interesting observation. Yeah. I like most of the Bears running backs that they have. I also think that part of it, Dan, too, is as much as everybody's loving Deontay Foreman, I think they like handing him the ball.
Mm-hmm.
He's just not the best option in terms of pass protection back there. And that could be a challenge for a coaching staff because you don't want it to be too obvious if you're going run pass, depending on which back's in there. So I do think that they have to mix and match it a little bit just to make sure it's the tendencies aren't too obvious, depending on which running back's in the game. And I do think they trust Roschon Johnson, even though he's a rookie. I think Khalil Herbert, before he got hurt, was showing signs that he was getting better in pass protection. I do think he was a better option than Deontay Foreman.
Right, but Herbert, you can't really use in the passing game because his hands are bad.
Well, yeah, and I guess that's kind of what I'm getting at here is the downside of not having an obvious NFL number one running back, the Saquon Barkleys of the world, or, using a draft pick on Bijan Robinson, like the Falcons did, is those guys are top 10 draft picks against the norm, which is don't draft running backs high, because they can do all those things we're talking about. They are the complete package. I think what the Bears are doing is very smart to not commit a ton of money to the position, because look at them. They're still moving the ball. They've had a lot of success in the running game. But what I'm getting at is it does make it harder sometimes with who to sub in and who to sub out. And by the way, don't underestimate, they fired David Walker, right? A lot of times that's up to the running backs coach on the sideline to handle those subs. So, that's a factor in all of this too. So I think it's a great question. I hadn't given a ton of thought, but I just think that's part of what they're battling is just which packages or which plays, which running back's supposed to be in. And then, of course, you're also battling, okay, are they tired? Are they fatigued after getting the ball 4 or 5 times in a row?
Hoger, one of the things I love about social media is sometimes you can look up and you can see your friends and your colleagues and you're all doing the same thing. That happens for me Saturday night. Saturday night, I was at a football game Saturday afternoon. I believe you were too. And then I get home and I'm watching football and I'm like, well, I haven't done enough study on Drake May. Let me watch Drake May. And then I'm like, oh, Hoag's watching Drake May too. So in your pursuit of trying to figure out who might be the best quarterbacks and maybe the best fit for the Bears, what do you think you've learned so far?
Well, I've learned that we can't anoint these guys before they're done playing college football, because what's happened this year is very, very fascinating. Caleb Williams' story is one where, he's kind of been this next big great thing since he was like 12 years old. And everyone, I think, kind of just had this assumption that it's going to end with him being the number one pick when he finally was eligible for the NFL draft. And what you're seeing this year is that Drake May's playing better. He's that's to his credit. We've seen this happen before. I mean, not that Drake May wasn't on the radar, but the way Joe Burrow played his last year at LSU, he went from a late round pick to easily, without a doubt, like should be the number one quarterback with some of the best film you're ever going to see. Drake May is pushing Caleb Williams right now, and rightfully so. Like this doesn't need to be dismissed by like, Caleb Williams is still, he's still really good, but like part of this is Drake May might be more of a polished, complete package at this point, and we're not done. Like there's still plenty of college football season here. There's still the pre-draft process. So that's just the biggest thing I've learned is let's not make conclusions too early because there's the tape, there's still the combine, there's still, all this stuff that's going to lead up to the draft in April. And oh, by the way, the Bears still have an evaluation on Justin Fields that they have to complete here with 7 games to go. So there's still a lot that can change. And in the meantime, I'm just having a lot of fun watching these games and evaluating all of them. It's a big puzzle that's going to take a long time to put together.
I'll also say this, though. I will always back the Mac Brown resume over just about anybody in college football these days outside of like Saban. And I feel that his position to put May in a position to succeed is more robust than what we've seen out of Lincoln Riley and USC.
Yeah, without a doubt. And also it's like May's background's pretty incredible too, right? Like his whole family, they're athletes. His brother Luke, won a national title playing college basketball in North Carolina. So like he's got and I always think that's an important thing, right? If you're a little brother, a bunch of siblings have all been great athletes, you've been beaten up on your entire life, and you might be the best prepared one to go on and have great success at the next level. So it's been really interesting. It's been a lot of fun to see a lot of these games on primetime too on Saturday nights this entire fall.
It's a weird year. Even Mike Florio described this NFL season as strange. And when I look at the Bears' schedule, I wonder how strange it could really get. Because you laugh, but other than the 2 Lion games, they're in play in any one of these others.
Yeah, and as of yesterday, I would have said I would have put the Browns game in there too, just because I think going into Cleveland and that Browns defense was going to be, and still is, by the way, going to be really tough on the offense. But all of a sudden, if you're playing PJ Walker, like that guy we just saw in training camp, look horrible, that game's in play now for a win. And I agree, it's which kind of gets back to what I was just talking about when you're strange. I know Florio's probably talking about the entire NFL, but it's been a strange year to just talk about the Bears. You guys know this on a daily basis because there's so many moving pieces. You want to start going down this road. Like Adam Johns is flying to Chapel Hill to go see Drake May. But, oh, by the way, like we still got to finish the book on Justin Fields here. But, he's just doing the same thing the Bears are doing because they're trying to look at all options too. There's just so many roads that this can go down, including what you're bringing up, Dan, with the schedule. Like, I think these games against the Lions are both going to be losses. Would it completely shock me if the Bears found a way to win one of them? No.
Especially considering how Detroit's defense has played the last month.
That's the thing. Like, their defense isn't incredible. I mean, it's good. It's good enough with that offense to win a lot of football games. But if I ask you guys this right now, like, do you trust that Lions defense in the playoffs to make it to the Super Bowl?
No. But I might trust them to win a shootout though.
Yeah, I don't know what to trust this year.
They've been in these games before though. The Chargers game wasn't the only one like this. Didn't they do that with the Seahawks earlier this year too?
Yeah, like they've struggled. Their defense this year has, if you look at them, like they've given up points. Like they got rocked by the Ravens.
But relatively speaking, for the Lions, it's a huge improvement.
No doubt.
We know how they've broken down defensively at the end of games previously.
And so let me leave you guys with this in terms of how it affects this game this week. I think there's a lot of signs that point to the Bears covering this very big spread. Okay, first of all, you're coming off they have a significant rest advantage against a team that just came back from the West Coast. That's one of them. The Bears are getting healthier. They are getting their quarterback back. And a lot of times there's that letdown factor of, the Lions pulling off that win last week too. And just, okay, we got a much easier opponent this week, that's having a rough season. So I'm not saying the Bears win. I'm not going to pick them to win, but I do think there's a lot of signs there that point to this being a closer game than most people think. And if that's the case, Justin Fields, if this is a one-score game in the fourth quarter,
be the difference.
Can they finally have a moment like that where he does like what Drake May did 4 different times on Saturday night against Duke? Can that happen? Can you, if you're in that moment, you've had this huge losing streak against your division rivals, it hasn't been going well, you're on the road, a lot of things going against you. I expect them to be trailing in the fourth quarter, but can Justin Fields rise to the occasion and make those special plays? Find DJ Moore, your number one guy. Go out there and get a win. Certainly not what I'm going to predict to happen, but I do think that opportunity can be there Sunday afternoon, and that might be what we're talking about Monday morning.
Adam Haugh, thank you.
All right, guys, have a great day.
That's Adam Haugh on the Bears. Casey Johnson says Zach Levine is talking at shoot-around, answering questions. He said, normally Zach Levine says he's frustrated the Bulls aren't winning. Usually he responds to rumors by saying, if it didn't come from my mouth. He didn't do that today. He said it's a business. He said that Rich Paul is his agent and speaks for him, and that he and AK have a good relationship.
Awesome. We'll keep looking at that.
That means something's different.
Uh-huh. Everyone's on the same page now.
Anytime somebody brings up the phrase business like that in a job that is not businessy.
Business.
Jamal Collier says, Levine says, I'm frustrated we're not winning. If you're not frustrated, it's a problem. It's nothing more than that. It's an upsetting thing when you've been trying to do the right thing the last 3 or 4 years, and it seems like we're in the same place.
Business.
Mm-hmm.
Can we hear from Flusy at noon? Can we do that? Let's hear some of him along with talking about Tevin Jenkins.
Definitely. But first, high noon. I have Super Pigs.
I've got performance enhancing.
I've got the bird of the century.
Bears fans, the 3-7 Bears head to Detroit to take on the division-leading Lions. Can the Bears make it 2 in a row? Stay tuned to The Score as we continue to get you ready for Bears-Lions right up to kickoff. And don't forget to listen to our Football Monday for a full day of Bears reaction on Sports Radio 670 The Score. And always live on the free Odyssey app.
This segment's brought to you by Grand Appliance Shop.
What do you need to know?
It's death. I guarantee you it's death.
Do you feel the anxiety?
You know what?
Ruby? You've come to the right show.
Okay. All right, so let's see. Dan, what do you got? Oh, okay. Dear Lord. Okay. We're going to pull 2. We're going to pull another one just in case, and I'll tell you why.
No. This is real. Keep it. Let's go with what it is.
I am. So there's 2. Okay, this is what's happening. So your first card, your focus card for the week is Twin Flame. It's all chewed up. As you can see, I can use these so much. So Twin Flame for this week, what this means is Twin Flame is a soulmate connection, and it's also part of you living your purpose. When we are married in a relationship or we're connected with another individual, we both have to be living our life purpose in order for the connection to get stronger. I feel like this week there's been obligations that you've been attending to that maybe you need to refocus on your life purpose, what your intention is, that will also help you in your love life and connecting you, the 2 of you together, and having a stronger bond. The 2 cards that I pulled with tarot was the Devil and the Knight of Pentacles. Now, here's the thing. So the Devil card comes in as really bad energy, negative attitudes, toxic behaviors. This could be like you shouldn't be eating chips. Maybe you should be eating more fruits and vegetables, watching your health. And I pulled the other card here, which is the Knight of Pentacles, and it came in the reverse. When it is upright, it means this man is super on top of his A game. He feels financially secure. He's very humble. He's very giving. He's very nurturing. And in the reverse means that there is something holding you down from being that person. I feel like you guys just need a stage in that whole place and cleanse. I think that you're right. You need your chakras to be super aligned.
When? High noon?
High noon on Wednesday. This is the middle of your work week. It's all downhill from here. We discussed the return of Justin Fields and the fact that Jaquan Brisker broke the story, and he was credited with doing so by Pro Football Talk. We have talked about this ongoing story about Zach LaVine apparently being open to a trade. And that's major news because he hadn't been in the past. And he, at Shoot Around today, didn't really deny that was the case. Mike Florio talked football, as did Adam Haugh.
Way to go, Brett.
Yeah, Studs, you're out. He's better than you are at that.
All right. So I ran across this yesterday. This is from Shannon Sharp's podcast, Club Shay Shay. This is him and Ocho Cinco talking about a combination of I'll just let them explain.
Ocho, is it really true you took Viagra during games?
Yeah, half a pill.
Why you trying to be out on the field with wood like that?
You understand what the pill does.
Just one up under your tongue, about 30, 45 minutes?
Yeah, listen to me. It's an enhancement with the increase in blood flow. But if you take a half a pill before a game with a little bit of Red Bull, it turns into a performance enhancer.
So you got a boost with that energy drink and the blood flowing.
Bingo! And I'm out there going crazy. I'm out there going crazy on the half of Viagra. This is one of the reasons why I feel I'm one of the best ever.
They asked me, Ocho, do you still take Viagra?
Oh, I don't need it no more because I'm not playing football no more.
I could neither confirm nor deny.
Nah, I ain't gonna lie to you.
I'm talking about me. I ain't talking about you right now.
Oh, you take it?
I might have dabbled once upon a time.
Once upon a time.
You know what I'm saying, Ocho?
That's
family,
a yes.
Y'all. And the people that's watching, I consider you family, so I'm gonna give it to you raw.
Oh, no, don't do that. Ooh, raw for real.
Okay.
That was great.
We had this Viagra conversation and preceded an hour ago by the Erykah Badu candle conversation.
This is the best show in the country.
Yeah, the Erykah Badu candle incense conversation was a thing.
Eye-opening for
too.
you.
Yes.
I will say this. The emphatic yes from Ocho Cinco was hilarious. And then he's like, yeah, and you know what happened? It was a performance enhancer. Like how happy he was to admit to taking something performance enhancing was hilarious to me.
Something that he stumbled upon that wasn't against the rules. If you ain't cheating, you ain't trying.
If there's one thing I know about America, grown men are never going to outlaw that in any way, shape, or form. We have a new bird of the century. John Oliver campaigned to have a bird of the century, and this bird is pretty amazing. Dan?
Yes?
Have you heard of a bird from New Zealand who is known for puking and has a colorful mullet and wears its youth on its back for travel?
It's literally called the puking mullet bird, right?
That's not the name of it.
What is it called?
No, it's the Putukeki.
Right, but that's what it translates to, something.
So he would...
Putukeki.
I have heard of it, and why is it in the news?
No, I think there's another
Because
syllable, actually. Putukeki.
Because it won Bird of the Century in New Zealand, and it was because John Oliver found out that you could vote from anywhere. You didn't have to be in New Zealand, and he made a whole bit out of it. So it won. And what it does is it devours its prey and then throws up the bones. Like it eats its own feathers to coat its stomach. It devours its prey, and then it throws up the feathers and the bones.
The emphasis is on puking here.
Well, hold on a second. All raptors cast pellets. All raptors puke up pellets of bone and excess fur and feathers.
Do they eat their fur and feathers specifically so that they can line their stomach?
No,
that's what this bird does.
They don't eat their own, but
That's what this bird does.
But hawks.
So why are you talking about other birds? Because we're talking about this specific bird.
And we're not even talking about the iconic New Zealand bird, the kiwi. I mean, everybody knows about the kiwi. My goodness. Kiwis have their own shoe polish business, for goodness sake.
I mean, they call themselves Kiwis after the kiwi.
And Liam Hendricks gave us his favorite Australian bird, the cassowary, which I believe he described as a giant chicken that's pissed off all the time.
Apparently, there's some really good video of a cassowary coming
out of the ocean. I saw it.
That's super disturbing
Yes.
to me.
I saw
Because the
it.
cassowary is like, is there stuff in there? I'll eat that too.
You're up on
Don't
your
look
bird
at me.
videos.
I'll chase you.
We had a bird
And
video
it's
since.
It's Puteki Teki.
Puteki Teki.
Puteki
Okay,
Teki
thank you.
is the way that you say
So
it.
the AP story didn't have the actual name. And I'm like, why, AP? All you have to do is type it. You don't have to say it out loud like we do. But for some reason, the AP story didn't have it. The Guardian did.
Well, we had bird stuff sent during the show yesterday. Our own Connor McKnight, our long-time dear friend.
McDoink?
McDoink sent a picture, and he just texted me, and he says, "What is this? It is in my driveway eating rats."
Yeah, if you ever have a question about what that bird is, just ask Dan. Take a picture and just tweet
and he
at him.
texted me, and it is a light-colored red-tailed hawk, adult red-tailed hawk, that is in his driveway eating rats. And he says that he loves him, and he has named him Froderick. So Froderick the hawk is somewhere there eating rats.
That was pretty good there.
He's right on it. So feral pigs have long been a major nuisance across the Southeast. We talked about it. Texas, Louisiana, all through the Bible Belt, they're coming to get you. But guess what? Researchers have documented an expanding population of feral hogs in Canada.
We just talked to him.
The result of crossbreeding between domestic pigs and wild boars. Hey, buddy! They're very adaptive to the wild nature of Canada. They have high reproductive rates of domestic pigs. They are being referred to as super pigs. They are thriving in the cold Canadian wilderness.
Spider pig.
Spider pig does whatever a super pig does. And they said people have assumed that feral pigs were not a serious threat to northern states because of the cold climate, but they are surviving, they are thriving, they are expanding their territory. So now experts in Minnesota are girding for the invasion of Canadian super pigs.
Bacon.
Whatever you want to be, just be
Boars
wary.
are a problem. Not Terry and not his kids. They're very nice.
No, also a problem.
No.
Whoa, look out! Ducks! Whoa!
Was that our? No, that was just.
He did his job.
No,
Brett
did
did
I
his
thought it was
job.
Brett for a second.
No, shout out
I was
to
like,
Brett.
Wow.
No, he dropped the mic. And
Good
left.
job, Bert.
A+ work.
Yeah, boars are an absolute problem for sure. The super pig is an issue because of what you just said.
773 says those boars are also glad Bobby Knight is dead.
It's our favorite texter.
Yes.
Our favorite texter is
Indeed they
always
are.
on time.
Never late.
But
That's high noon. You wanted to hear from Flusy?
Yes, I want to hear what he has to say about Justin Fields.
Super Flus?
Why he's making the change at guard, and see if he's a super flus. See what he's got up his sleeve.
Super Flus. What's up your...
Nothing up his sleeve.
Tomorrow and every Thursday, tune in to the 4 Winds Forecast at 4 with Dave Wanstead.
Are you kidding me?
Coach Wanstead will join Parkins and Spiegel to make his picks for the upcoming football games.
Can I talk football here for a minute?
Plus, Parkins and Spiegel will have a $200  4 Winds gift card to give away every week.
You got a prize.
On Sports Radio 670 The Score and always live on the free Odyssey app. 4 Winds Casino in New Buffalo and South Bend. Your entertainment escape.
Get ready to start.
We decided that we are going to be, we've been given basically 5 minutes with Matt Eberflus to ask him any questions that he wants. And so,
This is exciting.
Good afternoon.
Hey, good
Hi, Matt.
afternoon.
Hi, Matt.
Matt, it's good to have you on the Circa Resort and Casino Hotline. Circa Resort and Casino in Las Vegas, home of the world's largest sports book. I've also been told that Matt has promised to answer all of these questions 100% truthfully.
Oh, boy.
Which is exciting. So, yeah, Matt, thank you so much for coming on.
Yeah. Really nice day today. Really nice.
With that, I'll open up to questions.
Is your confidence shaken at all, Matt?
Yeah.
Yeah, it seems like it, because it seems like are you unsure of yourself during these press conferences?
Meaning what?
Meaning, do you know what you're saying when
Go
your
get him,
mouth
Daddy.
is moving and you're saying words?
No.
Okay. Yeah, that's what it seems like.
Matt,
honestly.
is this job too much for you?
What's that?
What I'm trying to say is all the duties that you have to do as a head coach, and now you're defensive coordinator. Is it too much for you?
Yeah.
It does seem like
again,
that
he's being honest. So your confidence is shaken.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, that's a big admission. That's going to make a lot of news here.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not going to comment on that.
Have you met Kevin Warren, Matt?
No.
Okay, I didn't think so. So you don't even know who that is, right? Kevin Warren? You're not familiar with him? Yeah, Kevin Warren. He's the president. He's Ryan Poles' boss. He's your boss.
Yeah.
Okay.
We have family dinner, 5:30 to 6:30.
Family dinner. So you've broken bread with Kevin Warren.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, that's good.
Was that a Rosemary, by the way?
Yeah, he goes there.
Oh, okay. Yeah, it's a lovely place.
It's fantastic.
Did you see our guy Shane Reardon there? Was he there?
No.
Okay.
No.
Well, he usually is.
That was one of the nights that he wasn't there.
All right. Well, I'm good.
All right. Well, you got yeah.
Meaning what?
I mean, I'm fine. I'm done asking questions.
No. Okay. That's honest Matt Eberflus with us on the Circa Resort and Casino Hotline.
It's amazing that he was willing to do it. It really was. Like on a day when he already talked twice, as you mentioned, he still needed to get some more in.
Yeah. Do you feel like we have any more clarity at this point?
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. This hour is brought to you by Menards. Save big money at Menards.
3rd and 14. Four-man rush again. Fields to the end zone. Moore. Touchdown. So Fields, who had the big first half last week, 20 yards here. Down the field they go. Moore catches 2 passes, 6 plays, 75 yards in a little less than 3 minutes.
Al Michaels on the call when DJ Moore had his star-making moment, and we'll see with Justin Fields back and that connection restored if they can bring back a little bit of the magic.
I love it. I love that we're going to get an opportunity to see Justin Fields, and I think that it's a good thing that he's going to have this opportunity now. Like, what you got, man? Like, your career future is a little bit on the line here. How you're going to be viewed going into this offseason is on the line. What did you learn by sitting out and looking at the game from a different perspective? Did you, as Matt Eberflus, I thought it was one of the more interesting things that Eberflus said on Monday when he was talking about how injured players should be spending time watching their own film, trying to figure out how they can get better. It's the stuff that Olin and Patrick and Matt Bowen always talk about. What are you doing to get better? So I want to see if Justin Fields can take advantage of this time when he was not playing to be a better quarterback.
And to me, it's also, now that you've got your dream offensive line, are you going to change what was working? And we saw it even a little bit in the last game. How many times do we see plays initially go to the left side, even though the right side was what was successful? Confusing as hell to me.
It's very strange. The choices that are made in game by Luke Getsy are very strange. And maybe he's learned something too. I doubt it, but maybe you can put everything together now. Your wide receivers are healthy. You saw Cole Kmet take a step forward as a pass catcher. Your run game has been fairly healthy. All of your running backs should be back to good physical health. Plus, maybe your biggest running threat is now back behind center. Can you, with a healthy offensive line and all of that other stuff, can you put together a game plan that makes sense against a defense that has given up a lot of points over the last few weeks? There are plays out there to be made against Detroit's defense.
That's it for me. I don't need to see. When we talk about utilizing the running backs, to me, we talk so much about them being used in the passing game, and it's for short gain. It's for no gain. And they just really want to hope that they're going to get the yak and rack from those guys when, in reality, the blockers on the defense are already there. The assignment has already been decided. I need to see more out of Darnell Mooney, DJ Moore, Cole Kmet, Tyler Scott. Show me what you're doing utilizing your receiving game against this defense.
Yep.
This was Matt Eberflus making the announcement of Fields' return.
He continues to progress. This week, he's a big part of, returning to practice today. He's going to be a big part of the evaluation. But, again, he's progressing well, and our plan is to start him this week.
What was the last hurdle for Justin? I assume he's now medically cleared if he's coming back to practice today. What was the last hurdle that the staff needed to see to get him back?
Just continuing to watch and observe, and look and see where he is. And he looks good. And so we're excited where he goes. And, again, this will be a big evaluation today. Like I said, I think it was Monday about, going full speed, doing full speed reps and all that. So, yeah, it'll be a big evaluation today.
Okay, but the plan is to start him. It would have to be some sort of setback today for that to change, is what I take out of that. But you never know with them, the way they say stuff.
Well, remember, one of the things that he wanted to see was him in team. So there you go.
Right, but if either he can grip the ball or he can't, and if he can...
Yeah, but if there's a difference between him being able to grip the ball versus routes on air versus people in the pocket. Those are things that you have to see and that you have to know.
That doesn't affect his grip, though.
You don't think that people hitting him doesn't...
Well, no one's going to hit him in practice.
They're not going to hit him in practice, but there are going to be people that are around him in practice. He could absolutely be hit by one of his offensive linemen on a play. He could hit his hand on somebody's helmet.
Right, but that doesn't affect his grip or how the ball's coming out of his hand.
Why would him hitting somebody's helmet if not?
Well, no, but that you can't control. I mean, if he's hurt, if he hurts his hand, that's different. But either he can grip it and throw it properly. He said, can you grip it and throw it properly? Yes. Then it could be routes on air, or it could be in 7-on-7, or
right. But that's why
live.
Eberflus needs to see him in something that's more than routes on air to see how it impacts him, how the issue with grip strength impacts him.
Okay,
it's one thing for it to be routes on air. Is it functional? Is it functional after 12 snaps that you're taking from center? Like all of that stuff has to be put into account.
I think it would he'd have to either re-injure it or have something go horribly wrong for him not to start today.
I agree with you, but I still think that they have to do the due diligence of having him practice and see. It's just like any other injury. Guys like, oh, I'm fine from my hamstring injury. Your
Right,
hamstring,
but that's how you move.
Your hamstring's healed, right? Yeah, my hamstring's healed. Well, let's see what happens after we go through a whole practice. Oh, I'm okay after practice. What happened the next day? The next day it got sore. Now I'm back on IR. Like, all of this stuff matters.
Yeah, but I mean, I understand something that affects your movement, obviously. But if it's just can you hold the ball? Can the ball leave your hand properly? Unless there's an actual medical setback, or like I say, he hits the thumb on a helmet, or somebody pushes his arm, but they're not going to let that happen.
It's functional.
Right. I also liken it to a collarbone, where some of this is, well, if it gets hurt again, is it going to be badly hurt or is it going to be somewhat?
Collarbones always heal stronger.
But it takes time. You have to stay out because there's a time where if you get it hurt again, then it gets broken again.
Right, but they put the plate on there. They plate it. It heals. They know when
after
you're ready.
6 weeks or 8.
Right.
But in the middle of that time, you want to watch it.
Oh, you don't even practice.
Correct. So I think they're kind of taking the same approach when it comes to the thumb. Like if he hurts it again, or if it slams on somebody or something, how bad is his grip going to be? I think that's a fair assessment.
Right, if that happens, obviously. But if he re-injures it, he re-injures it. But I just think if
it might
here's
be
the ball,
more
here's your hand.
susceptible to being re-injured right now than, say, 2 weeks from now, a month from now, 6 months from now. That's the type of practical wear and tear that they have to find out whether he can handle it or not. It's not just as simple as just grabbing the ball and throwing it.
But there's no contact in practice. You're not going to let anybody breathe on the quarterback in practice.
What are we doing here? Are we okay?
Dan's being difficult on purpose.
I'm just saying that practice, he's wearing a red jersey.
He is wearing a red jersey, but that doesn't mean that stuff doesn't happen in practice. That
was my point. And if it does, I can understand him being out.
Okay.
If he re-injures it, if something happens like, oh my God, my thumb's bad again, then he doesn't play.
Okay.
I don't think
you're trying not to understand the point.
No, I'm not. He does.
It's fine. We can move on to something else.
No one's hitting him.
Okay. And there's never any contact that ever happens inside of a football practice.
There can't,
like a quarterback taking repeated snaps.
What do you mean?
Under center, a guy who has a bad thumb has to take snaps. Have you ever taken a snap?
But my point
it
is
can hurt.
I know, but that's the same in 7-on-7 as it is in team.
Okay.
They didn't do 7-on-7 earlier this week.
Well, that you can take. He could have him stand there and take 20 snaps, which isn't necessarily a function of team drills.
His foot could get stepped on. He could fall backwards.
I know
he
could
run.
be swallowed by a sinkhole.
Yeah, but that's less likely to happen than his foot being stepped on by an offensive lineman.
Right.
Right.
Right. But that doesn't have anything to do with his thumb.
Okay.
I don't think.
You're right, Dan.
No,
Studs. Did Eberflus say anything about the offensive line?
Yeah, he did. You guys want to hear about the situation between Nate Davis and Tevin Jenkins?
Yes.
All right, here we go.
Nate Davis is back out there today. We'll get him back in the mix. He'll be starting at right guard for us. We moved Jenkins to left, and that's going to be the move that we make there. That we feel that's our best 5 out there as we get healthy with our football team. So that's excited about that.
Matt, what do you see when you look at the offensive line? Why Nate Davis at right guard and moving Tevin back? What's
just the natural positions? That's what Nate has played. And it gives us the flexibility because Tev has played both sides, and Tev's looked good on both sides, and that's just the best operation that we feel, for each position experience.
What does Tevin have to do?
I think
be drafted by Ryan Poles.
That would help him a lot. Help him a lot.
I feel really bad for him. All he's done is play great.
Light the candle and be drafted by Ryan Poles.
And this guy who had all sorts of they gave him every opportunity for Nate Davis to miss as many practices as he wanted through training camp, and then he was injured, and he's entitled. Does he have contractual guarantees?
I think the issue here, I feel like it's pretty simple, even though I don't like it. Nate Davis has never played left guard. Tevin Jenkins has. So you put Nate Davis back, even though you may have stumbled upon a better pairing at guard and tackle.
I don't get it.
But the getting it is the amount of money that they paid Nate Davis ideally to play right guard. Tevin can move, Nate can't. I personally,
Tevin's a victim. Is a victim of his own versatility.
Well,
yes.
let's also
Welcome
consider
to corporate America.
Let's also consider that Tevin Jenkins probably doesn't seem like he cares that much. This is what he said with Parkins and Spiegel earlier this week.
It's no problem for me at all, especially since all training camp I was doing left. You know, it was more easier for me going left to right than right to left because I was out of I haven't done that in a while, and since I did it all summer, my body's very used to doing the left side instead of being foreign. So I mean, it's going to be a comfortable thing when I go back there. So.
Well, that said, and we'll see what happens. You and Darnell with Mercedes Lewis have found something on that right side. What is it like playing next to Darnell, who is a very physical guy as well? It seems like the two of you are making each other better when you're playing there together.
Oh yeah, I mean, I have all the adjectives in the world to say about Darnell, how great of a run blocker he is, how great of a dude he is. You know, he's a tough-nosed dude that's very athletic, and I mean, the things you just see that he does on film is just basically just ridiculous how he does it. But just being able to play next to him, and rip all these outside zones with him, inside zones, just being able to move people from A to B, it's been a great feeling, man. I mean, just being able to play with him has just been great.
What a well-constructed question by Speaks.
He's right, though.
But the way he asked that was really clever, and I think you heard in Tevin's answer. That sounds to me. How often does Olin talk about trust and unspoken trust? The sort of the gestalt of an offensive line,
knowing how guys move.
Yeah, and predictability, because there's so many times where Braxton Jones, where all of a sudden you're looking over and he's knocked on his ass. And
or
then
he's knocked into the quarterback.
That's what I mean.
Don't forget that too.
You're compensating or you're doing something different. Why mess with that level of confidence and trust that's clearly being expressed by an ascending player?
I want to offer this. Knowing what we know about Nate Davis's season and how hard this must have all been on him. I was reading an article the other day about emotional deprivation and how it has potential physical effects on the body. So it made me think about other things. And just to me, as a teammate, if you know what he's gone through, you probably really don't have a problem with moving to the left side.
Don't make his life harder.
Right. Your desire to be a part of the team or at least do what's easier to help a guy out who's had a really rough year is probably overriding all of that.
All right. It's just messing with success, which coaches usually are very loath to do.
Agree. But you also do need a more balanced line. That's the hard part too. That's your dream. But then what the hell's going on the left side?
That's actually kind of an interesting point, Layla, because I think of Braxton Jones as, and I'm not trying to dog him, I think of him more as a finesse guy, that if he's going to survive, it's probably with greater technique.
Mm-hmm. Dancing bear stuff.
Yeah. And with Tevin Jenkins, I think of that dude's a mauler. He's an ass kicker. And maybe you do need to balance it out because Nate Davis has got some ass kicker in him, and clearly Darnell Wright does. But maybe by putting Tevin Jenkins over there, you're able to add to his technique with a little bit of a guy that chews glass, as scouts would say.
Sure. Or also just for the sake of which direction your play is going. Again, if you're going to do a lot of zone read and you're going to have to read and react, you want to utilize all parts of your field. And you don't want to make it so obvious if you don't have to. But I really just think it might be as simple as Nate Davis has the resume. Yes, in an ideal world, would that be the right side of your line? But given everything that's happened, it just makes sense. It's the simplest solution.
We're just usually so bereft of positive things to talk about. I feel like they finally had something over there, and now they're taking it away.
I disagree with doing it, but I understand it. Like, it wouldn't be what I would do, but I think that the overriding thing about having a guy that's never played there, asking to play there is stupid. What Layla said, I think it really makes a lot of sense too. Like, if you're getting the best version of Nate Davis by putting him at right and the other guy doesn't have a problem with it, Tevin Jenkins is like, okay, wherever you need me. But I also think that what he's done over the last 2 years when they've asked him to move here and there, all of this stuff, I think they lucked into having a player, and maybe they deserve some credit for developing the player too. They lucked into a player that wasn't theirs and they were trying to get out of here, to a guy that they figured out what it is that he can do. He can rotate between your guard spots and be a valuable addition to the offensive line. Now, his biggest thing is, can you continue to stack starts? Because that's the big question about Tevin Jenkins. Can you start games? And if he can do that, he can work for a long time and make a whole lot of money.
The overriding question, though, and I know we've got a break to get to some of this Zach LaVine sound, but you have been sort of keeping a ledger on the NMG question.
Yeah, not my guy.
And you've had that like an open ledger, yes or no, or yes or no. And I don't think that there's any dramatic conclusion. So I don't know where this fits in to I signed Nate Davis, I inherited Tevin Jenkins. I'm not sure where to weigh this on the scales.
I'm not feeling that it's that. I mean, I could see how anyone could look at it and look at the history of Ryan Poles and what he's done.
They put out the trade rumors. What are you guys talking about? That was clearly a not my guy move. They did that on purpose.
No. But I'm saying specifically for where it stands right now. Like, I don't feel like this is Poles going, my guy has to play right guard. Right. I think it's just a function of he doesn't play left guard, and we have a guy that actually does.
Yeah, I really think it's that simple.
And then you just kind of see what happens. If Nate Davis was missing another week, though, I'd love to keep seeing how he and Darnell Wright, Jenkins and Wright, like, work together. But now, like, you've put something in my head now. Now I'm like, okay, let me look at Jenkins and his style added to Jones and his style and see how those two things mesh. Maybe you can now finally start running to the left as badly as you want to, Luke Getsy.
I mean, they were purposefully running to the left for half that stupid first half last week. And it's part of the reason why I was so mad about that embarrassing show was because the right side was actually blocking people downfield. And you're like, let me go to the left where nothing's here. Like, you're not, again, who are you fooling other than yourself on this? I just want to know.
When we return, we've got sound from Shoot-Around. Zach LaVine sounding a little different than he has been in the past when responding to his name in trade rumors. You'll hear it on The Score.
Bears fans, Justin Fields returns to lead the 3-7 Bears against the first-place Lions in Detroit. Can the Bears make it 2 in a row? Stay tuned to The Score as we continue to get you ready for Bears-Lions right up to kickoff. And don't forget to listen to our Football Monday for a full day of Bears reaction on Sports Radio 670 The Score. And always live on the free Odyssey app.
You and Tanny all last week trying to have conversations about this movie that I was dying to see, and you were very often very careful, very cautious. I respected it, and you would say, well, let's not spoil it for Speaks. Let's not do that. I don't want to do that. And then I'd leave the room, and then maybe you guys would talk a little more.
Yeah.
There was one moment where you said one thing, and it was like the equivalent when somebody has seen a game that you have on the DVR and they're like, oh, I won't spoil anything, but stay to the end.
Okay, so we're going to play something here, and Speaks is going to tell me off mic what I said
I'm going to tell you.
To spoil it so that we don't spoil it for the audience. And then when we come back from this clip that Tanny's going to play, I'm going to have been told what I told to Spiegel. I genuinely do not know.
Yeah.
And then I will determine whether or not I believe that I actually spoiled
And
it.
if you're watching on Twitch or YouTube, you'll see us talking about it, or you can jump there right now to see this.
All right,
okay?
go ahead, Tanny.
All right.
Okay.
Yeah.
I disagree that it's a spoiler.
I'm telling you.
I'm saying it. I'm saying
No,
it.
no, I don't think you should.
Tanny, can I get some validation?
I don't know what it is. He doesn't know what it is.
It's been a week and a half now, right? The movie's been out for a week and a half.
I really don't think you should say it.
Such an innocuous thing.
I disagree. I disagree firmly.
Well, you want to tell me in cue while I play the music?
Hold on. Yes.
Oh, that's ridiculous.
Come on.
Thank you.
Come on, Speaks.
Thank you.
That's not anywhere close to being a spoiler.
Yes, it is.
No, it's not.
And that's why I'm going to say
The way he said it, the way he is.
I said that on the Friday show right after I saw the movie when Spigs wasn't here.
Right.
I said
it was
that
a reason to see the movie.
I'm saying it. I'm saying it.
Yes, you said
No, because now people will know.
Yeah, exactly. We want people to know
It's the
how
way
wrong
that he
you
said
were.
it. It's the way that he said it.
I said Robert Downey Jr. is going to win the Oscar.
Why are you cringing?
How does that spoil the movie?
Put your glasses back on, Speaks.
It does spoil the movie.
Spoil the movie.
So you're upset that you went and saw a good performance by Robert Downey Jr.?
Oh, no, it was good.
He's
it was
an
good.
A-list actor.
There's a lot of other people that were good, too.
Did you want to hate him going into it after hearing what Danny said?
No.
And all of a sudden you were disappointed that he was so awesome in the movie?
As long as we're talking about it,
All
let's
the
talk about it.
criticisms that
Here's
I've
the deal.
taken.
Here's the deal. Forget it. Here's the deal. Now, this is going to be a spoiler. Telling people right now.
No.
Yes.
You're the bad
I'm
guy.
going to spoil it.
This might be Spieg's definition of a spoiler.
No,
so it might not be.
The bomb goes off.
This is 100% a spoiler to indicate to you why that was a spoiler. Okay?
No.
I don't love it.
No.
Yeah, I don't love that.
No, that's
All right,
crazy.
forget it.
Okay, yes. All right. Someone who won an Oscar, or who I think could win an Oscar, who probably cost 8 figures to get in the movie, has a pivotal role in the movie.
Speaks. A spoiler would be Robert Downey Jr. shows up in the Iron Man suit to stop the bomb.
A spoiler.
Spoiler.
Odyssey station.
I think it's a combination of both. You know, I mean, Zach is obviously off to a rough start individually. I think he is frustrated. He used that very word in Milwaukee when we talked to him post game. But you know, in the original report from Shams and my subsequent reporting, you know, the key phrase to me is, you know, the Zach's openness to a potential trade.
Because we know how Zach has sounded in the past. We've done this rodeo before, where Zach's name comes up in trade rumors, and he talks about smoke and fire and rumors being part of the deal. But this is a little different this time. So I want you to listen. Thanks to Julia Poe of the Tribune for posting this audio.
And very talented Julia Poe.
Not very talented Mike Cameron. That's different. That's different. But Julia posted this video and audio. So you're going to hear some bouncing basketballs here and squeaking sneakers. But you can hear Zach LaVine talking about this latest situation.
My camp talks to them all the time. It's not like they're not in a good relationship or a good talking space. We understand the business of basketball. I do more than most people. People talk. I've been in trade talks for a long time, so I understand the situation. But once news is always broken, it's a big thing. It's not like this the first or the last time it's going to happen with my name. So as of right now, I'm excited to still put this jersey on, go out here and play, try to get this win tonight. That's why I have representatives like Rich Paul. If he speaks on my behalf, that's my agent. That's who I obviously have my camp with, and they talk to Arturs and them. My job is to go out here and play. I think it's a combination of things where if you're in a losing situation or if you're in a place where you're not winning games, people are frustrated. From players to front office to coaches, we're not happy because we're not winning. That's not a bad thing, but it's just the nature of the business. More things come up when you're not in a winning environment.
We understand the business of basketball, and then he name checks his agent Rich Paul.
But he's right. That is why you hire Rich Paul.
Yep.
That's 100% why.
Agent.
Yeah, it's to pay that person to focus on your business while you get to focus on what you're supposed to be doing as the talent, which is him.
One of my questions for Zach, though, is are you actually focused on what it is that you're doing?
How would you tell?
I mean, it's one of the problems with that tantalizing talent is, are you doing all the things that you need to do to be better?
Credit to Kevin Anderson, Bulldog, as we know him, because he quote tweets KC here, and Bulldog says, "The past tense here is getting to me." Listen to how KC quotes LaVine. "I don't take anything for granted. My time here has been nothing but wonderful. I have grown up here. I've raised a family here, had some great memories. Hopefully people understand that, how much I care about Chicago."
Wait a minute. Wasn't I just talking about this before? The similar language to the Deion Sanders thing.
You were.
Uh-huh.
And the Deion Sanders thing reminded me of Jimbo Fisher's exact speech as to why he was not leaving Texas A&M for LSU.
Yes,
which secured him a $77 million bag.
Deion Sanders, knowing that there's a lot of people wondering about what happens with him and if he takes the Texas A&M job, Colorado itself put out a post and said this: "I am here. I am here. My mother is here. My sister is here. My dog is here. My daughter is here. 3 of my sons are here."
Wait, daughter after dog?
And my other daughter comes out for home games.
Well, the sons were also mentioned after the daughter, so there's that.
But don't kids first, then dog.
I get my mail here. I pay taxes here. I'm here. Coach Prime.
Okay, so
Zach LaVine's here, and he pays his taxes here, and he raises a family here.
Isn't that an Eberflusism? Be where your feet are?
Yeah. I mean, it's not an Eberflusism.
I don't know. What's up yours?
I mean, that's a pretty popular.
That's personal.
It's a pretty popular feeling of be where your feet are.
I can't believe we have gotten this whole show and we haven't talked about the game of football. That's the one that sent me. You guys haven't even brought it up. The game of football.
It's bigger than all of us.
I was like, as opposed to the game of life?
The complimentary football. The precious, precious ball.
The game of shoots and ladders.
Candyland.
The
Let's
worst.
just say things that trigger Dan.
Mm-hmm.
Actually, Shoots and
That's
Ladders isn't
payback
bad.
for the 12 o'clock segment.
Shoots and Ladders ends. At least Shoots and Ladders ends. Candyland is an endless hellscape of horror.
Yes, Texter, you're right. Dion does rank his children. That's right.
Is that like the Parkins family rankings?
Wait, the Parkins do rankings?
Yes, Danny, they do family rankings. And apparently, like a couple of weeks ago, I was listening, like Steph got demoted and she got mad and like called in because she was too low in the rankings.
Who gets to decide that?
I don't know how it works. I don't know how the vote works.
I mean, I understand
it's only
Dion
fair
ranking his
if-
children.
If Omar like decides and then it's just whoever he goes to first.
Oh, that would be good.
Then that would be fair.
I don't know. I would always be last in our family rankings. I know that. I wouldn't even bother. I would be in others receiving votes.
Would you, though?
Maybe.
Here's a shocker where art imitates life. I would be mocking the family rankings. Perhaps that is why I have chosen this business. Scene.
I feel like you and your sister would be mocking the family rankings together
Oh, yeah.
and then high-fiving.
And then my cousin would also be standing by, mocking the rankings.
So Dion's gone, right?
No, he's there. It says right here.
He's present.
He is there.
He's here, and he's here. He said that twice.
You know, it's
Or
funny.
actually, 3 times.
It's probably like
This
what
is-
Tommy Tuberville said before he climbed out a window to leave a
No,
restaurant.
he literally says it 3 times here. I'm here, and then at the end he says, I'm here, and that's like in bold type.
Where will you be in 5 minutes?
I mean, he lost the recruit
Still
because the
here.
recruit was like, I don't believe that he's going to be there when I get there.
Which is a fair reason to not go to a school. It is also the reason why coaches get extended the way they do.
And then they still leave.
Or they get fired and they still get paid.
To get this back to the Bulls.
It is about the Bulls, though. This is kind of a corollary because it puts it into perspective.
I am intrigued by the idea of it's one thing for your name to be mentioned in trade rumors that can be easily dismissed. It's another thing to try to function when your own camp and you, to a degree, have acknowledged, yeah, I'd be open to maybe leaving this group of people that I'm working with.
And I mentioned how important the city has been to me.
But then in the NBA, look at the players who outright requested trades who had a lot more bearing on their respective teams, and then they still played entire seasons for that team.
Yes, or the people that get traded and they're 0-5 since you got traded there. James Harden.
You know, I have given James a lot of leeway in my life,
But-
mostly because it was a positive working relationship. You know, give and take and whatnot. But James, you were going down a bad path. Did you see Brian Damaris of the Dallas Mavericks broadcast just ether him?
We played it yesterday. We played it because Bally Sports Southwest scrubbed it. They took it off of their site and said that it didn't reflect the whatever of the Mavericks.
Their head coach is Jason Kidd, and they have Kyrie Irving on the team.
That's right. Folks have forgotten about all the Jason Kidd stuff.
I haven't.
No, that's because you're old enough. You remember what it was like.
They aren't winning a championship with those two.
They're not gonna.
Period. Paragraph.
I feel
Mark
bad.
it.
I feel
Put
bad
it,
for
put however
Luka.
much money with it you want.
Luka signed the Supermax, right? Didn't he get a Supermax deal?
I think so. Yeah.
Or is he up for the Supermax deal?
No, I think he got the one for making the All NBA. Yeah, he got like the Derrick Rose or the Chris Paul arrangement, where the things are in the hands
But
of
point
award
being,
voters.
Major stars have asked for trades and played an entire season, and the team is fine. So this, to me, yes, it is a shift from what we have seen, but I don't think it's that inappropriate.
Do you think he asked for one?
That's the question. But real G's move in silence, as we have learned. I mean, hell, we were at Wrigley on Monday
Watching
for a reason.
Twitch Mitch. Twitch Mitch. But he's not moving in silence. He's just sort of fidgeting on his phone.
All right.
Not that he's not a real G.
Callie didn't say that this was off the record, but he just texted me and said that he does kid rankings all the time. And why am I not surprised?
Damn it, Callie!
How many do they have now?
I think 8.
They don't have 8 kids.
If Joe Kelly had 8 kids, that would be pretty epic.
No, that would be a governmental intervention.
All snark team.
Callie said, I've done kid rankings for years and post kid of the month on my laptop. That's great.
Is the picture really just of him?
Maybe.
I just need to know.
His hair's looking great, by the way. When I saw him at the game, I was like, you know what? I wasn't feeling the Cali bun initially, but now I kind of dig it.
I like it because it truly bucks convention.
And so does he.
Right, so it fits. I like consistency.
Yes, Texter, you're right. His favorite kid is Kenny Pickett.
Yo, I was just going to say that, I swear to God. Like, where is Kenny Pickett on these rankings?
Hey, they're still winning games.
He's bad.
He is, but they're winning, so
remember
it's
that
fine.
time we thought he was good and everything was hunky-dory?
I
You
never
remember
thought
that?
that.
I thought about that today.
I
did.
I don't
was
recall
like,
saying good luck.
for some reason, I was like, man, everything's working out great in Pittsburgh. Isn't that neat? And then I just thought about it today. I was like, boy, was I
And then the
incorrect.
regular season started.
I think what it
wasn't
really
that
reflects is how great of a coach Mike Tomlin is.
The Steelers
That's
are the
Joe
2000.
Callie's favorite kid.
The Steelers are the 2005 Bears. Like, bad quarterback, bad offense, great defense, winning games somehow.
Ooh.
Who they got this week? Don't they have an injured quarter? Are they playing the Browns this week? Is that what happens? Like, you pop up and all of a sudden Pittsburgh's playing the Browns and they've got DTR? Because I don't think it's going. I think it's going to be.
They are playing the Browns this week.
Yeah, I think it's going to be DTR that starts. Dorian Thompson-Robinson. I think it's going to be him who starts.
This is the year, man. This is the year where if you said
It's another
you want
win.
the NFL to expand, just present the quarterback matchups every single weekend.
I mean, usually you have to wait till about week 13 for things to go haywire. They've gone haywire in like week 6. Well, I guess technically week 1, right? Where Aaron Rodgers goes away. He's now peddling some other stuff.
Don't forget the Tyson Montana story arc right in the middle of the season.
Joshua Dobbs.
Did you see the audio or the video of Kevin O'Connell calling the play to Josh Dobbs, reiterating the play, and then watching what happened and the look on his face like, okay, that works too.
You know what?
Right?
This is a deep cut, but hear me out. Knowing what you know about Kevin O'Connell with Josh Dobbs, do you rewatch quarterback just to look for tendencies in his answers?
Yes, I noticed it in the first watch.
This is a real receipts Rahimi type move.
Yeah,
but man,
in the first watch, I was like, oh, that's interesting.
I just kind of want to watch it with a different eye now.
It was very enjoyable.
I don't have all the hours in the day that I need for these things.
I mean, you can fast forward every time you see Brittany Mahomes. Just fast forward. Talk about Jada.
I just don't care that much.
Then again,
Am I not paying enough attention?
Hearing the story about Patrick and his magic underwear, maybe they are meant for each other.
Magic underwear?
Is it because I lived in East Texas that
they
I
sell
kind
them
of
at
look at
CVS?
it differently?
He wears the same underwear until they lose
You didn't know this?
and doesn't wash them.
Oh, it was all over
Oh,
the network
man.
yesterday. Isn't that the origin of jock itch? Like, what are we doing here?
Yes,
This conversation has gone in way too many places south of equators
I agree.
for the entire show.
How about we since we did the Zach LaVine stuff here, why don't we move the NBA fights to the next segment? Because I think somebody's going away for a while.
Yeah, I think Draymond's going to the Phantom Zone with Zod, Nan, and Ursa.
It was a moment where I thought to myself, is this happening because of NBA Twitter or is it happening for NBA Twitter?
We will discuss next on The Score.
Mully and Haugh, Chicago's #1 most listened to sports morning show, 5:30 till 10 a.m.
On the Bulls, Zach LaVine trade rumors.
And I hope that they trade everyone because I don't like watching this team. I am pleased that this isn't good enough for them.
You guys have talked about this on the show many times in the last couple of months. And I can confirm that not many people have this piece of baseball memorabilia that you guys have talked about a lot here and there over the last couple of months. There was a certain giveaway in Oakland.
Come on! Yes! No way!
I emailed the Oakland A's PR department and asked, do you guys happen to have any extra Tony Kemp Poster Day giveaways? And sure enough, a month later, they mailed it in.
Get out of here!
Let's go. Put that thing up.
We're putting
So-
it right here,
right
right?
up there. Yeah.
Here is the official Tony Kemp Poster Day giveaway poster for everyone watching on Twitch.
Holy crap!
It is the official
That's it.
Tony Kemp poster that you guys have been marveling at
Yes.
and was promoted right behind home plate when the Cubs were playing in Oakland back in April.
I love this.
It is, and it's emblematic. Really, and Tony Kemp is a terrific guy, a former Cub.
Yeah.
And a good player, good guy, adorable family. But the fact that that's the giveaway is emblematic of what is going to be remembered as one of the worst teams in baseball history. There you go. Now
Our
it's
guy,
official.
Tony Kemp.
Yep.
Right here for you.
Now all we need is the next goal is to get him at some point in studio to sign it.
Also, make sure you go to twitch.tv/Chicago670 The Score, because what Connor O'Donnell is doing is a split screen, sometimes with Dan, sometimes with, well, it has to only be Dan, but it's split screen with Dan and the Tony Kemp poster instead of Lawrence. There it is.
Yeah.
I think the Tony Kemp poster should always be on the screen on Twitch. It should just be always up there.
I think that it should be like the Florio head.
That's it.
Yes, exactly.
Where it's our screensaver?
Yeah, it should be bouncing up and around, and people be like, oh, when it almost makes it to the corner, and then it doesn't quite make it to the corner. That's what it should be.
.670 The Score and 670thescore.com. An Odyssey station.
This is what I'm saying. For 5. This is what I'm saying. Well, Draymond has got Gobert in a chokehold. This is ridiculous. Draymond Green should be done. And curious to see between Klay Thompson and Jaden McDaniels what the call will be, but you said it.
That
was
really,
unreal from Draymond
It was
Green.
coming from last game to all the smack talking that was going on the last game. And I just had a sense, Michael, that it was going to be Draymond Green. It was going to be a physical game. I didn't learn anything about myself.
Valley Sports North on the call of the troubling brawl that kept propagating. There was the initial stuff and the reaction to the reaction that caused other reactions, and now Joe Dumars and the rest of the NBA operations punishment crew can get on reviewing the video. And look, history matters. What you've done in the past, recidivism matters in their punishment.
Did you also see John Morant just tweet, like, just sit down?
I think it's probably best if he just sits this one out.
Did you guys not see that? It was like
I
a little
did.
smile
And-
face emoji, and then people started making fun of him.
Yeah, I saw a lot of the quote tweets. Like, hey, are you going to bring your gun next time? Stuff like that.
Like, what?
Just maybe you don't have to say anything. Just shh.
That's not about you.
Nope.
In fact, quite none of it was ever about you, except for the part where you're about you.
Yep.
So what do you think?
Stupid.
What do you think here? 20 games?
Big fine.
I think 5 games.
Big fine.
I mean,
Big fine.
he went at like it,
I
this
know.
wasn't peacemaking.
No, he went after the third guy in.
Yeah,
That's the funniest part. Like that had nothing to do with what happened.
yeah. There was no like. Sometimes like a guy will inadvertently like inside of one of those, like you inadvertently hit someone or push someone because you were trying to break something up.
And
that's not what that was.
You're a lot of limbs.
Right.
And such
There's a lot of
at your
stuff
height.
going on. And Draymond was like, I'm going to get him.
Draymond beelined straight for Gobert.
He turned into Conor McGregor, the sleeper, the chokehold. Then people were making fun of Rudy, saying that it fed into French stereotypes, that he just surrendered.
I thought that he was just dismissive and insouciant.
No, there were people like making fun of him because he was just like, help me, Lord. And then he had looked over and who's your backup? Karl Anthony Towns. Good luck.
Well, 5 games isn't enough, especially because the one that Silver inherited all of the repercussions of the Malice in the Palace from David Stern.
But the Malice at the Palace was different, largely in part because that went into the crowd.
I'm not necessarily comparing the two. I just think that the NBA had a before that and an after that. I'm not necessarily comparing the two incidents, but ever since then, they've drastically changed the way they respond to moments like these.
I mean, there were players on the record saying they definitely enjoyed fighting fans.
They did.
Yeah, probably not.
But
great
I
for
mean,
PR,
and with
right? Yeah.
Draymond's history of kicking people in the ding ding and
There's
punching
a
out his own
lot.
teammate.
There's a lot there.
I didn't learn anything about myself.
He's I mean, I get like if he were my teammate, I would be annoyed with him,
Punch
but
him in the
I
ding-ding.
also do appreciate that he saw someone going after Clay and he was like, "All right, I got 2 quotes that I live by and they're fairly similar. If we family, we family. And if we fighting, we fight."
Sometimes both can be true.
100%.
I want the record to reflect that in the same show, you've given us both the good and the ding, which is when we get to Radio Row at some point will be a show.
Hold on. To keep
sure.
going with this, Studs, did you not know that My Ding-a-ling was a real song?
Chuck Berry.
I just thought it was from The Simpsons.
No,
it's a real song.
I assume that most of their stuff is ripped from somewhere, but I didn't know it was an actual song.
There's a great
We
video
must do
of Chuck
our
Berry,
alma mater.
I believe in England, where the crowd is singing the hook to the song.
Yeah.
Wait, I just thought it was from The Simpsons.
No,
too.
it's a Chuck Berry song.
It's the one they always used to play on Dr. Demento. There's a whole like preamble to it where Chuck is getting everybody all excited.
Why would I know Dr. Demento?
Because it's the best radio show ever.
Because he thinks that everyone lived his experience.
Yeah, he said, "What we got to do our alma mater." He set it up by telling the audience we've got to do our alma mater.
No, I definitely thought that it was from The Simpsons. Additionally, if Ja was suspended 25 games, Draymond doesn't get suspended 10.
I think 5 is the number.
I think the fine is going to be hefty.
Heavy fine, 5-game suspension that gets adjudicated down to 3.
That just looked expensive.
But
all of that just looked
You're
expensive.
right, because he went in there.
I'm like, man, you are paying big money for this right now.
I know Dan's never seen it. Have you ever seen the movie Baby Boy?
With Tyrese?
Yes.
That picture was going around.
That's what it was.
Yes.
And Ving Rhames. So Ving Rhames plays the heavy in that movie, and there's the one of the pivotal scenes of the movie is Tyrese talking junk and Ving Rhames' character Melvin, who had been to prison, being like, "Oh, okay, all right, that's fine," walking away, and then Tyrese sitting there on the couch, and Melvin's like, "Oh, got him, choked him up." That's what Draymond was doing last night.
Draymond was clearly dealing with previous issue there.
Thank you, Twitcher. Go ahead, call for your mama.
Like somebody looks at him funny and he's like, "It's on!" Like this is about something that happened 3 years ago.
And then he licked him on the head.
Oh.
It's that movie is great. It's a Singleton movie.
Classic, man.
It is great.
Does Ving Rhames get enough credit?
Probably not.
I know he gets enough money.
Yeah, that's good.
He has the bag.
He's also on the Secure the Bag All-Stars.
He got it from having the meats.
That's my point. Big Rhames, we have the bag.
Why does everything come back to that Arby's commercial?
He's all the Arby's commercials.
I didn't know that.
That's the job you want.
Yeah.
Him and Pusha T?
Yeah. Pusha T with the da-da-ba-ba-ba.
No, but
That's
Pusha T
Brian
also
Cox.
with Arby's.
And the dun 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 dun.
Pusha T is the one who created the "I'm Loving It."
Oh, really?
And the
Yeah.
I
Arby's
didn't know that.
music in that.
Really?
What a
Yeah.
week it's been
I
for
want
the
to
Get
know.
Money All-Stars.
I actually want to know do we know who sings the Burger King jingle? Because I like that guy's voice.
Whopper, whopper,
Yeah.
whopper, whopper.
Yeah.
A rich person now, I guess.
Maybe. Or somebody who just did it for scale, and it's like Spiegel's Feldco commercial.
It's Andre 3000.
Wait, Spiegel has a Feldco
Who do you think
commercial?
you don't know that?
You haven't heard that?
Call 866.
That's Spiegel.
I've heard it.
Or Feldco.
Yeah, that's Spiegel. He did that in like forever ago
for one check.
for scale. Yeah.
Spiegel is
Or
not part
quality
of the
window.
Secure the
Yeah.
Bag All-Stars.
No.
Not on that
No,
one.
not there.
No, on other things, yes. We have to talk to Tim Jenkins, so we need to take a break and stop being silly. Stop. I'm not going to say it. I had a joke, but I'm not going to do it. Tim Jenkins is going to join us next here on The Score.
Coming up on a Wednesday edition of the Parkins and Spiegel Show, we turn our page to the Detroit Lions with a Mark Grody Bears report at 5 o'clock. We'll play categories at 3:40. It's Parkins and Spiegel at 2 on The Score.
And now a word from our sponsor, BetterHelp. Sometimes the end of your season can be a lot. The holidays can be a lot. Being around family can be a lot. And some people struggle with seasonal blues, maybe seasonal affective disorder on top of it.
You know, I'm waking up, I'm hitting the Peloton at like 4:30 in the morning Colorado time, and I've got people real mad at me in Chicago that how dare you? The crosser was open. And I'm like, bud, the crosser was not open when he hits the top of his drop. So he moves on to the cop route, but there's a radio guy up there, Mike North. He was real mad. And I tried to handle it gently. You know, I tried to handle it gently because, like, listen, the first thing in his bio was he was born in 1952. And if my grandpappy's on Twitter roasting somebody, I hope they handle him gently. And I tried to. He got real mad about it.
Dan, I'm going to make this bigger than it is, but also I feel like it's completely accurate.
That is the universe harmonizing with itself.
What just happened was, I think, the evolution of this radio station. We're not the only show that has a tape guy because we have a better sense of all of the things that are connected to a quarterback's performance. And to have
the listener has a desire
Yes.
to go to that level
to
now really
take it
know
to-
why, what, how.
Yes. And so for those two things to meet on social media, where our tape guy
is getting screamed at on Twitter because
from the guy who used to host in this
he's
time
a running
slot,
back.
that
And he called him Grandpappy
Yes.
too. Like that part of it. Like
yes.
Like somebody give Papa his tea and tell him it's nap time.
That is someone isolate that part and send it to Terry. Because I would love to know like I would love for him to react to that.
And the 708 texter who immediately snapped into action by saying, "Does Tim Jennings ever try eating giardiniera off his shoes?"
That was an amazing moment in score history.
Number one and most listened to sports station. 670 The Score is Chicago Sports. Chicago Sports is The Score. WSCR Chicago. WBMX HD2 Chicago. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
The Score! Tim Jenkins.
I've got people real mad at me in Chicago that how dare you? There's a radio guy up there, Mike North. He was real mad, and I tried to handle it gently. The first thing in his bio was he was born in 1952, and if my grandpappy's on Twitter roasting somebody, I hope they handle him gently, and I tried to.
Founder and CEO of Jenkins Elite.
Thank God that Justin is Justin, or else he would have been deposited into the ground.
Yeah, all three of us would have been like drinking through a tube right now, telling our wives like, hey, really great to see you.
Breaking down the positives and negatives.
I got a great quick breakdown of a little spicy touchdown design from this Bears offense.
With Bernstein and Holmes.
Komet's going to block and then release. Look at the timing of that, right? And that is a heck of a ball there from Bajan.
On 670 The Score.
Let's jump into the film.
Why don't we? With Tim Jenkins. He's our quarterback guru, and he joins us on the Score Hotline, presented by Circa Resort and Casino in Las Vegas, home of the world's largest sports book. He's on Twitter at @TJenkinsElite, twitch.tv/Chicago670 The Score. How are you, Tim?
I'm doing great. I missed you guys the last few weeks. You know, it's kind of depressing.
Well, we missed you too, and we're glad that you're available to kind of break some stuff down and talk with us. I have questions, and I know that you've done a few breakdowns of Jared Goff. I'd love to know from your point of view, what happened with him after being traded from LA and having some good moments for sure, but looking like people were calling him a bust, versus what's happened now where he could find himself in the MVP race in this league?
I think it's two things. Comfort in the system, because when you go from Sean McVay, who's talking in your helmet, right, up until the snap, to someone who's not communicating that much, it's obviously an adjustment. You also got to factor in that the weapons around him, I think, have progressively gotten better. And I think anytime you have more looks at something, Fields, we see it in Justin's progression, where any concept that's been a consistent concept for him, you're seeing him get better and better at working it correctly in a progression. And whether it be a simple progression where it's like 1, 2, 3, or it's more nuanced of it's based on coverage shell, you see him get better at that. Now, he hasn't had the consistency at that spot, the OC spot, and he hasn't had the consistency from a concept perspective. But to me, I think Goff and the Lions, they've had some consistency from a route concept design perspective, which is why he's reading it quicker. And anytime you adjust, man, it's hard on a quarterback. So anytime you go from one team to another, it's going to be tough on them because they have all the new verbiage and everything they have to catch up on. So I just think we're getting the Jared Goff that we saw a little bit in LA, where he's getting more comfortable and he's being more decisive with the football. And I think the weapons are getting better around him. And then I also think they're enabling him more, right? They're telling him, hey, don't be afraid to be aggressive with the football in certain situations, because we feel like our defense can bail us out if you get us into trouble.
What do you think of Ben Johnson?
I think he's a heck of a coach. I mean, you can't look at the production, right, and then not assume that it's related to the guy who's helping him, right? I think I think sometimes in the NFL we make it a little too complicated when it comes to that, where it's, hey, I think we did it to Bieniemy a little bit, where it's like we made it like this convoluted thing versus just saying like, oh, hey, he's had success with this guy, he needs an opportunity. And then I also think we're sometimes a little too not trustworthy of our eyes when you do see it going poorly. You know, I mean, I hate to bring up McDaniels, but it's like the McDaniels experiment twice, right? Like I feel like you just got to trust your eyes that first time. So to me, I think he's a heck of a coach. I think when you see guys improve drastically statistically, I think you've got to give a lot of credit to everyone in that room.
I do also think about what it said, Tim, when you consider the talent that he was brought up knowing to have, you know, talking about going back to the NFL draft. And it was Goff and Wentz that year. And the like roller coaster of the opinion on him. And it really goes to show that sometimes when you do see that kind of talent, it really does come down to what coach you're working with in order to bring it out of him.
Oh my goodness, yeah. And I also think it goes to patience. I mean, we saw a guy 2 nights ago lose to the Broncos, but let's not forget Buffalo was ready to run him out of town, right? Like it wasn't smooth sailing. And then all of a sudden in year 3 it clicks, and now everybody wants to revise what they thought about him, right? Everybody now is like, oh, well, I always knew it. It's like, I'm pretty sure you said they should look at somebody else in the draft, right? Like we all look back. And I think you brought up a great thing too with Carson Wentz. You sit there and you go, hey, how everyone think about Wentz when he was in Philly and how many people liked him more than Goff. And then all of a sudden, fast forward to where their careers are at now, and no one would have taken him, right? But it's just one of those things that it's hard. You have to be patient with these guys when you look at young quarterbacks developing, and I think you really need to err on patience if you feel like their skill set is something that is really hard to replicate.
I've been thinking about the opportunity the Bears have as long underdogs against the Lions. Fields is coming back. You've had all this tape of Bajent and all of this silliness over, Fields has got to watch Bajent and learn from him and all this. Where are the opportunities, do you think, for the Bears now to catch the Lions in something? Obviously, they're going to go back and watch older Fields tape. But you've had some time here. You've had a mini bye to maybe put in some wrinkles. Where do you think the Bears could surprise the Lions defense?
Yeah, I hate coming on here and sounding like a broken record, but I really think it's that shot game. I really think we have not leaned into driving the football down the field enough. I get why they didn't do it with Bajent, right? Because that's not he can't really drive the ball down the field effectively, consistently. And so to me, it's like I get why they didn't do it. But every time I see Justin out there and we don't have like at least 6 to 8 shot plays dialed up, to me, the reason I get so frustrated is because not only can he drive the ball down the field, and not only do we have guys like Mooney and DJ Moore who can get down the field. And I think Kmet more or less is proving like, hey, he's a heck of a guy who can run that deep hank as a bailout, right? We've seen that this season. So to me, it's like it's frustrating because he can drive the ball down the field. We have guys that can get down the field. And then guess what? How great is it when all of a sudden all the defenders turn their back and they're running down the field when Justin then decides, oh, guess what? I'm going to tuck it and run here, right? Like we're acting like working a play action 7-step drop is a bad thing when you have a quarterback who's got that much juice in his arm, but also can decide, hey, guess what? I'm just going to get out here and roll, and I'm going to be more athletic than 95% of the guys coming to tackle me, right? So I just think it's like it's such a disservice to this offense to not do that. I think we need to see those shot plays just like, 2 Thursday night footballs ago when we got on here and we were like, man, I think we figured it out. And then all of a sudden we stopped doing it for some reason. We need to get back into that. And then we also have to add those RPO wrinkles, add those, hey, put him on the backside, just put him and Kmet, right, 3-by-1 away from those two. Let him zone read towards Kmet, put Kmet on a sail route to where now he can stress it. Either he keeps it to the boundary or we're going to fire it to our tight end. There's so many creative ways you could get after this team, and I think as long as they do it, we're gonna be okay.
Help me out. When you say the hank route, is that the same as the curl flat?
So the hank is like that deep. You have 2 hanks, right? The hank is 6 yards right over the ball is the traditional hank. That's the one we're throwing with our first grade flag team, right? And then you have deep hank, which is the 10 yards right over the ball. So that's where it's that right over the ball route. We've seen Kmet do it a couple of times where he bodies people up, and it's like they use it as a – Fields used it probably – I want to say it was the last game, so 5 weeks ago or whatever, on like a little bailout. They had Mooney on the shot. Mooney got doubled, and then he got down to Kmet. That's what I think they really need to use is those over-the-ball hank routes.
How incredible, from someone who's played this position and coaches this position, how incredible is what Joshua Dobbs is doing?
Oh my gosh. Yeah. I think he is one of those guys that, and you can't help but root for him too, because it's kind of like, Tannehill-ish, right? Where he got a shot, didn't feel great about what he did, and then all of a sudden he's now, gone in to a completely fuzzy situation in Arizona and made the most of it to where then the Vikings trade for him. And then now it's just like, I mean, you're talking to a guy who in training camp was able to study a play, get it called into his helmet, and I'm still out there like, okay, I have no idea what's going on. I could only imagine what Dobbs is going through. And the fact that he's productive goes to show you how much he's one of those guys that I can't articulate enough how hard it is to play within the gray area. Being an NFL quarterback, playing with some uncertainty is damn near impossible. And he's taking that uncertainty and he's kind of pushing it to the side and he's going, I'm going to make this thing work regardless. Right. And I just I don't know. Part of me is just amazed. The other part of me is super jealous because I was one of those guys that it could be certain and I'm still going to hit the linebacker in the chest with the football somehow. So, it's just it's so darn impressive. And I don't think it could happen to a better guy either when you really hear him talk about the game.
I know they may be a rival team, but it is really fun to watch his progress and him succeed. It just is one of those stories that you lean into. I also want to ask you this, Tim. When it comes to what you did see out of what the Bears did do for Bajent, How much of that would you like to see replicated for Justin Fields, trying to see it with a different athlete running a lot of those concepts?
Yeah, I think it's. I think I would definitely want to see him sprinkled in. I think I think the running back screen game. I really enjoyed how they set up the screens to Foreman. Right. I think the way they kind of dressed some of those up, I enjoyed. I think that the wide receiver screens, they kind of had it with both of them. The quick game, I think is nice. But I just think, to be honest, I wouldn't mind seeing some of it. But with Justin, it's like, I want to see them push the ball down the field, which then is, of course, it's one of those things too that's harder on your quarterback, right? That's why you can't complete 70% of your passes, because we're trying to drive the ball down the field with you. And that's why I think the evaluation between the two of them was so nuanced that it's just like almost unsustainable for an NFL fan base, right? Because it's like, people are saying, oh, well, look how much more accurate it is. It's like, well, look at what he's throwing and look what he's getting asked to throw. And again, it's not an insult to Tyson either. It's just, hey, this is what you can do. And this is how we can move the ball with you. But, I just don't think, I think there was positive things to take away from what Bagent did. I think the kid did a lot of good for his career. But I just don't really think there's an argument. If Fields is healthy and ready to go, hey, you got to put him out there, because what you can do offensively is just so much more expanded. And I know there are going to be like half your listeners that are pissed that I just said that, but it's just the truth.
Those are the dumb ones. Don't worry about
Yeah, and
them.
it's not a knock on Bagent. I just think you just have to really look at the two in context and what's possible for him.
Well, also, too, when you talk about taking the top off the defense or taking a shot, I immediately think of Tyler Scott. Isn't that why you drafted him? Is for that breakaway speed.
And
what
they
he
had
can
it in the
do?
last game, too.
Right. And, they had a play where they checked down to Roschon, and it was 6 if Bagent had thrown to Scott. But that's the dream, right? To me, that's the dream mismatch. We know what DJ Moore can do, battle his way through yak and rack. I like what I've seen out of Darnell Mooney the past couple of games. But to me, what you're talking about, I'm visualizing something with Scott and Fields.
Yeah, I think it'd be. I think him, and then you guys know me. I'm just a Mooney homer, right? I've loved that kid for 2 years. I think either of the two, like you're talking about, Scott or Mooney, they get the roof off. I think DJ Moore, if you get him isolated too, right? When you get him on those backside one-on-ones, that's where you really see him win on sluggos against off coverage or anything like that. But I think it's just it's hard because it is such a fine line to balance, because I do think it's so much more nuanced than people want to accept when it comes to talking about hey, Bagent can be an effective quarterback yet still not be the answer for the Bears, because for me, it's either Justin or it's someone at the top of the draft next year, right? I just don't think there's a world in which I would want to trade Justin away, start Bagent, and draft 2 weapons for him, right? That's just it's just not a world I want to live in. And if that's not the end game, then you have to roll with Fields the rest of the year, because you really got to make a tough decision coming up, right? Which is, hey, do we roll with this kid or do we go and draft somebody else? And again, my thing is, I'm not even sure that that's a big knock to Justin, but he's coming up on the point that you're either going to have to pay him veteran quarterback money or not. And that's the bigger discussion, where it's do you want to restart on a rookie deal, or do you want to give him veteran money, or do we know where we're at? And that's where it's just you have to go back to Fields for the rest of the year.
Why has CJ Stroud been able to get it and not just function, but be a reason why the Texans are a possible playoff team?
Yeah, no ego. That's the fastest answer I could give you. There's no ego from the coaching staff. Everything has been melted to turn on his Ohio State tape and turn on his Houston Texans tape, and then you tell me what the real differences are. Sure, there's some different depths. There's some different, hey, we need these NFL staples, but man, that has been a really good melting pot of concepts that we're comfortable with that can translate. Let's get them for him and let's roll, versus here's what we run and this is what you're going to have to adapt to. So I think the best way to explain it is lack of ego probably all the way around, because what I'm guessing is Stroud also was very open and probably honest and pounding the table of hey, here's some things that could really help me speed up my processing. And then a coach who's willing to adjust his system, it doesn't exist that often. So to me, it's And I would assume that comes from the fact that they have a former player as a head coach who knows just how hard it is to be successful at any position in this league as a rookie, and then is kind of pushing our coaches to, hey, let's make sure we're putting our guys in the most successful spot possible. And even if we don't necessarily agree with, like, there is a stigma from NFL coaches to college coaches in terms of NFL guys. It's like very complicated. I almost joke, it's like if you get an interior designer, right? They're going to tell you all about wood cladding or this kind of wood. And at the end of the day, isn't it just pine that you're going to maybe stain a little bit, right? Like, it's just like there's like this extra layer of what we think is correct. And NFL coaches have that a lot of time, and they think that college game is dumbed down. And then it takes a special coach, I think, to sit there and go, you know what, regardless of what I think and what I want to do, let's go ahead and do what's best for this kid who we just drafted.
Man, that's it for me, Tim. Because how many times have we heard, well, if X coordinator had elite quarterback who's in the top 3 of NFL teams, then he could run his offense. That is not what the overwhelming majority of coaches have. So why don't they just do more of this?
Yeah, I mean, you're spot on. Like, imagine how many CEOs have gone to their board and been like, listen, you know what I could do with an unlimited budget, but you just don't have one, right? I think the reason you get paid a lot of money as a coach is to make whoever that GM and head guy give you successful. And sometimes we lose sight of that. Sometimes we just want to be the smartest guy in the room on the whiteboard and studying film. And we forget that actually our only job is to win football games and be productive on offense if you're an offensive coordinator. And sometimes we let the sexiness get in the way of doing what we actually are hired to do.
Great stuff as always, Tim. Much appreciated. Glad we could catch up.
I appreciate you guys. Have a great week.
Thank you, Tim.
That's Tim Jenkins.
It's so interesting because
really good.
What he said to your question, he's talking about ego. What did Patrick say? How did Patrick phrase it yesterday? He said something about
coaches have more ego than players.
Yes.
And that is the problem.
Yes.
That's it. Like, I'm so tired of hearing people talk about, well, if so-and-so had Aaron Rodgers or if Matt Nagy had Patrick Mahomes. There's 3 of those dudes.
Yes.
Or this is how we did it
3
here.
of
This
them.
is how we'll do it here.
That
yes,
is not
and
the
how
way the
you're
song
doing
goes.
it isn't working. So do something different. And you know what you're going to get credit for? Winning.
We are going to have Russell Dorsey joining us to talk about baseball. There's awards flying around everywhere, and there are qualifying offers being rejected.
He has some TA news, too.
Ooh, that's next on the score.
Bear season means you can count on the score to take you inside the locker room. Monday mornings after the game, get reactions from the Bears' #1 wide receiver, DJ Moore at 8 with Mully and Haugh. Then at 5, it's cornerback Jalen Johnson with Parkins and Spiegel. On Tuesdays at 10:30 a.m., it's safety Jaquan Brisker with Bernstein and Holmes, taking you inside the Bears locker room all season long on Chicago Sports Radio 670 The Score. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
Are they 19
They're
games?
now 19 games. Under 500.
This team, and they're in their window. That's what's hilarious. They went into this year. This is your window. We're contenders. We are contenders. We get our new manager. Are you going to get a right fielder? No. Okay,
Well,
fine.
The right fielder is Oscar Colas.
Are you going to get a second baseman? Well, no.
It's Ted Phillips.
But we're gonna spend $12 million on Mike Clevenger. Yeah, that's gonna do it.
And Andrew Benintendi.
Yeah,
who has 2 home runs this season.
Were you bidding against anyone for Mike Clevenger? No, but we don't have to because we're gonna give him all this money. And well, did you know he's a cretin? Maybe kinda. And that's fine because here he is, and they're terrible. And their new manager that was gonna get him all in shape, and because he saw from the other dugout that they didn't try and they made mistakes and they didn't execute, they threw to the wrong base. That's all gonna stop because they're gonna do drills and be smarter. This team,
You went to a real dark place.
yeah, and then it's like, well, what about all the players who have sore legs? Well, that's not going to happen anymore because we've swapped out our entire strength and conditioning and training staff. Now we've got all new people. Well, what's happening? Well, they can't run because their legs are sore. And we have guys playing out of position because we don't have any other guys.
Also, Andrew
doing?
Vaughn's foot is in a boot sometimes,
Mhm.
but he's not on the injured list.
No, you can't put guys on the injured list when they're hurt.
Has anyone heard from Garrett Crochet?
Yeah, he got hurt again.
Now listen, Dan, we fell for it too. When you're all Joe Sheehan this and Joe Sheehan that, and reading about how the manager was going to make a huge difference, and you were into it, and I was into it, and I was like, oh, this is good. He's saying things that need to be said, Pedro Grifol.
Now he's saying things that shouldn't be said.
Now it's getting a little defensive and argumentative, and it's like, dude, you correctly called this out before you even started here.
We're going to work every day as hard as we can possibly can to kick your ass at 7-10.
Okay, well, it didn't work. You're 19 games under 500. Maybe you kick your ass at 7-10. The problem is like 7-12. Everything sucks again.
Tommy, coming off one of the gutsiest performances of the year last night by Justin Steele, 111 pitches, no runs against the Brewers. He really stepped up and was the ace and the stopper, became the first pitcher since Jake Arrieta in 2016 to get 15 victories in 25 or fewer starts. I know you've talked about this before, but just what has he done this season specifically to take that next step to become the elite pitcher he is?
Well, we've talked about just his overall stuff and how much he's improved just the command of it and understanding how to use virtually two pitches in a lot of different ways. But what makes him so successful right now and in the second half of the season has just been the consistency of what he's done, the work he puts in. He knows what he needs to do every single day. He knows the routine and the work he needs to put in between starts to continue to be, to be successful. And when he goes out there, you're going to have a chance to win. You're going to have a chance to compete against any team, that he's out there competing against. And I think when you know what you have, and as a person, when you feel like, okay, this is what I need to do to be successful. I don't need to do anything more than that. I don't have to do anything less than that. I just stay with my routine, stay with my plan, and go out there and attack and have fun. And obviously yesterday, you talk about a gutsy performance, man. He got hit hard right there in the leg off Caratini. Yeah. Really hobbling around. In his words, he's like, you ever been frogged in the leg? Get frogged in the leg, you get kind of Charlie horse there. That's kind of what he was talking about feeling. And in typical Justin Steele fashion, he just finds a way to make it a positive. He's like, well, I'll know if I'm in my legs now or not, while I'm pitching, because I'll feel it, and just goes out there and continues to just compete for those last 4 innings, man. It was fun to watch.
that was not close to getting to the postseason 2 years ago. This is what you want, right? For Cubs fans, you want to be playing games in September that matter. You want to be heading into the next season with your arrow pointing up. Actions speak louder than words, specifically Jerry Reinsdorf saying, you know what? I don't know any of y'all. And I'm not going to even go through the process. I'm going to pick the guy right now that I want to be the general manager of the Chicago White Sox.
Host of The Rally on Bally Sports and Inside Baseball on Stadia.
If you could ban something from sports for 10 years, what would it be?
I'm going to say the wave. It's a bit too much.
Analyst for Friday Night Baseball on Apple TV+. Co-host of the Sports Adjacent podcast.
I don't let it get to that point where I have 1,000 unread emails.
I have 277 right now.
You have bodies in your house, bro.
Russell Dorsey. With Bernstein and Holmes on 670 The Score.
Russ Dorsey's on Twitter at Russ_Dorsey1. He's on the Score Hotline, brought to you by Circa Resort and Casino in Las Vegas, home of the world's largest sports book, twitch.tv/Chicago670 The Score. Hello, Russell.
What's going on, guys? How you doing?
We are well, man. The Cubs introduced their new manager. Now that the dust is settled, what do you think?
Yeah, I was there at the presser for Craig Counsell on Monday.
Thanks for stopping by and saying hello, jerk.
Wow, you were in the room.
Listen, guys. I saw Mitch. He said y'all were down the hallway. I had to get back to the studio.
Unbelievable.
I definitely thought about y'all. But I had, you know me.
We were 10 feet away from you, Russ.
And we
had
had
Raising Cane's.
We had chicken.
Here's my thing, guys. All those things are great. I definitely thought about it, but I had to run back to the studio. Y'all know me. I'm moving and shaking, and I just had to go. But I'm sorry. I apologize.
Wow, to think about us, but not
Can't
even
give it.
All the way out, finger guns.
Yeah, just give us a little. Hey, how's it going? Hey, I'm here. How are you?
Don't hate the player, hate the game.
Mistakes, guys. Mistakes were made. But to your question about Craig Counsell, I think the thing that stood out to me was that he said it feels like things are close. And I know how Cubs fans feel about how that season finished for them. They lost 15 of their last 22 games. And if they don't do that, I think they make the postseason. And I think David Ross is still their manager. And so I think you go into an offseason now where you feel, if you're the Chicago Cubs, that you have one of, if not the best manager in the game right now in Craig Counsell. Now you have to back that up, right? You backed it up by saying, hey, dog, we're going to pay you and make you the highest paid manager the league has ever seen. And now we're going to back it up and support you on the field with the roster that we put out there in 2024. So I think they are an open book right now, and they need to be open to any and all things when it comes to free agency, when it comes to trades, because, you know, they've been able to build that farm system up where they can go out and say, all right, we have a decent farm system now, one of the better ones in baseball after all of our guys, Baez, Bryant, Rizzo, Schwarber, all those guys, you know, graduated. Now you have a new crop of young guys in that farm system to go out and get the other things that you need on your roster.
There is one managerial position that is open that is left. And I don't expect, with the passing of Peter Seidler, for the Padres to do anything this week. But what have you heard?
I from the reporting, it sounds like Mike Schultz still has the inside track on that job. I think for me, looking at the Padres situation in 2023, you had a roster that was expected to go out there and win, and they did not do that. And they were an enigma because you looked at the roster all year long. I know I did, because I felt like all year long it was like, nah, they got to turn around. They got to turn around. There's too much talent. They got to turn around. And they never did. And it's something that it's actually David Ross, former Cubs manager, said 2 years ago when they moved on from Bryant, Baez, and Rizzo. And it was that season they had been waiting for them to turn it on and to flip the switch, and they couldn't. And sometimes when you put yourself in a position as a roster where you say, hey, man, we're talented and we're going to figure it out, and you don't, you have to go into that next year and say, no, these games in April and May are just as important as these games in August and September. And I know it's baseball's a long season, right? It's the longest of all the sports. But when you look up and the Padres, and you make a late push that last 3 weeks of the season, like, man, if we had the same level of energy and competitiveness in the first couple of months as we do right now, we'd probably be in the postseason. So is it Schilt? All right. Is it Benji Gill? Right? Cool. I just think the person that manages the San Diego Padres is going to have to be a person that knows how to get the best out of those guys. And I know you shouldn't have to say that for as many 300 or near $300 million players that they have, and Bogarts and Machado and Fernando Tatis Jr. and who knows what they're going to do with Juan Soto. But they have all the talent there. But I think the massaging of the players and maybe ego in that room, that's going to have to get figured out. And that manager is going to be a really important part of that.
Well, I also think that Juan Soto probably gets traded. Jeff Passan came out with the nugget yesterday that there's only a few teams that have the pitching prospect capital that the Padres are looking for in a return. Yankees were mentioned. Cubs were also mentioned. Ben Brown was brought up, who I feel like is virtually untouchable. What do you think of just the price that it might take and who might be the candidates?
I think for the Padres, you look at what you had to give up to get Juan Soto to San Diego. And now knowing where you are financially and knowing that, all right, how can we recoup some of that capital that we lost? What are you realistically going to get for 1 year Juan Soto? I think that would be my next question, because I would agree with Passan in that, yeah, you probably do have to trade Juan Soto. And it's the talk of the industry over the last couple of weeks or so. And when you look at a team that would be interested, it's just like, do you feel the need to have to say we're going to move our best pitching prospects to get a year of Juan Soto, knowing that we might not even be able to sign him to the long-term extension that he's looking for? I think that's where you're going to have some of these teams that are like, what is Juan Soto with 1 year remaining before he hits free agency worth to us? Is it worth giving up our best pitching prospect? Well, how close are we to winning a World Series? I think that's the questions that you need to ask.
Where might TA land?
So obviously the Angels are out there. And I put out the report this morning that he's willing to play second base and shortstop. And that would add to some of the teams that he could potentially go to. Because I know he talked recently to, I believe it was my guy Scott Merkin, about being okay playing second base. And it was just an idea at that point. We didn't know if he would return to the White Sox or not. Now that the market has kind of started to move and started to take shape, teams are actually asking him specifically if he would play second base exclusively. So of the teams we know, the Angels have been out there and been reported. That's one that I know right now. There are a couple more teams I'm not ready to report on yet, but I'll say this. I imagine that there are several teams that were calling the White Sox at the deadline that probably spin the block and say, hey, now that it's only going to cost us money and not prospect capital, maybe we circle back to TA in a market that is really low on middle infielders, which is why for TA saying, hey, I'll play short, I'll play second base, helps his market, because it's Brandon Crawford, who's almost 40 years old. We don't know if he still wants to play. Paul DeYoung, do you want to dive into that pool as a team? Really good glove man. The bat has just not been able to come around for what he did earlier in his career. Kike Hernandez is also out there. So I think for a team, you're going to have to bet on a bounce back on probably a 1 year deal and say, okay, if the guy was banged up and was in a bad situation where they weren't winning and that can affect performance, maybe we make the gamble on TA on a 1 year deal to either play second base or shortstop. And I think for TA, you get to potentially go to a better situation if you play second base, where maybe there's a team on the precipice of making the postseason or is a playoff team and says, hey, we need a second baseman, TA. You don't have to come here and be the guy.
TA with the Angels would make sense for both TA and the Angels. That is a fun staff that Ron Washington is building. First of all, you have Wash, whose expertise is infield. Eric Young is going to be on that staff. Reportedly, Bo Porter, who I think has probably been deserving of some sort of job since he left Houston. And, just an assistant job that's elevated. I think he's had one previously, but still nice to see his name being brought up. Having worked with Eric Young, I think that would be a good place for him.
And I think when you talk about the defensive side of the ball for TA, an area where the metrics have not, been in love with him over the last couple of years. And even though he's going to be the manager now there in LA, Ron Washington is a guy that changed careers, right? Dansby Swanson talks about him a lot, of how he helped him become the player he is right now. Freddie Freeman, look what he did with Austin Riley, who was not a guy that was looked at as a glove man. People didn't know if Austin Riley would be able to stay in the lineup long enough because of his defense. And now he's, an MVP candidate. You look at Marcus Semien. Marcus Semien is one of the elite defenders at both short and second base in Major League Baseball now because he got to work with Ron Washington in Oakland. So from that aspect alone, for sure, that's probably an area where Tia said, man, I can become a better player going to LA with the Angels. But I also look at it and say, because of the lack of depth from middle infielders this offseason and position players in general, this winter, maybe there are more than, a couple teams that are looking at TA, and maybe he finds himself in the best situation.
There's the Cubs have some money. There's been a little bit of smoke about them and Ohtani. Do you think that that's possible?
I had been told before the year began that the Cubs would be it. But that means they'd at least have the conversation, seat at the table. At the end of the day, are there going to be more teams that are desperate for Shohei Ohtani than the Chicago Cubs? Right? I think the team that ultimately lands him is saying, we are desperate for the best player in baseball. And despite what happened with his UCL, despite the fact that we don't know about the wild surgery that isn't Tommy John, but fixed the elbow issue with the UCL, we are going to give you everything that you want. And we're going to try to make you a winner after your time in LA. I think that's going to be it. So who are those teams that are probably going to be desperate, right? I think you look at the Dodgers and say, hey, I know they have Mookie and I know they have Freddie Freeman, but this is the same team that tried to trade for him 2 seasons ago. And Artie Moreno said no. Now the same thing we talked about with TA. The fact that you don't have to trade prospect capital anymore and we could just give you money, fantastic for a team that is printing it over there at Chavez Ravine. I also look at like the San Francisco Giants as a team that has tons of money, and they were in on Aaron Judge and they were in on Manny Machado and Bryce Harper, and they missed on all those guys. And since Buster Posey retired, they have been looking for a face of that franchise. And because they swung and missed so many times, are they going to say to Shohei, I'll be damned if you're going to be the one that we miss when we have an opportunity?
All right, Russ, 30 seconds or less. There are recent reports that Shohei Ohtani could consider a shorter deal with a record-setting average annual value to let him reestablish himself as a pitcher and give himself another bite at the apple once that's done while still having prime years left. So rather than 10 years, $500 million, let's say he does 3 years averaging 58 to 60 million per. Is that possible?
Yeah, I think it's realistic, especially because the uncertainty with the elbow, with the UCL, allows him to rehab that and still be the best bat on the market. I think that makes total sense, and I think 55 to 60 million a pop sounds about right.
Russ, thanks.
Thanks, guys.
That's Russell Dorsey, who brings us all sorts of baseball thoughts weekly. I've got tickets to give away.
Yes, you do.
I do. Earth, Wind, and Fire and Chicago. We'll give them away in a moment, and we got a cookie for them. Studs, something to come back with here?
Yeah, remember I slid into you guys' text
Oh,
messages
ew!
at 12:30 this morning.
Icky Ed Orgeron? Okay, I guess we'll do that too.
The Parkins and Spiegel Show on your ride home. Afternoons 2 to 6 on The Score.
So many things to talk to our pal Nico Horner about.
I feel like Rossi deserves to maintain the good reputation that he has, and it seems like that is being upheld because I wish nothing but the best for him, and whatever he's on to next, hopefully he gets a
Cubs hiring council. Sources tell The Athletic.
Wow.
It appears the Cubs have fired David Ross to hire Craig Counsell. Wow. Wow.
Wow.
What a baller move.
I mean, how bad do you want it? Like, you're making all these moves. You're trying to win, and I don't think that the way that the Cubs stumbled down the stretch and some of the decisions that were made of who's getting playing time and who's not, when to back off of guys, like, I wonder if that went into what some of the thinking was.
You don't make this commitment without following up with other dollars.
Right.
You just don't.
Look, that's the thing. We have to hold the Cubs to that. You can't make this move without following up with, what have I always said about the Cubs as it pertains to the Brewers? You're the Cubs. Start acting like it. You want to win this division. You want to take control of it. You want to take control of the Central and never give it back. Start acting like the team that has the most money. Start bullying these teams.
Oh, me.
I said hoes.
Okay.
Anyway, start bullying them. Why are you messing around? And do it while the St. Louis Cardinals, while the Death Star doesn't exist. Do it. Kick them while they're down. And this is the Cubs being the Cubs. This is the type of stuff that I've been asking for.
.670 The Score and 670thescore.com, an Odyssey station.
Hey guys! Hey! I'm having a press conference, okay? Thank you.
Oh, we'll get to Ed Orgeron in just a second.
I do know 25 or 6 to 4 is indeed Chicago.
Yeah, they did that on our Emmy-nominated thing at NBC Sports Chicago during COVID.
Oh, our telethon.
Yeah. And then we lost to another bleeping, like, Cubs documentary. I was like, man, this show kicked ass. Like, we're going to win. I'm going to finally get an Emmy. And then it was like, oh, someone did something on Ron Santo and he lost. And like, really?
I don't submit for that. I stopped trying. Like, I don't do that stuff because it's so subjective.
I didn't submit.
They submitted for us. Yes. But like, and then it's all like, at least.
But that show was objectively great.
Every time I thought about trying to win one of those, it was always like the generic white dude who made the story about himself and was like, I decided to play NBA basketball and see what this was about. And I'm like, what year is this?
The band members of Chicago were in different places.
Yeah, that was amazing. And then they kept cutting to each camera.
Yes.
Two of the most successful,
I'm not bitter, though,
critically acclaimed bands, Earth, Wind & Fire and Chicago, are co-headlining the Heart and Soul Tour this summer.
Boston.
The Heart and Soul Tour comes to Chicago Friday, July 12th at Allstate Arena. Tickets go on sale Friday, November 17th. Go to livenation.com. Right now, caller 6 to the Score contest line 312-540-0670 wins a pair of tickets to see Earth, Wind & Fire and Chicago. And if you're a Bears fan, don't forget that we have you covered. Latest updates and discussion on the Bears going into the Week 11 matchup against the Lions. Download the Odyssey app, search 670 The Score, tap follow, and you'll get alerts on Bears coverage. If you can't get enough Bears, check out the Take the North podcast with David Haugh and Dan Wiederer. The biggest storylines ahead of Sunday's game. Follow Take the North on the Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts. Yeah, so what time did you send that last night?
Listen, if I had to see...
It was 12:24 a.m.
If I had to see a shirtless Ed Ogeron in a commercial where I asked the question, where's your sunscreen? You guys have to see it too. So I DM'd it to you at 12:30 in the morning.
Why is his shirt off?
I'm Coach O. If you're an athlete like me, you rock the rollback gym shorts. They're lightweight, easy to move in. So go check them out. Rollback.com. Go Tigers!
It's a commercial with Ed Ogeron doing drills, shirtless.
Hey, Derek, tell him to be black.
You got a deep fishing hole.
How did he get a commercial?
Because he sounds like that.
Who thought it was a good idea to let him run around without his shirt on?
Because he's selling those shorts. And you look, if Ed Orgeron is wearing shorts, you got to buy those shorts.
I'm Coach O. If you're an athlete like me, you rock the rollback gym shorts. They're lightweight, easy to move in. So go check them out. Rollback.com.
Good.
You're just sitting there, Lawrence. Was this the wrong place to end the show? We certainly we peaked at the beginning.
I bet those shorts don't smell like strawberries and gunpowder. We'll talk to Parkins and Spiegel next.
I'm Coach O. If you're an athlete like me, you rock the rollback gym shorts.
You're not
They're lightweight, easy to move in. So go check them out. Rollback.com.
This is Chicago's #1 and most listened to sports station. We're live from Chicago, talking Chicago sports. Listen on your radio or through the Odyssey app. AUDACY. We are 670 The Score. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
Truck drivers, as we shift into the busiest season, choose to drive with the busiest.
But do you ever allow yourself to think about what it could have been if you would have been the Bears head coach?
I was the head coach for 6 hours. I just didn't know it for 3. I mean, look, in my career, I interviewed for 3 head jobs. I got 2 of them. Now, I was only the head coach for 6 hours there at the Bears and didn't know it for 3. Look, and I've got a group that wants me to write a book, and as soon as I'm done, I'm going to. That'll be about 3 chapters in it. I didn't win a game, but I didn't lose one either. But do I have regrets about it? I don't regret the decision. I regret the circumstances. How's that?
Well, as someone who was there that day, I spent the entire day at Hallis Hall.
God bless you, brother.
And
God bless you,
man. It's just surreal when I've reminisced about it so many times about what happened and how the information came in and went out, and then you were in the parking lot, and then someone's at the airport, and your voice was on the voicemail and everything. I mean, it was. People don't believe me when I tell them what happened. Like, no, that doesn't. I'm like, yes, that actually happened.
It was football Camelot. It was before free agency. You know, I mean, you'll never be able to put all that together again. I went through a lot of iterations there with the Bears, but I mean, it gave me my jump start, and it's made my career. I mean, I've been in the league 37 straight years, and it's all because of where I started, who I started with, and the way it was. So, But yeah, I mean, I've still got that voicemail. I mean, people send it to me, so I've still got it. I don't use it anymore for my, I don't use it anymore on my phone, but it's there. It was real. I really felt bad for everybody that was, having to sit there. I felt bad for Brian Harlan having to go stand to that podium. That people sent me still shots of that empty podium in the auditorium, where it was just, waiting and waiting and waiting. Yeah, it's going to make a very interesting 3 chapters in the book, guys. I promise you.
Presented by your local Hyundai dealers. This is Chicago's #1 and most listened to sports station. 670 The Score is Chicago Sports. Chicago Sports is The Score. WSCR Chicago. WBMX HD2 Chicago. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
The Score! This is one interesting dude.
Oh, the thank yous today. My goodness. Our guests, Mike Florio, Adam Haugh, Tim Jenkins, Russell Dorsey. Producers, Ray Diaz, Adam Studzinski, Brandon Fryer, Connor O'Donnell, and our producer for a day from Pat Tomasulo's Laugh Your Face Off charity event, Brett Liebsker.
Yay,
did
Brett.
a great job. He actually did our sound production during high noon today. Right?
Me and that guy are going to have like brunch, man.
Where are you going to go?
I don't know, but he works right down the street from my house, so.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh, fine. You can take him to all the fun spots then.
I mean, look, Dan has already made the sojourn to Hyde Park. I'm still waiting on you, Rahimi.
I want to
Still
go.
waiting on you.
I mean, we had brunch. We just had it here.
I know. I'm saying that, you come to the crib. We got some spots we can hit up.
Danny, you're not getting the Ed Ogeron commercial at 12:24 this morning. You are getting it texted to you at 1:58.
Okay.
You're welcome.
I'm Coach Joe. If you're an athlete like me, you rock the rollback gym shorts. They're lightweight, easy to move in. So go check them out. Rollback.com.
Yeah, that's
Yes,
a
sir.
man right there.
Yes, sir. Whatever he says. Yes, I will do that.
I don't want
He's shirtless, Spigs. I could send it to you too if you like.
I didn't know it was shirtless.
Yeah, that was the whole point of me sending it. Just wheels off, like, just look at that still frame. Oh,
I had to wake up to that.
I think that makes me more likely to buy the shorts that he's recommending.
All right.
I don't
How
want him
old
to
is he?
Copy.
I'd like to look like that when I'm that age.
Text to Matt Spiegel.
62? Okay. Yeah, he
Tell
could kick the crap out of me
Christine
now.
I said high pace.
Well, yeah. Just saying.
Said hello.
I'd like to think that I'd have a shot at
Send.
against most 62-year-olds.
Not against 62-year-old former football players,
Yeah,
though.
that's true. He's probably got a solid 100 pounds on me.
Meanwhile, the inner workings of Layla's text forwarding mind actually weaved quite nicely into that exchange that Lawrence and Danny were having. Every once in a while, we make magic in transition.
That's the goal.
Yeah.
That's the promo, actually.
Yeah, that's right. Radio magic.
Danny, would you take care of the legal, Danny? I mean, would you hook me up there?
Wow, seamless.
Yeah.
You don't have it memorized?
I don't.
I actually don't. You're listening to Sports Radio 670, The Score, WSCR HD Chicago, WBMX HD2 Chicago, and Odyssey Station.
You know, just like, when
asking you to do the
Speaks
hamotzi.
does it, it wasn't necessary to do.
Right, after 55. Yeah.
Well, no, we always make sure that it's done coming into.
Right.
That's why we always hook them. We always hook them after that.
I wanted Danny to feel the disdain from you guys for doing an unnecessary legal. You know,
now I do.
No, I mean, if had he done it on his own, he would have felt the disdain. But you get all of the disdain.
That's right.
Because you reminded him to do it because we know that it's superfluous.
But if I hadn't done it, we wouldn't have this last 90 seconds. And then every once in a while, we make magic here in transition.
Do we get
as I
like cuss
mentioned.
points with the FCC or something? Like if we do the legal twice, does that buy us a swear word? Is that how that works?
The fine's only $5,000.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. It's
I feel
cheaper.
like that should be the fit. Like there should be a sliding scale. The more you say than the call letters of your station, the more you should be able to cuss.
I think it's a great idea.
That's what happens when I'm head of the FCC.
I hate that
I'm not
you
gonna
said
mess
that
around with
because-
that stupid giant mug like what's his name did.
I'm sure right now there's a person in HR that has never listened to our show. It's like HR training for those 5 people. They need to see more of those weird videos where the one guy's weird and then he's doing all the stuff.
Oh yeah, I have to watch those actually.
I was gonna say, do you guys keep up with your your
I have
training
to do that.
portal?
I try.
I'm behind.
Oh, did you get?
I
You're
have to do them
like,
for-
oh, this one says 378 days.
I have to do them for 2 stations, and it is tedious. And let me tell you right now, unfortunately, in the case of any live truck scenario, I am trained now to know what to do to avoid electrocution.
Oh, that sounds useful, I guess. See,
that I wouldn't mind.
Yeah,
You jump
ours-
out.
this-
You jump out. Do not let anything touch any other part. You go straight from the truck, jump out.
Okay, because that's a lot more practical than the videos that say when walking down the hall you can't turn around and go, "Hey, sweet dumper, baby!" Right? I mean,
it's true,
right?
There's breaking baseball news.
Oh yeah, what do we got?
This is for Speaks. This is from Jeff Passan. Major League Baseball's competition committee has proposed reducing the pitch clock with runners on base from 20 seconds to 18 seconds.
Oh my goodness, the extra 2 seconds.
Let it
Add it
go.
up.
It's fine. What do they care?
I like it too.
Everything worked out beautifully.
6 seconds.
Keep it moving.
It worked out fine. I get Theo's greedy now. What the hell's going
if they
on?
could shorten a 9-inning major league game to 7.5 minutes.
Wait a minute.
I mean, they do every day on MLB.com.
Yeah, that's
No,
just
no,
called
that's
the
the thing.
condensed highlights,
Yeah.
Dan.
No, maybe one day the condensed game will be longer than the actual game.
Right.
Yeah, that's the transcendental goal here.
So what you could do is you could pack people into a stadium and just say, okay, one batter, one pitcher. Go on out there, and if the guy
count to start.
If the guy gets a hit, game's over. They win. If he doesn't, game's over. You win.
This feels
There's a
very
great,
Savannah Bananas to me.
It's ridiculous.
Yeah, the
There's
best team in baseball. I agree. Yeah, the people who have figured out the sport.
Do I want to go and see the Savannah Bananas on tour? Yes.
You should just go to Savannah.
I
want them to come here.
When we were down in Savannah,
Humid.
and I kind of said,
Awfully
hey,
humid.
maybe there's a game. She's like, you know how hard is it to get a ticket to a Savannah Bananas game? Like, you
It's
would have had to get
crazy.
on that 6 months ago. There's storefronts in downtown Savannah just selling bananas gear.
Bananas.
Can I
I
tell
love
you
'em.
something? I have some hot goss. So one of the Savannah Bananas apparently tried to ask out my friend who was waiting on them at a table and then was a poor tipper.
Well, that's just a bad game.
Right.
Was it Scottie Pippen?
Didn't know he played for the
but
Bananas.
they don't.
It's like, haven't you heard? I'm a Savannah Banana. Here's a
He's a
dollar.
very Scottie Pippen, the O'Neill Cruz of the Bananas, a very tall shortstop. That Scottie Pippen.
Oh,
we
Shane
were talking.
says they're coming here this summer. Guess
Yeah,
I'm
they're
going.
They're going on a tour. They as they have been now for a couple of years. We were talking about the Bananas yesterday with Nico Horner because Jake Peavy once used his actual gold glove on the mound with the Bananas, and Nico had been stunned to learn when he won his gold glove last week that it's a regular glove spray painted gold. It's not a gold hard trophy.
I
or
love
something.
gold.
Yeah.
Well, there is a trophy that they get, but they also get the glove.
Which
They're-
is ridiculous.
Oh, he didn't mention
You know
the
what they
trophy.
should
And the
get?
cart.
No.
They should get a giant gold glove chair, like a beanbag,
Yeah.
and then you could
those are
sit
cool.
in it.
There's a joke there about a beanbag chair that's shaped like a glove. Never mind.
Okay.
Jake Peavy.
Not Jake Peavy, not the Alabama strongman.
Fun fact recently learned, Jake Peavy owns a recording studio because he's a musician and has some folks that he plays with from time to time. But at his recording studio down, I think it's in Alabama, is where Morgan Freeman drives his truck, gets out of the car once a month, and records all the voiceover work he needs to record, and then gets back in the truck and drives away.
Once a month?
Yeah. Once a month, Morgan Freeman shows up
To make
and does,
sure his great-grandchildren are set for life.
and does all the voiceover that says, see you later. And all I'm
See you
picturing
next
is,
month.
Isn't that the
I
life?
find I'm so excited I can barely sit still to hold a thought in my head.
and all I picture is The Simpsons when Krusty is out the door and onto the plane, having done the voiceover. And then the engineers, we're ready, Mr. Clown. And he's already gone. But yeah, Peavy and Morgan Freeman sharing a recording space in Alabama.
Wow.
Jake Peavy, interesting person.
Alabama
He's got
strongman.
layers.
Is that where Muscle Shoals is?
Yes, it is.
Okay,
but
so
I don't know.
they could share the rhythm section then, too, if either one needed it. Because Jake's a music man.
Yes.
Is there still a Muscle Shoals thing? Is that still a thing?
I don't know.
I don't know.
Don't know
There's
the
no way
answer.
to-
That's where people used to record because they had the best in-house rhythm section.
Yes, sir.
Huh.
That's a great documentary. One of many great music docs out there.
Are the Savannah Bananas coming to Wrigley or guaranteed rate? Because it'd be kind of funny if all of our first game at Sox Park was a Bananas
I
game.
would imagine they're probably in Schaumburg, right? Doesn't that
Yeah.
feel like a Schaumburg thing?
I feel
remember
like there's enough
when we talked
demands.
to
They got
dogs?
They got to play big. They got to play big stadiums.
Who did we talk to, Danny? We talked to the dancing umpire
Yeah.
last year, right?
Yes, we did.
And I remember he said, hopefully, a Major League Stadium tour. So I don't think they've crossed that threshold yet. I think Lawrence is right. It's a smaller stadium, whether it's Rosemont or Schaumburg or what.
There was somebody with their bat literally on fire in one of the videos, and I was like, this is not going to end well. But I guess it was fine.
It's very
ultimately.
video game-esque. He's on fire.
Yeah, it's like Mario Super Sluggers.
Wasn't there also a pitcher on stilts?
Yes, they did that.
I think it was a batter on stilts.
Was it a batter?
No, I
Tough
think
to
it,
do
I
the
think it, I
wind-up.
think it was a
Yeah.
pitcher.
Was it really?
Yeah.
I remember the batter walking to first base on stilts. I remember that.
They're
visual.
big on stilts in Savannah.
I like the idea of if a guy if someone in the crowd catches the ball, that it's an out.
Mm-hmm.
So now I'm on the team.
And didn't that happen?
Ready.
There was a young woman who
Final out
ended
of
a
a
game.
Yep.
Yes. And then they ran onto the field and got in the handshake line at the end of it. Yeah, it's amazing.
Didn't they also have a ball dog at one point? Like a dog, like a retriever as a ball boy?
Yeah, other minor league teams have done that too. Yes.
I'm pro that.
Yeah, usually bat. Usually the dog runs out and grabs the bat.
What if
is
we
what I've
find
seen.
out that Ohtani is more motivated by fun than anything, and he signs with the Bananas
That would be great.
instead? What
As long
was
as it's
the
not the
context?
Braves.
What was the context of Wilt Chamberlain playing with the Globetrotters? That was in the middle of his NBA career.
No, it was
wasn't
before it, I think.
I think the context was money. I think he wanted money.
No, maybe he wasn't allowed in the NBA just yet. Was that the issue?
Maybe he really hated the Generals.
He's finally getting his revenge on Red Clots.
His lifetime nemesis, the Generals. There's only one way I can beat him.
I don't need money. I need revenge.
After his frustrating junior year, Chamberlain wanted to become a pro. At that time, the NBA did not accept players until after their college graduating class had been completed, so Chamberlain decided to play for the Harlem Globetrotters in 1958 for $50,000.
Thank you. So it was money, and it was also NBA eligibility.
It's pretty great for 58. Is that what you said?
Yeah,
1958. That's a huge number. Huge number.
Wilt was the star of stars.
Wilt was big on big numbers.
50,000 in 1958 in today's dollars.
2 million?
520,000.
Wow.
Yeah,
pretty good.
It's a good gig.
Yeah, I'd take that out of college for a year.
Yeah, for throwing confetti at people?
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah, it's a good gig. That's a good
He's
gig.
spinning the ball on his finger. Just
I thought the
take
Generals were due.
That's my favorite. That's the best one.
So where do you guys have Zach LaVine going?
Lakers.
Away.
Yeah, Lakers, right?
Clutch Sports.
I don't
Him and
know,
Caruso.
man.
Lakers.
Sixers might be into it.
Sixers
they've
were in
been
on him.
mentioning.
Yes.
They've been
There's
like,
not
hey,
a lot
Zach
of-
LaVine.
There's not a lot that would excite me that you could get back from the Lakers.
They don't have picks until like
29.
You can't trade they can't trade a first round pick until 29, and that they can only trade one.
Well, you got to match the salaries. I mean, there's got to be.
So that's D'Angelo Russell would
What
front
about
it.
what about
Rui
Miami?
Hachimura.
I like Hachimura.
Can you do something with
Miami doesn't want Zach
Where's
LaVine.
Kyle Lowry at? How much does he cost? Because that's you take care of your salary right there. Your returning salary.
But Casey says they're
Miami's
retooling
mentioned.
and that they're trying to win.
Oh, come on.
Miami's mentioned
I don't know
as
what to
one
tell
of
you,
the
man.
possible teams by Stefan No.
You're going to get more for Caruso.
It's Miami,
You're gonna get more picks.
LA Lakers, Sixers, and another team that I can't think of.
Milwaukee.
Yeah.
It's always Milwaukee.
I can't imagine Miami. Do you think that Pat Riley would want Zach LaVine?
He might become the player that people have wanted him to become if he goes there.
If Pat Riley does want Zach
I
LaVine,
can't
the better
imagine
question
he'd want
is,
Do you think
why
that's
didn't that
still on the
happen here?
table, Lawrence, that he evolves into like winning player, fairly complete player?
No, but
occasional playmaker and defender. I
I think there
have
are
a hard
two
time believing
places
that's on the table.
I think there are two places he could go where that would still be on the table. One of them is Miami. Three. One of them's Miami. One of them's the Lakers. Like watching LeBron, like watching what LeBron does to get himself ready.
I think you should watch Tyson Bagent.
He should.
God.
And the other place would be San Antonio because of Pop.
Pacers. That was the other one. Pacers was the other team.
I would love if they sent him to the Pacers because that would just be that would be perfect for Zach. He could go out there. He could do in Indy what the boys are doing in Washington right now.
I believe
just go and do that.
True to their name.
Yaya time.
True to their name. I believe the Pacers are leading the NBA in pace.
Yeah, Halliburton is having a monster season.
Well, they're winning games 130 to 128. I think they're the first team to allow back-to-back 50-point scorers. Like,
They're
they don't
third in
care.
the they're
It's
third in the
weird,
East.
'cause, I mean, it's a Rick Carlisle team,
Yeah, I know.
and they're just racing.
Just beat the
Halliburton-
Sixers on the road.
Halliburton went what? He went 12 in the draft when Pat Williams went 4. I think Halliburton went 12 to Sacramento and ended up getting traded back for Sabonis.
I remember that draft, and I remember Goff saying,
Loved him.
He was
that's,
all over it.
That's the guy.
Loved Halliburton.
He's averaging 25 points and 12.5 assists per game with a 6-to-1 assist to turnover ratio.
Is that good or no?
Yeah, it's pretty good.
Okay.
It's pretty good with 4 boards and 1 steal per game.
So Stefan
That is
No
a
said
monster.
he's having an outstanding year. Stefan No said that Bruce Brown and Buddy Hield would get them to LaVine's salary number, but Brown signed in the offseason, so he wouldn't be able to be traded until December 15th. There's that caveat.
One more thing on Halliburton. 53% from the field, 43.5% from three.
That's pretty good.
93% from the line.
50-40-90.
He's
Shattering
50-40-90 right
shattering 50-40-90.
I wonder what that bet would be.
53-43-93.
That's
Who's the
crazy.
last to do it? Corver?
Curry. Steph did it.
Yeah, Steph did it.
Steph did it. I know Steve Nash did it a couple of times, but Steph definitely did it.
Yeah, but then you put in who's the last to do it while averaging 12 assists a night. And that's probably a very short.
Probably
that could be Nash. That could also be Nash.
Like Nash's MVP year.
The only players who've done it multiple times are Nash, Larry Bird, and Kevin Durant. Steph did it. And in terms of the last to do it, yeah, Durant did it last year.
Oh, he did. Okay.
Yeah. Kyrie did it a couple years ago. Malcolm Brogdon, ladies and gentlemen. Wow.
I would have been
taken
here
him
all day before I would have said Malcolm Brogdon.
You can't go home.
Dan, go home. Nope. I haven't said Malcolm Brogdon yet.
You know how this works around here.
And Dirk, Reggie Miller, Mark Price, Larry Bird, the first ever to do it.
Didn't Corver? I thought he did. At least he was flirting with it near the end of one year. Maybe
Probably.
He didn't make it.
Yeah,
Elena
2006, 2007, Nash with averaging almost 12 assists a game. So he might have done it one of those seasons where he's right there.
Yeah, it's funny. My gambling chat today, we were kicking around. Was Halliburton too good last year to win Most Improved Player this year? And I think we came up with the answer saying yes, because he's 65-1 for Most Improved Player. And then we pivoted to, is it worth an MVP bet? And it's probably not because of star power at the top, but he is having such a good season.
So Nash did it 4 times.
Did it 4 times. And Lawrence, the fourth
one of
time
those
he did
seasons
it,
was the season where he averaged almost 12 assists a game.
and the fourth time he did it, he shot 94% from the line.
That's incredible.
And what were his
Good
points?
God.
How many points?
19 a game.
See, so
19 and 12.
So Halliburton right now, and obviously it's 11 games, or I guess he's played 10 of their 11. But so yeah, right now he's having a better year than Nash had that year in an MVP year. So if he does it for the full year, he will be in consideration.
It's crazy.
It's ridiculous.
It's crazy.
Yeah. Could have been a bowl. Wanted to be a bowl.
God, is anybody on the Bulls doing 40, 30, 80?
Oh.
Vooch.
Is Vooch?
I don't know. The 3-point shooting's been bad. He was.
But it's probably at 30, right?
Let's see.
Is he at 80 at the foul line?
Vooch is 48% from the floor, 32% from 3, 76% from the line.
Wow. He's not there.
Yeah. Levine is 40.9% from the field, 30.9% from 3, 87.9% from the line.
Actually,
trade him while you can.
40, 30, 80.
Wait, what's DeMar?
Same thing. 43% from the floor, 32% from 3,
There you go.
84%. So the Bulls
DeMar's shooting better from 3 than Zach.
The Bulls have 2 40, 30, 80 guys.
About basketball.
Yes, he does, Lawrence.
Cooking with gas over
And
there.
the other guy doesn't.
Pacers have a 53, 43, 93 guy.
What are you guys doing on the show today?
Well, Joe Cowley is going to join us, fresh off his cross-examination of Zach LaVine at 3 o'clock.
Ask him about ranking his kids.
He stole your bit.
He did?
Yeah, he texted me today. He was talking about how he does like an MVP for his kids. So he ranks them.
Love it.
Do it.
Well, okay. I'm adding it to the list because I think all parents do it, and the ones who don't admit it are liars. Doesn't mean you don't love them all the same. Doesn't mean it's not a sliding scale. But on a day-to-day basis, like today, Owen, dead last.
Oh,
he had a rough. We had a rough morning, and he was first when I did it. When I unveiled the rankings.
Is he still doing his?
It's a volatile ranking system. Yes.
Is Owen still doing his impression of Shane's impression of you when he talks to you? Blah, 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 blah.
Martha's here.
We'll see how picks go this week. Joe Cowley. Okay, thank you for doing the football pick.
As he runs away.
You can hear him running away.
Yeah,
He runs away.
Just no fear of his parents whatsoever. Categories at 340. Mark Grody at 5 o'clock. Spiegel was on television last night with the stars at the college basketball game in the suite. He was photographed in a who's who celebrity suite, so he'll tell stories from that night.
Oh, I thought he had like an arc on young Sheldon or something. No, okay.
That's Montez. But no, so we got a lot to do today, as always.
All right, boys. Have fun.
Have a good one. Tanny's Open will kick us off, and Matt Eberflus, he said 7 games. It's enough. We'll see what he means next on The Score.
Let me get this straight. You took all the money you made franchising your name and bet it against the Harlem Globetrotters?
I thought the Generals were due. That game was fixed. They were using a freaking ladder, for God's sakes.
This is Jim Rome with an Odyssey Sports Minute sponsored by Prevagen. Did you check out Fight Night in the association last night? I had no idea we would have dudes putting other dudes in arm bars and dragging them around the court in mid-November. Now
All right, so can we talk to you about your relationship with Mark Grody, our Bears beat reporter?
Oh, Mark.
Go.
All great things. He told me earlier, I'll say all great things.
He said to say great things. All right, because we wanted to ask you in particular, because you guys have had a few interesting interactions. Like, he asked you about the baked potato at Wendy's. That seemed like a ridiculous question to us. How did you feel like when he asked you about the baked potato?
Oh, I never even heard of that. I didn't even know it was a possibility. I didn't even know it was a thing.
Right. It was a bizarre follow-up question.
It's a Baconator, large strawberry lemonade, large fry. You get a 10-piece spicy nugget, and then for filling it, maybe a frosting.
Baked potato.
Like, what a ridiculous thing to ask.
Yeah, I never heard of anybody getting a baked potato at Wendy's before. Shout out to Mark with all that. He put me on a baked potato at Wendy's, but I don't think I'm gonna get it anytime soon.
Yeah, because you're not eating Wendy's these
you're
days,
eating healthy,
right? Exactly.
Oh,
hey, I'll try my best.
Good for you.
Don't we all
have a cheat day once in a while?
Yeah, don't we all, Tevin? I feel you.
What's your cheat day these days? What does that look like?
You just heard it.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
That's still the cheat day. Okay, my bad. Thought maybe better restaurants in Chicago had upgraded, but all right. Then wanted to play because this was an old one with you and Grody, and we still make fun of him to this day with how he ended this interview.
Well, give your fiance a big hug and take good care of her. And I really appreciate your time, man. Thank you so much, man. Let's do it again soon, okay?
Yes, sir. I really appreciate you.
Did Mark Grody need to remind you to give your fiance a hug?
Or did you hug her for Mark Grody? That's what we've been trying to figure out ever since.
Hey, come on now. Yeah, he's trying to help me out. He's trying to help me in that part. I'm giving Mark all the doubt right there. Hey, I understand. I believe him. And I love that he reminded me. Hey, everybody needs that reminder.
That's good. Yeah, you got to express love, right? Affection. That's good. And now she's your wife, so it worked. Maybe Mark Grody's advice helped in that
good
way.
point.
Hey, guys, I'm telling you. You might be onto something.
Mark Grody has wisdom. Chase Daniel.
Like, it's such an interesting conversation. Like, we haven't seen Justin Fields in so long. Have you guys heard anything about, is he back yet? Is he, because I'm actually itching at the bit to watch some more of his film and see how he goes.
No.
Well, I know you love the clip in your intro where you brag on, your many, many, many accomplishments. But next week, you said itching at the bit.
Let's freeze it right about now. Go ahead and roll it. I'm actually itching at the bit.
That's an exciting one. We're itching at the bit to have you back on.
Yeah.
Yes, my wife will like that.
You got to get that bit checked out if it itches.
Yeah. Just put a little cream on there. We'll be fine.
Put a little cream.
We'll talk to you next week, Chase.
All right, guys. Thanks.
Itching at the bit instead of chomping at the bit.
Wrong.
It's either champing at the bit or chomping at the bit. I've heard it both ways. I would like to know a definitive, correct way. Are you champing at the bit or chomping?
You're definitely champing at the bit to get there. And
how many starts?
Wait, let me just say thank you for saying champing and not chomping at the bit. It is a little thing that means so much to me. That's the absolute.
That was just for you.
Oh, just a gold star for that. Thank you.
All right, now can I get back to the baseball, please? All right.
Here and the selection.
Chomping at the bit.
Itching at the bit.
You're wrong. You're all wrong. Swing and a miss by who is batting right now? I'm thinking about chomping and champing.
The bit is what you put in a horse's mouth, right? How the hell?
1, 2, 3.
Here we go, Ted. Here we go. Here we go, Ted. Here we go, Tony.
The Parkins and Spiegel Show. Afternoons from 2 to 6 on 670 The Score in Odyssey Station.
Man, nothing's original anymore. That happened on Cubs radio and the Bernstein and Holmes show.
I know, seriously.
Ridiculous.
Seriously. It's another great open, though, for my upcoming podcast, untitled Dissecting Tanny, maybe? I don't know. I don't know if he'd be down for that title, but the 10-minute podcast where I break down and examine all the production elements in the open on the Parkins and Spiegel show.
I can't catch a win. Chase Daniel messed up.
I know.
The texters were focusing on a Chase Daniel malaprop.
Yeah, we did that. Tanny did that part of the time.
I
addressed that. We made sure that Chase was recognized for that.
I know, but I just can't stay out of my own way. Why can't I just keep the focus on someone else's mistake? I got to make a mistake and pointing out someone's mistake.
Apparently, yes, you do. You have to. You correct
too busy
mistakes.
chomping at the bit.
Yeah, you're just champing. Shane, it's champing.
Yeah,
you're so
I
busy champing at the bit to get in there and say something that you said it wrong. Am I the only one, by the way?
That you know, but I'm not
yeah,
sure.
I do know that you know.
Okay. Cool.
And he knows that I know that you know that he knows. Did you guys notice that Chase Daniel not necessarily thrilled with the kind of locker room ball busting that we're used to around here, and he's been used to, with football players, and then we went to there at the end, or you went to there at the end. I'm trying to read his face, as you are wont to do, assuming a level of teammateship and comfort.
It's kind of consistent with backups. They're a little, they don't. They want to be a starter, but you're not even a starter on this show, Chase.
Put that in the open for Chase Daniel.
Listen, he's coming to our locker room here. Okay? Yes.
It's true.
We absolutely pitched him on joining the show weekly.
Yeah.
Hey, you got to look at the film. You got to teach us what we don't know. You're the expert. You're going to make some. But once you actually sign on the dotted line, who knows what's going to happen?
That's right. Got to play by our rules.
Play by our rules. That's right. Yeah. That's why it's different. Like when guests come on, I don't like asking them questions that they get asked in the press conference by the beat reporters that actually have to, face them every day. You're coming on a talk show. You're sitting on our couch.
Yeah.
That's what we do around here.
Yeah, you got to roll the way we roll. And you know what? Backups should be used to that. He's played in a lot of systems. He's just playing in a new system.
But in practice.
Exactly, in the preseason. But I agree with you, Speaks. I saw his body language, too. He didn't seem thrilled.
No.
And I pointed out his mistake.
He's like a zigzag back giving me crap.
Oh, you think he knows you think he knows about scoliosis?
I don't know.
He can tell? He can read it on me? It's possible.
I mean, I DM'd him about it just to kind of fill him in, just to give him context.
A lot of good teammateship going on around here. So today, Matt Eberflus spoke, and we have a Bears report with Mark Grody coming up at 5 o'clock, and I'm sure we will cover it then as well. But he kind of got in on the talk show topic Matt Eberflus.
He did.
You know, it's kind of refreshing, to be honest. From the hey, we're talking about, is this 7-game stretch with a healthy offensive line and Nate Davis is back and everything looks healthy around him. Is this 7-game stretch good and fair and enough for Justin Fields?
I don't know. What's up yours?
No.
Weird response to that question.
Don't make me bring in Honest Matt again.
I think 7 weeks is enough time for to show consistency, and being the high performer, that we expected him to be, and I know he's had some good performances, along this year. Certainly the last few have been solid, and we expect consistency, out of all our positions.
Consistency, the body language and the emphasis on consistency. They want him to play clean, and they want him to not turn the ball over. And I think they're not as concerned about big time top end production as they are the floor. Want to make sure that he can give them the floor so they can win some games with complimentary football. But yeah, Mark Potash asked the question that we've been talking about. Are these 7 games enough? And that's a pretty clean answer from the Flus, don't you think?
It is. Now, obviously, they could be lying. He could not be speaking for Ryan Poles. And it could depend on where the Carolina pick ends up and what Poles has in his evaluation of Caleb Williams and Drake May. That is not being addressed there. But is 7 games enough for Justin Fields to prove himself? He says yes.
Well, and it's also, it's 7 games on top of the 31. And, there have been lots of moments where I feel like they have already made up their minds.
Right.
And certainly a lot of fans and a lot of us have somewhat made up our minds on Fields. But I'm acknowledging that these 7 games is enough that it could change where I am on it. The question is, I don't know if it could change where Poles is on it. But, Flus is saying well, look, at the end of the 7, they'll have their 38, assuming he plays, and that is definitively enough in their minds, that 38.
I get it. And it should be. It should be. I don't think that we could come up with a comp of a general manager passing on drafting a quarterback number 1 overall 2 years in a row.
Huh.
I don't think we could come up with it.
Yeah,
There's so few teams that have had the number 1 pick, and if you have your franchise quarterback, you don't get the number 1 pick. So, I mean, it would be a singular moment in NFL history if that's actually what ends up happening, that Ryan Poles gets the trade down from number 1 twice to stick with Justin Fields. That would be it's never happened before.
And it would still be on somewhat of a potential of the idea of what Fields could become. So doing that twice on the idea of potential is kind of crazy.
That's why I don't think it'll happen.
I want to follow up, though. Is that the primary factor why you think 38 is enough? Because they'll have that pick? I mean, you yourself have talked about the vagaries of the pick. Because we've talked a lot about how most times quarterbacks just run out of time to do it. Do you think it's on the table that after 38 games you will feel like Justin Fields has run out of time? Because I don't know that I'll feel that way. I suspect that I will not feel that way.
No, I think that my guess is how I am going to feel. And listen, if he plays poorly in the next 7 games, he's going to make the decision really easy. But if he plays well in the next 7 games, in 5 of the 7 or whatever the case may be, the variable is the pick that they get from Carolina. Overwhelmingly likely, going into this year, we did not think that it was going to be possible. Carolina won 7 games last year.
Mm-hmm.
The Bears were supposed to be better this year.
Yeah,
we thought that they were going to be like Detroit last year, where Detroit had the 6th and the 18th pick. That's where we kind of were thinking the Bears were going to be. Ending up with the 2nd and the 6th pick coming into this year was not on many of our boards, much less the 1st and the 6th pick. So
I was trying to separate the quarterback evaluation of a theoretical 38 games from the pick.
I don't think it's
in your
possible.
mind. Is it possible for you to separate it? Because
I don't.
because we always end up with this, like, did he have enough time? I don't know. Time ran out, and this changed, and that changed, and the coaches undermined, and all of that. It'd be nice if we felt like we had a definitive bit of clarity. That would be nice.
I think the only way you get definitive clarity is on the negative. I think that it's probably unlikely that 7 games will be enough on the positive end for a consensus to materialize that he's the guy. And I don't mean to skirt your question, but that pick exists. You know what I mean? Like I can't remove myself from it, man, because if
you know what it is? It's complementary team building. Like it's complementary roster decisions because it's based on what your assets are.
Well, yeah, and like there's a lot of things here, right? Because you wouldn't ask Ryan Poles to remove the first overall pick from his decision-making process, and if it was the 2013 draft where there was no good quarterbacks in it, it also wouldn't carry as much weight in it. But what carries weight is quarterbacks are going to go 1 and 2. You've got a really good shot at having either the first or the second pick, and you need to make your 5th-year option decision, and you have another first-round pick in order to build with, and you just saw what you were able to trade down with last year. You know what I mean? All of those things are going to be there. So I think that for Fields to solidify himself as Ryan Poles' guy, he is likely going to not only have to play excellent football, but Carolina is going to need to win a few games. And that's just my guess. That's my read on the situation. I find it very hard to believe that someone could work his entire life to get to that job, and he could pass on drafting his own franchise quarterback twice when he doesn't have a Joe Burrow, Justin Herbert, Pat Mahomes type of guy in-house. I can't imagine the evaluator who would have the restraints to be able to avoid that temptation.
I agree. It's funny. I keep bookmarking either websites or writing down little notes in advance of Caleb Williams, Drake May decisions and debate and conversation, which I expect we'll have on next year's edition of Poles' Position. Assuming that Poles is here. I mean, Warren's Kevin's heaven. I don't know. If it's not Poles,
we're the Warren Commission, and we already said
that's right. We already decided
Warren
that.
Commission.
That's right. Time's a flat circle. We've done this bit already. Got it.
I'm chomping at the bit to do the Warren's Commission. Is really what I'm going for here. Okay.
But I was kind of dreading this part of the schedule. I remember after the first game of the year, I was like, it's been a long season. Man, I mean, remember it felt like that? And I was dreading like, oh my God, we have to do this for this many weeks. But here we are with 7 games left, and part of it is this matchup specifically as well. But like, I'm looking forward to these games as the measuring stick for Fields we've been discussing. I'm looking forward to these.
I can't wait. I think it's going to be great. And for this Sunday in particular, I actually think for 7 games for Justin, but for this Sunday, there's actually a 1A, 1B story that is on the exact same level for me as the evaluation of Fields. I want to run that by you coming up before Joe Cowley at 3 o'clock. Parkins and Spiegel on The Score.
Before every Chicago football game, turn on The Score for the PNC Bank pregame show. 3 hours of pregame coverage with Chicago football legend Olin Kreutz and Iron Man.
Every night, but I mean, it's like a 30-minute.
Okay.
Multiple books, multiple songs, brushing of the teeth, going to the bathroom.
Oh, I mean, that's what we do.
It's what you do. Right. Of course.
Hang on. Let me write this down. Go a little slower. New parents.
No.
When he said elaborate, I thought it was like, did someone show up and do a comedy routine? Is there a nightcap involved?
Guys.
Before I put him down to bed, I would make sure Owen goes to the bathroom.
We gotta say, I love you.
Yeah.
Come on.
I used to do that for Ruben all the time.
No.
I would say, Rue, it's potty time.
No. Okay, it's much more elaborate. Broad strokes. I can't turn off the light. He has to turn off the light.
Okay.
The animals have to be on the floor, and then we have to put them into the bed one by one.
Ooh.
Then you put the diaper on him after he goes to the bathroom, and then as soon as you turn off the lights and you sing him the songs, he says, I feel a poo coming. And so then you got to go into the bathroom, and you got to take the diaper off, and now you're in the bathroom a second time.
Did you have to dump that or no?
And so like it's elaborate.
Okay, so have you considered that your son's going to be on a TLC show about OCD?
Well, right. So there's, and it's always just asking for more things before. So the bedtimes. So then you get him down, and okay, fine. Between midnight and 1:30 in the morning, he woke up 4 times. He will be screaming, top of his lungs, blood curdling scream, and you walk in, screaming. Oh, hi, Dad.
Yeah.
Can I have some Vaseline, please, on my lips? And you're like, that's why you're screaming?
That was the emergency?
And so you go in there and then you give him a little Vaseline, rub it on his lips, and he goes, oh, one more baseball song? Which means sing him, take me out to the ball game. And you're like, okay, fine, but lay down. And so you sing him and he's like, hush, little baby. And then you're like, so I want you to sing Hush, Little Baby. And so then you're like, all right, so now I'm like, all right, Owen, good night. He goes back to sleep. 28 minutes later, you're kind of falling back to sleep, but your blood pressure's all up. It's the kid was woken up. It sounded like needles were in his eyes.
Yeah.
Now the wife goes into the room. Hey, what was the issue? He needed a diaper change and a little bit of Vaseline. It's like, all right, diaper change is legit. 15 minutes later, screaming at the top of his lungs. One more song? He's playing me. He's just manipulating me. He's not really mad. He just knows that if he screams, I'll come in.
Yeah.
But if he screams, I can't sleep. And if he screams long enough, the baby won't sleep. So what do? He's got me completely trapped. He owns me.
Do you guys have any kind of monitor or camera or anything in the room?
Yeah. Well, again,
so when you got eyes on him, does that help? Or when you can, obviously you can.
He's in the next room. He's standing. He's screaming. He's, Dada! Mama! I feel a poo coming! That's a good drop for you.
I already got it once, man. I need 2 different versions, but I appreciate it.
It's just insane. It's insane.
Rambling grimace.
Oh my God. I'm never going to sleep again. And people are like, oh, Shane's right. You got to just let him cry it out. Okay. Awesome.
Hey, you want me to sleep train your kid?
Advice.
I'll stay over there for a few weeks, and you go take care of Willie for a little while. I'll sleep train Owen.
All right.
I'll get him a crate.
That's page 1, by the way. Raising a Boomer 101.
Yeah.
Ignore him.
Just ignore him. Just ignore him.
Defense is doing outstanding. I mean, Matt Eberflus has done a super job. We're in the top 10, stopping the run. And now all of a sudden our third down, I looked last night, I think we're 11th in the NFL at third down, getting off the field, stopping people. And how are we doing it? We're not getting the sacks yet, yes, but we're getting solid pressure.
So that's Dave Wanstead, obviously, talking about his beloved defense. And
did you hear them this week? I love morning Wani.
I know you do.
Our afternoon Wani is very special, and it's the best time of the week. But their morning Wani is not bad. He was talking about some game where a team ran the ball. I think it was a college game. It was in Michigan. They ran the ball 28 times in a row, and how he just loved it so much.
Yeah, the Michigan-Penn State game, yeah.
Yeah, I thought about you. I just thought about you because you would. I'm sure you love that kind of football as well. 28 straight run plays.
Oh yeah, I was riveted.
You're riveted.
Yeah, I was totally locked in.
Yeah.
The Justin Fields has 7 games. Matt Eberflus's defense has 2, and this is one of the 2. Because the rest of the way, they simply do not play good offenses. In Minnesota on Monday Night Football, that's a decent test, but it's Josh Dobbs, who's been nice, and Justin Jefferson might be back. So that's not an easy game, but no one is going to say that Josh Dobbs and the Minnesota Vikings are one of the 10 most dangerous offenses in the NFL. Then you play the Lions again at home. Then you're in Cleveland. Deshaun Watson announced out for the season today. Then you get Kyler Murray and the Arizona Cardinals.
They couldn't fix it with a massage for Deshaun?
Yeah, weren't able to fix that shoulder with a massage. Then you get the
The knot was just too big, man. The tension of the knot.
Atlanta Falcons. Who knows what quarterback they're going to have, but neither option is good. Heineke or Ritter at that point. And then Jordan Love. Green Bay, the rest of it. You play 2 games in your last 7 where if the defense actually performs, rises up, makes a difference, it's going to be really, really damn impressive for what Matt Eberflus has been able to do with a healthy secondary after the addition of Montez Sweat. Even you, Montez. Tremaine Edmonds still did not practice today, so that's still a guy who's out for sure. But you're always going to have some injury on your team. And when they played the Chargers, they got lit up. Other than that, for 6 weeks, they've been pretty damn good. So if they go into Detroit and hold them to like 21 points.
Yeah, hold them under their under league average for point total, or under their average.
I'd like to say under their average would even just be would be fine. So points per game for the Lions, they are 6th in the NFL at basically 27 a game, 26.8 points per game. So if you hold them to 21, you hold them 6 points below their average. You maybe hold them to 350 yards of offense. They're averaging 405, 406.
They're second in the NFL in yards per game, Danny.
I know.
They're second. They're behind the Dolphins, ahead of the Niners, Cowboys, and Eagles.
Dude,
it's
I
crazy.
know.
And of course, the C.J. Stroud Texans are right there in the top 6. Look, I want to say that your point is too reductive. And I want to say that because I've worked with you for a long time. No. I want to say that because they should still, against bad teams, then dominate them. And that has an effect. Like, you can measure that and see that. You know what I mean?
I'm not saying that there's no test for the defense in the other games, but, I mean, dude, unders have been coming in, okay? Like, you look at the point totals on some of the games this week. There's not a lot of offense being like expected to perform. There are more bad offenses than good offenses in the NFL so far this year because of backup quarterbacks, because of defensive adjustments. I'm not exactly sure why it's been, but there are not that many. I mean, the Chiefs' offense has been struggling this year, and they're the Chiefs. So that tells you that there's been some bad offensive football being played. So it's just that my point, you're right. Like, if you go out there and you pitch a shutout against Arizona
looks good.
Or a shutout against Cleveland, of course that looks good. But my point is, listen to how Pat Manley described this version of the Detroit Lions offense, and then tell me you're not interested in how the Bears defense looks against this caliber of offense.
What are the challenges that the Lions present?
Gibbs, their running back. That kid he's special, man. Their O-line's very good. Laporta's very good. David Montgomery had that nice run. They just have a good mix of everything. They have a complete offense. You know, Amon-Ra St. Brown is very good. They're kind of what you're hoping the Bears would be with a front. With their O-line is very good. Jared Goff is playing great. But that Gibbs kid, man, this kid might be special. He's excellent. The screen game, very good running back out of the backfield. But they have talent everywhere, and it's going to be a big challenge for the defensive backs, for the D-line, see if they can stop this run game. They just have everything right now. There's a reason why they are what they're ranked in the NFL. I think 1 or 2 in offense, and it's kind of impressive. I think the last time we've seen an NFC North Central team or whatever be this good offensively has to go back to maybe, 98, 99 Minnesota Vikings with that team?
I mean, those guys, that was pretty good.
That was ridiculous, man. They're not that good. They're not that good, but for them to be ranked as high as they are, and to talk about the black and blue division, all that kind of stuff, it's pretty impressive what they've done up there in Detroit. And it's a big test this week for that defense.
Dude, that is heady stuff.
That's what I'm. And I would throw in Rodgers' MVP season.
Mhm.
I'd throw in that 2010 Packers team when he had 45 touchdowns himself. So that I'd throw that one into the mix of best offenses we've seen in the division of the last quarter century.
That 98 Vikings team, I mean, Randall Cunningham and Brad Johnson combined for 4,700 yards.
Yes.
About 4,500 yards. And all the touchdowns, that's Moss and Carter. Jake Reed is a 3.
Yes.
Robert Smith with 1,100 yards while fronting the Cure on national and international tours. Just amazing stuff.
So I'm just saying, if they're even in consideration for being that good, and this defense can do something to disrupt them in their building on a fast track, it's just, I mean,
I hear you,
it's
man.
going to be hard to argue against Matt Eberflus getting a ton of credit for what this defense can do.
Well, and
it's
add into that.
It's going to factor in for our discussion about bringing him back next year if the defense looks good in this game. It's that big of a test.
Well, and to add to that is what they've lost 15 in a row to teams with a winning record. And the quarterbacks that they've beaten, just to remind people, these are the quarterbacks that Poles and Eberflus have defeated. Trey Lance, Davis Mills, Bailey Zappi, Brian Hoyer, Aiden O'Connell, Bryce Young, and Sam Howell. So Sam Howell's the best quarterback that these guys have beaten so far, a year and 10 games in. Woof.
Yeah, man. So obviously I am excited for a Bears game and a football Sunday and offense and evaluating Justin Fields. But this is a pretty unique opportunity. And frankly, yes, you get them at home, but their place, like I said, dome, fast track, everything like that. This is the toughest test by far that the Bears have the rest of the way defensively. And I don't expect them to look that good, to be honest with you. I think they've been beating up on bad teams.
I know you don't. I've sensed that. I've sensed that subtext. You ready?
I think they've been beating up on bad teams. And listen, I said it before the year. I think the Lions are a terrible matchup for the Bears.
I know, but
their offensive line is going to manhandle the Bears' defensive line. Manhandle them.
Well, Montez has to make a big, big difference. We just saw Kyler Gordon play the game of his Bears career.
Yeah.
Those guys are going to have to rise up, not just against Amon-Ra St. Brown, but Laporta is the real deal as a tight end.
Yep.
And the fact that they can beat you that way, and now they seem to have the running back mix kind of figured out with both Montgomery and Gibbs getting a look.
And they're doing this without Jamison Williams, who was a top half of the first-round pick, looking good.
Yeah.
Like they are just a very, very scary offense, and I expect them to do pretty much whatever they want against the Bears defense. But I have to be open to the possibility that I'm wrong, given I'm wrong often, and how good the Bears defense has looked recently. Zach LaVine was sitting courtside last night at the Champions Classic with Rich Paul wearing matching B Clutch hoodies for Clutch Sports. All the GMs in the NBA, not all of them, but a ton of them were in town scouting the top-flight college basketball. Shams Charania had the report that there's a trade that's going to be coming, and he's about to want out. Well, Joe Cowley spoke to Zach LaVine a couple hours ago. He speaks to us next. Cowley, Parkins, and Spiegel on the score.
Mully and Haugh, Chicago's #1 most listened to sports morning show, 5:30 till 10 a.m.
On the Bulls' Zach LaVine trade rumors.
And I hope that they trade everyone because I don't like watching this team. I am pleased. Were you surprised that you didn't make it first time, and how excited are you about getting there eventually?
I was very surprised, to be honest with you. I from everything leading up to the Hall of Fame, I got an opportunity to talk to the president. And, we had a conversation after I didn't get voted. And my answer was, what was the reason why? And he said out of every guy that got cut off the list, you was the hardest one. And I was like, could you be more specific? And he was like, well, to be honest, you was the last one to get cut.
Yeah.
So if it was a cutoff at 5 players, you was the 6th guy. And it was just like you came in with uncomfortable position where we didn't know what to do.
Right.
And it was more so, we know you're gonna get in. And he was like, we know that's not a question. We know you're gonna get in. There's some guys out there that been waiting a while, so we're gonna go ahead and let those guys get in, and because we know you're gonna get in all the way. So that was really the answer. But I was more upset because as being the Hall of Fame is great, but it's being the first ballot. It's like being in the first round of the draft pick. You know, if you don't make the first round as a player, you're like, I don't care what round I go, second, third, it don't matter now.
Right.
But being the first round draft pick is the big name. So for me, going in and having the opportunity to be able to make the Hall of Fame and to be able to be a first ballot was a big thing for me. And when you look at the Hall of Fame, you look at the best at the position. And it's so frustrating because now I'm in a situation where I'm in a list of guys that's ranked 30th in running back, or 29th best quarterback. You know what I mean? You have to, and when it comes to Hall of Fame, you have to pick the best at that position. And if you have a guy that's on the list right now, that's everybody's looking at as the greatest of all time.
Right.
Why not put him in there?
#1 and most listened to sports station. 670 The Score is Chicago Sports. Chicago Sports is The Score. WSCR Chicago. WBMX HD2 Chicago. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
The Score!
With Parkins and Spiegel Show.
Put him in the hole. Put him in the Hall of Fame. Parkins and Spiegel to the rack. Count it in a foul.
We're gonna crank it up nonstop. But do you want to be elsewhere? I mean, do you want to be?
If we need to talk about that at a time, right now isn't the time to really talk about that. If play the Orlando Magic tonight, try to get a win. If something comes, obviously out later on, that'll be the time I talk about it.
Where do you think the relationship, I mean, obviously your camp and the Bulls front office have a good relationship, you just said that, but why do you think it's to the point now, besides the record, which is so early in the season, why do you think it's to the point where this is coming up that, hey, somebody must not believe in this product right now? Somebody's side cannot believe.
I think it's a combination of things where if you're in a losing situation or if you're in a place where you're not winning games, people are frustrated. From players to front office to coaches, we're not happy because we're not winning. That's not a bad thing, but it's just the nature of the business. More things come up when you're not in a winning environment.
Joe Cowley covers the Bulls for the Sun-Times. And there he was asking Zach LaVine questions today, fresh off that report from Shams Charania that LaVine's camp looking to go elsewhere and the Bulls open to facilitating it. So Joe Cowley joins us on the Circa Resort and Casino hotline. Circa Resort and Casino in Las Vegas, home of the world's largest sports book. And Lawrence told us in transition that, like me, you rank your kids, Joe Cowley. I respect that.
Hell yeah. I also tell them if my wife and I get a divorce, it is their fault. I don't care what the therapist or whatever tells them. I don't lie. You don't lie to your kids. It's probably their fault.
Joe, that is a lack of personal accountability on the front end without even thinking about the situation.
I believe in being honest with those damn kids. I'll tell you that right now. When Molly and I are by ourselves, we're great. When you guys are around, problems.
Hell yeah. So I say I love them all the same. And listen, they're 4 and 18 months, so they don't understand this concept. But I will be ranking them. But
just wait. I got a kid of the month. I put him on the laptop. It becomes a thing.
Really?
Oh yeah.
That's amazing.
I'm so not surprised. This is the kind of dad you are. So as you blame the kids preemptively for the divorce, you figure if they have problems after you're gone, that's on them to fix, right?
They gotta fix that. Hey, I had to deal with my issues. I dealt with them, sort of.
Yeah, I was gonna say
I'm
clearly.
you now.
Clearly. Oh God, that's incredible. Okay, so speaking of issues, the Bulls. I didn't really get why Zach wasn't willing to admit that he wants to be elsewhere when the report said he wants to be elsewhere and he's not disputing the report. I was confused by how that all went down today.
Yeah, it's kind of semantics. I think, if I had to guess from talking to people, it sounded like, obviously the Bulls have kicked the tires on him since last trade deadline. And I will even say it was more of other teams calling on Zach rather than the Bulls calling other teams on him. But those discussions at least being out there. And I think this time, it sounds like his group met with them and said, hey, we're hearing that this is a possibility again. Zach's not opposed to it. It kind of feels like that's how it went down. I don't think Zach flat out said, Rich, call them up, tell them I want out. That's just not his makeup. But I think they said, hey, if you guys are continue to do this, like it sounds like you are through back channels and through people that Rich knows and hears from on a daily basis, Zach's into it. So I think that's the change. And is it a subtle change where he could kind of dance around with the semantics? Yes. But usually he was, last year when I reported that right before the deadline that teams were asking the Bulls about him and stuff, he came out and said, well, if you don't hear it from my mouth or my representation's mouth, it's not true. And my point to him was, well, the team doesn't have to run it by you. You understand that, right? You don't have like a no trade clause. If they're going to talk to a team, they don't have to call and let you know that. But he didn't really get that. So, I think he's just kind of dancing and doing the dance because he knows it's really early in the season. He knows things could change. And he also knows there's a good chance they don't find a suitor for him and he doesn't move just because of the CBA that's that's going to be changing. It's tough to add a max guy if you're preparing for the new CBA. It's hard to add a max guy if you already have one or two already in your cap.
Joe, we know that this mix doesn't work in terms of playing elite basketball. This core three with whoever else is there. And we've spent so much time on the culpability. Whose fault is it? Is it Vooch? Is it DeMar? Is it Zach? Is it construction? Is it Billy? And we dance around. What is the perception in-house of how much is based on Zach's inability to adapt? Like, where is Zach's culpability in this? And does Zach take any accountability for his culpability?
Right. Well, I could just tell you this, and you could add a percentage on it from what I tell you. I mean, to me, all parties involved, but it starts with the people, the architects of this, the guys that drew the blueprint and said, "Yeah, this will work. Let's build it." But wait, it's falling apart. Nah, just don't look the other way. Let's keep building it. It's fine. So that it starts with AK and Mark Eversley. But I think the problem was when it first came together, it worked obviously because Lonzo Ball added that missing dimension to make it work, to spark this thing. But okay, he's gone. He's been gone. So why isn't it working now? And I think the main thing is there's confusion with the pecking order, because in the ego and the minds of some guys, the pecking order should have changed, and it didn't. I think the first year of DeMar and Zach had no problem saying, "You're Batman. You've proven you're Batman. Here, you win it. You win it. You win it." Then last year, when DeMar was still trying to win it and he wasn't, there were a couple times, and I'm surprised people still ignore these, where Zach came out to the media, not just to one person or through sources, came out and said, "Yeah, end of the game, we're too predictable, we're too stagnant, He was basically saying we're too DeMar. And so I think what you have is now a confusion in the pecking order, where DeMar, to his credit, is trying to hand this torch to Zach, but I think in his heart he knows Zach's not that guy. And so there's been a couple games where he's, "Here, take it, do it, win this thing for us." And then, "Oh, the hell with it, we got to win this game, just give me the ball, you're not ready for this." And so I think that is why it's not working from a functional standpoint. And the two are still really good friends. There's not like hard feelings. And to DeMar's credit, he hangs with the young guys. The young guys all love him. He goes to Io's number retiring ceremony. He'll go to Vegas and watch the young guys and go and practice with them and talk to them. Zach doesn't do that. And there's been some shaking of the head with some of the stuff Zach has said this year. I think last week, and Darnell, I think, reported this about the whole, I didn't have defensive miscues. I don't know what you're talking about. When there was clear, and there were some young guys going, "Damn, dude, you're supposed to be the franchise guy." And DeMar, I think, has been trying to buffer it, but today kind of sends a message that, damn, this dude doesn't believe in us, and he wants out. He knows that this boat's sinking, and he doesn't believe in us. So it's going to be tough to kind of keep this thing together and not let things leak in from locker room to court. And that'll be the interesting thing of, does it become so toxic? Hey, we got to move a lot quicker than we're comfortable moving, and we're not going to get the deal we want. Or, hey, everyone's got to relax. We got to wait on this and wait for the best possible deal come, late January, early February.
So I very much agree with where DeMar has gotten to, as you described it. Like, oh, I get it. Zach's not that guy. And yeah. I'm wondering if you believe, and you've talked about Zach for a long time, I think you've got a good understanding of him. Do you believe he can still become that guy somewhere else, or is this what Zach is?
No, he's a great number 3 on a championship level deep run playoff team.
I agree.
He is not your number 1, and he's not built to be your number 1. Sometimes I don't even think he understands what it's like. He says he does, but he understands what it's like to be number 1, the work that goes into it, the relationships that need to be built to be a true number 1 face of the franchise. And I don't think he's ever gotten it, and that was always my reservation of, if you're going to be that dude, that max contract guy, and talk about championships, and not only talk about it, but be willing to sacrifice to get those championships, you have to show that on both ends of the floor, every possession, every play possible. I mean, look, guys are getting stars, two-way stars take possessions off. I mean, that's just the league. But you have to be that face of the franchise. You have to do everything, be that foxhole guy. And I never thought he was wired like that. And that's why I was opposed to the max contract. I did the song and dance with him after he got gold in Tokyo. And then all of a sudden we saw a different Zach for like 2 or 3 months. And I sat with him and we were in Portland. I said, all right, I don't think you deserve a max. This is before he signed the deal. You obviously think you do. Let's barbershop talk this. You tell me why you think you do. And he kept harping. I look at my defensive numbers. Look at what I'm doing. Look at my rating. So I wrote a column. Hey, all right, if he's going to be this guy and understand being a two-way player and the sacrifice that goes into it, sometimes picking up a guy 90 feet and taking him all the way down the court, doing everything he did for Team USA, I'll take that ride with him. As soon as I wrote that column, within a month, obviously the knee started flaring up again, but he just let go of the defensive rope, and I was like, that's it. I'm out. I listened to you. I bought your goods for a couple of weeks, but that's it. You're not a max guy. And by that time, the problem is now the front office. They, to me, have fallen in love with their own product. And as badly as we ripped Gar Pax, they fell in love with their own draft picks, but their draft picks were pretty good at times too. This group has swung and missed on everything they've done almost so far.
Joe Cowley covers the Bulls for the Sun-Times is with us. What I don't get is in Shams Charania's report, it also talked about extending DeMar DeRozan. Casey Johnson reported that he thinks it would be a retool, not a rebuild. Some people think Caruso would get more than Zach. But, I mean, so you're going to just build around 34-year-old DeMar DeRozan? Like, I guess I don't understand how you trade Zach LaVine and still try to contend for anything meaningful.
Because this front office doesn't want to do a rebuild. I don't know if that's because they don't think they're equipped because they've missed on talent judging, or if they are so stuck on the idea that the bar is set if we make the playoffs and maybe get out of one round. Can we build something like that and then pat ourselves on the back? And that's the fear I have, is that's this front office's mindset. This idea of building a champion, they are not going on that path. They are not. And I don't know if they're equipped to. And that should keep Bulls fans up late at night, because as badly as we dragged Gar Pax through the coals, and I was a part of that, I think they at least had a better, clearer idea of what they needed. They just got caught up in their own emotions of things. Oh, Tom hurts my feelings. Let's get rid of Tibbs. Oh, Jimmy's a diva and he wants to be the GM. Let's get rid of him. That was more out of emotion, because they're emotional guys. Paxton's an emotional guy. AK and Mark Eversley, I don't see any vision from them. And the thing that makes me nervous if I was a Bulls fan is that they are going to try retooling this on the run and doing it on the fly. And that is almost impossible when you are just a mediocre team.
Well, you also have to have something to rebuild around.
But exactly. And DeMar is great to cover. But that's not, he's a 2 on a good team. He's your second guy on a good team. Vooch, great guy. He's a 3 on a good team. And so what are you doing here? Are you at least saying, okay, we're gonna try getting in the Cooper flag running for 25? Well, but if you're keeping DeMar and Caruso and Vooch around, you're not going to. That's going to win you enough games to stay mediocre. And so I just don't understand why you can't retool this thing. And that's why I threw out yesterday I wrote a piece and I threw out the name. All right, basically, if you're going to trade Zach and try to retool this on the run, you need someone else's ass ache. Is Zion a big enough ass ache for New Orleans where they say, we can't deal with this dude. Give us Zach. You take Zion. And you know what? As much as the injuries have been a problem with the Bulls, I would do it. Because when that dude is healthy and play, there's nothing like him. And I'd rather cover that for 82 games, Instagram strippers and baby mama drama. I'd rather cover that than cover this just choir boy crap of a product that is very mediocre.
It's pronounced asset.
Strippers.
It's asset, not ass-ache, I'm told.
Exactly.
And Instagram strippers are, I think they're at the Metro next Saturday.
They're good.
There you go.
So you do Zion. In terms of right now, though, with Zach, Lakers, Where else are we? Like he and Clutch are going to
it's
try
just
and engineer it to be the Lakers.
Right. You brought it up. I didn't mean to Peter King you, but yeah, I mean, you're throwing out the Clutch sports teams, and that's where Zach and Rich Paul would probably like for him to go. But what are you getting back then? You're getting Hurumura back. You're getting D'Angelo. I mean, do any of those guys excite you? I mean, but then you are rebuilding if you're bringing them back because you have an expiring contract and you have a guy that's got 2 years on the deal. So I don't know. I don't think there's a clear dance partner in this yet. And I think it's one of those things where we're just going to have to wait and see. Those guys are going to be eligible after mid-December with contracts that they sign. Then there's going to be another group after mid-January. And then as the deadline approaches, teams that are going to be saying, okay, we're a player in this, or we see a road now where we can be a force in the East. So it's so early in the season. That's why the timing of this is a little mind-boggling, just because what is Zach and his camp expecting? That they're going to be like, oh, okay, all right, yeah, well, we'll just go and get – I mean, I don't know if you'll even get, pennies on a dime right now. I mean, because I don't think everybody's shown what they're willing to give up yet.
Yeah, that's right. It's right now he's saying it's not going to bleed into the locker room and it's not going to be a problem. But I assume that you assume this is going to get uglier before it eventually gets blown up.
I don't know if we get ugly because this group of guys isn't wired that way.
Okay.
But I definitely think you're going to have quiet resent growing. And the other issue, too, is every bad Zach game now, every look at Billy, because, Casey's reported, I reported, he still never got over the Orlando benching. It's like, dude, you got to move on from that.
I'm with you.
So I think, every little look, every little thing is going to be misconstrued. All that's Zach he wants out. You could tell he's playing like he wants out. And that gets old to guys. Like dudes like DeMar or guys like Torrey Craig or, Javon Carter, they don't want to deal with it. They just want to ball, work hard. You think Caruso wants to hear drama about Zach? You think Zach's playing bad because this, or he missed this defensive assignment because he doesn't care about you guys? Do you think that's going on? And, that's a pain in the butt for them to deal with. And unfortunately, that's what we have to do as media members. Is there something bigger going on a daily basis? What are the checks and balances that we're trying to show between the fan base and the team and present that as the story? And it's going to get old. And so it's just a matter of how equipped is this group to handle that and how toxic does it get? And with this is a good bunch of guys. I don't think it will get toxic to the point where, it's not like a James Harden situation, but it's not good. It's not good for a team that feels like, hey, we're close on a lot of things. We could turn this around and start playing better. It doesn't mean that we'll make a run, but it's just not a good vibe to put 11 games into the season.
11 games in, and here we are. Joe, when you add in what you were saying today about DeMar trying to let Zach elevate and realizing he's not that guy, I know that it's choosing mediocrity, what they're doing, and we've seen it before, and it's frustrating. But I got to say, I think DeMar, if signed to an extension, I think he would age gracefully if another star presented itself. If they find a way to have better players than him, I feel like if it's not now, it's very soon that he would go ahead and say, okay, let's go ahead and I'll be the OG and just kind of age gracefully in that way. Am I crazy to think that's on the table for him?
I think you're 100% on. I think he's trying to do that with Zach, but he just knows Zach's not equipped to run with that torch right now. So, no, I think that's a great point by you. And if they do extend him, that's the mindset of, hey, let's get a guy in this Zach trade that we feel is ready to jump. Maybe not as much as Zach, because you're not going to find that type of guy, but a guy that's on the verge, and let's see if DeMar could mentor him and be his Obi-Wan.
What happens to our who wins a playoff game first, Fields for the Bears or Pickett for the Steelers, if neither one wins a playoff game ever?
Well, Fields might win it, but it ain't going to be with the Bears. And Kenny Ballgame, I'm not thrilled with his play the last couple of weeks. I will say that.
I wouldn't think.
If he could, the fourth quarter, he's magic. I mean, 107 rating. It's just, dude, it's got to be better than that the first three. So, I'm watching. I'm not one of these guys that I'm going to sink or swim no matter what. If he doesn't start showing something, it might be time to go back in that draft and get another quarterback, because that's the position you have to hit on. And so we're going to give him a couple weeks.
Okay.
I stick to my guns. He's better than Fields. Not maybe skill set wise, but he just has an it factor that Fields does not have. You could call that coaching. You could call that the culture of what she's in. Either way you spin it, but I stand behind everything I said.
All right, I think we might be no action on that bet. I think they might be 0 for the playoffs. Cowley, thanks as always, man. We'll talk soon.
All right, sounds good, boys.
All right, that's Joe Cowley, covers the Bulls for the Sun-Times.
He didn't go as long as Peter King, and I appreciated the apology from him, but he didn't. He didn't go quite as long.
I think it's crazy to think about Jack Harbaugh, who was once, Elway's coach at Stanford, if I remember correctly.
No, that was Jack Elway, who was
Jack Elway.
Elway's
okay,
coach. Yeah,
excuse me, thank you. But Jack Harbaugh having these two kids who are.
Oh, that's awful. That's horrendous.
It's not great.
No, it isn't.
Jack.
Appreciate Joe listening, though.
Yeah, always. We will listen to Justin Fields, who just finished speaking and talked about the state of his thumb and what is in front of him for the next 7 weeks. It's next on The Score.
Cubs Convention weekend passes and hotel packages are now on sale. Enjoy the chance to meet and get autographs from your favorite past and present Cubs players. January 12th through the 14th at the Sheraton Grand Chicago. Purchase now at Cubs.com/convention.
This is Jim Rome with an Odyssey.
The way I'm reading this from him, and now kind of reading his performance the last couple of weeks, I think you had a guy that was he was overly engrossed in trying to avoid mistakes. Mm-hmm. He was too focused on what he shouldn't do rather than focusing on what he should go do. And I think now you're seeing part of seeing him play more freely is him just stripping it down and saying very simply, DJ Moore is the best player on this team. Throw the ball to DJ Moore. If he's covered, if he's not covered, like throw the ball, treat him like the number one receiver that the organization thinks that he is and that we've seen him be. We saw him be it in Carolina, and we've seen it here at Haugh every day from the first practice. From the first practice, DJ Moore was not one of these myths, one of these promises that the Bears tell you, and then you wait and see if it comes true. From day one, you could see on the practice field, this is their best player. This is their best guy. And one of these, so your way you're seeing Justin Fields play, the aesthetics look a little more free, a little more aggressive. And then the numbers are telling you that too. The advanced stats are telling you that too. It was under 3% of his throws in the opener were quantified as aggressive throws, meaning in tight coverage. The next week, I think it was like 7%. The last 3 weeks, it's been closer to 20. He's been one of the more aggressive throwers in terms of tight coverage. And Justin Fields has been one of the more aggressive throwers in terms of actual downfield air yards on his throws. That is a good change when you have good players around you. That change doesn't probably mean anything or materialize in anything when you're throwing to Byron Pringle and N'Keal Harry. But when you have a legitimate number one receiver like DJ Moore, you should be more aggressive and you should be going more downfield.
When you guys did the Khalil Mack trade, I feel like those trades, for the most part, Jamal Adams, Jalen Ramsey, like the multiple first-round picks for the defensive player who you then have to pay, they don't happen very often in the NFL anymore because it feels like that price is too high for anybody who's not a quarterback.
It's obviously extremely steep because when you're talking about the percentage of cap the player is going to take up,
yeah,
the amount of cash you have to pay them, those are all huge factors, plus obviously losing the capital. Can you still build a competitive roster? And that was the foundation and the outline, when you're talking through that trade. We know where you're still weak, where the voids are, the future picks, the future cap situation. And we were confident that it wasn't going to deter us from building a good enough roster to win a Super Bowl. And there was so much conviction in the building. We were one player away from having a special defense.
And you were right.
We had so much depth on the defense The one spot we needed is somebody opposite of Leonard. Obviously, we didn't envision it being Khalil Mack. We just needed a guy who could consistently disrupt the game opposite of Leonard, and we'd be cooking with fire on defense, especially with the defensive coordinator we had.
Yeah, and you were right. I mean, that 2018 defense was the best in the league.
And
it's 36 takeaways.
Yeah, and it's obviously 2018 Khalil. You make that trade all day, every day. The impact he had every week, we just didn't get it enough after 2018 for a lot of different reasons.
And the QB didn't hit.
Obviously.
Yep.
So looking back at it, obviously it's I'm glad we did it. It was aggressive. That I think if you define the 7 years we were there, we were very aggressive. We made some very aggressive moves. They all didn't work out, but we tried, and I'll never regret. Like, we never sat back with our hands, underneath our ass and just said, "Hey, let's just let all this stuff come to us. We're going to go and get what we want." And we were, and obviously it didn't all work out. We built a great defense. We just never could do it on the other side of the ball.
One night. Beats Kendall Fuller again. That's 11 yards for the touchdown. He's already caught 5 for 137 and 2 scores.
How about the throw by Justin Fields? A little slant and go. Perfect placement. Fuller never locates the football, and Moore so comfortable being able to get his feet down. Watch this route. Watch Fuller bite on it man-to-man. Ooh, little inside move, and the throw could not have been any better by Justin Fields.
I think 7 weeks is enough time for the show consistency, and being the high performer, that we expect him to be.
He's back. He will start Sunday against the Lions, and Matt Eberflus says it's enough time for him to show and prove that he can be a consistent performer. We will play categories coming up in about 12, 15 minutes or so. But Justin Fields spoke as the starting quarterback for the Bears for the first time in a few weeks. We haven't even heard from him for a few weeks. And interested to hear how he sounds and where he thinks he's at going into this Lions game.
I mean, of course, I'm really excited. I feel like the longer I was out, the more, I wanted to play. I'm really excited to get back, this week and get back on the field with the guys for sure.
How close were you to playing against Carolina? Was there real consideration?
Yeah, it was real consideration, but I wanted to play, but the head trainer said it was my best, probably for the best for the future long term. To just wait it out one more week, especially, coming off a short week and stuff like that. And, if it would have got hit or something like that, it probably would have postponed it another 2 or 3 weeks. So, yeah.
Are you looking at these next 7 games any differently for you, even if thinking big picture of the evaluation of what the Bears are doing for you as a quarterback, or are you just kind of approaching them, okay, let's just try to win out these last 7 games?
No, I mean, it just starts with Sunday and just taking it day by day. So, yeah, I mean, that's my focus right now is just, focusing on Sunday, getting prepared for that, going out there, playing hard, playing to the best of my ability.
Justin, in what ways are you going to have to make sure that whether you're in the pocket or running with the football, that it doesn't affect ball security?
I mean, I wouldn't be playing if it was going to affect that, so I don't see that as a problem, come Sunday. So,
Justin, obviously there's huge implications for any player in their 3rd season. What do you hope to prove individually during the final 7 games of this regular season?
Just go out there and, win games. Not here to prove anything to anybody. I'm playing for my teammates, playing for the coaches, and, that's it. And everything else will take care of itself. So, not necessarily trying to prove anything to anybody. Just go out there with my brothers and go out there and perform. So, yeah.
Justin, with regard to being an observer the last few weeks, was there anything you saw from Tyson Bagent that you can apply to your game?
Yeah, I mean, I think really just looking at all quarterbacks, I feel like Tyson, quarterbacks around the league, quarterbacks in college, like we all play the game differently. So, things that Tyson did well, I'm definitely going to try to, emulate that, of course, in my game. But, at the end of the day, we're different quarterbacks. We don't do the same thing. So, but of course, there's bits and pieces that we do differently that he did well in the field. And of course, I'm going to try to, add that to my game for sure.
Is there something in particular that really complements the way you play? Like you said, you are different quarterbacks, but sometimes that can you merge the two and it helps. Is there anything he did that you feel like can complement your skills?
Yeah, a lot of stuff for sure.
Justin,
what was the experience like in getting to kind of be on the sideline, hear Coach Gessie call in those plays, not in a moment where you got to kind of just go regurgitate and execute, but actually be able to kind of evaluate why he's calling it? Did you have a different perspective or a different experience with hearing it that way?
Yeah, a little bit. Of course, I think the Sunday night game, I was trying to, just play the game in my head. I think I got a call down from upstairs and saying that the camera kept showing me call the play call, so I had to stop doing that. But I think, just like you said, just seeing the game from a different perspective. And of course, I don't want to mess with Luke too much during the game. Of course, he's locked in too. So definitely just seeing why he's calling certain plays. And, there were a few times where, I wanted to ask him, what were you thinking on this play? Like, what was your mindset? Like, what was your goal and to call in this play? But like I said, I didn't want to, mess with his mojo because he's locked in, game day. I think I tried to talk to him one time, and I mean, he just, he's so locked in, he didn't even hear me. But definitely, like I said earlier, just, seeing the game from a different perspective and kind of just the bigger picture of things.
When Tyson had some success, I think there were some people that wanted to create a quarterback controversy. Did you hear any of that?
Yeah, I mean, of course, but that's the world we live in nowadays. Everybody wants, everybody wants to cause a stir, cause media attention, boom, 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 comments, stories. So that's just what comes with it. But, I knew that was going to happen from the get-go, so it came to me as no surprise. But, like I said, I was coming in the building every day, being the same guy I was, before I was hurt, and, just trying to be the best leader I can be.
Man.
Pretty good.
There's a lot there.
Yeah.
Media attention, boom, boom, boom. I like that. That's us. We're media attention, boom, boom, boom.
Yeah. Well,
how about Potsy? Potsy getting close, trying to dig for details on what he might have learned from Bagent, and Justin refusing to give the details.
But he said, of course, you know what I mean?
Yes.
He did not seem offended by the suggestion
I agree.
that there is something that he could learn from him and pointing out, hey, we are different guys. He's right. Like, Tyson Bagent needs to be the guy who gets the ball out quick, because even though he had one game where he had good rushing yards, he is not going to be the guy that teams are going to fear extending plays, insane arm strength, and that sort of thing.
Of course, and Fields needs to occasionally be that guy, but just occasionally. It's got to be a tool in the toolbox because he can do a lot of the other things that Tyson cannot.
Is there something in particular that really complements the way you play? Like you said, you are different quarterbacks, but sometimes that can you merge the two, and it helps. Is there anything he did that you feel like can complement your skills?
Yeah, a lot of stuff for sure. Yeah, I believe him because I was never as offended. We talked about it with Dan and Lawrence. Like Tyson Bagent does get the ball out quicker.
Of course he does.
But that's not necessarily something I want from Fields. I want his sack percentage to go down. He'll always hold the ball longer. Ben Roethlisberger held the ball for an eternity. Playmakers hold the ball for a long time because they're going for touchdowns. They're throwing the ball down the field. They're considering scrambling. You know, the snap to throw time for Fields is one of many factors that you need to look at when considering whether he holds the ball too long.
It's not the only thing, but it needs to be a balance. I mean, just the other day, Chase Daniels said that Josh Allen's getting himself in trouble by doing that.
Yes.
You know, it's like you have to be able to hit your layups and hit your first or second read on stuff and just like quickly. The quick game, like Cole Kmet said after the first time Bagent did it well, like quick game's hard to defend, man. And then people figure it out when you don't have the option to go deeper. You want somebody who can do that when necessary.
Yeah, take your singles and doubles.
Yes.
Take your layups. And that is often the quick game, on time, schemed up stuff. But then the special is what Fields has the ability to do, but hasn't done with any near degree of consistency enough. Weeder has talked about it with us. Like, he needs to do those plays where he extends the play with his legs and then throws.
I got to say, I as always, I feel like a sense of empathy for this dude going through everything. Like, as he's talking about the next 7 weeks, and we're all focused on it and thinking about it, and reporters are asking him multiple questions. And, of course, it's the mind bleep of that for him because he has to just think about practice today and the game, the one game at a time, one day at a time, all that. And it's just like, but he knows these 7 games are big. What a mind bleep to have to like exist in that space. Time to show up, kid. You know, hardcore for the rest of your football career over the next 7 weeks.
He knows. He's been in it though for forever. I actually genuinely do get the sense that stuff does not affect him that much. Whereas Mitch Trubisky got to get these TVs turned off. I get the sense that Fields handles that part of it. You know, the scrutiny on ESPN and Fox Sports 1 and NFL Network. And I get the sense that he handles that part of it really, really well. And we'll see what happens, man. But the Lions defense can be got. They just got to do a shootout with the Chargers. They were in a shootout with the Seahawks. They've been in, a couple of real high-scoring games this year. So, interesting stuff.
Fields has been handling it better than Tyson Bagent. Did you hear that stuff? From the podcast that Tyson Bagent was on, and I wasn't going to pitch that today, but since it's come up here,
what did he say?
This is the 7 podcast. It's like one of his dad's friends.
Right,
podcast.
I saw that he did it. Yeah.
So here's Tyson Bagent talking about dealing with his critics.
Yeah, it's almost to such an extreme level that, like, I don't know. Sometimes I do because everything I read is hilarious. If someone tells me that I'm the greatest quarterback they've ever seen in their whole life, I laugh. Right, I laugh, and then when they're like, "This dude's a piece of shit, I can't stand watching him another time," I laugh again. Right. But the ones the ones that say "piece of shit," I'm always conscious of what they look like as a person, because I always want to I want to say something but not in like a I'm mad I want to say something, but just in like a I just
fat Cheeto finger eating.
Exactly, I just want to say, dude, you piece of work.
Wow, I had not.
Screw him.
Oh no, Shane, he's just young and dealing with haters for the first time in his life.
No, man, no. That's a bad person.
I remember LeBron coming off that way early on.
Okay, well, he's the greatest of all time.
Well,
listen, I think
haters are tough, man.
They are tough,
Yikes.
but to Tanny's point, Fields is really good at it, and he's dealt with it his entire life. 6th grade, competing against Trevor Lawrence, high school football in Georgia, recruited, transferring, the draft process. Tyson Bagent has not dealt with it, man. That is a different end of the spectrum there. That's fascinating. We will play categories. Spiegs is back as the host. It's next. Parkins and Spiegel on The Score.
Bears fans, Justin Fields returns to lead the 3-7 Bears against the first-place Lions in Detroit.
I'm sick of watching Tyson Bagent. I'm sick of it. He's not as good as Justin Fields, and he's way less exciting. Anyone that is just begging to watch Tyson Bagent again is just I can't understand it. It's boring. He's boring
and bad.
Justin Fields is the most exciting player they've had since Devin Hester, and you're ready to just get rid of him. And you gotta watch this Tyson Bagent kid. He doesn't have a weak arm. Yes, he does. 2 of his picks were because he has a weak arm.
All of them.
I'm
At
sick
least
of it.
2.
I don't like. I'm so disappointed that Justin Fields isn't going to play this game.
Yeah, the whole thing has made people dumber, and there are people nationally who are making people dumber. I didn't think things could get dumber than some of what we heard around Kyle Orton and Rex Grossman and everything else we've been through.
Both of those guys are legitimate NFL quarterbacks,
I know,
by the way.
But this has been, and I've said it before, this stuff of people falling in love with something that they think they're seeing when they're not is one of the strangest, dumbest things I can remember in covering the Bears.
Look, I get that people are done with Justin Fields, and I understand it. I even, to a certain extent, respect it. Here's the thing, and shout out to my man Leon Rogers, because he pointed this out, and I think it's a really good point. Justin Fields should play, and you should be rooting for Justin Fields to be good, if only so that the Bears can trade him at the end of this thing. Like, if you're out on him being the guy, which, again, I completely understand, you shouldn't want Tyson Bagent to be playing. You should want Justin Fields to be playing and playing well enough that someone else goes, you know what? The Bears are going to draft a quarterback because they don't believe in Justin Fields, but I've seen enough that I believe in Justin Fields, and I believe that with the right nest that we can turn them into something, and we're going to give them a draft pick for it.
controversy. Listen, we love fun, right?
Afternoons on The Score.
So, I think it's time to play the game.
We're playing the game?
Yes, we're playing the game.
Do we have to play the game?
What's the game?
The game is categories. 3 categories, 2 sports, 1 non-sports, unless I'm hosting and I mess it up. We each get to go first 1 time. I'll go first on the first category. Tanny will go first on the second category. Shane will go first on the third category.
Yeah, for sure.
Spiegs hosts it, and we basically go around and around naming as many things within that category as we can until we get one wrong. The goal is to win 2 out of 3, and then you are the winner. Play along as you listen.
That was very well explained. So
Speaks, you have
onward,
the text screen up today, Speaks?
He's the host.
Yeah, I know,
I'm
but
the
still.
host. Yeah. Shane, you have the text screen?
I do know sometimes
No, I
Speaks
never do.
needs help, even though he writes the
That's
category.
true.
That's what I was asking.
Tanny, just
Yeah?
keep your mouth shut and don't talk me into an incorrect name on the category list.
I'll
all
gaslight
right?
you all I want during categories.
And other times.
Category is gaslighting. All right, here we go. Our guy, Nico Horner, he won the Gold Glove. Many Cubs have done it. I have the list of all the Cubs who have won the Gold Glove Award. Danny Parkins, you are first.
Ryan Sandberg.
9 of them. Tanny.
Pretty good.
Yeah.
Did Greg Maddux win one?
Yes, he did 5 of them as a member of the Cubs. 5
Of course he did. Ernie Banks.
Ernie Banks won a single Gold Glove as a shortstop in 1960. You're a lucky man.
I figure he should have.
Yeah, I figure. Danny?
Ian Happ.
Ian Happ has won a couple of them now in left field. Tanny?
Dansby Swanson.
Dansby Swanson won this year at shortstop. Shane?
Jason Hayward.
Jason Hayward won 2 in the outfield for the Cubs.
Javi Baez.
Won in 2020, the Gold Glove at shortstop did Javier Baez. Tanny?
Derek Lee.
2005 and 2007 for Derek Lee.
Same spot, Anthony Rizzo.
4 times as a member of the Cub, Anthony Rizzo won the Gold Glove. Danny?
That was going to be my next guess.
Mm-hmm. Count it down.
Addison Russell ever get one?
Addison Russell is a no. Danny is out of
Notoriously bad hands on Addison Russell.
Cubs Gold Gloves.
Hate that guy.
Tanny, do you have another Gold Glove winner?
As opposed to everyone who loves him.
Yeah,
Did Sammy win one?
Sammy Sosa never won a Gold Glove
Good, he
for the
shouldn't have.
Cubs. You're out. Shane.
Bring him back.
Just need one, Shane.
Mark Grace.
Mark Grace, 4 times as a member of the Cub. Very nice.
Nicely done,
Shane
Shane.
wins the category. Also, Jody Davis, Randy Hundley. Gave you Darwin Barney yesterday. Andre Dawson, Ron Santo, Bob Dernier, among the others. All right, category 2. I was watching 4 big-time college basketball programs last night, and I was thinking about all the NBA players right now. Most of them went to college. Which schools, which colleges have put the most players
Oh, okay, I got you.
into the NBA right now? I have the top 16 schools in terms of representation in the National Basketball Association right now. Tanny, you get to go first. Give me a college.
Duke.
Duke is number 2 with 25 players in the NBA.
Kentucky.
Number 1 with 28 players in the NBA.
Kansas.
Number 4 with 12 players in the NBA. Tanny.
North Carolina.
North Carolina has 9 players in the NBA. Yes, in the top 16. Shane.
Notre Dame.
Notre Dame is not represented on this list. Shane is out. So we will have a tie after Shane won the first category. Danny. What's your favorite Halloween candy?
Danny, find a college that has a lot of NBA players.
Yes.
Michigan State.
Michigan State is not on this list. Tanny, noted college hoops expert, just needs to nail one of the 8 remaining schools.
As long as my pager doesn't go off here.
Dr. NBA.
UCLA.
Is number 3 with 15 players in the NBA. Texas, Michigan, Villanova, Arizona, Gonzaga, Alabama.
Florida State up there anywhere?
Yes, they're number 16 with 8 of them. That would have also been correct.
Arizona up there?
They are. Shane, good listening by you. Mere moments ago.
That's where Shane tries to trick the audience into thinking he won the category.
Shane texted me his weekly question this week. Hey, Speaks, what are the categories? He texted me.
After you said you had 4 of them.
Yeah, I know.
That's
I did
not the
4.
game.
Well, you know why? Because I was looking at a Detroit Lions one, and that history sucks. So let's not do that.
All right.
So we go non-sports as we think about Detroit and the state of Michigan, because they took our Benetti, and they're going to play our Bears on Sunday. So state of Michigan, I am looking at the top 35 most populated cities in Michigan, the biggest cities in Michigan by population.
I don't want to be overconfident in here, but
Tanny vacations in Michigan.
My best friends are in Michigan, so Tanny and I,
but I only
you
go
and
to one part up north.
I
So,
know.
so if it's not any of these
I know.
little 500 people towns up there, I'm screwed.
The top 35?
Yeah, and it's probably not in those 500-person towns, right?
I know, right?
I'll
yeah.
tell you right now, the lowest population on this list is 47,340. So, top 35 most populous cities in Michigan. Shane, you're first.
The place I almost took a job, Farmington Hills.
Farmington Hills is number 14.
Got it.
I never thought we'd start
Dude,
with
I can go
Farmington
so...
Hills.
I look for apartments in Michigan for probably... sitting
All
next
right.
to Tanny.
Here we go. Let's see. You've got one
I
category.
can tell you where all the great school districts are. These look so awful.
I'm screwed, but thank you for leaving Detroit on the board for me.
Yeah.
You get Detroit. That's number 1 on the list. 620,000. Tanny.
Grand Rapids.
Number 2 on the list at 196,000.
Kalamazoo.
Kalamazoo is number 20 in terms of the most populous cities in Michigan. Danny.
Ann Arbor.
Ann Arbor's number 5. Well done. Tanny.
Lansing.
Number 6. Rolling through Michigan.
Dearborn Heights.
Number 7. Dearborn. Oh, wait. Sorry.
Dearborn Heights.
Is number 25. I'll give it away. Dearborn is number 7.
That was Tanny's next guess.
That's where I go every year.
You can't have Dearborn or Dearborn Heights, Danny. I'm sorry.
That's not fair. Oh, God. Saginaw?
Saginaw. Ladies and gentlemen, Saginaw is not in the top 35 most populous cities in Michigan.
Okay.
I'm sorry. It's between the Michigan boys themselves.
The M&M boys, yeah.
The future Detroit denizens, Shane and Tanny.
Well,
what do you got?
So, Traverse City.
Is not on the list.
Oh, no.
Is not in the top 35. I'm sorry.
It ought to be. You know what?
Shane,
no, it's great the way it is. Don't go
I just
there.
need I need a large city in Michigan, and you will lock up categories for today.
Sterling Heights.
Sterling Heights is number 4 on the list.
Wow.
That is correct. Congratulations to Shane.
Just for giggles here, home. I just found out when I was at Four Winds on Sunday that Iggy Pop hails from Muskegon. Is Muskegon on that? Because I wanted to go with that one ahead of Traverse City.
Yeah, no, he's not. Muskegon is not here.
All right.
East Lansing is at the bottom of this at 35.
What about
then
New
there's
Buffalo?
Livonia, Flint, Rochester Hills.
Ann Arbor probably.
I said it.
We did
Yeah,
that.
Danny said that like I said.
Pontiac, Royal Oak. How about Battle Creek? Battle Creek, everybody.
Must be very confusing if you're tuning into the show right now. Why are they screaming out towns in Michigan over
Excitedly.
music at each other?
Excitedly. That's right.
It must be.
Congratulations. It was Shane who is the winner of category.
Mostly.
Most weeks.
Yeah, it
Very
happens
often.
the majority of the time.
I should go to more than one town. There. I could have
Dude,
won.
you love cherries. You're such a weirdo.
That's where your favorite baseball team is, though, right?
My current favorite baseball team, yes, the Traverse City Pit Spitters, 2022 champs.
A Bears Report with Mark Grody in an hour. Coming up next, Spiegs spent a night with the stars in the suite at college basketball games, but learned something of incredible value about his beloved game of baseball. It's next on The Score.
The Score is Chicago sports. Chicago sports is The Score. Thanks for keeping us the #1 and most listened to sports station in Chicago. Listen on your radio, laptop, mobile device through the Odyssey app, AUDACY, or tell your smart speaker to play 670 The Score. We're live and we're local. 670 The Score. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
Everyone agree Matt Nagy's getting fired, right? That feels inevitable at this point to the room?
Yes.
Are we 4 for 4 on that?
I'm a yes.
Okay, Shane?
I'm doing my own research right now about that. We'll see.
Call Joe Rogan.
You are immunized.
Do we think that there has been enough smoke around this fire that there will be an organizational restructuring for the Bears?
This is
smoke around the fire?
This is the big
that work?
There's no fire yet. Where there's smoke, there's fire.
Well, yeah, all right, okay.
Jesus Christ.
Oh, it's good, but
Do we think there's enough smoke around the fire?
Not on my solo stove.
I'm looking into one of those smokeless fire
Tell you what.
Got a new deck.
Yeah. Yeah, it depends if you're just using fuel for one of those little tabletop fires.
Shane, keep laughing. I'm going to throw your feet right in the fire.
I like having a smoke around the fire, you know?
Yeah, me too.
And a drink, for that matter.
Oh, man.
All right. I'm going to ask that question again.
Okay.
Do we think
there's enough smoke?
There's enough smoke for us to believe
that there's a fire
brewing, because you brew fires.
And you heard my ears perk up on the Ryan Pace stuff a while back. So yeah, I do think there's going to be some front office change. God, I hope there is.
I think so too. You
Boys?
guys?
Yeah, we heard your ears perk up then too.
You know, I hope.
We're just saying things, Shane.
Yeah.
We're just saying
20 hours a week. Mike's open for 20 hours a week. I get it.
It's only 5:36
on a Monday.
You're bound to run into one every once in a while, but those are two all-timers in the last 3 minutes.
Doozies.
Heard my ears perk up.
You heard my ears perk up last week. No, we didn't.
If I had bells on them, you know, and they really perked up and they rang the bells,
Yeah.
might have heard them then.
Man, oh man.
Presented by your local Hyundai dealers. This is Chicago's #1 and most listened to sports station. 670 The Score is Chicago Sports. Chicago Sports is The Score. WSCR Chicago. WBMX HD2 Chicago. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
The Score! This hour is brought to you by Team Hochberg. Visit the website 56david.com. It's 56david.com.
Parkins and Spiegel Show Flashback.
Dude, I'm going. Excited to be going to the Champions Classic over at the United Center. And gonna see Duke against Michigan State, Kansas against Kentucky. It is considered the unofficial beginning of the college basketball season because it has already begun.
Yep.
But, I love college hoops.
Kansas travels so many fans. Kentucky does as well. Great vibe here in the arena. And now back come the Jayhawks, and Adams slams it home to make it a 4-point game. And KJ Adams knows exactly what to do with that. As good as there is in the college game.
Bears report in an hour. Parkins and Spiegel on The Score. All right, Spiegs. How was your night last night among the stars in the suite at the United Center?
There were stars everywhere, huh? Who'd you see on TV? Like Magic Johnson was down there. They showed him on the big screen at one point.
In your suite, too.
I didn't watch 1 second of it. I have no idea. I have literally no idea who's there.
But you mentioned earlier Zach LaVine was courtside.
I saw
night?
that on social media. Yes,
Yeah.
Zach LaVine. Okay, yeah. So Zach LaVine, Rich Paul, Matt Spiegel, Jim DeShays, and whoever ESPN mentions in this clip.
Well, there's Mr. Chicago right there. That's our buddy John Boog Shambi, outstanding baseball and basketball voice on ESPN, and also the voice of the Chicago Cubs here locally. That's Jameson Taillon in the booth.
And that was Sarah Spain.
Oh, was it? I didn't see Sarah there. Ryan Dempster was in there before. Other than us, that's where all the cool people in the building are hanging out tonight.
All the cool people are courtside. One thing I know, when John Shambi, when we get this time of year, it's driving season. He only drives during basketball season.
That's right.
And it's a frightening experience.
He is opposed to driving.
Is he a terrible driver? Is that the bit?
That's come up on our show.
It speaks. Were you not there?
Oh, yeah, not mentioned. Schulman and Billis leaving you out.
As far as all of us know, on the audio side, you weren't there. They mentioned Sarah Spain. You weren't there, huh? You told us you were.
I was. Apparently, you could see me shaking hands with Jameson Taillon. I was leaving. I was doing the Mitchie shuffle. Right
You
there.
left early?
I left just about 3 minutes early, and thankfully did not miss any
Shane,
drama.
I think they hit on everyone there.
That's where all the cool people in the building are hanging out tonight.
They said that. It's everyone.
Where was? They didn't say Matt Spiegel. Afternoons.
They don't know.
We're
who I
Spigs.
am.
Dan Schulman, that dumbass Canadian.
Hey, that's a great guest on the PBP podcast.
Oh, so then he should have known.
Seriously, come on, Shulman. Don't you remember the 40-minute Zoom we had, buddy? Where we bonded?
That might be the funniest thing Danny's ever said.
Oh, shucks. Now I got a backhanded compliment. I'm just that would have been an amazing moment. You'd be like, oh, I recognize that guy. He hosts a podcast.
I did a Zoom with him one time. I can't remember what we talked about.
Talks about my play-by-play charts.
Right, exactly.
Oh,
about
man.
how I score a game in Toronto.
Also, we calling Boog Mr. Chicago? Guy's been here for 7 minutes.
Hey, man.
Well, there's Mr. Chicago.
No.
That's where all the cool people in the building are hanging out tonight.
Yeah, we were. That's right. All of us. Man, I had so much fun talking to Jim DeShays, who you mentioned, talking about hoops and pitching and teammates that he had that were musicians. You guys know that Ron Guidry had a drum kit in a private room at Yankee Stadium? I didn't know that. I learned that. Yeah, I learned that last night from Jim DeShays. So that was fun. Talking to Dempster about pitching and music and stuff. And then they mentioned him. There's Jameson Taillon just hanging out. He's there to watch hoops. And I ended up
That makes
next,
sense.
I know, but I was sitting next to him, and we talked some baseball while we watched hoops together. It was a very enjoyable experience.
Talk about grips with JT.
Not a lot of grip talk, no. Not a lot clubhouse.
He was fun when we had him early on, right after he signed, I believe it was. Big bourbon guy, right?
Yeah, he was fun.
Yeah, he was fun.
That was a good.
Bourbon guy, coffee guy. And so, yes, but like, we're just hanging out and talking, and we started talking about some stuff, and I think I got smarter about something that perplexes baseball people and has forever and ever and ever. I know, Danny, you were a fan. We both read it. Your friend Jeff Passan's book, The Arm.
Oh, yeah.
Right?
Yeah. Very, very good book. He got incredible access to guys who were going through Tommy John surgery, there with them as they walked into the operating room. He traveled internationally to talk to doctors about it, and I'd make fun of him because the conclusion of the book, after all of that hours of research and all of the copies sold, was basically like, yeah, we don't know.
You know what it reminds me of? The search for a quarterback, scouting a quarterback on the collegiate level. I feel like those are the two primary mysteries that have cost teams decades and billions to not be able to figure out and master.
Yeah.
So I think of them as kindred spirits. And there was the thing, and I know that Passan mentioned it, and it predates the book by a while, from Tom Verducci, now the Fox guy, but he was a great writer for a lot of years. The Verducci effect. He wrote a column in 2006 about how pitchers, if their innings jumped by more than 25 or 30 innings from year to year before the age of 25, the results could be a drastic downturn, I should say, in abilities and maybe even serious injury. It became kind of called the Verducci effect or the year after effect, and people relied on it for a long time as a quote negative forward indicator for pitcher workload. Like, that was the best they had as a theory for a good long while. And
we talked about it a lot this year with Steele.
Yes.
We were constantly like waiting for the fall off or the injury, and then he had that little forearm issue that you panicked about and it was concerning, and then he bounced back from it.
Right, and you know what?
That'll be a thing next year for Steele for sure, on if he can sustain it.
But remember when we asked Carter face to face if they were worried about the innings jump, and he said no. Because this theory, this Verducci effect theory, has largely been debunked. Like Baseball Prospectus and a bunch of others have looked at the evidence and gone through it, and nobody really buys it anymore as the primary thing, because that proved to not be as like evidence-based as anything else. Hence Passan's conclusion of, we don't really know. So here's what Tyon was talking about last night. You're filling me in about teammates he's had in the past, right? That a young pitcher who's been hurt a couple of times in his young career, and Tyon was talking about how, like, sometimes when guys have anxiety, young pitchers have anxiety, they wake up every day trying to prove something to themselves. They wake up every day.
Do you mean like literal, just so I know, do you mean like anxiety about pitching or like actual just life anxiety?
Both.
Okay.
Both. It was a wide-ranging conversation about that kind of stuff.
Okay.
All
right. Sorry. Go on.
It's okay, but yeah. So he was likening it to when you're a young pitcher, if you go out to do your throwing in the bullpen, right, either in the off season or between starts or whatever, and you bring some anxiety to the table, a lot of times you can throw way too hard. Like way unnecessarily hard, because you're just trying to feel a certain thing or prove something to yourself. And you're pushing yourself to feel like a big leaguer and prove that you're a big leaguer all the time, trying to satisfy that anxiety. And we were talking about how sometimes in your young 20s, with a still developing arm, guys can damage themselves way more than like a manager at whatever level they happen to be at who's trying to stretch them out for an extra couple of outs or an extra couple of innings. That it's not the in-game stuff. It's the training stuff, and it's the self-propelled anxiety that makes it go way too hard. And it really resonated with me because think about it in terms of any discipline, For me as a singer, I remember being a young singer thinking that at a rehearsal, I needed to sing as great as I possibly could because I was trying to prove to myself that I could sing in a certain way or impress the other musicians or have it feel a certain way. And then you learn, no, just kind of do what you need to do and save the damage you do on your muscles as a singer, or save the damage you do on your muscles as a pitcher, or the elbow and all your joints. Save that for when you actually freaking need it. So that, like, guys who are young as pitchers and bring anxiety and work out way too damn hard is something that can damage them. And he firmly believes it. And Tyone is a super smart, super analytical dude who, yes, I think there's Tommy John in his history, but look at him now, being able to throw 95 all year long, go deep into games. Results may vary. Obviously.
Yeah, I was gonna say, yeah.
Of course, I'm not saying he's got everything figured out,
but
in terms of healthy, innings eater, endurance, now in this portion of his career, he knows exactly what to do to make sure that his arm can show up as strong as it needs to. So I thought that was fascinating because, as we can suspect, different organizations, some are better than others at helping young pitchers manage anxiety or identify anxiety or stick to training regimens. So I thought that was really, really interesting.
I think it's interesting, too. So you would need to have some sort of beyond, because that's like his opinion, man. You know what I mean? Like because convincing a young pitcher who has not been paid yet, but who needs to prove himself in the big leagues, that he needs to stick in the big leagues and he needs to show his best and show his stuff and all of that stuff in order to not ride buses in AAA and start the service time clock and work his way towards free agency to get paid.
Yeah.
It's a very tough ask for him to be zen and calm and not max efforting when the whole nature of the business creates anxiety.
Yes.
Because you're often, hey, if you don't perform right when you get called up, you got to go back to Des Moines.
Yeah, absolutely. And there is this like never-ending churn, it seems, of guys with arms who can throw 96, 97, 98 these days, and it's all about max effort once you're in the game. So, yeah, I think it's harder than ever to not bring that kind of anxiety and that kind of desire to max out all the time. But maybe that means it's more important to manage, like as a developmental psychological training issue. It's really incumbent upon organizations to make sure you deal with that so pitchers don't overextend themselves and lead to injuries. And it's just a theory like everything else.
Right.
But I hadn't considered it. I hadn't considered the self-propelled pressure of what somebody does between the starts being being more of a factor.
Well, there's one, maybe this isn't fair, but there's one guy in town I'm thinking of, and I think you guys can probably guess, but a guy who was great when he didn't have to deal with the stuff in between starts because he wasn't starting. He was coming out of the bullpen in 2021, and then he starts in 22 and 23, and he's been very open about struggles with the mental side of the game, and that's Michael Kopech. Yeah, I hear a lot of – I picture Kopech when you're talking about this stuff.
Yeah.
You know, especially like once he's healthy and you're just like, what? It's just not clicking. It looks like he's overthrowing. He's not, he's not locating the fastball because he's trying to be, perfect all the time and throw as hard as he can. So it sounds exactly like that.
I agree. I mean, was Tyone talking about it in relation to performance, injury, or both?
He's talking about it in relation to injury.
Specifically injury. Okay.
Yep.
That's what I thought.
He was talking about it specifically in relation to injury.
That would be such a tough thing, though, to tie like mental ease and anxiety towards a ligament rupturing. I don't even know how you would study such a thing to even begin to go about proving it.
Yeah, no, it's a good point because I think like a lot of things end up being either in the game or maybe in life it's like. You got a lot of anecdotes, especially when you're talking about anxiety, which manifests for people in different ways and has different effects and stuff like that.
Counsel, get any discussion last night?
Yeah, absolutely. Counsel and how we came off on that day, just kind of how impressive it was on that day. There's a lot of wide-ranging baseball stuff, but we're also just like watching some pretty good hoops, man. Like a lot of good athletes out there. And I'm sure you can relate to this. That game felt so completely and utterly inconsequential. It was like even as it was good action up and down, it's like, ooh, if Kansas doesn't win this, like the committee in 4 months may debate whether they're on the 1 or the 2 line. You know, like what are we doing here at this point?
Yeah, it's listen. You have to buy in, similarly to the NBA.
Yeah,
you have to buy into. This is an entertainment product only, and the entertainment for you has to be removed from the stakes and the consequences, because the result of one college basketball game in the regular season means basically nothing, and the results of one NBA game in the regular season means basically nothing. What college has going for it is if you go to Cameron Indoor, the environment always feels like it's an NBA Finals game, or Allen Fieldhouse feels like an NBA Finals game. Whereas last night, United Center, it can be good, I'm sure, at times, but 4 different fan bases, split audiences, not always full because the teams that are tipping off in the 8 o'clock game aren't in their seats for the beginning of the 6 o'clock game, and then the fan base of the losing team in the 6 o'clock game doesn't always stick around for the 8 o'clock game. And so those games, it's tough to create a great environment in the building, and then you add in regular season college basketball. You really got to sell yourself on, I'm just there to watch some hoops, and hopefully it's competitive at the end of the game.
Do you remember Cameron Outdoor? You remember when they made Duke play outdoors all the time, and it was cold? Obviously they played in November and December. And
on a boat.
It was bad. Cameron Outdoor was a bad idea for a college basketball stadium.
Way better
I'm
indoors.
so glad they're now playing in Cameron Indoor.
Yeah. That was the right way.
Why did they call it that? Why is it? Of course it's indoor.
Yeah, it should just be Cameron Stadium.
Why do they call it Cameron Indoor?
I don't know.
That's where we were playing.
Yeah.
November and December.
So you know that's where the basketball team plays?
Damn it.
I can see getting that mad about it.
Yeah, well.
God, man.
It makes sense.
It's made me so angry for so long.
Is it
I
possible
finally
that,
let it out?
Do they have I don't know, is their softball stadium Cameron Outdoor Stadium?
Oh, I hope not.
God.
Or Cameron or Cameron Stadium?
Look it up.
Is there Cameron Field
I'm
at
Google,
Duke?
why is it Cameron
Cameron
Indoor?
retractable dome.
Yeah.
But they have the Cameron Crazies.
Yes.
They're crazy, everyone.
They are wild. They're wild.
They all have trust funds. They're nuts.
Yeah. They once allowed Bernstein into their cult.
Joe Cali referenced Cooper Flagg. That's the kid who's going to Duke next year.
Yeah, his highlights are pretty ridiculous.
Well, yeah, but there's like 10,000 word think pieces or thought experiments being written about Cooper Flagg. He's not even in college yet. What are we doing here?
Well, because he would probably start in the NBA right now
as a senior in high school.
Yeah, so.
Yeah, I guess he would.
So that's why, because he's awesome.
I was watching like Kansas and Bill Self, like the aristocracy of college basketball there. Like they paid their big guy Hunter Dickinson more than Villanova could in NIL money, and that's how they got him.
Didn't he have a 20-20 game last night?
Yeah, 27 and 22, I think. But
That's
Kansas is like the royal family of college basketball. It's like there were 10 coaches. I don't know if they were all coaches. Maybe some of them are support staff or grad assistants, but there were 10 dudes wearing like the Kansas lily white coach's jacket thing that Bill Self wears. 10 of them for a basketball team. What are we doing here? So much money they have to just throw around.
Lots and lots and lots of money and influence for amateur basketball. Yeah. You saw that Bill Self, he signed a rolling 5-year deal?
I did not see that.
Yeah,
he's always on a 5-year deal.
He's always under contract for 5 years into the future, so that he can always say to any recruit, if they happen to be there for all 5 years,
I'll be there the whole time.
Bill Self will be there the whole time. Even though obviously he could retire at any moment or someone could buy him out, but that's how they structured the last contract. He has a rolling, increasing 5-year contract, and he was hit with NCAA sanctions this year. And he's still got that deal because nothing matters in college sports. It's all for money. The entire operation. It's completely ridiculous. And by the way, this is a little bit how the sausage is made, but it relates back to the Bulls thing. So
Yeah.
Zach LaVine is at that game last night with Rich Paul. Rich Paul, LeBron's childhood friend. They formed Clutch Sports. He is the agent of the stars. He is one of the most powerful agents in all of sports. They don't just represent basketball players. They also do football. They entertainment. They do a ton of stuff. They leaked the story to Shams. They had to have.
Of course they did.
You know what I mean? Like the whole thing was just
because the angle is more openness from the Zach side is the whole angle of the thing.
Well, and in the Shams piece, it said, and discussions could begin at the Champions Classic in Chicago, where the majority of the league is expected to have general managers and executives attending, watching the top college basketball players in the country. So, like, you give it to Shams, who is a Chicago-based national reporter. You've got a Chicago player in town because the Bulls play the Magic tonight.
All the GMs from the other teams are in town to scout players, so maybe they can get a deal done this week.
That's what I'm saying. That's what they're pushing. That was
yeah.
what it was in the report. So so he gives it to Shams, then he shows up courtside, then the player shows up courtside, then the GMs are there, and it's like, oh, okay, that's how that's done. Doesn't matter that. It seems like a third of the league can't be traded until December 15th, and then another 20% can't be traded to January 15th because of collective bargaining and contractual rules. It's like, oh, we're just going to pull the pin out of this grenade and roll it into center court as Michigan State's getting ready to tip off against Duke. And, who's that courtside in the blue hoodie? Zach LaVine and Rich Paul. Put us on ESPN 10 times over the course of those two basketball games. Okay.
Oh, God.
Okay.
And then the Sports Take Industrial Complex follows suit and does what we do.
Yeah. Well, of course.
Yay.
Of course. That's how it works. And I'm not even saying it's not a story. I'm just saying I know how
it is a story, but it's an orchestrated. That is how the sausage is made.
That is absolutely how it happened. We got a State of the Bears address from Dan Campbell. And the last time he saw the Bears, he destroyed them. Let's hear how he's talking about them now. It's Parkins and Spiegel on The Score.
Bear season means you can count on The Score to take you inside the locker room Monday mornings after the game. Get reactions from the Bears' #1 wide receiver, DJ Moore at 8 with Mully and Haugh. Then at 5, it's cornerback Jalen Johnson with Parkins and Spiegel. On Tuesdays at 10:30 a.m., it's safety Jaquan Brisker with Bernstein and Holmes.
We decided that we are going to be, we've been given basically 5 minutes with Matt Eberflus to ask him any questions that he wants. And so
this is exciting.
Good afternoon.
Hey, good afternoon.
Matt.
Matt, it's good to have you on the Circa Resort and Casino Hotline. Circa Resort and Casino in Las Vegas, home of the world's largest sports book. I've also been told that Matt has promised to answer all of these questions 100% truthfully, which is exciting. So, yeah, Matt, thank you so much for coming on.
Yeah. Really nice day today. Really nice.
With that, I'll open up to questions.
Is your confidence shaken at all, Matt?
Yeah.
Yeah. It seems like it, because it seems like are you unsure of yourself during these press conferences?
Meaning what?
Meaning, do you know what you're saying when your mouth is moving and you're saying words?
No.
Okay. Yeah, that's what it seems like.
Matt, is this job too much for you?
What's that?
What I'm trying to say is all the duties that you have to do as a head coach, and now you're defensive coordinator. Is it too much for you?
Yeah.
It does seem like that is.
He's being honest. So your confidence is shaken.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, that's a big admission. That's going to make a lot of news here.
I'm not going to comment on that.
Have you met Kevin Warren, Matt?
No.
Okay, I didn't think so. So you don't even know who that is, right? Kevin Warren? You're not familiar with him? Yeah, Kevin Warren. He's the president. He's Ryan Poles' boss. He's your boss.
Yeah.
Okay.
We have family dinner, 5:30 to 6:30.
Family dinner. So you've broken bread with Kevin Warren.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, that's good.
Was that a Rosemary, by the way?
Yeah, he goes
Yeah.
there.
Oh, okay. Yeah, it's a lovely place.
It's fantastic.
Did you see our guy Shane Reardon there? Was he there?
No.
Okay.
No.
Well, he usually is.
That was one of the nights that he wasn't there.
All right. Well, I'm good.
All right. Well, you got yeah.
Meaning what?
I'm fine. I'm done asking questions.
Okay. That's honest Matt Eberflus with us on the Circa Resort and Casino Hotline.
It's amazing that he was willing to do it. It really was. Like on a day when he already talked twice, as you mentioned, he still needed to get some more in.
Yeah. Do you feel like we have any more clarity at this point?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Maniscalco.
Good to be on the score. I mean, I've been a score guy ever since the 90s, listening to you guys. You know, now with the Bears, I don't know what the hell's going on.
Afternoons on the Score.
All we need is one to get this thing going. I don't know if I told y'all that, but the Lions started 1-6 last year, and they almost made the playoffs. So just keep that faith, keep going. In the big picture, it's the third game of the season. You know, we got 14 left.
Yeah, it's a good point, Tanny. I guess the Bears have kind of been circling the Lions in some way or another for a while. I thought that the Lions were going to represent the NFC in the Super Bowl. Their defense has not played very well. I think the injury to Brian Branch, the safeties, really hurt them on that side of the ball, but their offense is every bit as spectacular as I thought it would be. And it's an awesome test this week, Speaks, for the Bears' offense and defense. Offense, can they keep up? Defense, can they limit them? And probably the game of the year at this point for the Bears, considering their health. You know, it's weird, but your offensive
in terms of like a measuring stick and the opportunity to like show up and see how you're doing here.
They all know the offense. You know, it's a very healthy team. Tremaine Edmonds, which is a big one, but Tremaine Edmonds notwithstanding, the Lions have established themselves as being real. It's a huge game for the defense and the offense in terms of what they can be and what we'll expect them to be going forward. And, you know, there is job security at stake. But Dan Campbell, it's turn the page day for us. Same thing for the NFL. They start talking about the upcoming opponent as opposed to just dissecting what happened in the last game. Head coach of the Lions gives a thorough report on the Bears.
Chicago, this is a physical, tough team. They play hard, they finish. They got weapons, they got skilled players. You know, it sounds like Fields will be back, so, you know, he's dangerous. He's very dangerous. So I'd say they're at full force, and, you know, this is a formidable opponent. So, you know, we got our hands full. We got to be ready to go. And so this is day one of it. Questions?
Given to them in terms of just their explosiveness, just always 1 through 6. I mean, Fields, I think, was second in the NFL on 20-plus yard touchdown passes. Is that the element that he brings that's maybe a little bit different than what we've seen from them the last couple of years?
Yeah, look, he's stretching the ball down the field. You know, they're asking him to do some things in that pass game that they weren't necessarily doing before, but they've got more now. You know, this number 2 is he's one of these premier guys now. He's dangerous. He's versatile. He's strong. He's got run after catch, vast route tree. He's a weapon. Cole Kmet, his game is elevated. You know, he's dangerous. Big red zone target for them. Mooney's still dangerous. I mean, they've got weapons across the board. Sounds like Herbert will be back. You know, Foster's running hard. He fits that offense, what they asked him to do. You know, we got a dose of him last year at Carolina, so we know what he is. So, and you know, Fields, with his ability to run under duress, makes him extremely dangerous. They got a ton of different looks, coverage-wise, you know, and I think when you're able to play multiple coverages, you have length, you play with speed, and you move, it creates problems, you know. It can create problems. I mean, if we can't handle their movement up front, you know, it'll be one of those long days for us. So, and why? Because they play so hard. This team plays hard, and they finish on the football. So this will be a test. This is going to be a test for us, you know, but it's a test that we accept.
Does Montez Sweat add to them?
Oh, absolutely. Yes, he does. Sweat's a good player. I mean, I think he's already got 10 pressures since he's just been with them. So his power and length shows up. I mean, it's there. I just go back to this again. He's a heck of a player, but, you know, we got 2 pretty good tackles, too.
With Fields, seems like he's being used differently this year. What are you seeing on tape in terms of the way they're utilizing him? Are they trying to make him more of a pass-first quarterback this season?
I think they would like to throw it more than they have is the best way to say it. But we're planning on getting a lot of what we got last year, you know, particularly the first game, you know, use him more as a weapon. That's the way we see it, you know. But yes, they are, but I mean, the guy's too dangerous. So we're gonna kind of prepare that way.
That was fascinating.
Isn't that great?
That's a great idea to go and grab. It makes me think we should try and do that more often from the opposing coach. But
most are not interesting. But
his encyclopedic knowledge and understanding of the team and willingness to share it and discuss it with that kind of openness and just kind of talk football, that was incredible.
Yeah, Tomlin's really good at it. Tomlin's really his Wednesday press conference in Pittsburgh is like it. He will go through the whole depth chart and he will talk about strengths and weaknesses. Tomlin's really good at that stuff. Campbell's good at it. But yeah, he had a.
Had a chance here to spend some time looking at the Bears. This is a pretty impressive group and really a young team that you can see getting better all the time. Offensively, Fields is a major threat every time he touches the ball. A very athletic kid. Mooney is really an outstanding receiver. This running game is right there with Cleveland. I mean, they literally have about the same exact amount of yardage. Santos really solid, hits the ball straight through.
No, play all 36 minutes, Danny. I want to stop it now.
Yeah, Belichick is a crazy person.
That's the next coach of the Chicago Bears, and you just stopped.
Josh Blackwell.
He went
Blackwell, a great corner.
Patrick Scales. He always gets it back there so efficiently.
And I'm going to come in. I'm going to make all the personnel decisions. I'm bringing Bailey Zappi with me.
It is funny that when we listen to coaches on the other team talk about the Bears, the Bears always sound like they're going to the Super Bowl. Because the whole thing for an NFL coach is like, this is our challenge. This is our week. Everything is about this game. This team can beat us. You can't take this team for granted.
But look at this league that you cover like a blanket on 1ST
Oh, they're right.
Pod. They're right.
Yes.
Every week, some random-ass team is beating a good team, and you're like, oh, I have no idea how this league works. So these guys are trying to be ready for it. The textures are just, really not enjoying thinking about Matt Eberflus as they listen to Dan Campbell there. This one, what the hell is wrong with this Lions coach? He doesn't ask for affirmation after every point that he makes.
Yeah. It's good.
Right? You think so? Right.
Yeah, that's the thing. He's like direct, candid, so I think it's
sure
refreshing. Yeah, just refreshing to hear someone talk about the Bears in that regard. Yeah.
That guy was better about the Bears than our guy's been all year long. Another texter. Meanwhile, Matt Eberflus is somewhere stuck in a vending machine. He's halfway
It's
up
a good text. It's a good text.
I'll be right there. I'll be right there in a minute. I got to get this Reese's. Got to finish this. Just need tactics.
Just trying to get these Cool Ranch Doritos.
Having tactics.
So
the next update I have for you is a little bit unique, right? And it's a little bit different. Explaining this, but let me try to do the best I can.
Shut up, dude.
Please don't.
Shut up.
He actually did a pretty good job with that one, but the preamble was a bit much.
We got some tricks up our sleeves. Check out this screen.
Right. All right.
That's asking for affirmation. Did I hear that he added to the Thursday night primetime lineup on the CW though, with more shows about Montez?
He did.
Because we have
Even you, Montez.
Even you, Montez, and That's Montez is the TV show that we've established.
Yes.
But he went further, right?
Yeah, 10 pressures since he's been there. He's long and he's strong and
the guy who can affect a quarterback, and you can really see the effect. The Tez factor that I called the other day, or the Tez effect.
The Tez factor and the Tez effect, those are other shows. Those are
they're
after
spin-offs.
Yeah, there are other shows. It's a Thursday night block. So the Tez factor is a reality show full of very odd challenges, right?
Sure.
It's like, right?
Still hosted by Joe Rogan.
Yeah.
I think so.
Right, you got to do something against Montez in the Tez factor.
Can't do that.
Or the Tez effect.
Yeah,
Which one was it?
The Tez factor that I called the other day, or the Tez effect.
Yeah, the Tez Factor. That's the reality show. And the Tez Effect, I'm convinced, is a science show for kids hosted by Neil deGrasse Tyson, explaining the physics of how a defensive end affects the passing rush.
Perfect. It's about leverage.
Yes.
It's about length and force.
Uh-huh.
Sure.
Exactly. Closing speed, all of that.
Yeah,
so that's Montez.
This week on That's Montez. Tez has got homecoming coming up. Who's he going to ask? He loves Brittany, but Jessica's right there and wants him more.
He just has to go to Granny to get that good advice, that good homespun advice, along with the delicious meal that she'll make him. Yeah, That's Montez is the linchpin. That's like the 8 o'clock primetime show, and
Yeah.
then they're trying to work the Tez factor and the Tez effect.
You know, that Tez factor that I called the other day, or that Tez effect.
Stay tuned for the new documentary series, The Tez Offensive.
This guy's a whole network. No wonder they traded a 2 for him.
It's like Chicago Fire, Chicago MD, Chicago PD. It's a lineup of all Tez everything.
Wait till Wani's going to be on That's Montez.
That's TV talk.
24 hours of Tez. Ridiculous.
Guy doesn't have a sack yet, by the way.
No.
He's got 10 pressures, though.
Oh, good.
Yeah.
It is
Dan
another.
Campbell he's so much more impressive than Matt Eberflus.
Oh, yeah,
How
it's
did this
not even-
happen?
it's not even
How did
close.
this happen to us?
He's a good coach.
He was day one, Speaks.
I know, but he was biting kneecaps, and we laughed at him. I missed that part of
We
it.
did,
Now
but then
I'm
we stopped
jealous.
watching while they were drafting and developing.
Yeah.
Like all pros.
and playing their ass off for him every single week.
Oh, yeah.
As he lives, breathes, and dies all things the city of Detroit.
And rehabbing a quarterback who we all thought was dead and
Yeah,
bad.
yeah. Having a offensive coordinator pass up head coaching interviews to stay there because the culture's so good. Yeah, just all of a sudden because dude, that stat. I think I said it on Twitter. I don't know if I ever said it on the show. Their GM speaks. What's his name? You've mentioned him a few times.
I sure have.
Spielman?
No, it's not Spielman anymore. Every guy that he's drafted is still there. Every single player.
Not a single one. Brad Holmes.
Pat
Brad
Holmes. Thank you. He's still on the team. He's had 3 drafts. Every single guy is on the team. The 7th round pick, the 6th round picks, the 5th round picks. Hasn't traded one, hasn't cut one, hasn't. It's unbelievable how about the hit rate that guy has right now. And by the way, that's Dan Campbell. That's another guy who has praised the Bears for playing hard. Not quitting, playing hard all the way through. Andy Reid did it. Dan Campbell did it. Ryan Poles did it.
Lately, you've been making a hell of a case for your worst nightmare.
I know.
Matt Eberflus returning. You're making a really good case for something you don't want to.
Do you feel better about the Broncos' loss?
That's an interesting question. They have
next on That's Montez.
Well, they haven't been as terrible.
That's Montez.
They still should have won that game.
Montez shows up after the Broncos loss.
Still should have won that game.
Even you, Montez. Woo! Texter says that his favorite show on the Eberflus Montez network is the Young Montez spinoff. You know,
the prequel. the prequel.
The prequel.
Yeah, it's like an origin story.
Yeah, really good.
No.
Oh, God.
Montez begins.
You know, that Tez factor that I called the other day, or that Tez effect.
Absolutely ridiculous. Bears report with Mark Grody at 5. Parkins and Spiegel on the score.
Dan Bernstein and Lawrence Holmes, middays 10 a.m. till 2.
Quarterback whisperer Tim Jenkins.
We have not leaned into driving the football down the field enough. I get why they didn't do it with Bajan, right? Because that's not, he can't really drive the ball down the field effectively. But every time I see Justin out there, and we don't have at least 6 to 8 shot plays dialed up, it's such a
second round pick.
This better not be a rental.
You got to be sure that because
there's no reason to rent somebody this year.
And the other thing is that you're giving up 2 things here. You're giving up a draft pick and money. It's usually 2 for 1 or 1 for 2.
It's usually one or the other.
Right.
You want to give up a draft pick or money.
Right.
This is another one. It's like the Khalil Mack deal.
And now here's my question.
So it's another deal for a pass rusher where it's going to be draft capital and money.
Then are you now, if you're Poles, are you now chasing the pick again?
The second rounder?
Yeah. Are you chasing that pick in trying to trade Jalen Johnson? And then you feel like, oh, well, I'm even, but I got a pass rusher and I've already drafted corners, so I'm good.
And because you're bad, it's going to be a really high pick.
Yeah, it's going to be between 33 and 40.
Well, that's Ian Rappaport just said if the season ended today, it's 35.
Yeah, that's between 33 and 40.
I know, but he knows exactly what it is right now. So if you're doing it again.
Well,
because the rental values is worthless this year. You're not going anywhere this year.
This is why when we were talking about this in transition, it's not that you got the trade wrong. This is why you shouldn't do a trade again. It's why did you get the trade wrong? Is your process sound? He's going to help the Bears immediately. And for the texter that wanted you to explain this, what did you mean when you said Chase Young has a higher ceiling, Montez Sweat has a higher floor?
I didn't think this was a particularly difficult concept.
Sometimes you have to whiteboard stuff for people, Dan. It's okay. It's part of the job.
The idea of a floor being what you know you are going to get at the very least from Montez Sweat. You know you are going to get a good pass rusher. He may not be a great pass rusher, but you know for sure he's going to be good. With Chase Young, you get the tantalizing possibility that he could be great with a little bit of bust potential.
Sounds like the law firm you call when you get a parking ticket.
Afternoons on the Score.
All right, we got a Bears report with Mark Grody coming up at 5 o'clock. And Zach LaVine apparently wants to be traded but won't admit to it. And we'll discuss that. And I think Shane's going to the Bulls game tonight. Got a lot going on here. But there's something that happened to me over the weekend with regards to sports. And it's lingering, and it's bothering me. And my wife said, Steph was like, you shouldn't talk about our neighborhood and like neighbors and stuff like that because that's like our community and it's where we live. And, you got a radio show that people listen to. And that's like really good advice that I'm going to ignore. So I want to run this past you guys. So Saturday night, Steph was out of town with Owen on just like a 24-hour trip. And so it was
you wish, dude. 24-day.
No, it's just,
that'd be pure bliss.
Listen, it's not. It's not heaven. No, so it's just a 24-hour little trip, and so it was me and Eli, me and the 18-month-old.
Oh, he goes to bed early.
Goes to bed real early, and so I was like, you know what? I'm tethered to the house obviously because I got the baby upstairs, but I am going to be social, and so I am going to text the guy group chat of people who live in the neighborhood. It's not a very active chat. I'm going to be like, you know what? I'm going to bring out the old second TV into the main living room, and I'm going to put on college football. So I was watching a lot of Drake May. Caleb Williams was on after that. And then I'm going to order the UFC card. It's supposed to be a really good card. I'm going to order it. I'll get some chips and guac and some desserts, and some beers and bourbon and wine and whatever, stuff that I just have.
Throw on a little Outcast.
throw on some Outcast, exactly. You know how I throw
Grab a pot of shrimp.
How I get down.
It sounds like first of all, it sounds like a really nice invite that I did not get. Shane, Tanny, did you guys get this invite?
It's okay. We don't need to have it. This is his neighborhood hang. We don't need this invite.
It was a neighborhood
I
hang.
find it particularly disrespectful. I just moved in the neighborhood.
Oh,
why? So here's the thing. Why'd you have David Kaplan over?
No.
And then
No.
not speak.
That's not
Take
what happened.
that!
This
I
was-
live on the 7th hole of a golf course right up
This was just for the neighbors, right? That's what I didn't invite any of my friends that live in the burbs, like that I've known since 3rd grade.
It's totally fine, by the way.
No, of course,
Yeah.
I would hope so. That's not the issue here. At least I didn't think it was. And so we're hanging out, and so there ended up being 5 guys came over, and it was great. And they actually like all brought stuff. And we were having a really good time, and this group of 6 people had never hung out before. And
What, they bring food or something? Like it turned into a potluck kind of?
kind like one guy brought a bottle of bourbon. Another guy, his wife was like, "You can't show up empty-handed," and she like baked a pumpkin bread. Another guy, his wife runs a restaurant and sent over like a thing of sausage and peppers. Like it was like a weird collection of stuff, but we had a great time. Plenty of food, plenty of booze.
Lovely.
It was amazing.
So what's the problem?
It's not a problem, but I'm bothered by it. I think I'm the only one. The UFC fight starts, and the card's going, and none of us really are that big of UFC fans, but I'm a casual fan, and so I got the odds up on my app, and I'm like, oh, this fight is supposed to, this person is a slight favorite over the other person, and just to kind of give us an idea of like what to expect in the fight. And we're all just, watching the entrances and like just on the eye test who we think is going to win. And on the second to last fight, the co-main event, one of my buddy who lives across the street, he's like, I think this person's going to win. I'll bet you $5. And I'm like, cool. That's not a problem.
$5
whole dollars.
How are you gonna get that basement done?
I'm like, all right, yeah, man, you're on $5.
So you got 5 on it.
So we got 5 on the fight.
I got 5 on it.
Exactly.
Thank you, Shane.
Fight happens. My fighter wins. So I'm up $5.
Uh-oh.
Right? Okay.
Dude welches.
No,
goes home.
Wait. The main event happens. Another neighbor, who is definitely the person of the group who knows the most about UFC. But this
Conor McGregor.
But this is a 50-50 fight. The odds are literally minus 105 in each direction. So whatever. The odds makers say it's even. This guy goes, I won $100 on Pereira. And I say, sure, no problem. Because like, not to be a jerk or whatever, but like betting $100 on a sporting event is like very common occurrence for me. Not an issue. I know, Tanny. I said not to be a jerk on the front end. I know. But so I'm like, yeah, sure, man. You want action? Like, you're on $100. I'll take the other guy.
And then a third neighbor
says, no, listen.
$10,000.
No, well, that would have been a problem. So the fight happens, and my guy loses.
You owe 105. Or no, you owe 100, but you got 5 coming.
So my guy loses. So we all had agreed, like when the fight ends, it's 11-something o'clock at night. Eli wakes up early. Everyone's gonna go home. So basically, the fights end, and pretty much within 2 minutes, everyone's standing up to leave and go home. And I'm like, hey man, I got 70 in cash, or I can Venmo you. And he goes,
it's not as liquid as we thought, huh?
And he goes,
just 70 in cash on you?
And he goes, well, not that I was not going to pay the full 100. I was like, I can give you 70 in cash and Venmo you, or I can just Venmo you the full 100.
Yeah.
He goes, no, don't worry about it. And I'm like, no. I'm like, what do you mean? Like, he's like, no. He's like, no, don't worry about it. And I go, kind of joking, I'm like, well, I would have collected from you. Like, you know what I
mean? But he was trying to be neighborly and like say thanks for having us.
Yeah, man, just shovel my driveway next time.
And so, nicest guy ever before this, and then he's like, no, man, don't worry about it. It's all good.
Aw.
And
sweet guy.
It doesn't feel
sweetest
good.
Guy ever.
But it doesn't feel good. Your gambling sensibilities.
I owe him $100, and losing a $100 bet on a sporting event is fine. It's not a problem.
But he deserves it. He won. You guys bet fair and square.
You lose $100 on sporting events all the time. You're not good at this.
That's what I'm saying.
You're wrong a remarkable amount of
That's what I'm saying.
Can we track this real quick? Who was the fighter that you mushed?
Oh, it was. It was.
You're branching out to other sports.
Yuri Projaka.
Yuri Projaka. He's king of the backflip.
He's
right?
he's now 29-4-1.
Oh, Yuri Projaka.
Yeah. He lost to Alex Pereira. Yeah.
Well, so here's the lovely thing. He's your neighbor.
Yeah.
Your neighbor has done you a solid that you don't appreciate. It's made you uncomfortable. His solid has made you uncomfortable.
Yes.
So now, shovel his driveway.
No.
Next time.
I want to
Marta.
Have Marta shovel his driveway.
Put a $100 bill in an envelope and put it in his mailbox.
You think
Send
so?
him $100.
Yes.
Send him $100
force
worth
him,
of bourbon.
Force him the $100.
Yes.
Or $100 gift, Speaks. That's not a
Costco gift card for $100.
Yes.
Yeah.
Joe's seafood gift cards left. Do you have any of them?
That's a good idea. I think about it. I thought about it every day.
Yeah.
Sunday, Monday, and it's not going away. Tuesday, today's Wednesday. I owe this dude $100.
Is he a wine guy?
He was
what did he drink when he was there?
He was drinking beer.
All right, so just send him like 4 cases of Miller High Life.
Okay.
Is that how much they cost these days?
30 racks, yeah.
Oh.
Yeah.
But see, here's the thing.
120 beers.
And these texters are like, what about the guy who owed you 5? That was the other thing. I would have collected from him too.
Jesus Christ. Hey, you don't have any mirrors in your house, do you?
I'm just saying.
No, a bet is a bet.
A bet is a bet.
I know.
A bet is a bet. I owe $100.
You're a guy who bets. I think you respond with a gesture, because him saying "don't worry about it" is a gesture of neighborly kindness.
Respond with a gesture, like talking about it on the radio.
Well, yeah, but it's like it is fascinating that you do not appreciate gestures of neighborly kindness. I think you might want to look into that
for sure. Wait a minute. I appreciate the bringing of the sausage and peppers and the bottle of bourbon and the pumpkin bread and showing up and the hang, but this is gambling we're talking about here. You have to pay your bets. You can't turn down a one-way. Okay, we'll talk.
You gesture him back. You gesture.
I got to return him. I got to meet him in kind with another gesture.
He wants you to break, is what he said. He said he doesn't need you to give him $100. He just wants you to break.
Oh, okay,
Do that for him.
Mark Grody next on The Score.
This is Chicago's #1 and most listened to sports station. We're live from Chicago, talking Chicago sports. Listen on your radio or through the Odyssey app. AUDACY. We are 670 The Score. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
Hey, it's Shane Reardon for your new favorite.
You and Tanny all last week trying to have conversations about this movie that I was dying to see, and you were very often very careful, very cautious. I respected it, and you would say, well, let's not spoil it for Speaks. Let's not do that. I don't want to do that. And then I'd leave the room, and then maybe you guys would talk a little more.
Yeah.
There was one moment where you said one thing, and it was like the equivalent when somebody has seen a game that you have on the DVR, and they're like, oh, I won't spoil anything, but stay to the end.
Okay, so we're going to play something here, and Speaks is going to tell me off mic what I said
I'm going to tell you.
to spoil it, so that we don't spoil it for the audience. And then when we come back from this clip that Tanny's going to play, I'm going to have been told what I told to Spiegel. I genuinely do not know.
Yeah.
And then I will determine whether or not I believe that I actually spoiled
And
it.
if you're watching on Twitch or YouTube, you'll see us talking about it, or you can jump there right now to see this.
all right,
okay?
go ahead, Tanny.
All right.
Okay.
Yeah.
I disagree that it's a spoiler.
I'm telling you.
I'm saying it. I'm saying
No,
it.
no, I don't think you should.
Tanny,
I really.
can I get some validation?
I don't know what it is. Know what it is.
It's been a week and a half now, right? The movie's been out for a week and a half.
I really don't think you should say it.
Such an innocuous thing.
I disagree. I disagree firmly.
Well, you want to tell me in cue while I play the music?
Hold on. Yes.
Oh, that's ridiculous.
Come on.
Thank you.
Come on,
Thank you.
Speaks.
Thank you.
That's not anywhere close to being a spoiler.
Yes, it is.
No, it's not.
And that's why I'm going to say
The way he said it, the way he is.
I said that on the Friday show right after I saw the movie with Speaks
Jesus
over here.
Christ.
I said
it was
that
a reason to see the movie.
I'm saying it. I'm saying
Yes, you said
because now people will know.
Yeah, exactly. We want people to know
it's the
how
way
wrong
that he
you
said
were.
it. It's the way that he said it.
I said Robert Downey Jr. is going to win the Oscar.
Why are you cringing?
How does that spoil the movie?
Put your glasses back on, Speed.
It does spoil the movie.
Spoil the movie.
So you're upset that you went and saw a good performance by Robert Downey Jr.?
Oh, no, it was good.
He's
it was
an
good.
A-list actor.
There's a lot of other people that were good, too.
Did you want to hate him going into it after hearing what Danny said?
No.
And all of a sudden you were disappointed that he was so awesome in the movie?
As long as we're talking about it, let's talk about it. Here's the deal. Here's the deal. Forget it. Here's the deal. Now, this is going to be a spoiler. Telling people right now.
No.
Yes.
You're the bad
Wait,
guy.
hold on. This might be Spieg's definition of a spoiler.
No,
So it might not be.
The bomb goes off.
This is 100% a spoiler to indicate to you why that was a spoiler. Okay?
No.
I don't love it. I don't love that.
No, that's
All right,
crazy.
Forget it.
Okay, yes. All right. Someone who won an Oscar, or who I think could win an Oscar, who probably cost 8 figures to get in the movie, has a pivotal role in the movie.
Speaks. A spoiler would be Robert Downey Jr. shows up in the Iron Man suit to stop the bomb.
A spoiler.
The Score is Chicago Sports. Chicago Sports is The Score. WSCR Chicago. WBMX HD2 Chicago. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
The Score!
Here's the man that you fear most in football staring you right in the face.
Mark Grody.
I call him a maniac. Stone maniac.
Covering the Bears for 670 The Score.
You had to overcome the mystique. It was almost like an odor. He exuded a kind of a presence.
His whole damn life was football. Wasn't driving a pretty car. Wasn't going to the local bar and pounding your chest, I'm the greatest. It was the opposite.
Mark Grody.
He was Moby Dick in a goldfish bowl.
Mark Grody with Parkins and Spiegel on 670 The Score.
Our Busy Bears report with Mark Grody is brought to you by Loyola Medicine. When things are at their worst, we're at our best. Newsy day at Haugh Hall. Hi, Mark.
What's going on, Danny and Matt? Good to see you guys. Yeah, very busy day out here because Justin Fields was a full participant in practice, and he will start and play against the Detroit Lions on Sunday. Some things of interest you should know. He said that he does not feel comfortable playing with a glove on. He did indicate that he may have to wear something, though, on that hand, more like tape. I think he would prefer not to do any of it, but there is a possibility of that. They're going to kind of wait as the week goes on and see what the trainers suggest. He also said, guys, that he wanted to play against Carolina, but that the head trainer said that it is best for his long-term, his immediate future that he cool it for one more week, or else he could have made things worse. So that's why he sat out as long as he did. I had thought he would be back against Carolina, but obviously he was not. Now, the big question for Justin Fields, one that we've all been kicking around, I'm sure you guys have discussed it already, and that is these final 7 games, really for all of the Bears players, but we know that it's hugely important for Justin Fields. So we asked Justin Fields, what do you want to prove individually in these final 7 games of the season?
Just go out there and, win games. Not here to prove anything to anybody. I'm playing for my teammates, playing for the coaches, and that's it. And everything else will take care of itself. So not necessarily trying to prove anything to anybody. Just go out there with my brothers and go out there and perform. So yeah.
I mean, that is the correct answer. I have a very hard time believing that anybody would not have some degree of selfish motivation here to prove doubters wrong, to guarantee $20+ million of income, to cement your status as a starter in the NFL, especially when his selfish motivations are directly aligned with team motivations. Like, the better Justin Fields plays, the more of a chance the Bears have of winning football games.
But it's that effort to possibly play unnecessarily good that I think they really don't want. You know what I mean? So it's that line between the selfish motivations that might say, oh, I want to try and make a big play. They want him to also make the soft play a lot. But to Danny's point, he seems to have a really good perspective on the day-to-day, Mark. What do you feel when you talk to him through the years on it?
Yeah, you know what? I think that he does, and I think that that's a way for Justin Fields to, I think in his own mind, take a little bit of heat off of himself. You know what I mean? He knows Danny, you're right. Of course, he's got a bleep ton to prove over these final 7 games. We don't know if Ryan Poles has made up his mind yet on Justin Fields, but it's possible, and it may be like, all right, arms folded. You got to show me what you got here, because you got 7 games to do it. And I do think it's more like that than it is any other thing, that he does have some things to prove still. And we'll hear from Flus a little bit later on the same topic. But yeah, I think he knows it. And I think that, he definitely has been into this, I think ever since he feels like he got burned by the media, that it's all about being a team guy, being a leader, which he's always been, but I think he's making sure to put his stamp on that even more now, because he knows the light is shining brightly on him.
There was a nice moment early in Matt Eberflus's press conference when he talked about how Fields was as a supporter of Tyson Bagent, as a helper of Tyson Bagent during Bagent's starts. And then today, you guys got to ask if he learned anything. Huh? Finally got to go down that path, didn't you, Groats?
Yeah, Speaks, and I think some people might be surprised by the answer that Justin Fields gives right here.
Yeah, I mean, I think really just looking at all quarterbacks, I feel like Tyson, quarterbacks around the league, quarterbacks in college, like, we all play the game differently. So, things that Tyson did well, I'm definitely going to try to, emulate that, of course, in my game. But, at the end of the day, we're different quarterbacks. We don't do the same thing. So, but, of course, there's bits and pieces that we do differently that he did well in the field. And, of course, I'm going to try to, add that to my game for sure.
Is there something in particular that really complements the way you play? Like you said, you are different quarterbacks, but sometimes that can emerge the two, and it helps. Is there anything he did that you feel like can complement your skills?
Yeah, a lot of stuff for sure.
What are the eyes and the body language doing right there, Groats, as he doesn't get specific? Did he know Potsy's digging for specifics, and did Justin make sure not to give them? Is that what was happening?
Yeah, I think so. I think so, Spiegel. Yeah, I think you got to be careful with the way you word questions to Justin Fields, or else if he doesn't have to be specific, he's not going to be specific. I think he felt like he'd said enough already, that he gave that compliment to Tyson Bagent, and he generalized it a little bit, saying that you can learn from just about anybody. But I did think it was interesting, or, a positive thing, actually, that Justin Fields was willing to admit, yeah, I can learn some things even from the backup quarterback out of Division II Shepherd. Yeah, he can definitely show me something. So I thought it was good. It showed me, too, guys, that these guys have both, Tyson Bagent and Justin Fields, have both said that they have a good relationship. That kind of proved it to me that Justin Fields gets what was going on. He understands all of the questions and all of that. So, but I think it tells you that those two guys are, I don't know, close, but they do have a good relationship.
Well, Fields definitely gets it based on this next clip that you're going to play.
Yeah, and that is in regards to what all of us probably did at some point in time, and that is to wonder, could Tyson Bagent take over? Could this really be a quarterback controversy here if Tyson Bagent gets a chance? And we want to know if Justin Fields was hearing all that.
Yeah, I mean, of course, but that's the world we live in nowadays. Everybody wants to cause a stir, cause media attention, boom, 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 comments, stories. So that's just what comes with it. But I knew that was going to happen from the get go, so it came to me as no surprise. But yeah, I mean, like I said, I was coming in the building every day, being the same guy I was before I was hurt, and just trying to be the best leader I can be.
I believe him that stuff doesn't bother him. He sees it. He's on Instagram. You know what I mean? I believe that he takes it in and takes it for what it is, which is that we all have a job to do. Some people in our line of work bought into it. Other people will still firmly believe it. Others don't. And he just kind of knows that he exists in that ecosystem to feed the beast.
Yeah, I think that even though he said he knew it was coming, and sort of shaking his head in regards to what we do in terms of getting stories out there, and he thinks that we want to stir it up, all that kind of controversy. But I got to believe that it was a weird place for Justin Fields to be in. I think there's some stuff that maybe he's not going to fully admit to us, that what a strange place it was that he was this guy. Like when he came in, man, people were booing every other quarterback that was playing when he was drafted in the preseason. And now to kind of have things flip, nobody's booing Justin Fields at the moment, but to have it flip to where so many people were so into what Tyson Bagent might be able to do. And we know that there are tons of people who wanted or thought that Tyson Bagent was going to take over. So I don't know, like he's handling it like an adult, but as human nature can dictate, it had to have gotten to him a little bit, I would think.
Dude, how about all the people in the building, the coaches that we saw, just excited to see Tyson because they had found him, they had, signed him, and they had built him, and they were excited about it. How do you not notice that and feel that? It's a tough ask. But like now Justin has, for these 7 games, he's got to push against absolutely anything that might be in his way, including a coaching staff that has seemed like they're out on him sometimes. He's got to push against that.
You know what? That's such a great point. I mean, I can't imagine what it would be like to have to stay as laser focused as he is with all of the, even though he says he doesn't pay attention to social media, he obviously pays attention to what's being said and what's being written. And this is his life and this is career. So I can't wait to see what happens, in this next game against Detroit, let alone the next 6 after that. One last thing from Justin Fields, and this is kind of fun here. As we saw Justin Fields oftentimes on the sidelines, we would see him looking like he was very active when the play was called by Luke Getsy, almost like he was playing along with Luke Getsy during these games. Here's Fields on that.
I think the Sunday night game, I was trying to, just play the game in my head. I think I got a call down from upstairs and saying that the camera kept showing me call the play call, so I had to stop doing that. But yeah, I think, just like you said, just seeing the game from a different perspective. And of course, I don't want to mess with Luke too much during the game. Of course, he's locked in too. So definitely just seeing why he's calling certain plays. And, there were a few times where, I wanted to ask him, what were you thinking on this play? Like, what was your mindset? Like, what was your goal to calling this play? But like I said, I didn't want to, mess with his mojo because he's locked in, game day. I think I tried to talk to him one time, and I mean, he just, he's so locked in, he didn't even hear me. But yeah, definitely, like I said earlier, just, seeing the game from a different perspective and kind of just the bigger picture of things.
Luke Getsy was ignoring Justin Fields. No, I'm kidding.
No, the media, let's make it out to a controversy. Boom, boom, boom. I do hope that, and I know it wasn't asked, but I do hope did you write those questions down? Did you like catalog them in your head and then ask him on Monday? Ask him on Tuesday. You know what I mean? Like, yeah, okay, during the game, why did he make that call on 2nd and 7? Probably not a great time to ask him because he's got to make a decision on 3rd and 2. But after the game, the next day in film review, I hope that Justin Fields got his questions answered. It would be valuable.
Yeah, it seems like, guys, throughout the press conference, because, a lot of it was about him on the sidelines and what he's thinking and what's going through his head and all that. It seems like, and obviously he's been injured before and been in this predicament, including last year, where he's injured and watching, and we always ask him about. It seems like what I did infer from everything was that he got more out of it, the sidelines, this time than he ever has. He just seemed genuine in his answers and talking about, I don't know what he obviously didn't tell us what specifically he picked up and play calls and all that. I don't know if any of this is going to help him, but it does sound like he had a, dare I say, good stay on the sideline.
That's awesome. And we'll be looking for some of that progress or kind of working in some of the things he's needed to do that he got to watch another quarterback do. Everybody that we've talked to, Chase Daniel, Kurt Warner, everybody, of course there's value, especially when you really know the system and you've run it and played it, to then watch somebody else do it, regardless of their success. There's a lot of value there.
And Spiegel, when you know that you're going back in, they obviously made it clear to him that, hey, you're going to hear a lot of BS about your job and all that kind of stuff. I don't know if they put it to him like that, but you're a guy. Matt Eberflus has said it publicly twice, where he, went out of his way to answer questions with, when he's back, he will be our starter. So that's the Justin Fields day. He was very good today. He seemed engaged with us, and that's good since, we've been without him for a few games. Let's move on to some of the other locker room stuff. I thought Cole Kmet was really good today. Got a couple from Cole Kmet for you guys. And first of all, Cole Kmet, the friggin' Lions, are 7-2, sir.
As somebody who grew up a Bears fan, now plays for the Bears, is it strange to see the Lions being good?
Yes, it is. It is. Yeah, I don't know if I can lie about that. Yeah, no, it is, and but it's cool to see. Honestly, I mean, see a team, see how it's transformed themselves over the past couple of years, and I know some dudes over there, and they're loving the culture over there and what they got going. So, you look at it as they're one of the top teams in the NFL right now, and it's a good opportunity for us to go out this week and finally stack 2 wins in a row here and kind of get something going.
Is that hope for you guys as well, that you could see where the Lions were and where you guys are and where you want to be?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I think that's, you kind of look at that model and obviously you want to follow that trajectory, and you get going, and they kind of had a rough start to their season last year, and they really got clicking towards the end of the year, and it's grown into this year as well. So. Yeah, you definitely look at that type of stuff, but our mindset, kind of what they've shown so far, it's a really good team and a good opportunity for us on Sunday.
Man, I wonder who Cole Kmet knows over there. Any Notre Dame guys over there? I'm not sure who his pals are. That's
I was trying to think about that too, Speaks. I'll find out. I'm gonna find out tomorrow for you.
Thanks, buddy.
I'm on Ross St. Brown. Maybe played against him in the Notre Dame USC games. I think that might maybe there was a crossover there.
Well, man, and maybe
Cole's a little older than him, but it's got to be
David
close.
Montgomery.
That guy.
David Montgomery.
It's a good point.
Yeah,
that's a guy who knows.
Monty, as they like to.
It's a good question by you, though, Grody. Like seriously, like the acknowledgement of them being surprised that they're good. It is still funny to me how often they cite that they started 1-5 last year. But that's something that Eberflus cited, and they're clearly regurgitating what their coach is saying. So it shows that they are still listening and haven't tuned him out completely. But the Lions are very good. They are ahead of where the Bears are right now, no question.
Yeah, there's no doubt about it. And look, I mean, I'm always astonished by the Lions because they were always the team that you could look at and say, all right, 2 easy wins, or at least 1 easy win. I mean, the last time the Bears won a game in the division, it was against the Detroit Lions under Matt Nagy. So it was always easy to look at those. I mean, Jay Cutler used to have some of his biggest games against Detroit. Mitch Trubisky had some of his biggest games against Detroit, and we just can't play that game anymore.
So they haven't won a single game in the division since Nagy.
Matt Eberflus has not won.
Yeah,
okay.
2001, right?
21.
Yeah, ridiculous.
It's really, it's really bad in terms of the division wins. But
Brock Wright, a blocking tight end on the Lions in his third year, went to Notre Dame. So part of the Notre Dame tight end factory. So that's another guy.
Okay.
I'm just
right.
looking at their roster.
No, that's fair. More from Cole Kmet on the off. I love this cut from Kmet, especially like the second half of this cut I'm about to play for you guys. Really thoughtful answer from Cole Kmet on what the offense in general needs to show over these final 7 games of the year.
Well, I go back to last game, and I know we didn't put up a lot of points, and we want to score more points throughout the game, but I go back to the situational stuff that we were really good at the end of the half and at the end of the game. Something that we haven't done a lot of in the past year or so. So kind of continue doing more of those things. And then you look at other areas, it really just comes down to us. Like we're a top 10 team in third down. We're a top 10 team in red zone. We're a top 5 team when it comes to rushing the football. So you look at those 3 metrics, you would kind of chalk it up as your playoff team if you look at those stats. But what's been killing us is ourselves with the penalties, the penalties and turnovers. Those are the 2 things. So I think just kind of getting those things cleared up, and I think we'll like the results that we see from that.
Yeah, it's interesting that he points out those numbers and the penalties. It also makes it sound like quarterback competency. If you're doing those other things, quarterback competency could go a long way towards wins, just kind of basic wins.
It's kind of funny how that works, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah. Really good.
Yeah, great quarterbacks clean a lot of that junk up, and I thought that was pretty well put by Cole Kmet. I mean, the way he's talking, it almost sounds like they're Craig Counsell close. I mean, they're close, possibly. What do you think?
I don't know if they're as close as the Cubs are, but they should be competitive in these 7 games at the very least. They should look like they deserve to be on the field with all of these teams. Even including the Lions, I think
that's what the Kmet numbers were leading me towards. Exactly that. It's like they should be competent and in these games.
You guys ready for your guy Jalen Johnson? A little bit of Jalen Johnson here.
Frankly, I don't think he should talk to you guys. I think he should only talk to us. But we'll allow it. Yeah. What did he say?
Well, I had to get an update from him, because he told you guys, he's told me, like, hey, man, I'm not talking about the contract. I'm just talking about becoming an all-pro. I'm going to be an all-pro. So here's the update on Jalen Johnson, the potential all-pro.
I know you said it's your goal to be all-pro. Do you feel like you're on track?
100%.
Why do you think you're on track for all-pro? Do you compare yourself to other players? Are you looking at that every day, or do you just feel like you are playing at that clip?
No, I don't look at anything. I'm not on social media. I don't know what's going on out there. I know I'm playing the game at a high level, and that's it.
And you want to put the Bears in that position to think, okay, we have an all-pro here.
All 32. Yeah, we good.
Okay.
Uh-huh.
Makes sense.
Yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, man, I got goals before any of this contract stuff came up. I mean, I dreamed as a kid to be all-pro. I played this game. I trained. I put myself through hell during the off-season to be all-pro. So it's not just, I want to do it just because. It's like, I'm a man, and I compete, and I play this game at a high level. And that's what it's about. And I know what's going to come with that when I do get it, and that's that.
Man, we know Jalen's speech patterns and when he's about to curse and when he's not about to curse. Oh, shit.
I thought you were going to curse there.
No.
Yeah. I mean, he knows his coverage stats. Yeah, I don't. You can not be on social media and you can still know how many targets you have, how many yards you've given up, all of that stuff. So he is aware of that stuff for sure. I mean, when I mentioned the guys who are leading the league in safeties, he's like, yeah, but how many of those guys are safeties and not corners? Right. He's selling himself a little short there in terms of how much he follows the rest of the league.
Yeah, he's smart. He's well-read. He knows about every damn wide receiver in the league. Of course he knows about his competition at cornerback. This is his life.
Yeah, and I loved what we learned last week about his dad and his brother and how they've that whole family has been an incubator for defensive backs and defensive back conversation his entire time growing up. It's pretty cool.
Guys, we were a little bit surprised today that Matt Eberflus was so transparent with us, not only about Justin Fields being the starting quarterback Sunday, but he also offered to us, without us having to ask, that that Nate Davis will return and he will go back to right guard. They will slide Tevin Jenkins back to left guard. Everything else stays the same. And here was Matt Eberflus's reasoning for moving Jenkins back to left guard, even though he's been terrific at right guard.
Just the natural positions, that's what Nate has played, and it gives us the flexibility because Tev has played both sides, and Tev's looked good on both sides, and that's just the best operation that we feel, for each position experience.
Will the plan be for Lucas to be at center or Cody going back to center?
Yeah, Lucas will be at center, yes.
So big news there for Cody Whitehair at this point in his career to segue to the next man up position for the interior of the offensive line, and a nod to Nate Davis. So one veteran, one respected veteran to the bench, one respected veteran to his rightful place where he was signed.
Yeah, it's it's tough for Cody Whitehair. I think everybody in this building respects the guy, stand-up dude all around. But hey, this is business. There are two guards that are better than Cody Whitehair right now. Lucas Patrick is a better center than Cody Whitehair right now. And quite frankly, though, the way things have gone with this offensive line over the past few years, we'll probably see Cody Whitehair playing into the game at some point in time this year.
But he won't be on the team next year, and that's why he's an obvious guy to go to the bench, especially with the snapping yips. And I'm in a weird spot here because I think this is the right move, but Olin Kreutz said he would keep Tevin Jenkins at right guard and keep him and Darnell Wright together. But they gave Nate Davis $19 million. That's a huge Ryan Poles signing. He is young and in his prime and has only played right guard, and they had success running the ball with him next to Darnell Wright also. So I think this is the correct move, but it is not what Olin Kreutz said, who knows a million times more about offensive line play than I do. So I'm on Matt Eberflus's side and not Olin Krutz's side. So I feel like I'm probably wrong. But this is what I've expected to happen when Nate Davis was ready to come back.
Yeah, I believe it or not, and I'm not just saying this. I am on the Olin Kreutz bandwagon as well. When you have something going that well, and I don't know, maybe even special on the right side of the line, why you would change it is beyond me. And I get it. Like, Nate Davis hasn't played left guard in the NFL, but it was okay for Tevin Jenkins to go from tackle to guard to left guard to right guard to left. Like, it was okay to mess with him, but not with Nate Davis. That's the part that befuddles me a little bit.
Hey, contractual security, cheap labor, man. Tevin, do what you're told as you try to, build out your future, whereas Nate is a made guy.
Yeah, so. What did they tell Nate Davis maybe in free agency? And maybe there is a real reason that he's not as equipped to do it as Tevin Jenkins. It's possible.
Yeah, he could. Yeah. He might have been up front and been like, yeah, look, I'm not comfortable. And it's not just simple for every, guard to be interchangeable like that. There are some differences. And it's true. Yeah, Nate Davis may have been up front and been like, look, that's not a place where I would thrive.
Anything else?
Yeah, one more from the Flus. One more from Matt Eberflus. And that is the question, the most important question that we started with Justin Fields. He answered it on the final 7 games. What can Justin Fields prove in these last 7 games? Can he prove a lot, Matt Eberflus?
I think 7 weeks is enough time for the show consistency, and being the high performer, that we expected him to be, and I know he's had some good performances, along this year. Certainly the last few have been solid, and we expect consistency, out of all our positions.
Yeah, consistency. He means be safe with the ball, don't turn the ball over, and right. I mean, that's what he's talking about, Grody. Like, play reliably and consistently.
Absolutely, but I feel like that in a way, Eberflus was probably downplaying it as well, going with the consistency route and all that. I mean, I'd still rather hear him say something a little bit more concrete, like, we want him to continue to do the things he was doing with his arm before he got injured. We want to see it continue in the trajectory of the Washington game or the Denver game. But I get what the Flus is trying to say.
Bears Nuggets.
Got a few things for you guys. I was just looking at numbers, trying to see if there was differences or areas where the Bears can hang with Detroit. Both the Bears and Lions, they both run the ball well. 4th and 5th in the league, respectively, but also both terrific at stopping the run, 2nd and 3rd, respectively. So it'll be interesting to see how both offensive coordinators handle that or trust their run game against obviously very good run-stopping defenses. Cornerback Terrell Smith returned to practice from illness that is big for the Bears secondary. Kari Blasingame cleared from concussion protocol. And Khalil Herbert remains in the 21-day window from IR. He's still not been activated yet. And as a matter of fact, last week he was a full participant in practice. Today he was listed as limited with ankle and shin injuries. And that is all.
Last thing, Tremaine Edmonds unlikely to play at this point?
Unlikely to play, yeah. Good call, Spiegel. Yeah, he did not practice today. We're getting very little information right now on how severe it is. And we're not even at a ramp-up time for Tremaine Edmonds. So a little bit of concern there, considering he was hurt or missed so much time with that injury during the preseason as well.
Great stuff, Grody. Thank you.
Talk to you guys tomorrow. Bears.
All right, Bears. That is Mark Grody live from Haugh. As always, if there is a report to be made, he does it at 5 o'clock on the Parkins and Spiegel show. Actually, on Mondays, he does it at 4 to accommodate Jalen Johnson. But regardless, most of the time.
As always, 3 times a week.
Yeah.
Or actually 2 times
Wednesdays
a week,
and Thursdays at 5.
Yeah.
Mondays at 4. And if breaking news presents itself.
I think it's just easier for people. Just don't change the station. You know
that
what I mean?
helps. That helps. Absolutely.
Just stay with us all the time.
So there's a controversy with the Bulls, and in a way it dates back to something that we disagreed about at the time. Let's relitigate it next on The Score.
Take Parkins and Spiegel with you anywhere you go on the free Odyssey app. Afternoons, 2 to 6 on The Score.
I'm wrong all the time.
Not about this. Can't listen on the radio?
Dumb. He sounds dumb.
Well, then listen on your mobile device, smart speaker, or your desktop.
and doing it and doing it.
Afternoons on The Score.
I don't think their relationship is difficult because they're both professional and they have a mutual daily respect. So it's not like, they're sitting there, MFing each other or anything like that. But what I would say is, I've written this, I've said this, I have hammered this point multiple times because it's real. Zach has never gotten over Billy benching him. He just did not like that move. He thinks it's the kind of thing that players of his stature and his status should not endure.
Endure is a funny way to describe a benching. I know you're a huge fan of it. I recognize the reality of stuff like this that it can cause, but I think it's ridiculous if that is... I don't think that's why Zach LaVine wants to be traded, Speaks. I'm not sure if you do.
I don't think it's why he wants to be traded, but I think it's absurd that he's never gotten over it and thinks he deserves, the respect to never be benched when things are not going well. It's like it's really short-sighted to not understand why that might be done. It fits in with what appears to be a lack of understanding of like some team dynamics sometimes, some basketball sensibilities. And there's a divide on this one. I know KC has said, and he believes that in this players' league, he understands why players, would feel that way. And meanwhile, we talked to Joe Cowley earlier, who's more where I am on this, man. Like this, that is soft to me. It's like, get over it. Coach tried to make a point by coaching you hard and wake you up. And at the very least, understand that's one of the tools in his box that he's trying to use on you. And so think about what that might be. Don't be holding on to that like a year later. That's soft to me.
I agree that it is weak to hold on to it. I agree with that. But it is a reality that it is a players' league and a star league, and it isn't high school sports. And that Zach LaVine has a fully guaranteed $215 million contract after signing a fully guaranteed $78 million contract, and he's represented by LeBron's guy at Clutch with a $34 million house in Newport Beach and national television commercials and a gold medal around his neck.
And if you're not reaching him as a coach, what are you supposed to do?
You're in trouble. You're in trouble. You need to buy in.
Sit back and get fired.
Billy
nothing.
Donovan's got great job security. He got
but a lot of these guys don't.
I know, but I'm just saying before he did that benching, that's the year that he got the secret extension. You know what I mean? So he had a lot of job security, which is probably what empowered him to do that to a player facing a max contract.
All right, so sit back and be passive and just allow the thing to decay, which I frankly think he's done sometimes. It's like that's why I applauded it. Like you got to hit him where it hurts. There has to be a way you can hit him where it hurts in competitive sports.
I agree with you. You just have to know your personnel well enough to know how they are going to respond to the challenge. And I'm not saying that Zach is responding correctly. He's not. But I do think that some of the stuff on Zach is – I don't think he's soft. This particular thing, if he still is upset about it, is soft. I agree with that. But
I've never said he's soft in general, but this I think is soft.
I get that.
There was that one time, Speaks.
yeah, right, this time. But I know what you're talking about. Like, he played through that knee injury. He played 77 games. He was 11th in the NBA in minutes. He played a ton of basketball, not at 100% last year.
Yeah. That's fine. And
I'm saying that is a sign of toughness and leadership.
Yes, but all within that is this kind of self-serving nature, and it's a very tricky thing, especially in the NBA, and certainly it is in baseball too. That balancing of like the personal achievement within the team concept. So yes, he fought his way back and fought through it and tried to play and all of that. That is physical toughness, but in the end. It's this inability to be selfless when it needs to happen. And it's a tricky balance in pro sports, man. But if you're going to be great, you got to have it. You got to have it.
So DeMar's out tonight for a personal issue. And this stuff's all out there with Zach.
And Caruso might not play. And as
He's
you pointed
playing.
out earlier,
Caruso's playing.
Okay, good.
Caruso's
But-
playing. I
but
think
as you
Zach
pointed
has a
out
huge
earlier-
game tonight.
Well, certainly, because with no DeMar, absolutely. And as you pointed out earlier, this whole freaking thing is orchestrated, and Zach is going to go out there and probably ball out and get some frustrations out, and the opportunity presents itself, and that'll make the whole thing look even better and generate even more clicks.
Well, and simply without DeMar, man, the team is not constructed well. Even without the trade the trade request and whatever this is from Shams Charania and Clutch, and it can't happen until December or January, depending on who the trade partner is and all of that. Like, there could be some addition by subtraction here just with flow of the game. And then you add in all of that other stuff for extra motivation. I bet Zach has a monster game tonight.
Zach to score 30 or more is basically 2-1.
Yeah, I like that.
Go higher. Go
I like
35.
All right.
I
35 is 5.5 to 1.
Oh yeah, I'm on that.
I like
I
that
completely agree. I enjoy the
I'm going to
narrative.
do it right
betting.
now. I'm going to put $5 on it.
There you go.
If I win, lunch tomorrow.
You got 5 on it, huh?
You got 5 on it.
5 on it.
Yeah.
Danny, when I was growing up,
My app's not working.
Gaylord Perry was the only answer to the question, who won a Cy Young in the American League and the National League? And Blake Snell has now become the 6th, or is he the 7th? He's the 7th guy to win the Cy Young in the American League and the National League. So,
Scherzer?
yes.
I mean, tell me. I'm not going to
Clemens, Randy Johnson, Pedro Martinez,
not gonna
Roy
guess all
Halladay,
7.
Max Scherzer, and Gaylord Perry. When you said Scherzer, I thought you were going down that path. Forgive me.
As did
That-
we, yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry. You thought I was
we
going to get all
thought so.
7?
No, we thought so for sure.
That's the
Yeah, we
trivia
thought you had
dynamic.
that.
Am I wrong about that?
No,
being the
you're right about the
dynamic?
dynamic. I just wasn't going to start throwing.
It was all open-ended. Scherzer.
Yeah, you're
That's
right.
it. I'm done.
Is that the missing 4th category for today?
Should have been. I saw that Justin Steele finished 5th, and he gets $1 million from the pre-arbitration.
I mean, that's a really cool stat. Thanks for sharing that with me.
You got it, Justin. Yeah, finished 5th. He got 1 second-place vote, 2/3, 8/4, and 6/5. Jordan Bastian, the only Chicago media member with a Cy Young ballot, did not have Justin Steele in his top 5.
Why does he have one then?
Well, he finished 5th.
And he's got a lot of good pitchers in there. Webb, Snell, Wheeler, Strider, and Gallen. He had Webb first. Jordan did not have Steele top 5. He saw up close that with Steele's crumble at the end. You know, that matters.
2 starts? 3 starts?
Yeah, I mean, so the highest vote he got, though, was a second-place vote?
He got a second-place vote.
Yeah, I mean.
And did not get any ones.
Quibble over a 5th-place finish. It's fine. Hey, and $1 million, man.
That's great for him.
For finishing top 5, he gets it from the pre-arb bonus money from the union. That's cool.
That'll help you facilitate more fishing trips that make their way out of the group chat onto the boat.
I can't imagine that a bunch of big league players have a hard time facilitating a fishing trip in Louisiana.
I don't know, man. Nico goes to Target with his mom.
That's true. That's true.
Gets him up.
He's an efficient guy. We'll put a bow on this thing. Parkins and Spiegel on the score.
When it comes to Bears analysts in the know.
the first 2 minutes. And then look at Klay Thompson and McDaniels. What is going on with that? Wow. You've got a full-on fracas going on. Draymond came in to defend Klay. This got out of hand very quickly.
Look at Klay Thompson's jersey. It's ripped up. Here's a look at it. Gobert gets in there. Draymond's got him in a headlock. There's a lot happening here.
So Jaden McDaniel's been ejected. Klay Thompson's been ejected. Draymond has been ejected. And Draymond was called for a flagrant foul.
Listen, there's a lot that happened there.
And that's we got a fight.
By NBA standards, not a terrible fight. Still not a real fight, though.
Well, you should have invited the neighbor guys over to watch
to bet on it.
Place a bet on it here or there.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Man, Draymond Green is it's such a fascinating dude. There are so many times that I think he's just being an absolute jamoke. Rudy Gobert called him a clown last night, said repeated clown behavior from that guy.
Clown behavior is a great insult.
Oh, it really is. And it's spot on for Draymond often. And yet I absolutely love him. You know, I love the fight in that dude, the edge in that dude. And he makes himself crazy and then thrives because of it sometimes. It's just, he's a fascinating sports figure.
Pat Beverly said today that nobody in the league likes Rudy Gobert.
Oh,
everyone hates him.
I've heard that for sure.
I mean, he started COVID.
Right. He was the super spreader.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Patient zero.
The
stupid Frenchman.
COVID-19 is still out there.
I wonder how we'd feel about Draymond if he didn't, do all that winning next to Steph and Klay.
Yeah, be more clownish. Probably more clownish.
It would be.
But it's also the way that he's valued by Steph, who has all of my respect. I mean, it drives Steph crazy, but Steph also loves him and knows how important he is and fights for him and all of that.
Yeah.
So that's part of the fast.
There's some Rodman on the Bulls components to it.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Shane is trying to steal the doctorate from Tanny. He's going to Bulls Magic tonight.
No. This is in my lesson plan. Part of my therapy.
It's in the curriculum.
Oh, okay. My mistake.
Yeah.
He's just following.
No, but I am doing that.
The doctor is a PhD? I thought so he's a teacher.
Yeah.
Yeah, he is. Yep.
I've been misunderstanding.
There's extra schooling, Roll Tide at Bama.
my
Yeah, I'm
super
going
fan.
tonight in the nosebleeds to watch. I'm really excited to see whoever's on the Magic. I don't know.
Paolo Banchero.
Who?
Yep.
Franz Wagner.
Oh, Franz.
Nick
Slap
Anderson.
the bag, Franz Wagner.
Nick Anderson will really lock you down late in the game.
Good. I'm glad.
Hey,
He's still
Wendell
there?
Carter. Remember Wendell Carter?
Junior.
Yeah, that's the one.
Yeah, that'll be fun to see.
See if Lil Penny's there.
Why am I going to the stupid Bulls game tonight? I have no interest. Why am I doing this?
Oh, you'll have fun.
I'm just trying to compare and contrast to, spoiler alert,
there you go.
Saturday.
Yeah. Go ahead.
I think you're going just so you can bring up that you're going courtside. That's the only reason you're going.
He should.
Wait, who said that?
He
Steve
should.
said that?
I
Oh,
did.
wow.
Yeah.
No, we got to wrap. We got to break.
Thanks to everyone who was on the show. Thanks to Connor O'Donnell and Kevin Lapko. Twitch chat video stream. Thank you, sir. Shane Reardon, our executive producer. Thank you, sir. Chris Tannehill makes us sound better than we are each and every day. From Matt Spiegel, I'm Danny Parkins. We are Parkins and Spiegel. This is The Score.